You suddenly realize that the pen in your hand can create worlds. Whatever you write with the pen will become real in another world. When you write about light, a sun appears in the world. When you write about rain, the sky immediately flashes with lightning and pours down heavy rain. What's even more amazing is that the world you create can bring players into it, allowing them to help evolve species and complete their own evolution. Just now, you accidentally cut your finger with the pen, and a surge of blood flows into the pen. Suddenly, a roaring sound echoes in your mind. The test is successful, the divine genes match, the soul matches, and the binding with the chaos pen is successful. At the same time, a flood of complex memories rushes into your mind. Through these memories, you learn that the chaos pen is a gift from your future self to your present self, and it informs you that within 3 years, you must unlock the third genetic lock, or you will undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, you immediately get up to find a notebook, and as you start writing on it, at the moment your pen touches the notebook, your surroundings suddenly slip away, and you find yourself in a chaotic darkness. Calmly, as if you had anticipated it, you write the first word. In the midst of the chaotic darkness, a brilliant white light suddenly blooms, and a sun appears in the chaotic darkness, instantly illuminating the entire world. As you continue to write with the chaos pen, the words opposite world appear out of thin air, and a vast and boundless ocean emerges. Following that, towering waves and howling winds rise, and at the end of the ocean, countless towering hurricanes stretch endlessly forward, disappearing into the distance. As the words opposite world land on the notebook, the sun immediately begins to move, shining in a pattern of round sky and square earth upon the land, until night falls, and a moon rises, forming the cycle of day and night. Many bacteria and blue algae suddenly appear in the ocean, quickly filling it with life, bringing a sudden vitality to this once desolate world. At this moment, your body suddenly weakens, and you disappear from this world, returning to your room, falling straight to the ground. It's not until the next morning that you wake up feeling completely drained, dizzy, and uncomfortable. You struggle to get up from the ground, rushing to the refrigerator to eat everything edible inside. You never expected that creating a world would consume so much energy. After this exhaustion, it took a whole week of rest to slightly recover. According to your estimation, to fully recover, you would need at least another month. During this time, you also discovered surprisingly that on the cover of the notebook written by the Chaos Pen, 3 ancient seal characters appeared, Genesis. Opening this Genesis, you can perceive the situation of creating the world, and even just by a thought, you can enter that world. Due to the time flow rate you set, where 1 day in the real world equals 10,000 years in the created world, 7 days have passed, and in the created world, 70,000 years have already gone by, undergoing earth-shattering changes. After thousands of years of evolution, the bacteria and algae have filled the ocean with greenery. There are thousands of types of algae on the seabed, and even shell-less invertebrates have evolved, as well as some fish with blue patterns on their bodies, which you cannot name, so you directly name them blue pattern fish. Your first priority is to observe the evolution of these blue pattern fish because the second function of the Chaos Pen is to extract the genes of the creatures created in the world. By merging the genes of the creatures in Genesis, you can complete your divine genes and ultimately unlock the genetic lock. Due to the different flow rates of time, you watch the sun and night in Genesis constantly changing, feeling as if you are fast-forwarding through a movie documentary. In just 1 day, the blue-striped fish in the sea has already undergone a turnover. By the second day, the population of blue-striped fish in the sea has increased significantly, gradually giving rise to a leader fish. It is 3 to 4 times larger than the average blue-striped fish, leading the group to dominate the marine world. On the third day, with the further explosive growth of the blue-striped fish population, other marine creatures have become food for the blue-striped fish. The first generation of leader fish dies, and the second generation takes over. By the fourth day, due to the continuous surge in the number of blue-striped fish, the microorganisms and algae in the ocean can no longer sustain them. They begin to devour each other. As the seasons pass and time flies, in just 1 day, the blue-striped fish unexpectedly split into dozens of groups. Led by different leader fish, they start hunting and killing their own kind for survival. In order to survive, they evolve larger bodies, sharper teeth, and stronger execution power. At the command of the leader fish, all fish in the group must obey unconditionally, resembling a militarized operation. On the 5th day, 2 groups that failed to compete for dominance in the ocean quickly fled the area with the remaining blue-striped fish, seeking survival in the deep sea. They gradually evolved into deep-sea fish. Surprisingly, another group began to approach the mainland, evolving limbs and moving towards land. On the 6th day, the struggle for marine dominance that lasted for tens of thousands of years finally ended. The group you named the blue-striped fish, with the largest size, the most members, and the sharpest teeth, emerged as the ultimate victor and the sole ruler of the ocean. On the seventh day, the blue-striped fish that entered the land had evolved into amphibians and began to rapidly reproduce and grow. They developed different groups, enriching the world of species in the entire Genesis. Watching this entire process, you were deeply moved. A group of blue-striped fish evolved generation after generation in a rapid pace for survival, adapting to the environment in a frenzy of natural selection. Although life in this world is still in its early stages, the diversity of life forms offers endless possibilities. Witnessing this, you couldn't help but marvel at the tenacity and wonder of life. With a single thought, you commanded the decoding of the blue-striped fish genes in your mind, unlocking the key to enhancing the mysterious genes within you, which currently stand at 0.1%, which is 5% less than unlocking the first level of genetic lock, is a far cry from it. In the world created by the primordial pen, creatures can extract valuable genes through the pen and integrate them into their own divine genes. If valuable, it will complete the divine genes and promote their growth. The analysis shows that the original life has evolved to its peak, with low genetic value unable to merge with divine genes, rated as ordinary. You hear a prompt in your mind and feel disappointed to find out that the world's first overlord has no value. Now, even the most powerful blue-striped fish have no value, let alone other species. Disappointed, you exit the Genesis and happily discover an additional line on the first page: Cambrian, ancient biological characters. In the evolution of hundreds of millions of years, bacteria and blue-green algae flourished, evolving into invertebrates with shells. History transitioned from invisible to visible, and the blue demon fish became the overlord of this era. You quickly realized that after writing those words, the world automatically evolved into its current state. If you still want to create something in this world, you can only write after this text. However, changing this text will come at a high cost, possibly leaving you exhausted for months. You start to feel a headache as the blue demon fish have no value, meaning you have to create valuable species again. But you are not a biologist and do not know which species genes are valuable. Suddenly, an idea strikes you: there are plenty of people in the world who know. A person's wisdom is limited and too narrow. Even if you create a species, it will be within your own cognitive range, and its value may not be high. It's better to gather a large group of people to help create valuable species. After contemplating for a moment, a flash of inspiration hits you: turn Genesis into an online game. Let others' consciousness enter the Genesis world and treat the evolving species as a game. With the primordial pen's ability to create worlds, even the essence can directly enter Genesis, let alone just a consciousness. This is a piece of cake for him. You decide to make Genesis a VR game, allowing others' consciousness to enter and evolve new species. With existing technology, VR gaming glasses can serve as a medium to transport players' consciousness into Genesis. A month later, when your physical condition recovers, you establish a transmission channel through the primordial pen and bypass the review process using its advanced technology. The game is launched on various popular gaming platforms as Second Life, leisure development game. This game has been meticulously developed for 10 years, with a realism level close to 100%. Come and start your species evolution, creating your own Second Life. General How is a senior user on the Steam platform, a passionate gamer, and a game reviewer. As a rich second generation, he enjoys exploring fun games to pass the time. When General How saw the introduction of the game Second Life, claiming to have a 100% realism level, he couldn't help but laugh. This little game claiming 100% realism only had one sentence, making it seem like a scam. However, while complaining, General How unconsciously clicked the download button. With his fast internet speed, he could download it in a few seconds. After downloading and registering an account, General How, wearing his usual VR glasses for watching movies, entered the game. The exquisite graphics immediately caught his attention as he found himself in a realistic rainforest world. The surface feels real, he can sense the temperature of the rain, and even see all kinds of strange holes. General How looked around in amazement for a while, but found only one option on the game interface. Please create a new species on your own to start your adventure journey. The creation process is done directly through thought. General How was puzzled. He had played hundreds of games, and in general, games would directly provide races or characters for players to choose from. This game was so hardcore that it required players to create their own creature. General How became interested all of a sudden. Without hesitation, he ordered in his mind, Kuan. Sorry, the genetic sequence of this species exceeds that of the player and cannot be created directly. Please choose again. General How was stunned for a moment, but soon he tried creating dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical creatures one by one. Without exception, they all exceeded the player's genetic sequence. General How knew that continuing to try would be futile, so he tried to switch to another species. Humans, sorry, the player's current knowledge level is not sufficient to create this species. What a joke, not even allowing me to play as a human. With no response, General Hao gritted his teeth and tried another word. Personnel, sorry, the player's current knowledge level is not sufficient to create this species. Damn it, tell me what knowledge level is needed to create a species. It is suggested to start with the lowest level, such as ants. Seemingly tired of the constant reminders, the system directly provided a suggestion. General Hao was instantly annoyed by the classical Chinese style. What a crappy game, requiring knowledge levels just to play. Disrespectful, isn't it? Screw this, General Hao was about to quit the game, but when he saw the realistic surroundings, he gritted his teeth and gave up. Fine, let it be ants. They can evolve infinitely, right? I'll evolve hybrid ants, then devour this lousy game and establish an ant colony. Congratulations, player, the establishment of the ant colony is successful. You will embark on the path of evolution from the current game scene. When General Hao heard the prompt, all the creation interfaces disappeared before his eyes, and he found himself directly in a dense rainforest. How is this possible? There is actually a physical sensation. General Hao was momentarily stunned. He tried to take a few steps forward, and the surrounding sensations came back clearly. He could now perceive everything in the outside world and even knew clearly his future identity, followed by hundreds of ants. With a signal, they could quickly obey commands and act. What kind of high-tech is this? How can it feel so real? It turns out that the game's advertised 100% realism is not just false advertising. Jiang Juanhao found it somewhat unbelievable, but soon he became excited. This is definitely a terrifying thing that is currently unimaginable. As an industry veteran player, he understands clearly that if this thing spreads, it will cause a huge sensation in the entire gaming community. What happened to General Hao was also happening to 1,000 players in the closed beta test at the same time. The first thing they did when entering the game was to create mythical creatures according to their own will, causing chaos. Even if you have this ability, you dare not create randomly. Firstly, it consumes life too severely, and you are already a little afraid of falling into a weakened state again. Secondly, you are afraid that the created things have no value, leading to a loss. However, among these 1,000 closed beta players, quite a few interesting talents were discovered. Like General Hao, most people were stuck when creating a tribe and had to accept the system's suggestion to start with low-level creatures such as ants, plants, and fish. However, there were about 1%, or around 10 players, who refused to accept the system's suggestion. Relying on their knowledge of biology, some people even created the human species, just one step away from modern humans, while others let their imagination run wild, mixing human genes with various animals, creating strange creatures like ant people, rat people, and werewolves. When you witnessed this scene, your focus immediately shifted to these players, without analyzing the genetic makeup of these races, as they had just appeared and had not evolved to a perfect state. Over 10,000 years passed, and the diverse species created by these players had undergone the first round of natural selection. Out of the initial 1,000 players who created species, less than 100 remain today. Most players, upon entering, were amazed by the realism of Second Life. Their initial reaction was not to focus on survival but to experience the game world. For example, those who chose to start as lower-level players were initially quite joyful because of the 100% realism, enjoying the magical sensation of transforming into fish and freely swimming in the ocean. However, their enjoyment was short-lived as they became prey to the ocean's dominant species, the blue demon fish. After their deaths, they received a prompt indicating 2 more chances to create species. If all chances were used up, the closed beta would end. During the second species creation, they were much more cautious, avoiding the ocean area and opting for relatively safer regions like forests and land. They soon realized that there was no such thing as a safe zone in this world. Due to their lack of biological knowledge, most were forced to start as low-level creatures, placing them at the bottom of the food chain. Either they were killed by native species or by powerful players who had evolved. After a fierce competition and elimination on the first day, the majority of ordinary players had exhausted their 3 chances and were forcibly expelled from the game. The Second Life game forum was filled with cries of despair. Why were there only 3 chances? This hellish difficulty required infinite lives to be sufficient. I don't want infinite lives, I just hope the official will give me one more chance. I still want to play this game. The game is too terrifying, truly immersive. What kind of aliens are these? The technology is mind-blowing. I've never seen such a hardcore game. Do I have to go back to school and relearn biology just to play this properly? However, for the sake of playing this game, I accept it. The best and most difficult game in history. Despite the forum's popularity, many people were cursing and attempting to undermine it. Soon, players began to post screenshots, videos, and the bizarre creatures they had evolved, igniting everyone's interest. A large number of players rushed in to register accounts, only to find that only the first 1,000 registrants had access to the closed beta. With too many accounts, they were unable to log in, as the game only allowed 1,000 players. Countless people were heartbroken, envious, and resentful. The first group of successful registrants secretly celebrated and were excited. However, their excitement was short-lived as they discovered the game's astonishing elimination rate, with 90% of players being eliminated within a day. At this rate, wouldn't the game be devoid of players in just a few days? Watch me, the Ant Emperor, dominate the world. As soon as this post appeared, hundreds of people immediately commented. Most of the commenters were players who had just been eliminated from the closed beta. Second Life had a live streaming feature, allowing players to open this option and let others watch them play the game through a link. Since this was the first live post, those who had just been eliminated quickly clicked on the link to watch. Curious individuals who hadn't obtained an account also followed suit and started watching. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers watching General Hao's live stream exceeded 2,000. Seeing so many people in the room, General Hao became excited. Welcome, everyone, to my live stream room. Let's not waste time with small talk. Please, witness the rise of my Ant Emperor. Under the acceleration of time, the live audience saw the ants inside quickly becoming active, the colony rapidly expanding, gradually covering a small mountain. The sun and night alternated constantly, making it feel like watching a fast-forward documentary. In less than an hour, 400 years had passed inside, with the ant colony renewing itself 4 or 5 times. What amazed everyone was that the ants named by General No. As Qian and Ant had surprisingly long lifespans, each living over 100 years, with future generations living up to over 400 years. Under General No's control, the ant colony quickly established a civilization, with each ant having precise division of labor, similar to human society. They were welded together as a whole, maintaining the normal operation of the colony. If any ant left, the entire kingdom would quickly perish. In a sense, the entire ant civilization controlled the life of each ant from the beginning. As time passed, another 400 years went by, and the game progressed to the second hour. As the first generation died off, General No transferred consciousness to the second generation and continued to lead the entire colony in evolution. At this moment, the ant colony split into several groups, each led by a queen ant, reproducing in different directions. These groups had many subtle differences. Some dug deep underground to establish vast underground kingdoms, while others built nests on mountain peaks and collectively evolved wings. General No named them respectively as earth ants and flying ants. Some ran into the forest, evolving powerful biting abilities, with astonishing combat power, eating almost anything. Not even the beasts in the forest were their match. These ants were named Blood. After the 4th hour, that is, after the year 1600 in the game world, these groups underwent even greater changes, with different forms appearing. The original division into worker ants, soldier ants, and male ants, as well as queen ants and other species, gradually evolved into more refined divisions of labor. Flying ants gradually occupied the sky, and if not observed continuously, one could hardly recognize that they were the same species of ants. The crab ants evolved larger in size, almost the size of a baby's fist, all red, responsible for the external battles of the entire colony. The flying ants gradually evolved into a bee-like existence, with their colors gradually fading to gold and yellow, and they delved deeper underground. At this time, several groups once again began to split, becoming more than a dozen groups, but all under the control of General No, the ancestor of the entire species. These ant colonies gradually spread across more than 10 mountain peaks, becoming the absolute rulers of the region. Any enemy daring to invade this area would be instantly devoured by the frenzied soldier ants. In the 6th hour, some ants began to approach the sea, their joints began to degenerate, becoming beings capable of living in water. The whole world suddenly felt like a blooming of various life forms, with a small ant colony giving rise to all sorts of strange life forms. The 2,000 people in the live studio were watching in fascination, seeing a small species born and continuously evolving and growing, filling their hearts with a sense of witnessing historical impact. It's so amazing, turns out ants can be so much fun. Mom, I really want to play this game. Why are there only 1,000 closed beta slots? Within the live stream, there arose a chorus of envy. Suddenly, the world in the game world changed dramatically, with lightning and thunder in the sky, instantly darkening as if entering doomsday. Then a huge tsunami swept in from the sky to the ground. Before the audience could react, over 10 mountain peaks were engulfed by the raging waves. As for the Ant Emperor General No, the ethnic group disappeared without a trace, and a line of prompts popped up on the game interface, encountering a once-in-a-millennium natural disaster tsunami. Your ethnic group cannot resist racial extinction. You have died 3 times. Please wait for the second round of closed beta to reopen. General Number was confused. I evolved well, finally turned into a decent super ant, built a great army to rule the world, just ready to conquer the world, and now you tell me, the once-in-a-millennium natural disaster suddenly disappeared. I can go to hell. General Number felt like he was about to spit out old blood. The audience watching the live broadcast also looked confused, and then burst into laughter one by one. Wow, ants, the earth, 1 second, can't take it anymore. Are there any players still live streaming? I want to see other species. When the forum was in a heated discussion, it ordered the analysis of genes and consciousness, currently analyzing, primitive life form, evolved to the peak of the ethnic group, low genetic value, can produce 0.1% divine genes, rated as ordinary. You were overjoyed, finally producing a valuable genetic species. Whether to integrate in the future, genetic capture, divine genes, hearing the prompt from the primordial pen, you immediately said fusion without hesitation. In the process of fusion begins, a mechanical voice comes, instantly, a sharp pain tearing through every corner of the soul, cold sweat bursts from your forehead, and then you fall on the bed, your whole body twitching slightly, until you endure it, completely fainting. When you wake up, half a day has passed. You get up from the ground and see a foul smell emanating from your body, covered in black-gray dirt. You quickly take a shower. At this moment, you feel different from usual, not only feeling energetic, but also seemingly having endless strength inside your body. You didn't expect that just completing 0.1% of the divine genes would bring about such earth-shattering changes. It can be inferred that unlocking the first-tier gene lock will bring immense power, and soul memory tells you that you must unlock the third-tier gene lock within 3 years, otherwise you will undoubtedly die. What kind of terrifying enemy will you face in the future? Thinking of this, the excitement just now instantly cooled down. You feel that you must bring in more players. You have only found 1,000 people now, contributing 0.1% of the divine genes. If 10,000 or even millions of people can be brought in, all will naturally produce more valuable species. Zombies have entered the world of Genesis. It is already the 3rd day. Only 1/5 of the players who have been eliminated remain, leaving only 22 races. Those who can survive in this intense competition are beings with relatively high biological levels. Like ants and plants, if they do not become food for other races, they will be extinct in natural disasters, such as the tsunami of General No. The evolution of this world is truly automatic, not intentionally trapping him. The surviving tribes are the orc tribe and the human tribe. The orc tribe, relying on the genes of beasts, can adapt well to the environment of primitive society. Whether in terms of quantity or individual strength, they are stronger than humans. Now the orc tribe is divided into wolf tribe, tiger tribe, cat tribe, dog tribe, bear tribe, sheep tribe, etc. Plus the rat tribe and ant tribe, a total of 21 races. Each of the 21 races on this continent has its own territory, constantly developing and growing. Although the creators of their tribes are depicted as orcs, they are actually humans who create their own according to their own ideas. By the 4th day, due to the different vocal cords of orcs from humans, they cannot use human language. The major orc tribes have actually developed their own language system. With the explosive growth of the orc population, large tribal gathering places have appeared. The first city belonging to the orc tribe has begun to appear, and the orc civilization has begun to sprout. Soon, the first city-state established by the wolf tribe appeared. They have their own culture, their own language, and started trade and communication. At this point, the development of races is no longer controlled by the founders of various tribes and has completely entered the historical process of free evolution. Because at this time, the players who created these tribes have already died of old age, but they have not quit the game. Instead, they have obtained the status of spectators and are watching the development of their created tribes from a god's perspective. They have all opened the live broadcast system to allow more people to witness the magnificent history of the development of races together. This is a true history of the development of races, more exciting than the ant colonies of General No, because each of these races has its own independent soul, just like real people. They have their own emotions, independent thinking abilities, and are not NPCs generated by AI. These races have not disappeared because their ancestors are gone, but have developed faster and faster. The orc tribe has gradually become the overlord of this era on the continent, while the human tribe has been compressed to the southernmost continent. When people see this, not only are the players amazed, but even the viewers watching the live broadcast are shocked, their jaws almost dropping. Such a high degree of realism can even allow NPCs to have such high AI, to freely interact, and the whole world develops forward in accordance with the historical process in a reasonable and orderly manner, which is simply incredible. Everyone can feel a strong sense of history, watching it as if intoxicated, unable to stop. On the fifth day, after 50,000 years of development, humans have completely turned into the appearance of modern humans. The original humans have already passed away in the erosion of time. In the memories of the current humans, it seems that they have lived on this continent since the distant ancient times. The number of humans has also changed from the initial calculation of hundreds to the current calculation of tens of thousands. From the original few small tribes, they have gradually split into the entire southern region, dotted like wildfire. The northern orc tribes have begun to have city-states and civilizations, and humans are also constantly expanding. They have begun to contact these orcs, and various bronze tools have begun to appear in tribal civilizations. The arrival of the city-state era has accelerated the evolution of orc civilization. They have begun to have their own orc. The human race has entered the city-state era, and the conflicts and mergers between various races are becoming more intense. The cultural conflicts and integration among the races continue to spark the flames of civilization. The original first-generation Beast King belonged to the Shu tribe, but by the fourth generation it had changed to the Tiger tribe. Subsequently, there were leaders from the Dog tribe and Minotaur tribe, and the current Beast King is Alistair of the 12th generation of the Male tribe. In other places, several city-states have also emerged, and tribes are transitioning towards a city-state system. The integration and mergers among the beast tribes have already begun. Regardless of which race is integrated or merged, the founder of that race loses the right to observe and is forced offline from the game. In the end, there are only 4 players left in the game, from the Wolf tribe, Undead tribe, and Human tribe. The first 3 tribes have a significant advantage in terms of size due to their innate characteristics, while the Human tribe, although the weakest in numbers and strength, has survived by staying away from the core areas of the beast tribes. However, the Orc tribe has developed rapidly, while the Human tribe is still in its infancy, just beginning to develop language and still in the early stages of agriculture. If this trend continues, the Human tribe, which has not yet developed, will be wiped out by the Orcs, who practice the law of the jungle. At this moment, all players receive a prompt in their minds. The first closed beta test is over, and the second closed beta test will begin in 3 days. Please stay tuned. At this time, all 4 players are live streaming, with thousands of viewers in each of their streams. Some are very disappointed to see the sudden end of the closed beta, as they were expecting an epic war, while others cheer because it means they will have a chance to enter the game. When they exit and open the game forum, the official announcement is prominently displayed in red at the top. The closed beta version 0.1 of Second Life is officially over. Thank you to all players for your expectations and support. Due to the fantastic ideas contributed by players, many creatures with growth potential have been created, and the basic biological framework of the fantasy world is complete. The 21 players of the Orc tribe and 1 human player will receive the game title stone, and each tribe will cast bronze statues and stone carvings for future generations to admire. These 22 players will automatically qualify for the second closed beta test and will receive special bonuses by equipping this title in the game. The specific effects are to be explored by the players themselves. With this official announcement, the forum explodes with excitement. The official team really knows how to play. Even the races and humans are created by players. Does this mean that there is nothing in that world, and everything has to be created by players themselves? Just thinking about it feels so exciting. Is the freedom of the game so high that players can directly become the ancestors of a race? Can we create a god directly? It's already so difficult to create a race, and you want to be a god. Do you know what constitutes a god? I envy those players who have become ancestors. They are already the ancestors of the Orc tribe. Wow, it's so exaggerated. There are truly endless possibilities. If we bring things from reality into the game, what will happen? For example, making gunpowder, building airplanes and tanks to dominate the world. I just want to know how many slots there are in the second closed beta. While players are discussing frantically, you have already started analyzing the genes of the Orc tribe and humans with the primordial pen. The Bearman tribe is a primitive life form that has not yet evolved to its peak. Their genetic value is low, and it is recommended to wait for further growth. Currently, they can produce 0.1% divine gene, evaluation ordinary. When you hear that the genes of the remaining 21 races are all evaluated like this, you think about it and hold back. Now the idea of integrating these genes, since the integration is considered more valuable than judging the growth, can only wait for now. The reason you stop the closed beta now is of course because you see that the situation of the human race is very dangerous, so you have to pause first. Only one wisdom: the dominance of a race can easily lead to extreme imbalance. You want to create a race, with many worlds balancing each other, so you have to prepare to give the human race an advantage. Let them have the power to protect themselves first. At this time, the game's Second Life, under the promotion of a large number of players, combined with the photos and videos tested in the game, suddenly exploded the entire network. With 100% authenticity, high degree of freedom, almost infinite, NPCs have high autonomy, intelligence, can interact perfectly with people, becoming the keyword of Second Life. Countless media and news are reporting, and a large number of players are rushing in, only to find that the second beta has not started yet. They can only watch the game videos posted by the first beta players on the forum. At this time, many game strategies and internal test items of the first beta players were released and pinned to the homepage of the game forum. Soon it was the third day, and many players eagerly awaited the start of the second beta, and you also uploaded the update log on the forum. The Second Life closed beta version 0. Version 2 is officially launched, with the following updates. 10,000 testing spots are available, each player has only one life, and will be forced offline upon death. The distribution of the testing spots in version 2 will be based on the species created by players. The achievement system will be opened, allowing players to evolve special and powerful species for eternal recognition in history and special rewards. As the strength of the orc race gradually increases, players can choose to join one of the forces or create their own tribe to compete for dominance on the continent. New species will receive independent protection until they have the ability to compete with other species. The time ratio between the real world and the game world is 1 day in the real world to 100 years in the virtual world. The official update log caused a stir on the forum, as players realized that although more spots were available, each person only has one life. This means that in the future, everyone must cherish their lives, as failure will result in waiting for the next test. The qualification process to enter the game is quite terrifying, as players need to demonstrate their knowledge of biology by creating new species. If they fail to do so and the spots are filled, they lose their eligibility. Despite the challenging requirements, a large number of players flooded in. Surprisingly, over 3 million players were online for the test, and the 10,000 testing spots were filled in less than an hour, forcing the rest of the players offline. These 10,000 new species were deemed to have potential by the chaos element, allowing them to evolve and grow in the virtual world. Some interesting creatures were discovered, such as elves, dwarves, flying birds, and electric eels. Some players chose to abandon their created species and join either the human or orc races. Han Fei, who had the title of ancestor of the orcs, chose to join his original tribe. When faced with the decision to enter the game, he chose to abandon his creation and join the human camp. As an ancestor, he could directly choose his race without the need for testing. Han Fei created a young human body and entered the game, naming the southernmost part of the continent as the Yani continent. There lies the fertile Lika plain with abundant forests and food, making it a paradise for humans. Round felt roof thatched cottages dotted the foothills, where primitive humans lived by hunting and gathering. Han Fei walked out of one of the thatched cottages and witnessed. It was like a scene from a paradise. Han Fei curiously looked at the tribe and found that the level of human development was the same as when the ban on toilets was first lifted. Language, clothing, and habits had not changed. Han Fei silently glanced around and realized that the people in this world had only passed 3 days. As he walked to the central square of the tribe, he saw a huge stone statue erected in the center. It was his own likeness, but in the image of Homo sapiens, still somewhat resembling primitive humans. At this moment, under the guidance of an old man, a group of people from the tribe were worshipping. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride because the stone statue resembled him. However, he noticed that most of the humans were elderly, weak, women, and children. Even the young men were mostly disabled, missing limbs. Han Fei's heart sank as he realized what the tribe had been through. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and all the people in the tribe looked in horror towards the distance. Han Fei followed their gaze and saw a horde of beastmen army rushing out of the forest. It was the most powerful werewolf tribe among the beastmen, with fierce werewolves riding wolves, wielding sharp bronze swords and long spears. In contrast, the human tribe's able-bodied soldiers had been slaughtered in previous conflicts, leaving only the elderly, weak, and disabled with no proper weapons to resist. In just a few minutes, the entire tribe was decimated by the werewolf cavalry. After completing their mission, the werewolf cavalry left, setting the tribe on fire and laughing maniacally. At that moment, Han Fei pushed aside the bodies, staggered, and ran out of the burning tribe. He watched from a safe distance as the entire tribe burned, trembling with fear. Although he had created the human race, he was just an ordinary person in this world and had never witnessed such a brutal scene before. Seeing the humans being slaughtered one by one, Han Fei was terrified and his only thought was to escape. The human tribe had already been engulfed in flames, with black smoke billowing and the smell of burning flesh making Han Fei retch. Clenching his fists tightly, he hated his own helplessness and cowardice, as well as the wolf cavalry that acted like beasts. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky, so bright that Han Fei couldn't look directly at it. When the light dissipated, a man with golden hair appeared before him, wearing a white cloak, a short top, pants, boots, and a white mask with red patterns that obscured his face. "Who are you?" Han Fei asked in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe stronger than when facing the werewolf cavalry. The man glanced faintly through the mask at Han Fei, and the world was created by. "I created, you can understand as the creator god." Han Fei's eyes widened instantly, his brain short-circuited for a moment, the creator god, but the next moment Han Fei realized that the guy in front of him who claimed to be the creator god should be an NPC. This is a triggered quest. "Since you are the creator god, why don't you save my people?" Han Fei suddenly stared at you, with a hint of anger in his tone. "Werewolves are also life, humans are also life, survival of the fittest is the law of the world, why should I save your human race?" Your tone is very calm, without any emotion. Han Fei's tone was full of anger. From the perspective of a god, there is indeed no difference between the human race and the werewolf race, they are all just ants. Why should the god care about their life and death? Then why are you here now? Han Fei did not show awe towards the god, but instead a hint of anger. "You," snorted coldly. A loud buzzing sound rang in Han Fei's mind, a terrifying pressure swept over, making his knees weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. Han Fei was furious in his heart, desperately trying to stand up, but his body had no strength at all, and there was no way to stand up. "I appeared to give your human race one last chance," you said indifferently, and continued, "most of the human tribes do not have the ability to resist the orcs. What you see today is just a microcosm of the future fate of the human race. If this trend continues, within 3 years, all human races will be wiped out, either enslaved or become food for the orcs." The anger in Han Fei's heart was evident. He thought of the hellish scene he had just seen, knowing that the god in front of him was not talking nonsense. "What opportunity are you talking about?" Your sharp eyes stared at Han Fei like a sharp sword, making his body tremble involuntarily. Han Fei instantly understood what the other party meant. His thoughts turned in his mind, and soon his attitude became extremely respectful. "Please, great creator, grant me a way to save the human race." You smiled faintly, raised your hand slightly, and Han Fei's body flew uncontrollably towards you. Han Fei's face was shocked at first, but he quickly calmed down because he felt that you could kill him effortlessly. There was no need to make so much trouble. As Han Fei flew in front of you, you immediately pointed your finger at his forehead. "I grant you the bloodline of a warrior, inheriting the glory of battle and the joy of anger. When angry, you can unleash powerful combat power." Han Fei felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and then countless memories of battle rushed in, even his body visibly became stronger. You waved your hand again, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in your hand. This sword had an ancient style, exuding an unparalleled dominance, with special patterns and a blood groove on it. This sword is called Judgment, extremely sharp, capable of cutting through everything. "I also bestow it upon you." Han Fei was still shocked by the changes in his body at this moment. Seeing this mirror-like, shining long sword, his heart was instantly excited. He immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully receiving the long sword named Judgment with both hands, thanking the great creator for the gift. After receiving Judgment on one knee, Han Fei did not receive a response for a long time. He cautiously raised his head to look, only to find that the creator had long disappeared from sight. At this moment, you had already returned to the real world. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. Acting is really damn good. The reason you personally intervened was to give the human race a boost, allowing them to grow rapidly. Han Fei himself was a modern person, also holding the title of the ancestor, and with the abilities bestowed upon him, he could easily become the leader of a tribe and even establish a human civilization without any difficulty. As for resisting the invasion of the orc race, as long as civilization is established and both sides form a basic balance of power, there should be no problem. After all, although the orc race is powerful, they are not invincible. Han Fei has now activated part of your genes, awakening the blood of a warrior. With the Judgment divine sword he bestowed, facing hundreds of enemies is absolutely not a problem. If even Han Fei cannot lead the human race to rise, then one can only blame oneself for misjudgment. At that time, another person will be chosen. Han Fei feels the power surging within his body, feeling amazed because he can clearly sense that he has become stronger. With a slight movement of his feet, Han Fei's body shoots out like a sharp sword, as fast as a cheetah. After several repeated tests, Han Fei is pleasantly surprised to find that his current speed is at least 4 to 5 times faster than a normal person, almost like a gust of wind. This superhuman feeling instantly captivates him. Han Fei takes out the Judgment and examines it for a moment. He closes his eyes and begins to recall the combat skills just inherited in his mind. After concentrating for a moment, Han Fei opens his eyes silently and swiftly swings his opinion forward. Faintly visible on the judgment, a white holy color emerges, emitting a brilliant light with a sharp whistling sound as it rushes out, leaving a crack silently appearing on the ground ahead. Han Fei is astonished by the power of the divine sword. He had only used about 10% of his strength just now. If he were to use his full power, how powerful would the judgment be? Next, the first thing Han Fei does is to start a live broadcast. I met the creator god, and then I became a superhero. This headline immediately attracts countless players. At this moment, several million players have just been forcibly kicked out of the game. Some people uninstall the game in anger, but more are reluctant to leave. In the game forums and live broadcast halls, these millions of people feel the highly realistic scenes in the virtual world. Although they have not entered the game, just the login interface makes them feel the impact of 100% realism. When they see the headline posted by Han Fei, countless viewers click in. In just 1 minute, tens of thousands of people enter Han Fei's game livestream. Seeing so many people coming in, Han Fei suddenly becomes excited. Without further ado, let me show you the power of this sword bestowed by the gods, Han Fei says as he wields the judgment with all his might, unleashing his sword towards the front. A dazzling light erupts from the judgment, turning into a sword energy over 10 meters long, then fiercely slashing down on the ground. The ground trembles violently as if an earthquake had occurred. After all the light and dust dissipate, a crack 3 meters wide and of unknown depth appears on the ground. Han Fei is dumbfounded, and so are the viewers in the live stream. They never imagined the terrifying power of this sword. The barrage displays neatly arranged text, and the number of people in the live stream skyrockets at this moment, breaking through tens of thousands in the blink of an eye. Wow, it turns out to be a Big Shot who has obtained the title of the Ancestor. Big Shot is awesome. Big Shot, may I ask how you achieved such a monstrous feat? Big Shot, did you really encounter the creator god? Damn, I just saw a guy who joined the Bear Clan and was captured by the Werewolf Clan as a slave as soon as he entered. Big Shot, how did you do it? This is the difference between a pro player and an ordinary player. Big Shot, the Wolf Cavalry is coming after you. Run, Big Shot, run. Oh no, Big Shot is amazing. He's about to be killed by the orcs in less than a minute. Han Fei doesn't need the barrage to remind him. He has already noticed the return of the Wolf Cavalry. The sound of wolves running is like thunder. How could he not notice? Han Fei knows without thinking that the commotion he caused here was too great, making the Wolf Cavalry, who had already left, aware of something in return. Although Han Fei is still somewhat nervous, he does not run because at this moment, he has gained confidence and is the first to rush forward. A Wolf Cavalryman, wielding his long knife, seemed to slow down in Han Fei's eyes as he swiftly bent over and swung his sword. The next moment, the judgment in Han Fei's hand effortlessly tore through the Wolf Cavalryman's armor and pierced his neck. Like a top swordsman, Han Fei swiftly moved among the Wolf Cavalrymen, each strike causing one to fall. In just 5 minutes, at least 30 Wolf Cavalrymen had died by Han Fei's sword. The audience in the livestream was stunned, watching the Wolf Cavalrymen being slain one by one. Han Fei's swift and decisive actions turned killing into an art form, leaving the audience both anxious and excited. The realism was unsettling, making some wonder if he had actually killed before. Han Fei's prowess was undeniable, and the audience couldn't help but feel the game's authenticity was questionable. The sight of blood and the cries of death made some tremble with fear, while others were eager to play the game and become powerful like him. Han Fei faced a pair of Wolf Cavalrymen alone, and the situation on the field changed once again. Covered in blood, Han Fei appeared terrifying, yet he bore no wounds himself. The Wolf Cavalrymen realized the human before them was incredibly strong, instilling an involuntary fear within them. As the Wolf Cavalrymen retreated, one of them sensed an inexplicable danger from behind. A blinding white light descended from the sky, turning into a massive sword light that struck them down, erasing them from existence. This was the legendary sword cavalry, a phenomenon in the fantasy world. Witnessing this, the audience believed Han Fei had encountered a god of creation, triggering a hidden mission. Over the following time, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers, the continent of Yani underwent drastic changes. Han Fei, with his extraordinary power, the divine sword judgment, and the title of human ancestor, quickly subjugated the first tribe and embarked on a conquest. In just an hour, equivalent to over 4 years in the game world, he conquered numerous tribes and established the first human castle on the Lida Plains. The underground city became a gathering place for all humans, united under his rule. The powerful and fierce orc, Han Fei, self-proclaimed as the military god beast, claimed to be a descendant of the gods, and thus established the first human dynasty. The hero used knowledge from the real world to thoroughly organize the language and writing system of the human race, leading humanity into the agricultural era, teaching them farming and field faith. It's unbelievable that a true boss can actually found a country. Does this mean that the world will develop into the civilization we have now? Hey, wait for me, I will establish a Shang dynasty, overthrow the Xia dynasty. Oh my goodness, what have I seen? Boss, can I play with your account? I really want to experience being an emperor. Dream on, this game account cannot be shared. When Han Fei founded the country, the barrage in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. No one expected such a grand play, directly establishing a country. Speaking of which, it was very difficult for Han Fei to achieve this, even though his knowledge was rich. He was ultimately just an ordinary person who couldn't know everything. But as Han Fei founded the country, there were already over 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Everyone was giving him ideas. Even if they didn't know, they could search on the search engine and tell him what to do. This kind of first-hand witnessing of the rise of a civilization, the high level of involvement in the establishment of civilization, made those viewers feel a sense of participation, even if they were not in the game. In the next hour, the number of people in Han Fei's live broadcast room doubled again, reaching a terrifying 400,000. Han Fei divided humanity into several classes. Those who awakened abilities like him were called gods, with noble bloodlines, ruling as aristocrats. The rest of the ordinary people were commoners, with a large number of conquered people under them, who were the lowest slaves. Even lower than the slaves were the orcs, who became prisoners of war. Killing them only required paying a certain fine, without any punishment. Orcs and humans have had a deep-seated enmity for nearly 1,000 years, which was unanimously approved by the human race. However, it sparked intense debate in the live broadcast room. Soon, people were divided into two camps. Some believed that all humans are born equal, even those in the early stages of civilization should not be divided into different classes, while others believed that respecting the historical trajectory, the humans in this fantasy world are fundamentally unable to understand what democracy and freedom are. Bringing these modern concepts in rashly would only lead to the rapid disintegration of humanity, ultimately being exterminated by the orcs. This debate directly pushed Second Life to the top of the hot search list, becoming extremely popular. More and more people learned about this game. Countless curious individuals entered the game forums and live broadcast halls. When they saw that it was like the real world inside, with live broadcast scenes, everyone was deeply shocked because it was so realistic, making them feel like they were watching a real live broadcast. At the same time, the number of viewers in Han Fei's live broadcast room reached an exaggerated 1 million. Intuitively, under the suggestions of many anthropologists and sociologists among the audience, Han Fei designated gold and silver as the currency of humanity, initiating trade between humans, completely ending the barter system. Humanity emerged from the tribal era of the early civilization and order descended upon humanity. Regardless of how people outside argued about whether democracy or the rule of slave-owning aristocrats should be established, Han Fei paid no attention. As the king of divine medicine, he enjoyed the worship of all, driving a large number of human slaves and orcs to build his palace, wearing extremely gorgeous clothes, even using gold to pave the floors of his palace. With the support of Han Fei's immense personal power, the human race coalesced into a force, and the orcs no longer dared to invade human territory easily, entering a rapidly developing era. In just 4 hours of real-world time, which is the Western fantasy world, in the 17th year of the boundary, the population grew rapidly, surpassing the 2 million mark. In the 21st year of the Great Xia dynasty, the conflict between the orc tribe and humans escalated further. The city of Luo and the underground capital erupted in the first intense conflict. Both sides mobilized over 100,000 troops each, initiating the first large-scale war between the two races. When the viewers in the live broadcast saw the organized human army and the over 200,000 orc army, the number of viewers surged to 3 million. What shocked everyone even more was that over 3 million people were watching the epic war live without any lag. At that moment, no one had time to pay attention to the game company's servers because the live epic war had already begun. At the forefront of the orc camp was the wolf cavalry riding on mighty wolves, followed closely by the bear tribe's heavy armored cavalry wielding giant axes. Behind them were the tiger tribe, lion tribe, and other fierce-looking races. Standing a kilometer away from the orc camp, Han Fei rode on a tall and mighty corridor, clad in golden armor and wielding the judgment sword, resembling a god. Behind him were all the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty, only 100,000 in number, but with no fear on their faces. Because all humans knew that if they lost this battle, they might face extinction at the hands of the orcs, and their wives, children, and families would not be spared. Therefore, this battle could only end in victory, not defeat. Tens of thousands of troops faced each other in silence, a sense of killing intent pervading the entire battlefield, on the brink of a desperate charge, with the aura of death looming overhead. This is what war is about. Compared to the wars in TV dramas and movies, this is like child's play. I got goosebumps. Finally, I understood what tens of thousands of people meant. It's terrifying. I actually felt what killing intent is. Han Fei drew the judgment sword, a dazzling light instantly covering his body. He then swung the sword forward and shouted loudly, "In the name of the gods, shine without end." Han Fei only spoke these two short sentences, which seemed to be taken as truth by everyone. The soldiers of all humans had red eyes, looking at Han Fei, who appeared like a god, with excitement and tears, standing tall. "In the name of the gods, shine without end." The thunderous voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Han Fei's gaze was calm as he swung his long sword down, ready to face the enemy. After finishing his words, the corridor under him charged forward first. The human cavalry and soldiers behind also shouted slogans of killing the enemy, closely following Han Chen. Under the command of the Wolf King Nurla, the orc army turned into a fierce steel torrent and collided with the human soldiers. In this racial war, everyone risked their lives, with warriors from both sides charging forward recklessly. The two steel torrents intertwined, instantly turning into a meat grinder battle. Blood splattered like goose feathers, and the brutality of war was fully displayed at this moment. No one spoke in the live broadcast room, everyone held their breath, nervously watching this epic battle that would determine the fate of the two races. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was filled with flying flesh and blood, corpses everywhere, terrifying and chilling to witness. The scene was too real, whether it was the agonizing screams of humans or orcs facing death, the pained expressions on their faces. It didn't look like a game screen at all, it was almost too real. Watching humans and orcs fall one by one, blood quickly dyed the entire land red, even weapons floated in the blood, leaving everyone speechless with shock. The most eye-catching figure on the battlefield was undoubtedly Han Chen, the human king, enveloped in white light, moving skillfully in the enemy's formation, unstoppable. The human soldiers, inspired by Han Chen's ancestral title, fought with doubled courage, displaying a combat power even stronger than usual. Following Han Chen's lead, they charged left and right on the battlefield, becoming a sharp blade that pierced into the orc army's formation. This great battle lasted from morning till dusk, with the field covered in corpses. However, humans were greatly outnumbered and outmatched in weapons compared to the orcs, and their individual combat abilities were no match for the orc soldiers. At this point, the human army of 100,000 was reduced to less than 10,000, while the orcs also suffered heavy losses, with only less than 30,000 elite soldiers remaining out of 200,000. Seeing the army on the verge of defeat, in a critical moment, Han Chen led the most elite wolf cavalry of the human race and launched a surprise attack on the Orc King's tent, killing the 10th generation Orc King Wolf King Nurla. With the death of the Wolf King, the orc army fell into chaos, and upon hearing this news, the human soldiers were like they had been injected with chicken blood, bursting out with even greater combat power. What's more exaggerated is that many humans activated their bloodline abilities at this moment, awakening extraordinary combat abilities like Han Chen. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, under the command of several players with ancestral titles, the orcs quickly led the remaining orc soldiers to retreat, ending this epic battle. Witnessing the victory of the humans, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately erupted into cheers, each of them excited as if they had won the battle themselves. After all, they had witnessed the rise of the human race step by step, and Han Chen, the human king, was also one of their players. Naturally, they could not hope for the victory of the orc race. The barrage in the live broadcast room at that moment was filled with messages, "Human King is awesome, for generations to come." The live broadcast room seemed to go crazy, with everyone excitedly spamming the barrage. Not long after, a piece of news quickly climbed up the hot search rankings. Epic battle, victory for humans. Many people found it inexplicable and didn't understand how this became a hot search. When they clicked to see, they discovered it was a game called Second Life. When they saw the various battlefield scenes released by players and viewers, those who didn't know this game were immediately stunned. The scenes were just like a Hollywood blockbuster. How could it be just a game? So more and more people were attracted to this game, making Second Life quickly known to the world. At this time, Han Chen in the Western fantasy world was covered in blood, with almost no intact piece of skin, only various sizes of wounds. Han Chen laughed heartily as he watched the orcs leave, then collapsed from the seat wolf. Countless human soldiers immediately rushed over and rescued the severely injured Han Chen. The history of the Great Xia Dynasty records, the founding monarch of the Great Xia, Han Chen, received the sword judgment bestowed by the creator, awakening the warrior's bloodline, and established the capital in the imperial capital. In the 21st year of the Great Xia, King Han Chen of the Great Xia led the elite human army to battle the orcs on the Lika plain, slaying the 10th generation Orc King Nurla, and the humans returned victorious. Meanwhile, due to the death of the Orc King Nurla, there was greater chaos erupting among the orc tribes. More than 20 orc players with the title of ancestors, with over half dying on the battlefield. The remaining 5 began to vie for the position of Orc King, leading to intense internal strife. The human tribes began to retreat to the south to recuperate. By this time, nearly 10 hours had passed since Han Shen entered the game, equivalent to 40 years in the Western fantasy world. The audience numbers kept increasing, reaching a staggering 5 million. Han Shen had been live streaming for 10 hours by now, and the numbers continued to rise without any sign of decline. Many people regretted missing the epic battle and stayed in Han Shen's livestream, not wanting to miss the upcoming scenes. However, the subsequent developments shocked everyone. In that battle, Han Shen sustained severe injuries, lost the courage to fight, and instead began to build palaces on a large scale, lingering in a gentle land. It was now the 45th year of the Great Xia Dynasty, and Han Shen had become a man in his 60s. With his awakened extraordinary abilities, Han Shen's lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even in his 60s, he still appeared to be in his 40s. However, Han Shen had lost his former ambitions, especially after the epic war, where he was worshipped by the human tribes as a god, gradually believing he was indeed a god who could do as he pleased. As time passed, Han Shen keenly felt his life inching towards its end. He began to fear death, dreading the gradual weakening of his body. Death was closing in on him, instilling more fear in Han Shen's heart as he recalled his glorious life, unwilling for it to end. The audience witnessed Han Shen dispatching people to search for life-extending elixirs and offering a hefty reward for any trace of the creator god. Now I finally understand why Qin Shi Huang sought the elixir of immortality. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. Han, with endless authority, naturally desires to live longer, prolonging this sense of satisfaction. If it were me, I would do the same. After all, who wouldn't want a lifetime of the life with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Unlike Qin Shi Huang, our King Han Shen has seen the creator god, knowing that there are indeed gods in the Western fantasy world, and if there are gods, they can certainly extend life. This game is too terrifying. No wonder it's called Second Life. Han Shen is clearly immersed in the game, probably forgetting that he is a modern person. At this moment, Han Shen suddenly ended the live stream. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar, and soon someone discovered the reason. Many people in the barrage were advising Han Shen to wake up, not to seek immortality, to continue to strengthen the human tribe's power, and avoid being threatened by the orc tribe again. Han Shen had ruled the human tribe for over 40 years by now, holding a high position. In the Western fantasy world, he was the supreme king, enjoying unparalleled power. He could do whatever he wanted, with endless wealth and countless women offering themselves to him, and all of this actually happened. Han Shen had dozens of sons, most of whom inherited his bloodline, awakening the blood of warriors and becoming powerful fighters. Decades passed, and Han Shen couldn't tell if he was a modern person or the founding king of the Great Xia Dynasty in the Western fantasy world. But compared to his ordinary identity outside, he clearly cared more about the Western fantasy world. Now Han Shen just wanted to restore his youthful body, so he could enjoy the peak of power for a long time. Han Shen thought of the creator god who bestowed judgment in the blood of warriors, feeling that his current power had reached the pinnacle of the world, hoping to become a god, to become an immortal existence like that man. Han Shen began to build the temple of the creator god on a large scale, acting like a devout believer, kneeling before the idol of the creator god every day, praying. He took out all the gold from the national treasury, demanding the most skilled craftsmen to cast a pure gold idol of the creator god. He even mobilized the entire country to build a temple more luxurious than his palace, declaring the creator god religion as the state religion, and himself as the most devout believer of the creator god. Although Han Shen stopped the live broadcast, his crazy actions were still known to the audience in the real world, because among those 10,000 second-phase players, there were also a few who joined the human race. However, they were all ordinary players, without awakening any powers, only able to mix in the lower class. But with Han Shen stopping the live broadcast, this was their chance to rise. At this moment, the audience was eager to know about the Great Xia Dynasty, as in the real world, an hour past there meant several years had gone by. These few players started a live broadcast, satisfying the curiosity of the audience. The millions of viewers with pent-up emotions immediately flooded into the live broadcast rooms of these few human players. And Han Shen's actions over the past decade were also exposed to the public eye. Everyone thought Han Shen had gone mad, as he hardly did anything productive, but instead used the entire country's resources to search for the creator god, constantly expanding the temple, making it more magnificent day by day. To build the temple, Han Shen began to extort and exploit, investing all resources into what he considered a great cause. This also led to the common people's lives becoming difficult, worsening day by day, with people even starving to death. Despite Han Shen's prestige being comparable to that of a deity, voices of protest arose from both commoners and nobles, as they could no longer live happily, with no use for any deity. But Han Shan paid no attention to the suffering of the people, ruthlessly suppressing any resistance with violent and bloody means. Han Shan had already become the tyrant known to all, disregarding the lives of others for his own selfish interests. While the people were starving and naked, the temple of the Creator God continued to expand. Inside, there were many priests in white robes, as well as pure priestesses, serving the deities. Han Shan prayed for decades, trying every method, but still did not see the face of the deity. At this time, a popular post appeared on the game forum. Crowdfunding to overthrow the tyrant. We have watched Emperor Han grow up to become a tyrant, calling on those with aspirations to overthrow the tyrant's rule and save the people of the Western fantasy world from disaster. The forum was named Shang Tang, and as soon as the person posted, it was immediately pushed to the top. Mondo wants to go wherever he wants. Facepalm, brother, your name is really cool. Are you really planning to establish the Great Shang Dynasty? Lemonescence, thumbs up. Damn, brother, I've seen your live broadcast, and your ID is the same as in the game, right? If I remember correctly, you're just a loser among the human race. Although Han Shen is old, he holds a divine weapon and can easily defeat you in minutes. Where do you get the courage to voluntarily go and die, giving you a 666? My king, don't even think about challenging Han Shen one-on-one, you probably can't even enter the palace gates. Happy everyday replied to my king, forget about the palace gates, I bet this brother doesn't even know which way the palace gates open. Shang Tang replied to Happy everyday, pitiful, that's why I'm calling everyone to come up with a solution together. This killer is a bit crazy replied to Shang Tang, I'll teach you a way. You just say you have the elixir of immortality to offer to Emperor Han, then secretly bring a dagger in, do a Jingku assassination of the king of Qin, guaranteeing your eternal fame. Smirking, Kaitu, Akuan, replied to Shang Tang, sly smile, don't listen to him, you can figure out the formula for black powder, research it in the Western fantasy world, blow up the Temple of Creation first, Han Shen will definitely bring people, then you can strike again and send him to the Western heaven. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of absurd ideas appeared below, but upon closer examination, none of them were reliable. Damn, I saw the Creator God. Just then, another post on the forum was quickly bumped up. Anyone who saw this post couldn't help but click on it in amazement. The first thing that appeared in the post was a high-definition screenshot from the game, showing a grand palace with a roaring fire in the fireplace, and the floor covered with rare animal skin carpets. Han Shen, wearing a crown encrusted with gemstones, sat on a lounge chair, facing a towering figure in a white robe and a mask. The appearance of this figure was exactly like the Creator God in the Temple of Creation scattered throughout the human world. I am currently in the game. Welcome everyone to admire the splendor of the Creator God. Below the photo was a link to the game's live stream. In that moment, countless people clicked on the link and flooded into the live stream room of the player named Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf. As the audience poured in frantically, they were all stunned because Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf was not a human player, but a bat. At that moment, he was hiding on the beam of the temple, peering down stealthily. The audience was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that with the tight security of the temple, normal people really couldn't get in. However, what they were more concerned about at that moment was what would happen between the Creator God and Han Shen. When they followed the gaze of Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf downwards, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Shen now had white hair, wrinkles all over his face, a layer of white film over his eyes, and the judgment sword placed beside the throne. The once heroic king who conquered the world was now aged and feeble, seemingly unable to even lift the sword. Han Shen, what is the meaning of all this you're doing? Chen Luo looked at Han Shen indifferently. After the epic battle, he rarely paid attention to the human side because he believed that for the time being, the orcs and humans should develop peacefully for a while, without any major disturbances. If he hadn't accidentally stumbled upon the forum, Chen Luo wouldn't have known about the farce Han Shen had created. Now the entire human race was suffering because of Han Shen's pursuit of immortality. If this trend continued, the orcs might rise again, and the balance would be disrupted. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a headache. Human greed truly knows no bounds. Han Shen, an ordinary person in reality, had obtained everything in the Western fantasy world and now began to covet things that didn't belong to him. Is it you, the great Creator God? Have you really come? Han Shen's voice was hoarse but filled with excitement. Chen Luo looked at Han Shen with a hint of pity in his eyes. The young man from back then now appeared aged, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. Do you desire immortality? Chen Luo quickly regained his composure and asked calmly. Yes, great Creator God, I have already led the human race to rise. Please grant me immortality as a reward I deserve. Han Shen's excited voice echoed in the temple, leaving the audience in the live broadcast with mixed emotions. From founding a nation to leading the human army in epic battles, defeating the orcs and becoming a hero of the human race, all witnessed by millions of viewers. Along the way, Han Shen had gained many admirers, but now, seeing him pleading and weeping for immortality, the image of the hero in everyone's heart seemed to crumble. I suddenly understand him a bit. If I were granted powerful abilities by the gods and became a founding monarch, I might also be tempted by the desire for eternal life. Indeed, our historical founding monarchs have all sought ways to prolong their lives. Even so, those monarchs did not drag the entire nation and its people into their quest for immortality. Let's not forget that the human race is still weaker than the orcs in the end, with the orcs watching closely from the sidelines. If it weren't for those orc players vying for the position of the leader, the human race would probably be in trouble again. Do you think the Creator God will grant him immortality? I doubt it. The Creator God's attitude is so indifferent. You seem to have forgotten that this is a game world. The so-called Creator God is just an NPC. It's more about whether the game designers want Han Shen to continue living. The people in the live broadcast room began to debate whether Han Shen was right or wrong, and whether the designers would let him continue living. Chen Luo chuckled lightly and said, "A reward you deserve? You seem to have misunderstood one thing from the beginning. It was out of pity for your human race that I granted you power to protect them. Yes, you have done well, finally stabilizing the human race, and you have become the first king of humanity. Your name will be remembered in history. Power, status, fame, beautiful women, money, you have it all. What more could you want?" Han Shen shouted, "But this is not what I want." Trembling, he stood up from the throne and walked a few steps to Chen Luo. Although the mask hid Chen Luo's face, Han Shen could sense that the Creator God before him was no different from the first time they met. Years had passed, yet time had left no trace on the god. Han Shen gazed at Chen Luo's youthful body with fiery eyes and exclaimed, "As my body ages and my strength wanes, I realize that power and authority are all illusions. They are meaningless. Only by becoming a god like you can one achieve eternity. I want to be like you, I want to live as long as the heavens." Chen Luo chuckled softly, "Human greed, indeed. But why should I grant you eternal life?" Han Shen was taken aback, then glared at Chen Luo angrily. "No, I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me. You should reward me." Chen Luo shook his head. "I did not give you any mission. On the contrary, I gave you the power to choose. With the power I bestowed upon you, you could choose to protect the human race and gain supreme power. You could also choose to use it as a starting point to surpass the limits of human strength and extend your life. But you chose power, and now you want me to satisfy your unreasonable desires and requests?" Han Shen's figure shook, and he finally realized what was wrong. The method of longevity had been right in front of him all along, but he had been blinded by power and had not noticed it. As long as he continued to evolve and break through the limits of power, he could prolong his life. Only by becoming as powerful as a god could he truly exist. "Great Creator God, I was wrong. Please give me a little more time." Chen Luo glanced lightly at Han Shen and said, "The cycle of life and death of species is a natural law. Since you have chosen power, you must bear the consequences of your choice." Han Shen's body trembled slightly, and soon a look of madness appeared in his eyes. "I will exchange everything I have now, whether it's money, power, beautiful women, anything, as long as you give me another 10 years, no, 5 years will do. I will definitely break through my current state." Chen Luo chuckled and said, "What meaning do all your possessions have for me?" Han Shen was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. Indeed, everything Han Shen had now was obtained through the power he had received from the Creator God. Now he was trying to exchange things that originally belonged to the Creator God for life, which was simply absurd and ridiculous. And did the gods need those things that Han Shen mentioned? Watching Han Shen's frenzied appearance, the audience in the live broadcast room found it difficult to continue watching. "Since you won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself." As Han Shen roared out these words, his body burst back to the throne, grasping the judgment sword in his hand. Han Shen let out an angry roar, and his once aging body seemed to suddenly regain its youthfulness. The age spots and wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared, restoring him to the appearance of a middle-aged man. This time, Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. His eyes emitted a divine light as he quickly scanned Han Shen's body. "Interesting, it seems that you haven't wasted your time these years, actually completely integrating the blood of anger in your genes." Chen Luo smiled faintly and said, "However, fully activating the blood of anger can only restore your youth for half an hour at most. After that, your genes will collapse and disintegrate, turning into a pool of blood. So, are you planning to perish with me?" "Yes, I want to kill the god." As soon as Han Shen said this, the audience was stunned, shocked into silence for a while. Not a single person spoke, even the barrage was quiet. This guy was crazy enough to want to kill a god. The next moment, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Damn, Han Emperor is a great actor, he's been hiding it well, he must have had this plan long ago, just waiting for the creator god to come to him? Han Emperor is going to change to a more badass name, Emperor of Godslaying? But, I can't quite understand the logic of Han Emperor, can killing a god grant him eternal life? So the question is he killing the creator god? If he really kills him, then isn't he the creator god? What creator god? I think he should be a final boss created by the game designer. If Han Emperor really takes down the ultimate boss prepared by the designer, then the game won't be playable anymore. While the audience in the live broadcast room was frantically discussing, the player you have milk as a wolf immediately changed the live broadcast title to Battle of Godslaying. Can Han Emperor challenge the creator god? When this title was posted on the forum, tens of thousands of viewers immediately flooded in, and the number of viewers in You Have Milk as a Wolf's live broadcast room instantly exceeded 1 million. And the number of viewers continued to rise, comparable to the epic battle live broadcast between humans and orcs. At this moment, in the temple, Han Chen raised the judgment high, a dazzling light instantly covering his whole body, invisible energy overflowing, making his clothes rustle. His eyes shot out brilliance, arrogantly and wantonly saying, "My people, follow me to slay the god and ascend to the godly throne." As soon as Han Chen's voice fell, a group of people holding weapons rushed in from outside the temple. Each of these people had powerful energy surging through their bodies, obviously awakened warriors with bloodline powers. Chen Luo smiled silently, looking at Han Chen's preparedness. There were probably about 100 people in this group, all awakened with bloodline powers and extraordinary strength. This was almost all of the top fighting force of the human race. Han Chen was really going to fight with all his might, completely unaware of what fate the human race would face after his failure. "Since you are so well prepared, let me see how strong your power is, arrogant enough to think you can kill a god." Chen Luo looked at Han Chen, whose radiance was getting stronger and stronger, with amusement. "Kill!" With Han Chen's command, all the awakened warriors rushed towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo's figure remained motionless, allowing their weapons to fall on the robe covering his body. Just when these people thought it was so easy to succeed, a huge force of recoil erupted from Chen Luo's body, instantly sending the first 7 or 8 people who touched him flying away. Bang! Their bodies were like chaff in a violent wind, crashing heavily into various corners of the temple, some breaking through walls, some rolling down from the high steps in front of the temple gate. But without exception, they all lost their ability to resist and fainted one by one. "Interesting, all of you possess the power of bloodthirst, did you help them awaken?" Chen Luo looked at those who were lying on the ground, realizing that he had only casually unlocked some genes in Han Chen's body at that time, awakening his power. He did not expect this guy to somehow help others awaken the power of bloodthirst. Although Chen Luo could sense that half of these people had Han Chen's bloodline, that is, his sons and daughters, the other half had no blood relationship with him. Chen Luo reached out in doubt and grabbed a bloodline warrior who was still standing, feeling his body uncontrollably flying towards him. The bloodline warrior's whole body immediately burst into dazzling red light, trying to break free from this power. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Seeing this scene, the remaining bloodline warriors continued to charge fearlessly. Chen Luo ignored them, just grabbing the bloodline warrior flying towards him, and a divine light burst from his eyes, scanning him up and down. You are quite talented, actually refining your bloodline into a potion to help them awaken the power of bloodthirst." Han Chen's expression changed slightly. He had always kept this matter very secretive, only he knew about it in this world. He did not expect the creator god to see through it at a glance. Watching his bloodline warriors, whom he had spent so much effort on, charging one by one and being knocked back by an invisible force, Han Chen felt no fear but rather excitement. Is this the power of a god? The most powerful bloodline warriors among the human race even lacked the ability to fight back. After studying the bloodline warrior, Chen Luo suddenly fell into contemplation. Although Han Chen's method was a bit crude, it was advantageous in that it could create a powerful species without consuming lifespan and essence. He could extract the powerful bloodline strength of some strong lives and integrate it into other species to make them evolve and become stronger. Chen Luo thought for a moment and happened to have a species to experiment on right in front of him. With a pinch from Chen Luo, the bloodline warrior in front of him suddenly turned into a pool of blood without any warning. Those who saw this scene were stunned, whether it was Han Chen or the audience in the live broadcast room. Then they saw the pool of blood rolling and twisting, getting smaller and smaller, and the color changing from light red to deep red. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the wolf on the beam of the temple screamed and uncontrollably fell down. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, as they saw the live camera shaking and spinning. When the camera finally stabilized, the wolf had already fallen into Chen Luo's hands. "What the heck? What's going on? I'm just a bystander." the wolf shouted loudly in the live broadcast room. Ha, do you now understand what an innocent disaster is, streamer? Congratulations, you have the potential of the great emperor. The creator god has taken notice of you, you will be the next one to establish a country. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering an epic level mission, becoming the pet of the creator god. Streamer, you have triggered a hidden mission, keep it up. Ha, it's okay, after all, you're just a little bat, not worth much. Streamer, you can't die, if you die, we won't be able to see the battle of killing the gods. Wow, is this really an encounter? What is the creator god doing? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, they saw the creator god inject a drop of crimson blood into the wolf. The wolf's body suddenly froze in midair, and then everyone saw the palm-sized bat rapidly expand, turning into half the size of a human in an instant. Its eyes turned blood red, its claws and teeth became extremely sharp, transforming into a fierce beast. Chen Luo frowned, reached out and grabbed the air again, and a bloodline warrior in the temple silently exploded into a mist of blood, then quickly twisted and shrank. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the purified drop of blood of anger flew into the bat's body. The wolf trembled, feeling an incredibly powerful force surging in his body, causing his bat body to continue to expand. Is it still too thin? Chen Luo muttered to himself, and with a casual gesture, 2 more bloodline warriors exploded into blood mist and merged into the bat's body. Then, to the horrified eyes of the crowd, the wolf's body twisted and transformed into a completely naked man. Damn, this is the real creator god, transforming a living being. Amazing, my creator god. Ah, streamer, your little buddy is exposed. Awesome. Han Emperor and his men are all dumbfounded. It's not dumbfounded, it's directly shocked. Forget it, let's disperse. Han Emperor's slogan of killing the gods is loud, but the outcome was already decided long ago. The wolf covered his lower body with both hands, his face full of embarrassment and fear, not knowing what had happened, how he had turned into a human. I bestow upon you the blood of immortality. From today onwards, by feeding on the bloodline descendants of anger, you can continuously prolong your life. As a price, you cannot be active during the day, turning to ashes when exposed to light. Chen Luo's words once again dumbfounded everyone. The longevity method that Han Chen desperately sought was casually bestowed upon a bat by Chen Luo, and it must feed on Han Chen's descendants. It was like stabbing Han Chen with a knife, sprinkling some salt, and then stepping on him a few times. Hey, creator god, I know you're awesome, but this is not okay. You turned me into a human without my consent, I protest. I refuse. I want to be a happy bat. The wolf raised one hand, looking defiant. Protest is invalid. Chen Luo glanced at him indifferently, waved his hand, and the wolf turned back into a bat. I bestow upon you the ability to transform at will. Whether you want to be a bat or a human, it's up to you. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded once again. Anchor, you are really cheeky, be careful. The creator god might burst your little ding-ding at any time. Damn, isn't this a vampire? We are witnessing the birth of the first vampire again. See, I told you earlier, all this talk about killing gods is just a farce. The big shot creator god doesn't even consider Han Emperor as a threat. Han Emperor is probably going to cry. Han Chen was more than just thinking of crying. He was now so angry that he was about to spit blood. He had been holding back all along, just wanting the bloodline warrior to test Chen Luo's strength. Now, Han Chen saw the immortal blood he had been desperately seeking being bestowed upon a bat. He could no longer restrain the anger in his heart, the light of judgment in his hand shining brightly, his figure rushing towards Chen Luo like a stream of light. Han Chen's movements were extremely fast, so fast that ordinary people only felt a blur before he had already rushed in front of Chen Luo, swinging the judgment down towards him. Chen Luo gave a faint snort, suddenly extending his palm, accelerating the speed and slapping towards Han Chen. Your speed should have reached the level of a first-tier gene lock. In terms of the current power of this world, you can indeed be considered a superhuman. But this world is created by me, the power you are proud of, has no effect on me. Bang! Han Chen's face changed drastically, he didn't even have time to react, like a mosquito being slapped by a palm, he flew out instantly, spitting out a large amount of blood. The next moment, Chen Luo took a step forward, crossing over a distance of more than 10 meters, arriving in front of Han Chen, once again reaching out to strike. Han Chen's face changed greatly, knowing that this was a matter of life and death, he could only react in an instant. All the power in his body poured into the judgment, swinging out a stunning sword to block in front of him. The palm hit the sword. Boom! Han Chen was split into the ground, spitting out blood heavily, his whole body's bones shattered, but he did not die instantly. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Chen Luo looked in surprise at his hand, the sword strike from Han Chen had left a wound on his hand, and golden blood was gradually seeping out. Not bad, the human race does have the potential for development. Just unlocking the first-tier gene lock gives you such powerful strength. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. In this world he could control all power, but in the real world, he was still just an ordinary person. If he could unlock the gene lock in the real world, then he could possess the power that Han Shen had in the fantasy world. Then he could truly be like a superhero, with terrifying speed and strength, a longer lifespan, and such a strong vitality. This was already the preliminary possession of extraordinary abilities. Chen Luo looked at Han Shen, who was continuously spitting blood but still hadn't died. He couldn't help but feel a slight admiration for this extraordinary person. Han Shen had already lost, but from beginning to end, he had never shown fear, even in the face of invincible power. Chen Luo didn't have any special feelings either. After all, would one feel proud of crushing an ant? In the end, for the human race in the fantasy world, Han Shen's contributions outweighed his faults. At least he had united the human race and given them the power to protect themselves. Han Shen smiled bitterly, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. So, the difference is so great. Before I die, can you tell me how much our strengths differ? Chen Luo laughed and said a sentence that left everyone stunned. Don't you understand by now? In my BGM, you can never defeat me. With this statement, the live broadcast room exploded once again. How does the creator god know this phrase? No need to think, it must be the dog planner. Dog planner, you are really a cheeky one. Ha, I want to know what kind of BGM the creator god is. Can you play it for us to listen, dog planner? So, is this the setting of the game? The creator god is invincible? Han Shen spat out blood, laughed heartily. I don't believe it. Since the freedom of this game is so high, why can't I kill the god? Just wait, I will come back. I will definitely kill you. Chen Luo smiled dumbfoundedly, not knowing whether to admire or mock his arrogance. This guy actually still didn't give up, thinking of re-entering the game to confront him again. Very well, I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. Chen Luo turned around after speaking, glanced at the bloodline warriors not far away who dared not approach. He casually pointed to one of Han Shen's sons and said, "From today, you are the king of Daxia." The man trembled all over, hesitated and glanced in Han Shen's direction, unsure how to react. When he saw Han Shen finally breathe his last breath, the man immediately knelt excitedly in front of Chen Luo. I obey the divine decree. Han Shen's other sons and the bloodline warriors, after witnessing the power of the gods, could no longer muster any resistance. They all knelt down in unison, shouting, I obey the divine decree. At this moment, a ripple emanated from Chen Luo's body, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the temple. The history of the Daxia dynasty records. In the 75th year of Daxia's history, the founding monarch Han Shen attempted to seek immortality, disregarding the suffering of the people, and built the temple of the creator god on a large scale, hoping to gain the mercy of the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods, moved by his sincerity, descended, but the monarch Han Shen, arrogant and conceited, dared to plot against the gods, seeking eternal life through the blood of the gods. This ultimately angered the heavenly gods, and he was executed on the temple, with his son Han Yu designated by the heavenly gods as the new king, known as the second generation. In the 75th year of Daxia's history, the heavenly gods, enraged by the actions of the founding monarch Han Shen, imposed divine punishment, creating the vampire, which could gain eternal life by feeding on the bloodline of the royal family, thus marking the beginning of a nightmare for the royal lineage. In the moment Chen Luo disappeared, Han Yu, designated as the second generation, immediately picked up the judgment that had been knocked away, pointing the sword at the bat flapping its wings in the air, and sternly shouted, Kill this beast! Why the hell are you trying to kill me when I didn't provoke you? What did I do to deserve this? The other bloodline warriors were momentarily stunned at the words, but the next moment they all reacted and immediately wielded their weapons to attack the bat. Ha! Is the streamer really a bat in the head? You have the blood of immortality and need to feed on the bloodline of their royal family to sustain your immortality. If they don't kill you, who will? Streamer, if you don't run now, you're going to be surrounded. Oh my god, this streamer is not only thick-skinned but also stupid. I think the first vampire in history is about to die just after being born. When the bat saw dozens of bloodline warriors rushing towards him, he finally came to his senses and flapped his wings to fly up into the sky. Although these bloodline warriors were not as powerful as Han Shen, they all possessed immense strength. Even when he flew into the sky, the weapons and arrows they threw could still reach him. The bat was in a sorry state as he dodged left and right in the air, finally managing to escape from the temple. However, the bloodline warriors did not give up. Not only did they all chase after him, but they also rallied all the soldiers to relentlessly hunt down this bat creature. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the deserted temple. He rushed to Han Shen's body in 2 or 3 steps, squatted carefully, picked up a small stone that had fallen on the ground, and swiftly slipped away. Ha, dear audience, did you see that? This is the stone tainted with divine blood. The player named Shang Tang proudly held up a small stone, shook it in front, and displayed it to the audience. The stone was stained with a drop of golden blood, which had dripped from Chen Luo's wound when he was cut by Han Chen. Han Yu immediately thought of obtaining the Judgment Sword and killing the vampire to seize the blood of immortality, completely forgetting about a drop of divine blood. Shang Tang was originally watching the live broadcast of having milk as a wolf on the forum. When he saw the drop of divine blood fall, he immediately realized it was an opportunity. So he quickly controlled his character, sneaked outside the temple, and hid. When he saw Han Yu leading the bloodline warrior and half of the city's soldiers to chase and kill having milk as a wolf, he sneaked in and stole a stone stained with divine blood. At this time, he was also live streaming the game, but there were only a few hundred people in his live stream room, far fewer than the millions in having milk as a wolf live stream room. With the same righteousness, what are you showing off for? Awesome, streamer, it's a pity there's no tipping function, otherwise, I would give you 666 tips right now, it's so damn cool. Ha, this is called Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Don't they realize that divine blood is the treasure? Streamer, quickly swallow that stone, let us see what effect it has. Yes, if the divine blood dries up later, it will be useless. Shang Tang hesitated for a moment, but seeing the audience in the live stream room urging him to swallow the small stone, he thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and forcefully swallowed the stone stained with golden blood. In that instant, Shang Tang felt a surging power rushing from his abdomen and quickly spreading throughout his body. In the astonished eyes of the audience, Shang Tang's originally slender body suddenly began to grow muscles. In just a moment, he turned into a muscular man, tearing his clothes apart. What's more exaggerated was that his hair turned into golden hair, and even his eyes turned golden. Unbelievable, this divine blood really works? Super Saiyan? Damn, this is incredible. I even typed out the words to mock the streamer, and you showed me this. The game planner is really playing tricks, actually able to become stronger. What a joke. The audience were all amazed, but most of them were envious. They were lucky and had the courage to break into the temple. What could they do? Shang Tang looked at his perfect body and felt as if he had endless strength inside him. And it was already late at night, yet he could see everything around him as clearly as during the day. Shang Tang was ecstatic. The physical enhancement was so pleasurable. Shang Tang took a step forward and ran ahead. Just as he lifted his foot, he was startled. Even the audience in the live stream room were shocked. Because with one step, he actually crossed several meters, his figure gliding in the air as if not controlled by gravity, gliding a considerable distance before landing. Shang Tang did not expect this scene, and in a panic, he bumped into a stone house in front of him. Bang! Shang Tang fiercely smashed the wall, then rushed into the room. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of the homeowner and others, Shang Tang's body flashed like lightning and burst through another wall, quickly disappearing in front of the homeowner. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I can't control myself. Shang Tang's yelling voice drifted from a distance. The audience in the live stream room burst into laughter, watching Shang Tang break through wall after wall, finally stopping outside the city. Ah! Shang Tang brushed off the dust on his body, finally figuring out where he was. As he brushed himself off, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He had just broken through so many walls, yet his body was completely unharmed. Damn, another Superman. Brother, I think you have the potential to be an emperor. Go build a country, Lord Shang Tang. The next emperor will be you. 2 more monsters have appeared, and the human race is afraid it won't be peaceful anymore. Give me a number, it's so exciting to watch, I really want to play the game. At this moment, Chen Luo also saw Shang Tang's live broadcast on the forum. When he saw this guy swallow the stone stained with his own blood and his body undergo a mutation, his face was full of strangeness. Even Chen Luo himself did not expect that his blood could cause mutations in people's bodies in the Western fantasy world. Analyze Shang Tang's genes. Human race, primitive life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this group, low genetic value, it is recommended to wait for further growth. Currently, it can produce 0.5% divine lineage genes, evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo was dumbfounded when he heard the prompt. Shang Tang can actually produce 0.5% divine lineage genes, which is 5 times higher than the Ant Emperor. This is interesting. If he uses his blood to merge into existing species, wouldn't he be able to continuously create high-value species? The only thing to consider is that his blood may not be enough. How to replenish it? Chen Luo looked at Shang Tang's genes at this time, pondered for a moment, and decided to wait for a while to see how far this guy could evolve. I hope you can bring me more surprises. Chen Luo smiled, suddenly thinking of Han Chen. Analyze Han Chen's genes. Human race, primitive life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this group, has unlocked the first gene lock. The target is deceased, currently can produce 0.5% 1% divine lineage genes, it is recommended to merge immediately. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed when he heard the prompt, and without hesitation, he chose to merge. With a single thought, he saw his height suddenly increase from the original 175 meters to at least 185 meters. His skin, which was flawed before, now became as fair and delicate as a baby's, and his muscles became more streamlined. Merging 0.1% divine lineage genes did not cause as much pain as the first time. Besides feeling extremely hungry and tired, there was no other discomfort. Chen Luo knew that this was due to the consumption of a large amount of energy for body transformation. He immediately found the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator and quickly made food to eat. After finally filling his stomach, Chen Luo went back to his room and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for a day and a night. When Chen Luo woke up the next day, he felt that the whole world seemed different, and he seemed to become more sensitive to the surrounding world. Thump thump. Chen Luo could even hear his own heartbeat and feel the blood in his body surging like a torrent, the previously vague sensations becoming clearer. At this moment, Chen Luo realized that the 0.1% divine lineage genes had strengthened all his senses. Feeling his body becoming stronger, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel excited. At this rate, he would soon be able to unlock the first gene lock. The only regret was that each species could only merge once. He had now merged with the human race to unlock the first gene lock, so in the future, he could only merge with the genes of the human race that had unlocked the second gene lock. Han Shen's potential at this time should not be comparable to Shan Tang's, but Chen Luo didn't have time to wait. 3 years may seem short or long, but he must seize every opportunity to become stronger. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Luo realized that he had been staying at home for over a month and the food at home had long been eaten up. It was time to fill up the refrigerator, as eating takeout all the time was getting boring. Chen Luo originally wanted to go to the supermarket to buy groceries and then continue to observe the valuable species in the Western fantasy world. The 10,000 players had created many interesting things that caught his attention, but after a month without going out, not even talking to anyone, he felt like the world had become quite unfamiliar. Chen Luo thought it would be good to feel the crowd's energy, or else he might end up isolating himself. He sat down at a cafe downstairs. It was afternoon and there were still quite a few people coming out for afternoon tea. He ordered a cup of coffee and did nothing but observe the diverse crowd outside. It felt like he was silently observing the evolution of species in a fantasy world. As Chen Luo watched, he suddenly began to drift off, his thoughts involuntarily wandering into the fantasy world, thinking about the immortality that Han Shen sought in that world. However, it was just because the flow of time in the fantasy world was different from that of the real world. Chen Luo did not have the immortality that Han Shen imagined. If he aged in reality, he would also age in the fantasy world. Han Shen, who was not afraid of the invincible power of the creator god, was afraid of aging. Seeing Han Shen, who had unlocked the first level gene lock, being so fragile in the face of time, Chen Luo also felt a shock and terror towards life and death. Can I achieve immortality? Chen Luo silently asked himself. According to his future memories, unlocking the first level gene lock would result in a normal lifespan of around 100 years. The second level gene lock could extend lifespan to 200 years, and the third level gene lock would double it again, allowing one to live up to 400 years. As for how long one could live beyond the third level, Chen Luo's current strength was insufficient, and without unlocking the memories in his mind, it was unknown. However, it was certain that the more gene locks were unlocked, the longer one could live. So, ultimately, one had to continuously improve their strength. Chen Luo? Just as Chen Luo was lost in thought, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from beside his ear. Chen Luo looked up in surprise, only to see a beautiful girl with long hair looking at him in astonishment. This girl had a delicate oval face, slender willow-like eyebrows, a straight nose, and a pair of bright and captivating eyes, stunningly beautiful. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, but in a short instant, he recognized who this girl in front of him was. Tang Qingyu? Chen Luo stood up in surprise and couldn't help but smile. When did you return to the country? Tang Qingyu and Chen Luo were classmates from junior high to high school, but they were in different classes in junior high, and in high school, they became classmates. Unlike Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu was a prominent figure in junior high, having won the National Math Olympiad Championship. She was also the captain of the school's volleyball team and led the school's female volleyball team to win the provincial championship in the high school student league. In addition, Tang Qingyu had many nicknames, such as Piano Goddess, Super Study Genius, Language Genius, and so on. In short, she was the kind of child that parents would praise as an exemplary student, not only academically excellent, from a good family background, and beautiful, but also hard-working to the point that even if you wanted to be jealous, you couldn't. During the college entrance examination, Tang Qingyu did not study in China but went to Harvard with a full scholarship. Now, in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Chen Luo did not expect to meet Tang Qingyu here, his former dream lover. At that time, Chen Luo was very ordinary and quite self-conscious, well aware of the gap between him and Tang Qingyu, so he suppressed that hint of affection deep in his heart. Even though they were deskmates at the time, Chen Luo did not show any signs of affection. Especially after learning that Tang Qingyu went abroad for studies, Chen Luo completely cut off that hint of affection. Just got back a week ago, Tang Qingyu smiled sweetly, earnestly sizing up Chen Luo. Haven't seen you in years, you seem to have become more handsome? Before Chen Luo could respond, another female voice came, Qingyu, is this your friend? Chen Luo turned around and saw a pretty girl holding 2 cups of coffee walking towards them. GMO, let me introduce you. This is my middle school and high school classmate, Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu introduced, then pointed to the beautiful girl. This beauty is Zhou GMO, my college classmate and best friend. As Chen Luo looked at Zhou GMO, she was also sizing him up. After a moment, Zhou GMO smiled slightly and said, what a coincidence, meeting classmates here. Yes, I didn't expect to meet classmates right after returning to the country. What could be happier than this? Tang Qingyu smiled and looked at Chen Luo. Do you mind joining us? Chen Luo smiled and said, with 2 beauties accompanying me, I couldn't ask for more. After Tang Qingyu and Zhou GMO sat down together, Tang Qingyu asked with a smile, it's been almost 7 years since we last met, right? Chen Luo nodded and said, I was 18 when I graduated from high school, exactly 7 years ago. How about our goddess, has she graduated? It's been so many years, and you're still using that old-fashioned nickname. Tang Qingyu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Luo laughed, no matter how many years pass, you are still the goddess of all the boys in our school. I bet if you send a message in our high school class group, a bunch of guys will come out and call you a goddess. Tang Qingyu shook her head and smiled, forget it, every time I speak in that group, the messages keep flashing. Whether I reply or not, it's the same. It's better to continue pretending not to exist. Zhou GMO couldn't help but laugh and asked, was Qingyu also this popular in high school? Chen Luo smiled and said, not only popular, Tang Goddess was the dream girl of all the boys in our entire school. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Zhou GMO smiled and looked at Chen Luo, does that include you, Chen Luo? Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, of course, I have been infatuated with Tang Goddess for many years. Chen Luo's frank admission made it seem like he was joking and not taking it seriously at all. Pfft, I don't believe it. We were deskmates for a year, how many words did you say to me? Tang Qingyu glanced at Chen Luo sideways. At that time, Chen Luo was too nervous to talk to Tang Qingyu. Do you know how many warnings I received, directly or indirectly, at that time? Chen Luo chuckled, I had no idea what was going on. As long as someone was pursuing you, the first thing they did was come and warn me not to talk to you, making it seem like a threat. It was like a procedure for pursuing you. Do you think that's fair? Tang Qingyu and Zhou GMO burst into laughter at his words, the 2 beautiful women laughing uncontrollably, attracting the attention of many onlookers. No, why have I never heard of this? Chen Luo chuckled, would those who threatened me voluntarily tell you? I got used to it later, didn't take it seriously, and naturally didn't tell you about it. Later on, there was the incident where I became your scapegoat, and we didn't speak until you went abroad. Tang Qingyu burst into laughter at his words, becoming happier and even shedding tears. Zhou GMO was puzzled, not understanding why Tang Qingyu was laughing so joyfully. She didn't think Chen Luo had said anything particularly funny. Is she crazy? Zhou GMO glanced inexplicably at Tang Qingyu, but then saw Chen Luo sitting across from her with a wry smile, and she suddenly realized that these two must have a story. Hey, stop laughing, what's going on? Tang Qingyu struggled to hold back her laughter, gasping for breath as she looked at Zhou Jima and said, do you know why, after 7 years, I can still recognize him at a glance? Isn't it because he still looks good? Chen Luo had integrated the genes of 2 divine descendants, and although his appearance hadn't changed much, his fair and tender skin, along with bright and clear eyes, elevated his overall appearance by several notches. Tang Qingyu shook her head and said with a suppressed smile, he once took the blame for me in high school. Tang Qingyu then recounted the incident that happened in high school. It was during their senior year, in a math evening self-study session. Math teacher Yang Wufan came in and wrote problems on the blackboard. At that time, Chen Luo had stayed up all night playing online games at home, persisting until he was too tired in the evening and fell asleep on the table. Meanwhile, Tang Qingyu, wearing headphones, was listening to music and using a math textbook to cover a romance novel she was reading. When she got to an exciting part, she couldn't help but hum along with the song in her headphones. The self-study classroom was already very quiet, but Tang Qingyu was so engrossed in her reading that she forgot where she was. After humming a few lines, she noticed all her classmates looking at her, and that's when she realized something was wrong. Tang Qingyu was quick-witted, promptly putting her headphones back in her desk and covering the novel with the textbook. When Yang Guofan turned around, Tang Qingyu was nonchalantly looking at the sleeping Chen Luo along with her classmates. Yang Guofan naturally saw Chen Luo sleeping on the table at first glance, walked over, picked up the textbook, and walked towards Chen Luo, then gave his head a hard slap. Tang Qingyu couldn't help but laugh again as she continued. Do you know what the math teacher said when he hit him? Zhou Jima curiously asked. What did he say? Tang Qingyu imitated Yang Guofan's tone at the time and said with a suppressed laugh, if you want to sleep, just sleep, why hum along with something? Zhou Jima was first stunned, then burst into a chuckle, laughing and gasping for breath. Huh? So your math teacher thought he was sleep-talking? Chen Luo shook his head with a wry smile. Yes, the key is that I was woken up, and I thought I was caught sleeping in class. It serves me right. It wasn't until after the self-study that my deskmate told me the truth. Zhou Jima and Tang Qingyu burst into laughter, finally managing to compose themselves. Oh, I can't take it. It's been so long since I laughed this happily. Zhou Jima gasped for breath with difficulty, laughing so hard that she had no strength left. After the two women finished laughing and chatted for a while, they learned that Zhou Jima was not from Jiangcheng but from Beijing, and she was visiting Tang Qingyu's home this time. Both of them had graduated with an MBA from Harvard and were preparing to return to China for development. When they learned that Chen Luo had just been laid off and had been unemployed for over a month, they didn't look down on him at all. Instead, they offered to help him find a job. Chen Luo smiled and politely declined. He could tell that these two girls genuinely wanted to help, and it was clear that they had the ability to do so. However, Chen Luo didn't want to owe anyone any favors, and besides, making money now was quite easy for him. With the current popularity of Second Life, Chen Luo didn't need to do anything. Even if he only sold game testing qualifications for tens of thousands of dollars each, he believed many people would be willing to buy them. After Chen Luo's refusal, Tang Qingyu naturally changed the subject and suggested going out to eat together. Chen Luo already had a strong liking for Tang Qingyu and didn't refuse, smiling as he agreed. After the meal, Chen Luo exchanged contact information with the two of them and bid farewell politely. Chen Luo has self-awareness. He now has a big gap with Tang Qingyu, and the other party has not shown any special interest in him. Perhaps after today, everyone will become parallel lines again, with no intersection. Moreover, Chen Luo knows that there will be a major disaster within 3 years, so it is not suitable to pursue women at this time. Therefore, Chen Luo is very decisive and does not get too entangled. Unbeknownst to him, this behavior of Chen Luo has aroused the interest of Zhou Jimo and Tang Qingyu. Qingyu, your old classmate doesn't seem to be playing hard to get. It seems that he really has no interest in you, Zhou Jimo chuckled and said. Tang Qingyu gave Zhou Jimo a glance and said impatiently, do you think I'm like money, loved by all? Ha, don't you know you are even cuter than money? Zhou Jimo suddenly leaned in to kiss Tang Qingyu. Tang Qingyu pushed Zhou Jimo's face away with a look of embarrassment and annoyance, saying, stop it. Ha, you are even cuter like this. Come on, baby, let me give you a kiss. Zhou Jimo grinned and pretended to kiss. Tang Qingyu screamed, pushed Zhou Jimo away, and ran off. The two women laughed and played for a while, then left in a big red Ferrari with the license plate number 11111. Chen Luo first went to a clothing store to buy a few sets of clothes. His body size had suddenly increased, and his original clothes no longer fit. He then went directly to the supermarket to buy a bunch of food, carrying them back home in big and small bags. After returning home, Chen Luo did not rush to observe the Western fantasy world, but felt that he should find a way to make some money. He now only has less than 20,000 yuan in total savings. He will definitely not go to work in the future. This amount of money, even according to the minimum living standard, is only enough for him to live for 2 years at most. Chen Luo thought that besides directly selling game testing qualifications, he could also open up recharge functions for players to spend money, or open up video reward functions and split the profits with streamers, and so on. However, Chen Luo quickly gave up most of these ideas. With the popularity of Second Life, it was likely to attract attention soon. This game claims to have 100% realism, but in reality, it is only 1 gigabyte in size. This kind of technology is desired by major game companies and even at the national level. Chen Luo currently has no ability to protect himself. Once he attracts the attention of those gaming giants and at the national level, he will be out of control. Therefore, he still needs to keep a low profile for now. If he opens up recharge channels or rewards, in the end, no matter what, the money will flow into his bank account, which cannot withstand scrutiny. Chen Luo thought that the simplest way was to sell game testing qualifications. During the first test, someone offered to buy it for 10,000, but the Western fantasy world is bound to the player's soul and cannot be transferred. So in the end, this price had skyrocketed 5 times to 50,000 each. In fact, those buyers knew that even if they offered a higher price, they could not buy it because there was no way to trade. Of course, no one would sell it. The reason those buyers shouted such high prices was to tempt people from the game company to conduct internal transactions, so they kept hinting in those acquisition posts. However, their seductive eyes were in vain because the so-called game company only consisted of Chen Luo. Chen Luo found the registered phone numbers of those who were buying game testing qualifications through the back end of the game forum. Then Chen Luo selected 5 phone numbers in Jiangcheng, specifically went to a relatively remote newsstand, and used the landline to contact the 5 people separately. These 5 people were obviously not short of money. Without any hesitation, they immediately agreed to meet Chen Luo and conduct cash transactions. To be on the safe side, Chen Luo also specially bought sunglasses and a mask, put them on, and went to the first agreed meeting place. In just half an hour, Chen Luo arrived at a place called Deep Blue Internet Cafe, where the buyer was the owner Zhang Lixing. The location and position of this internet cafe were excellent, and the interior decoration was high-end and classy, clearly a top-notch internet cafe. Chen Luo couldn't help but glance at the internet prices, starting at 20 yuan per hour. After Chen Luo found the network manager and expressed his intentions, Zhang Lixing hurriedly came out. Hello. Zhang Lixing saw Chen Luo fully equipped and was momentarily surprised, but quickly seemed to understand something. He greeted Chen Luo with a smile and then invited him to the office. No need, the account you provided has already been activated, you can go and confirm it first. Zhang Lixing's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Leaving Chen Luo behind, Zhang Lixing turned and went back into the office, took out his VR device, and tested Second Life on the computer. As expected, just as Chen Luo had said, the previously inactive account could now be logged in and a character created. Zhang Lixing was ecstatic. He had been following this game since the first test, but the game was so popular that it was hard to get an account, and it required a certain level of biological knowledge, which gave him a headache. Posting on forums was just a hopeful attempt, but he didn't expect to actually buy an account from within. Zhang Lixing realized that many of his friends also wanted the testing qualification for this game. He immediately exited the game, took out a paper bag he had prepared long ago from the desk, and rushed out. Brother, can we have a word? Chen Luo looked at Zhang Lixing in confusion, nodded, and followed him into the office. This is the money, please count it first. Chen Luo took the paper bag, glanced at it roughly with his eyes, and then put the money away. Is there anything else? Rubbing his hands, Zhang Lixing smiled and said, Brother, is there a way to get more testing qualifications? I have a few more friends who want to buy, money is not a problem, and I can even pay more. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Selling a few more testing qualifications was not a big deal, but he couldn't appear too eager. He pretended to hesitate for a moment before speaking. I can't make that decision, I'm just a messenger. After a pause, Chen Luo continued, but I can pass on your request. If they agree, I will contact you again. Thinking he understood the situation, Zhang Lixing nodded, I see, caution is key, in case your company finds out. Chen Luo cleared his throat, Mr. Chang, please wait for the news. I'll take my leave. Ah, brother, leave me your contact information, how else can I find you? I know your address and number, if the deal is approved, I will contact you. Zhang Lixing didn't expect the other party to be so cautious, but he had no choice. Chen Luo had said he was just a messenger, so even if he forcibly asked for the phone number, he couldn't make the decision. Brother, whether they agree or not, you must inform me. Zhang Lixing looked at Chen Luo reluctantly. Chen Luo felt goosebumps from the guy's eager gaze, he quickly nodded, stuffed the money into a travel bag on his back, and left Deep Blue Internet Cafe directly. The next day, Chen Luo traveled all over most of Jiangcheng and successfully completed the transactions. Like Zhang Lixing, the other 4 people, after confirming that the game accounts could be logged in, immediately requested to purchase more testing qualifications. The answer Chen Luo gave was the same as Zhang Lixing's response, neither agreeing nor refusing, only saying that they needed to seek approval. Some buyers were impatient and asked him to make a phone call for approval in person, and were willing to pay a fee of 10,000 yuan, just for a phone call. Chen Lu sighed in his heart about this wealthy and willful person, but once again refused, saying he didn't know the other party's contact information. They had only met offline, both wearing masks, so they needed to meet in person to confirm. This person was not willing to give up. After Chen Lu left, he even sent someone to track him. However, Chen Lu's senses were greatly heightened at this moment, and he soon discovered the person following him. Chen Lu quickly shook off the tracker, then blacklisted the person, vowing never to have any dealings with them again. Chen Lu first went to the bank, deposited all 250,000 in cash, and then returned home. As he was about to enter the fantasy world, he found the forum unusually lively at that moment. Surprise! I learned how to swim in the game, and I actually learned it in the real world too. When Chen Lu saw this post, he couldn't help but be surprised because he knew trouble was brewing. However, he quickly calmed down, clicked on the post by someone named A Little Sparrow, and started reading the detailed content. Due to nearly drowning as a child, I have always been afraid of water and still haven't learned to swim. This time, I was lucky to qualify for the second test with a bird that can fly, but I chose to experience primitive life and chose the human race. The key point is coming up next. Because our Emperor Han is building temples everywhere in pursuit of immortality, imposing heavy taxes, I, a poor bottom-tier player, have run into bad luck. Unable to pay enough taxes, I was captured and sold as a slave to a native noble. Since then, my miserable life has been waking up earlier than the rooster, sleeping later than the dog, never getting enough to eat, and enduring a hellish life of being whipped at every turn. Several times, I wanted to commit suicide and quit the game, but I thought this was the life I chose, even if it meant experiencing it seriously with tears. One day, I followed my noble master to play by the river, and when his gold ring fell into the water, he kicked me in. He threatened with a knife on the shore, saying that if I didn't retrieve the ring, he would kill me even if I came up. Thinking death was inevitable, I tried following swimming tutorial videos I had seen before, and after a few floundering attempts, I found my rhythm. Driven by a strong will to survive, I found that I had actually learned how to swim. When I retrieved the bastard's gold ring and handed it to him, he complained that I was too slow and tried to cut off my hand with a knife. Enduring what can't be endured, I snatched the knife from the bastard and killed him first. As a result, I was dismembered by the bastard's henchman, dying a gruesome death, but fortunately, I had turned off the pain sensation to 0. Alright, I've rambled on for a while without getting to the point. The point is, after quitting the game, the memory of swimming was still there, so I immediately went to the swimming pool and found out that I really could swim. From this, it can be inferred that skills learned in the game world can be brought back to reality. However, these skills should be accumulated through practice and experience, like playing football, cooking, painting, etc. Should be no problem. But skills like those of Emperor Han, which are inhuman, definitely cannot be brought out. Now, here comes the most crucial point. The time ratio between the real world and the game world is 1 day to 100 years. Even if you practice for 100 years inside, only 1 day will have passed in the real world. Do you know what this means? It means that our national football team has a chance to win the World Cup. Everyone thinks if our national football team could go in for training for a day, then coming out would be equivalent to others training for 100 years. If they still can't make it to the World Cup, then I think we can try using a group of pigs. I finally understand why this game is called Second Life, because this game can truly allow you to live a completely different second life. I want to praise this game company so much. Seeing how hard I am promoting, can the operation team give me another testing qualification? When Chen Luo saw this, he couldn't help but start to feel a headache. The Western fantasy world is a real world, and the experience of learning skills inside can naturally be taken out. Not only can things from the game world be taken out, things from the real world, as long as the conditions are met, can actually be created in the game world. He just didn't expect to be discovered by these players so quickly. The content of what A Little Sparrow said can easily be confirmed by people. After all, there are still many players in the game. As long as they do a few small experiments, they can verify it. Next, Second Life is likely to quickly attract more attention, especially at the national level. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he had anticipated early on that he didn't expose any personal information during the transaction today, otherwise he might have been found out soon. At this time, the replies to this post by A Little Sparrow had already exceeded nearly 10,000. Simba, amazing. If it's really the same as what the original poster said, then this game is likely to become a training ground in the future. I'm so beautiful I can't die. I can already sense countless painting geniuses, sports geniuses, calligraphy masters appearing. Mechwaniku, then this game must not be open to foreigners, exclusive to us Chinese. In the future, everyone in our country will be a genius. Brother who's little fan, don't know if it's true, you guys are fantasizing there, I wanna say. Officials, why don't I have a testing qualification? Can the official pay for a first test qualification? Blood oath for each person. Leader of the League of Worried Women, count me in, 2 blood oaths. Hua Luo, I only care about when the third test will be. I have applied for the qualification using my dad, mom, brother, cousin's ID cards. Please make sure to select me for the third test. Crying, provoking you at Hua Luo. Wait a minute, why do you want the third test? I strongly suspect your IQ is negative. Dad is very disappointed in you, begging for an open beta. I'm willing to wait in line with a lagging network card. I'm willing to be a paying player. Han Shenzi, I can prove that what the original poster said is true. Leader of the League of Worried Women at Han Shenzi, wow, Emperor Han himself is here. Why aren't you all bowing down? Meichuanaku at Han Shenzi, damn, Emperor Han, you dare to come to the forum. Do you know how many people are ready to criticize you to death? Those who play Yasuo are noobs at Han Shenzi. Someone come, bring me a 40-meter long knife. I want to kill the Emperor. Han Shen's appearance immediately caused the players and audience on the forum to boil, each crazily at ing him. Han Shen sighed slightly at home. He had just come out of the game not long ago, and still hadn't adapted. He had only been away for a day, but everything around him had become extremely unfamiliar. Han Shen's thoughts were still in the Western fantasy world, as if he was the true founding monarch of the Great Xia, but now he had crossed over to a modern technological civilization society. In that world, he had lived for nearly 100 years, possessing strong personal strength and supreme authority, while in this world, he was only 26 years old. The influence of nearly 100 years of memories on him was greater than the 26 years of life in the real world. Han Shen's eyes have seen many vicissitudes, and his temperament has undergone great changes. In the Western fantasy world, he has truly lived for over 100 years, which has made his thinking more mature, like a sage who has seen through many worldly matters. No, I need to calm down, readjust to the modern world, and quickly shake off the influence of the game world, or I might risk a mental breakdown. On this day, apart from the necessary eating, drinking, and using the restroom, Han Shen would immediately plunge into the game world. The time flow between the two worlds was too different, and he didn't want to miss a single moment in that world. Now that he could finally catch his breath, he first took a shower and then changed his clothes, preparing to go out. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Han Shen walked over to open it, only to see the chubby landlord appearing at the door with an impatient look. Hey, I called you all day yesterday, and you didn't answer. What's the meaning of this? Does not answering the phone mean you don't have to pay rent? Han Shen was slightly stunned, only then did he remember that yesterday was the day to pay rent. He was in the game world, or he had no time to answer the phone. In just one day, the chubby landlord had this attitude, as if Han Shen owed him millions. Han Shen calmly said, I'll transfer it to you later. Right now, immediately. The chubby landlord aggressively demanded, if you don't have the money, then hurry up. The chubby landlord's words abruptly stopped as he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his head. Han Shen's expression turned cold as he squinted at him. It was this gaze of Han Shen that made the chubby landlord feel as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, very dangerous. I said I'll transfer it to you later. The chubby landlord shivered all over, hastily saying, okay, no rush, it's actually fine to be a bit late. After saying that, the chubby landlord turned and left. As he went downstairs, he stumbled and almost fell flat on his face. After reaching the ground floor, the chubby landlord breathed a sigh of relief, patting his pounding heart. Damn, why is that kid's gaze so terrifying? At first, Han Shen was puzzled by the chubby landlord's reaction, but soon he understood. In the game world, Han Shen possessed supreme power over life and death, and over time, he naturally exuded a breathtaking aura. The overbearing attitude of the chubby landlord just now triggered a response from Han Shen, who unconsciously unleashed the aura from the game, frightening the chubby landlord into fleeing. Han Shen was stunned, never expecting the game to have such a significant impact on him. Therefore, he lost the desire to go out and immediately opened the game forum, where he saw a post by a player named Little Sparrow. Seeing so many people mentioning him, Han Shen couldn't help but smile and immediately replied below. I, Han the Great, will pay. After posting this reply, Han Shen was once again flooded with mentions, mostly playful banter about his actions in the game world. Han Shen wasn't angry and just shrugged it off. However, he soon came across a popular live streaming post on the forum, and the streamer was the player known as Milk Makes a Wolf. Han Shen was slightly surprised that this guy was still live streaming. This guy had obtained the elixir of immortality that he couldn't get his hands on, so he wanted to see what tricks he could come up with. Han Shen entered the live stream room and was stunned when he saw the content inside. Because Milk Makes a Wolf, the first vampire in the game world, was being relentlessly hunted down by his descendants. Glancing at the time, Han Shen realized that an hour had passed since he returned to the real world. In other words, Milk Makes a Wolf had been hunted down for a full 4 years. Han Shen couldn't help but be dumbfounded, but soon he understood. Upon hearing what the Creator God said, as long as the person inheriting his position wasn't foolish, they would definitely find a way to kill this vampire. Han Shen was now curious about who had inherited his position. The second most addictive aspect of this game is that all sensations inside are completely real. Whether it's eating, drinking, going to the bathroom, or engaging in love and romance, it's all exactly the same as in reality. Even his concubines and descendants have their own independent personalities, desires, and thoughts, not emotionless paper figures. This inevitably led Han Shen to develop feelings for the people in the Western fantasy world, wanting to know if the empire he had built single-handedly would be continued by someone else. Although some viewers had been diverted to Shang Tang's live broadcast room at this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room still reached a terrifying 2 million. Wolf Brother, transformed into human form, was running wildly, with 6 bloodline warriors closely chasing behind. Although Han Yu did not personally come to kill him, he sent 20 bloodline warriors in 3 waves, relentlessly pursuing him for 24 hours without rest. In these 4 years, Wolf Brother had no time to catch his breath. He even dared to confront the Creator God, and being pressured step by step by Han Yu made him even more excited, determined to challenge the royal family. After being transformed by the blood of eternal life, he did not gain powerful combat abilities like Han Shen, but acquired 2 very powerful abilities, extremely fast movement speed and the ability to recover by sucking blood. Whether as a bat or in human form, his speed was at least 5 to 6 times faster than that of an ordinary person running at full speed. When injured, he could recover by sucking the blood of ordinary people and wild animals, without even needing food. Relying on these 2 abilities, Wolf Brother managed to survive the endless pursuit. However, he had a fatal weakness: he could not appear during the day, as his body would automatically ignite upon exposure to sunlight. Helplessly, Wolf Brother could only hide in dark places during the day to avoid being burned by sunlight. As a result, no matter how fast he ran, he would soon be caught up by the royal bloodline warriors. In these 4 years, in order to survive or perhaps deliberately provoke the royal family, he truly showed great courage. Dealing with a single bloodline warrior was manageable, but they never acted alone. Once they found him, they would swarm him, leaving him no chance. Just as dawn broke, Wolf Brother was caught up again, and the audience in the live broadcast room was giving him suggestions. Streamer, running away all the time won't work. You need to find a way to fight back, or they will catch up sooner or later. Streamer, you are at least the first vampire. Don't be so useless. There's a cesspool ahead, quickly jump in to hide. Bro, you're too harsh. Are you trying to make the streamer eat shit online? Wolf Brother, I am the founding ancestor of the Bear People clan, now the chief of the Bear People clan. If you are willing to join our Bear People clan, I will lead a large army to rescue you. Time is running out. If you agree, jump into the cesspool to hide. I am already at the human border. Damn, are you serious upstairs? Or are you trying to trick our vampire ancestor? Wolf Brother, I am the founding ancestor of the Lion People clan, now the chief of the Lion People clan. Our large clan urgently needs talents like you. If you are willing to join our Lion People clan, I will immediately lead a large army to rescue you. Time is running out. If you agree, jump into the cesspool and take a few sips of shit. I will lead the army immediately. Calling Wolf Brother, I am the founding ancestor of the Leopard People clan, now the chief of the Leopard People clan. Next, a bunch of people started imitating the chief of the first Bear clan, speaking wildly and flooding the chat. But without exception, they were all encouraging mischief. Hey, stop messing around, I really am the chief of the Bear clan. Bah! I am the real one, you imposter. Exactly, how do you prove you are real? The one claiming to be the chief of the Bear clan quickly posted several game screenshots in the chat box of the livestream. Those screenshots were of the Bear clan chief Rikoba, with a group of Bear clan heavy armored knights standing behind him, all ready for action. Oh my, it's actually real. We have a spy here. Any humans around, quickly inform your king, there are orcs' malicious intentions. Haven't you noticed a problem? The streamer is not even human. Animals save animals, no problem. At this moment, Mischief was hiding behind a big tree, the sun shining brightly outside. One step forward was a dead end, and behind was the bloodline warriors catching up. He was truly at a dead end, except for a dung pit. Mischief happened to glance at the game screenshot posted by Rikoba, his eyes flashed, he gritted his teeth and actually jumped into the dung pit. The moment he jumped in, the foul smell almost made him vomit. OMG. The streamer is truly the bravest in the world. He actually jumped. I just wanna spam 6666. Stunned, so ruthless. If it were me, I would just commit suicide. It's just a game after all. Bow down. I just wanna say, streamer, you seem to have forgotten you can turn off your senses, right? Now that you mention it, I do remember. The streamer clearly forgot when he jumped down. At this point, Mischief had already sunk into the dung pit, unable to see the chat content, but in the midst of disgust, he suddenly remembered that this game could not only reduce pain but also block all senses. Cursing in his heart, he immediately brought up the game options and blocked all senses. 6 bloodline warriors rushed to the vicinity of the dung pit in an instant. but soon they covered their noses and moved a bit away from the pit. Strange, we clearly felt his presence, how did it disappear so quickly? There's no shade in front, he can only escape from these three directions. We didn't see him coming from the east, nor from the west, nothing from the south either. Then where did he escape to? Before long, the 6 bloodline warriors all focused their gaze on the dung pit in the distance. 19, you go check it out. One of them, a young man in his early 20s, looked cold and disdainful. 13, you can't order me around, if you wanna go, go yourself. You. 13 glared at 19, our father is gone, and you dare to disrespect your elder brother. I'll teach you a lesson today. The young man sneered. 13, with your strength, who will teach whom is still uncertain. 13, now furious, strode directly towards 19. 13, 19 has always been like this, calm down, don't forget the king's orders. 3 other men and a woman watched as the two were about to fight, immediately stepping in to stop them. After finally separating the two, the question of who would go explore the dung pit became a problem. These 6 people were all direct descendants of Hanshin, born into a life of luxury and privilege, unwilling to do dirty work like cleaning dung pits. After a stalemate for half a day, they unanimously decided to stay outside the cesspit for a while. Even if the vampire really hid inside the cesspit, it would be impossible to hold their breath indefinitely. After about 10 minutes had passed, Han Shen's children seemed to have had enough, quickly leaving the cesspit and searching in different directions. Moments later, Wolf, the vampire, swiftly climbed out of the cesspit. But as soon as he wiped something off his eyes, he froze in place because the 6 bloodline warriors had rushed back. Damn it! Wolf cursed, instantly realizing that those bastards had intentionally left earlier to see if he would climb out. I really admire you for enduring this, you beast. The 13th brother sneered, already drawing his long knife. Wolf was frustrated to the point of spitting blood. He wasn't afraid of death, as it was just a game, but he couldn't swallow his pride. Clearly, he was just a bystander, yet he was relentlessly pursued by these bastards without rest, which was truly infuriating. Wolf glared at the 6 bloodline warriors, preparing to fight them to the death, when suddenly a deafening roar, as if the earth was shaking, came from the distance. Everyone present turned to look in the direction of the sound. Angry bear cavalry. The 13th prince's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. The angry bear cavalry and the wolf cavalry were the most elite armies of the orc race. The bear people were originally tall and strong, twice the size of ordinary humans, with immense strength. Ordinary bear soldiers could easily take on 10 human soldiers without any problem. The most elite angry bear soldiers could take on 20 opponents alone, and their selection criteria were based on going to the battlefield and killing at least 20 human soldiers single-handedly. Now, at least 1,000 angry bear soldiers appeared in an orderly formation, causing not only the 13th prince but also the other 5 to look extremely grim. Their strength allowed them to handle at most 10 angry bear soldiers each, but facing 1,000, they had almost no hesitation. They all turned and ran. Even Wolf, who had been forced to jump into the cesspit, refused to let them go without paying a price. With a flash, Wolf rushed back into the cesspit, scooped up a pile of feces, and threw it at the 6 bloodline warriors. The warriors were caught off guard by the vampire jumping back into the cesspit and throwing feces at them. Before they could react, they were drenched in filth, the foul smell causing them to vomit. Damn it! Wolf, you're really shameless. This is going all out. The streamer is awesome. Counterattack with feces? Sacrificing oneself with feces? Bloody feces battle? I can't believe this is how idioms are used, but it's actually quite vivid. Wolf's crazy actions caused the 6 bloodline warriors to scramble to avoid the flying feces, slowing down their escape. It was at this moment that the angry bear soldiers, led by a tall bear person, quickly charged in and surrounded the 6 warriors. Kill! With a command from Rikoba, all the angry bear cavalry charged forward. After a few charges, the 6 bloodline warriors were separated and a fierce battle ensued. One by one, the warriors fell, but the angry bear soldiers seemed to have received orders not to kill, instead capturing them all alive. Wolf, come up and clean up. Rikoba laughed heartily as he approached, disregarding the fact that there was dung on the wolf's body, and reached out to pull him out of the dung pit. The wolf looked at Rikoba in surprise, couldn't help but admire him. No wonder this guy could become the king of the bear people again. Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. Even though Rikoba had blocked his sense of smell at this moment and couldn't feel the stench, dung was something that even looking at with the eyes could make one nauseous. But Rikoba remained unfazed, as if he didn't care at all, as if he hadn't seen anything. Bring the water. At Rikoba's command, 2 angry bear soldiers quickly brought 2 buckets of water. Thank you. The wolf quickly took off his clothes when he saw the water, transformed directly into a bat, and dove into the first bucket of water. After cleaning up, Rikoba had someone bring a set of clothes for him to change into, then smiled and said, "Brother Wolf, this is still the territory of the human race. Why not come with me to visit the bear people and stay for a while? I have no choice now, I'll go with you." The wolf agreed without much thought. He definitely couldn't stay with the human race now, he had to go to the territory of the orcs. And Rikoba personally led the troops deep into the human territory to rescue him. The sincerity of this gesture was impossible for the wolf to ignore. Brother Wolf, why not join our bear people? As long as you help me ascend to the position of Beast King, your position will be second only to mine. Rikoba proposed with a big laugh. The wolf was stunned for a moment. He had been hunted by the human bloodline warriors for 4 years and only wanted to go back for revenge, never expecting Rikoba to offer him such a high position. Joining the bear people is no problem, but forget about that position. I have only one request. The wolf's gaze fell on the 6 bloodline warriors who had been captured, his eyes filled with deep hatred. The relentless pursuit over the past 4 years had made the wolf hate them to the core. Seeing the expression on the wolf's face, Rikoba knew exactly what he was thinking. They can be handed over to you, but before that, I want to extract all their value. The wolf was slightly taken aback. Do you want to negotiate with the human race using them? Of course not, we are mortal enemies with the human race now, there's nothing to negotiate. When we get to Chilo City, you'll see, and I'll need your help then. The wolf didn't understand, but still nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Rikoba led the angry bear cavalry back to Chilo City as soon as it got dark. When the wolf arrived at the royal city of the Beast King, Chilo City, and looked at the magnificent city at the end of the sky, he was instantly shocked. Because it was only the second day of the game and there were no orc players live streaming, many people didn't know what the royal city of the orcs looked like. Chilo City had been washed by thousands of years, experienced dozens of generations of kings, intertribal battles and struggles, laying the foundation of his royal city. After hundreds of years of continuous expansion and renovation by successive beast kings, it had become an incredibly majestic city. Just the outer city walls were at least 10 stories high, and stretched at least 30 to 40 kilometers from east to west, with no end in sight. The impact of this towering city made all the viewers in the live stream room involuntarily marvel at the magnificence of Chilo City. It was simply a miracle. This seems like a rip-off of the setting of Game of Thrones. The wall in Game of Thrones isn't even this spectacular. Compared to the imperial capital of the human race, it's just rubbish. There's no way. The human race has only built cities for a few decades, while the orc race has had cities for almost 1,000 years. The foundation is lacking. My goodness, this city wall must be at least 100 meters high. I just want to know, is this special effects or a real scene? Either way, it's all about money. I feel like it's more like the walls in Attack on Titan. Hurry up and take a screenshot, make it a wallpaper. With the productivity level of orcs, they shouldn't be able to build such high city walls, right? The audience in the livestream saw this magnificent orc royal city, and they were instantly shocked, each one exclaiming in amazement. The main reason was that the visuals were so realistic, with no trace of special effects visible. Then, countless viewers began to take screenshots. Rikoba, accompanied by Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf, continued to walk into the city of Chilo, and the situation inside the royal city immediately appeared before everyone. This grand city towered above, overlooking all directions, with a large number of orcs moving back and forth inside the royal city, including leopard-headed humanoids, minotaurs, dog-headed humanoids, and more. At a glance, it was like entering a zoo, except that these animals could walk upright, speak various languages, and their facial expressions were vivid, distinguishing them from animals. In the royal city, one could occasionally see squads of fully armed soldiers patrolling. But when they saw the bear soldiers entering the city, they respectfully made way for them, allowing them to pass first. Even the guards in the city were like this, let alone ordinary civilians, who hurriedly made way, looking in awe at Rikoba at the forefront. Of course, more astonished gazes were directed at Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf, because there were no free humans in Chilo City, all humans were slaves. And the fact that this human could ride alongside the bear tribe's king left everyone in shock, observing this human. Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf was silently observing the situation in Chilo City, where the civilian clothing was very simple, basically just a few pieces of cloth wrapped around them. Only the noble aristocrats could have magnificent clothing made of tan animal skins. And at a glance, one could see the hierarchical levels in the royal city, even more distinct than the imperial capital, with nobles, merchants, commoners, farmers, hunters, soldiers, craftsmen, and slaves, among others. Construction was everywhere in the city, all appearing to be high-rise buildings, and looking at the structure of those buildings, the craftsmanship clearly surpassed that of the current humans. It was not surprising for Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf. After all, The Orc tribe had more than 20 human player ancestors and had developed city-state civilization for nearly 1,000 years before humans. The entire city seemed endless at a glance, with towering streets, bustling markets, and cries of vendors, as if countless orcs lived inside. Where there's milk, there's a wolf was extremely shocked, not only because of the grandeur of this city but also because of the incredibly realistic game scene. He couldn't feel any traces of fiction at all and couldn't imagine how the game company had achieved this level. Rikoba, with Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf, arrived at the residence of the Bear tribe in Chilo City, where he was warmly welcomed and invited many Fox tribe beauties to accompany him. The Fox tribe was the closest to humans, mostly consisting of women, each one beautiful and outstanding, with the only flaw being a fox tail. Wow, the legendary fox spirits. Drooling. JPG, I envy myself, my mouth is watering, oh my, give me a fox tribe lady, I don't mind the tail. You, the anchor, you beast, quickly let go of that fox tribe lady, let me in. Lust. JPG, I want a 9-tailed fox, one tail is not enough to play with. Why are you so cruel to me, I can only look but not play. Rikoba was very good at socializing, and with just a few words, he and Where There's Milk, There's a Wolf became like brothers. After 3 rounds of drinks, the two of them chatted more and more harmoniously, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time and almost became sworn brothers on the spot. Brother Lei, what kind of wine is this, it's so strong. Lei Keba laughed heartily and said with a hint of ambiguity, impressive, this is Tiger Whip wine brought by the Tiger clan, the world's #1 tonic for male enhancement. The wolf with milk in his eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Lei Keba to have given him Tiger Whip wine. No wonder his gaze always lingered on the Fox clan's beautiful women. Brother, they will take good care of you, I won't disturb you anymore. Lei Keba smirked, patted the wolf with milk on the shoulder, and then left directly. When only the Fox clan beauties were left in the room, the wolf with milk couldn't help but swallow nervously. He clearly understood what Lei Keba meant. The wolf with milk had no reason to refuse, nor did he want to, as at this moment the Fox clan sisters had already surrounded him with smiles. The audience in the live stream room was stunned, as the wolf with milk seemed to have been overwhelmed by desire, forgetting to turn off the live stream. Were they going to witness a live erotic show? All the male viewers became excited, their eyes glued to the screen, afraid of missing a single moment. However, at that moment, a message popped up on the game interface. The live stream content is explicit and has been automatically blocked. Then the screen went blank, even the sound was automatically muted. If it's explicit, why broadcast it? Can we really play this for real? Even the son of the Han Emperor has it, why can't it be real? Fox clan ladies, release that man, come at me if you dare. Damn it! Everyone here is an adult, can't we watch a bit? I'm switching channels. Switching channels. Game officials, I'm going to report this game for explicit and violent content. But give me a testing account, and I might let you off, do you hear me? Damn, this streamer got lucky, not cool. What's the use of harmony? I can imagine it, huh? The male viewers wailed in unison, their resentment towards the game officials reaching its peak, but more so, they wanted a game testing account. The fact that this game could actually be explicit had sparked twisted thoughts in many people, making them want to experience it in the game. However, the explicit content was quickly cut off because time flowed much faster in the real world than in the game world, or 1 minute in reality was equivalent to 24 days in the game world. When the screen returned, the audience realized that half a month had passed in the game world. Brother, spare me, it's been half a month, I can't take it anymore. The wolf with milk pleaded desperately to Lei Keba, while in front of him stood a neat row of Fox clan beauties. Lei Keba patted the wolf with milk's shoulder vigorously, with a look of confidence. Brother, if others say it's impossible, I would believe them, but your physique has long surpassed ordinary people, you can definitely do it. Come on, finish this bowl of Tiger Whip wine and keep working hard. The wolf with milk's face turned green, but seeing Lei Keba's eager expression, he gritted his teeth and downed the bowl of Tiger Whip wine. The game then displayed a message, the live stream content is explicit and has been automatically blocked. The audience immediately wailed, but soon envied Lei Keba's enthusiasm, treating the wolf with milk with Fox clan beauties every day. When the screen returned, another half a month had passed. The wolf with milk lay motionless on the bed, his face as pale as paper, looking like he had indulged excessively. Brother, come on, I prepared another barrel of Super Tiger Whip wine for you, guaranteeing you can handle 10 women at night without any problems. Big brother, please spare me, I really can't take it anymore. When Aina Bien Sher Lang saw Rikoba coming in with a jar of wine, tears streamed down his face. For this past month, besides eating and sleeping, he spent all his time on mating. Yes, mating. Rikoba made it clear to him that he was to help the Orc tribe by siring offspring with extraordinary bloodlines, in order to strengthen the Orc tribe and no longer fear the bloodline warriors of the human tribe. Brother, there are already 7 Fox tribe women pregnant now. This shows that you have great potential. Put in more effort. This is related to the future of our orc tribe. Once they give birth, you will be the hero of the orc tribe. Rikoba earnestly advised Aina bien Lang, taking out a bowl to pour him some wine. Big brother, it's been a month, a whole month. Aina bien Lang's tears flowed uncontrollably. I've ground the iron pestle into a needle, at least let me rest for a day. Rikoba rubbed his chin, then sighed. Brother, do you know why I didn't let you drink blood like those 6 bloodline warriors? Aina bien Lang was taken aback, then his legs trembled. They were also taken for mating? Rikoba nodded, but they didn't have the treatment you have. They didn't have Fox tribe beauties to enjoy. They were all females from the powerful races of the Tiger tribe, Lion tribe, and Wolf tribe. Do you understand now? Aina bien Lang imagined that scene for a moment, shuddering at the thought. Not only was Aina bien Lang shocked, but the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were first stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, this is hilarious, so they were taken to be stud horses. Damn, I can't help but picture that scene, it's indeed quite spectacular. Human and beast. That scene is too beautiful, I dare not even think about it. Anyone jealous? After a month, even if the Fox tribe ladies are beautiful, the streamer probably had enough. I suddenly feel that Rikoba is quite a big shot, with far-reaching plans, actually using this method to create bloodline warriors to fight against the human tribe. He might be the next Emperor Han. This Rikoba is really showing off, probably a big shot in real life too. Brother, I know you're tired, so today I specially brought you a big tonic. After Rikoba finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and 2 bear tribe soldiers brought in a royal bloodline warrior and threw him in front of Aina bien Lang. This human bloodline warrior looked even worse, his face almost transparently pale, devoid of any color, lying motionless on the ground, barely breathing, as if he was about to die at any moment. He has impregnated 5 bear tribe females, 3 lion tribe females, and 2 tiger tribe females. He's about to die, so I'm handing him over to you, brother. Aina bien Lang's eyes lit up. As time passed, his desire for royal bloodline grew stronger. His instinct from the depths of his soul told him that only by consuming royal bloodline could he become stronger. Without hesitation, Aina bien Lang sank his teeth into the bloodline warrior's neck and began sucking his blood. The bloodline warrior screamed in agony, struggling violently but unable to break free. As his body was drained of blood in an instant, he turned into a shriveled corpse. Then, all the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Aina bien Lang's complexion quickly return to a healthy red. Even his eyes shot out 2 sharp gleams, making it difficult for people to look directly at him. So this is the power brought by the royal bloodline. Aina bien Lang licked the fresh blood residue from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with deep desire. The look was too eager, even making Rikoba unconsciously wary and backing away. Brother, besides that woman, the other 4 bloodline warriors can be yours, but you have to continue helping me. Without hesitation, Wolf said, okay, but it can't go on endlessly like this, I'm getting tired of it. Rikoba calmly said, let's set a number, as long as you impregnate 20 Fox tribe women, the remaining 4 bloodline warriors will be yours. Deal. Over the next month, with Wolf's relentless efforts, he finally got 7 Fox tribe beauties pregnant, but it was still 6 short of Rikoba's target. Wolf was really fed up at this point, doing the same thing every day for 2 months, feeling like he would lose interest in women for a long time. Fortunately, Rikoba kept his word and gave him another human bloodline warrior that month. Wolf's strength surged again, and after 3 months of hard work, he reached the agreed-upon number of 20 and ended the painful stud life. Rikoba kept his promise and immediately gave Wolf the remaining 2 bloodline warriors. After absorbing these 2 royal bloodline warriors, his strength increased significantly, almost on par with an ordinary bloodline warrior in terms of speed and power. Brother, I can tell from your expression that you don't plan to stay in Shiloh City. Rikoba chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to return to the capital of the empire, right? That's right, the royal family has been chasing me for 4 years, it's time for them to pay the price. Rikoba nodded and then grinned. Brother, when you go back for revenge, I'll support you, but when you reach the human territory, if you can, do me a favor. Wolf looked wary, a bit afraid of this cunning big brother now. Hey, big brother, you're not trying to trick me again, are you? Brother, I haven't treated you badly during this time, giving you whatever you want, and arranging so many Fox tribe beauties to accompany you every day. How am I tricking you? Rikoba said discontentedly. Wolf was speechless, realizing the logic in what was said. It's not a big deal, remember when I told you about the thing with Shang Tang? Wolf nodded, having heard Rikoba talk about Shang Tang swallowing divine blood and becoming a powerful bloodline warrior. Since Shangtang turned into a golden-haired, golden-eyed being, the dissatisfied nobles among the humans have been spreading rumors in private, saying he is the Golden King who swallowed divine blood, chosen by the creator to replace the royal family of Dixia. With their instigation, the current King Hanyu of Dixia has ordered the execution of all those spreading these rumors, even exterminating 3 tribes. Shangtang has been declared a blasphemer by the second king and is now wanted throughout the kingdom. If you encounter Shangtang in human territory, tell him he's welcome to join our bear tribe. Wolf's face turned extremely strange upon hearing this. He forced a laugh. Big brother, you're not thinking of having him come too, are you? Brother, you get it. Rikoba chuckled and winked at him. Wolf had a constipated expression, but after a while, he chuckled strangely. Got it, when I go to human territory, I'll find Shangtang first and have him join you, big brother. Rikoba and Wolf locked eyes, then burst into laughter, their laughter filled with a sinister meaning. Damn, such a strong scent of conspiracy, this is what they call colluding in crime. I have seen the poor Shangtang about to become a stud horse, but can I come instead? This Lycoba show gives me goosebumps. It's impossible for such a person to achieve anything. Should we go to Shangtang's live broadcast room to remind him to be careful of the streamer? Let's go, let's all go to Shangtang's live broadcast room. 1 minute later, tens of thousands of people flooded into Shangtang's live broadcast room at the same time, leaving Shangtang, who was trying to escape, bewildered. Shangtang was covered in blood, being pursued not only by his pursuers but also by his own people. Xia Ershi offered a reward of 10,000 gold coins for Shangtang's head, an astronomical figure unimaginable to ordinary people. In the Great Xia dynasty, 1 gold coin was enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life for a year. This led to a miserable 3 months for Shangtang, as he faced relentless pursuit. Although he did not have the weakness of a wolf-fearing light when it comes to milk, his golden hair and eyes were too conspicuous. In this world, there was no hair dye, and even if he covered his hair completely with a hat, he couldn't hide his eyes. Wherever Shangtang went, he could be discovered by people, leading to being hunted down by local bloodline warriors and soldiers. Fortunately, after being transformed by divine blood, Shangtang's physical fitness was astonishing, and 3 or 4 bloodline warriors were no match for him. However, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, each fearless of death for the sake of gold coins. Shangtang was exhausted from being tossed around and was thinking of escaping to a desolate place. At this moment, he saw hundreds of thousands of people flooding into the live broadcast room, leaving him puzzled. Then, the barrage of messages began to flood the screen. Brother Shangtang, the Bear Clan is sending a large army to pick you up, inviting you to join the Orc Clan. Hurry to the Orc Clan's place. Yes, the Bear Clan's tribal king is now eagerly seeking talents, very enthusiastic. When the Wolf brother went there, he invited many Fox Clan sisters to accompany him for drinks and sleep. Don't believe it? Look at the pictures I posted. Then there were countless images of wolves enjoying themselves in the Bear Clan's territory, surrounded by food and drink. Brother Shangtang, I guarantee what the person above said is true. I also took screenshots, don't believe me? Look. Picture. The hospitable Bear Clan tribal king Lycoba not only provides food and shelter but also plays with you. The Wolf brother is having a great time. Look, this is a screenshot of their grand tour of the magnificent Chilo city. Picture. Brother Shangtang, hurry to the Bear Clan, the Fox Clan sisters are so beautiful, seeing them makes my mouth water. Brother Shangtang, since you can't stay in the human clan now, go to the Orc Clan, it's so much fun there, I promise you won't regret it. We are recruiting you on behalf of the Bear Clan tribal king, hurry to the Orc Clan's place, they will send a large army to meet you. Shangtang was truly puzzled, still not understanding what was happening, but looking at the game screenshots on the screen, he roughly understood. The Bear Clan's tribal king was eagerly seeking talents and warmly welcomed the Wolf brothers in the same situation as him. Shangtang felt something was off, the tone of these viewers' words carried a hint of conspiracy, but looking at those screenshots, there seemed to be no problem. After some thought, Shangtang decided to go to the Orc Clan. Since the human clan had no place for him now, he might as well try his luck with the Orc Clan. If the Orc Clan really sent a large army to meet him, there was no harm in going to see. Encouraged by a group of viewers, Shangtang immediately changed direction and ran towards the Orc Clan's territory. He rushed for 3 days without stopping and finally reached the border between the Orc Clan and the human clan, where, just as the viewers in the live broadcast room had said, Lycoba was indeed leading the angry bear cavalry to meet him. Shangtang, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long. Lycoba excitedly laughed and went up to greet Shangtang. Shangtang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lycoba speak Chinese, as in this world, both humans and beast tribes have their own language systems, and only players speak Chinese. Shangtang and Lycoba had no conflicting interests and were both players, so they could discuss things openly. Ah, I must thank Brother Lei for coming all this way to pick me up. It's been really tough these days, I couldn't even have a proper meal. Ha, since we're in the orc tribe, this is nothing. Let's go, follow me back to the royal city, we can chat along the way. With Rikoba's enthusiastic invitation, Shangtang followed him to the city of Chilua in a daze. Ha, familiar recipe, familiar taste. Shangtang, the hospitality of the bear tribe is very warm, enjoy it, fighting. Shangtang, I believe in you, you will definitely break Wolf Brothers' record. Another young man to be drained dry. My poor Fox tribe sisters, about to become juicers again. The one above, you're really something, juicer is such a vivid image, 6666. This was the first time Shangtang had seen the orc tribe's royal city, and he was amazed by the grandeur of the city, completely ignoring the barrage. Then, he was warmly welcomed by the orc tribe's chief with food and drink, and accompanied by enchanting and beautiful Fox tribe women, he realized that what the live audience had been saying was true. The scene that the audience was so familiar with happened again. Shangtang drank several jars of tiger whip wine, and soon couldn't hold on. The live broadcast content was automatically blocked, and when the audience could see the camera clearly again, half a month had passed. As expected, Shangtang looked exhausted and indulgent, far from the heroic figure he once was. At this moment, he finally understood why the audience kept urging him to come to Chilua City. They were clearly asking him to be a stud. These bastards. Shangtang, today I've found 3 top-notch Fox tribe beauties for you, just coming of age, and they're all virgins. Half a month ago, Shangtang might have been excited to hear this, but now he felt lifeless and even had the urge to die. Brother, I really can't take it anymore. Please let me go. Shangtang cried with a mournful face, looking at the 3 stunning Fox tribe beauties walking in from outside, tears of despair streaming down his face. Rikoba laughed heartily, patted Shangtang on the shoulder, and said, Brother, a man can't say no. Wolf Brother enjoyed 3 months with me, successfully impregnating 20 Fox tribe beauties. You can't even do one, your combat power is lacking. After saying this, Rikoba glanced meaningfully at Shangtang's lower body. Shangtang looked bitter, he really wanted to agree now, but he was truly powerless at the moment. The young man worked tirelessly day and night, and anyone would be unable to bear it. Brother, I really can't do it anymore. How about letting me rest for a while? I'll go to the human tribe to catch a few bloodline warriors for you. How about that? Rikoba smirked. How can those bloodline warriors compare to your divine bloodline? Brother, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Last time Wolf Brother came, I gave him 4 bloodline warriors. This time, if you successfully impregnate a Fox tribe woman, I'll give you 10,000 renminbi. Shangtang was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked. Damn it, Shangtang, you can't do it, let me do it for you. This is a real boss. Damn it, why didn't I get this good opportunity, living the life of a stud and still making money? Boss, I'm good at this. Just give me an account, and I'll help you every day. 1 for 10,000, challenging a millionaire is no pressure for me. A million? I'll make Boss Lei go bankrupt. Shangtang hesitated for a moment, but soon shook his head. He was considered middle class and didn't lack that money. 50,000 each. Lei Keba didn't hesitate and immediately spoke up. Shangtang was truly shocked by Lei Keba's extravagant behavior. 50,000 each, that's a million for 20 accounts. Even though Shangtang wasn't short of money, he was still surprised by this figure. Seeing Shangtang's expression change, Lei Keba spoke again, stating an irresistible number. 100,000 each. I can transfer 2 million to you now. Once you confirm receiving the money, come back to fulfill the agreement. This time, Shangtang was truly stunned. He didn't expect Lei Keba to be so generous, willing to spend 2 million for a game. Not only Shangtang, even the audience in the live broadcast room could only comment 6,666 in shock. This inhumane behavior made everyone realize that Lei Keba must be a big shot in reality, otherwise, ordinary tycoons wouldn't dare to play like this. Okay, I agree. Shangtang closed the live broadcast first and readily agreed. It would be foolish not to accept such a good deal. After giving Lei Keba his bank card number and name, both of them logged off simultaneously. In less than a minute, they both logged back in. Obviously, they knew time was precious and didn't want to waste a single moment. Did you receive the money? Received. Well then, Shangtang, work hard. Lei Keba laughed heartily as he left the room. Soon, a group of Fox Clan beauties entered the room, and the screen automatically blocked the view. Shangtang stayed in Chilua City for half a year, finally completing Lei Keba's order. When Lei Keba asked if he wanted to continue making money, this time, he firmly refused without any hesitation. It was too damn scary. They were treating me like a stallion. After half a year, Shangtang's originally robust body had shrunk by half, becoming similar to an ordinary adult male in stature, and his once golden hair had become dull. These Fox Clan beauties were more seductive one by one, not stopping until they had drained him completely every day, leading to his rapid weight loss. He even suspected that if he continued to stay in Shilua City, he would be the first person in the game to die from exhaustion. Although he had already closed the live broadcast, there were still many players from the Orc clan. Once this matter spread, he probably wouldn't dare to go out using this name in the future. After recuperating in the Orc clan for a period, Shang Tang returned to the Human clan. By this time, the capital of the Human clan had become chaotic, all because of the return of the vengeful wolf. After continuously absorbing the blood of 5 bloodline warriors, his strength had surpassed that of ordinary bloodline warriors. Coupled with his elusive speed, he kept killing the bloodline warriors of the royal family in the capital. Enraged, Hanyu abandoned all state affairs and gathered all bloodline warriors to hunt down the vengeful wolf. However, the vengeful wolf, after continuously absorbing the angry blood of the bloodline warriors, his strength skyrocketed, far beyond the initial newborn vampire. The royal family suffered heavy losses, and the bloodline warriors were severely injured, making the vengeful wolf stronger as he fought on. Hanyu had no choice but to personally confront the vengeful wolf. But as soon as the vengeful wolf saw Hanyu appear, he immediately fled because he knew the judgment sword was there, and he couldn't possibly win. Hanyu was furious, but he had no choice but to endure it. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he was unable to do anything about it. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, Shang Tang returned to the capital, further escalating the chaos in the royal city and setting the stage for the second round of dynastic change. The Book of Orcs, later hailed as the first historical record of the Orcs, recorded, the Orc tribe king, Rikoba, was talented and strategic. By capturing human bloodline warriors and using their angry blood, he gave birth to Orc bloodline warriors. The extraordinary power of the Orc tribe began to manifest, and Rikoba became the 11th generation Orc king. That same year, Rikoba met King Shang Tang of the Golden Kingdom. The two hit it off immediately and became close friends. When Shang Tang and the Great Xia dynasty vied for the throne of the Human King, Rikoba played a significant role. Shang Tang eventually succeeded in overthrowing the Great Xia dynasty and establishing the second Human dynasty, De Shang. Thus, the Human and Orc tribes entered a period of peaceful development, with extraordinary powers continuously emerging as the decisive force shaping the history of both races. While a new round of dynastic wars unfolded within the Human tribe, Chen Luo arrived at the vast sea he named the Endless Sea, where the blue demon fish was born. Here, an interesting species emerged. After 2 days in the real world, equivalent to 200 years in the Western fantasy world, 2/3 of the 10,000 players had been eliminated, leaving less than 3,000 species. Although the primordial pen determined that the initial species they created had the potential for evolution, most of them perished along the way in various bizarre ways, such as drowning, trampling, natural disasters, and human calamities. Chen Luo stood on the vast sea and reached out to grab something from the turbulent sea. A dark and sleek creature, resembling an eel, shot out of the water and hovered in front of him. Mutant electric eel, quite interesting, Chen Luo remarked as he touched the creature, and its growth history appeared in his mind. This electric eel was created by a player named Super Electric Eel Avatar, who seemed to have specialized in studying electric eels. The eel could release up to 300 to 800 volts of electricity, enough to kill a cow and even a human, earning it the nickname of Underwater Powerline. Unlike real electric eels, this player-created eel species could not only survive in the ocean but also evolve by consuming other species and enhancing its electric discharge ability through evolution. With the appearance of this electric eel species, the balance of the ocean was disrupted. At that time, the blue demon fish still ruled the endless sea with its sharp teeth and massive size but unfortunately encountered this group of electric eels with special abilities. The high salinity and low resistance of the ocean made it an ideal environment for the electric eels. The player known as Super Electric Eel Avatar, utilizing this abnormal ability, had no natural enemies because most animals lacked resistance to electricity. The electric eel species quickly dominated a sea area and then set its sights on the ocean overlord, the blue demon fish. As all other species in the sea had been consumed, the blue demon fish was the only remaining target. While the blue demon fish was not resistant to electricity and would be stunned and eaten by a single electric eel, it posed a threat when encountered in groups. Each super electric eel had a limited time frame for discharging electricity, usually around 15 seconds, after which it needed 7 to 8 hours to recharge. Therefore, a single electric eel could only stun one blue demon fish at most. If there was a period where it couldn't discharge electricity, it would be torn to shreds by the group of blue demon fish. The player known as the Super Electric Eel Avatar is extremely cunning, starting off by developing sneakily, specifically targeting the solitary blue demon fish, gradually beginning to devour the slightly smaller blue demon fish population. By now, this player has expanded this population to nearly 10,000, and their short-term discharge ability has reached an exaggerated 50,000 volts, becoming the absolute ruler of this sea area. Analyze the genes of the super-electric eel. Analyzing. A primitive life form, evolved to the peak of this population, low genetic value, currently capable of producing 0.5% divine genes, with a chance of fusion to produce thunder and lightning abilities. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a bit regretful when he saw this. He didn't expect this eel to have evolved to its peak already. He had originally planned to try to merge his blood into these eels to see if they had any further opportunities for advancement. It seems unnecessary now, as they have evolved to their peak and will soon replace the blue demon fish as the new ocean overlord. The species in the ocean is still too scarce. It seems that I have to take action personally to create a powerful species, otherwise when this player dominates the endless sea, there will be no space left for the evolution of other species. Chen Luo muttered to himself, then heard a prompt from the primordial pen. Do you want to merge the genes of the super-electric eel to complete the divine genes? Chen Luo threw the struggling eel into the sea, quickly returned to his room, and immediately said, merge the genes of the electric eel. Merging initiated. The familiar mechanical voice sounded. At that moment, although Chen Luo's body did not undergo a very drastic change, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness had improved significantly, and there seemed to be something extra inside his body. Chen Luo suddenly extended his index finger, and a faint blue electric light bloomed from his fingertip. Sizzle! The electric light lasted for less than 5 seconds, then disappeared in an instant. Chen Luo was speechless, the joy in his heart retreated significantly. The thunder and lightning ability brought by this fusion was still too weak. This amount of electricity would probably only cause a slight pricking sensation, far from being able to be used for attack. However, Chen Luo quickly stabilized his mindset. At least he had gained something, which was better than nothing. And now he only possessed 0.16% of divine genes. As long as he continued to complete the genes, the thunder and lightning abilities would also continue to strengthen. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo's mind moved, and his figure returned to a desert in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo once again extended his right index finger, and a blue thunderbolt shot out from his fingertip, soaring straight into the sky. Boom! The sky, which was originally shining brightly, was instantly covered with dark clouds, and a continuous thunderstorm appeared. As Chen Luo pointed his finger down, all the thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly paused, as if they had found a target, and then all gathered together to form a bright light as dazzling as a star, falling straight down. Boom! The desert shook violently, followed by a feeling akin to an earthquake, and a bottomless crevice appeared in the ground, with countless yellow sands sliding down into the abyss. The land around the crevice was scorched black by the lightning. Even Chen Luo was amazed by this power. Although he knew that the Western fantasy world enhanced his powers, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. After a brief thought, Chen Luo casually issued a system announcement. Announcement: congratulations to the player's Super Electric Eel avatar for evolving the species of the Super Electric Eel, possessing certain potential, and receiving achievement rewards. This sudden announcement in the entire region not only surprised all the players in the game, but also caused a huge sensation in the game forums. Since the second beta test of the game, he was the first player to receive achievement rewards. Liang Xiaoyu, a doctoral student in the Department of Biology at Zhejiang University, specializes in bioelectricity and its applications in medicine and energy. Therefore, he is very familiar with the structures of bioelectric organisms, such as electric eels, electric fish, and electric rays. Upon entering the game, Liang Xiaoyu almost didn't think much and chose the electric eel. However, by this time, 200 years had passed in the game world, and the lifespan of the super electric eel created by Liang Xiaoyu was only about 100 years. Even as the creator, he only lived 50 years longer than a regular electric eel. The biological level of the super electric eel was much higher than that of ants, but it couldn't achieve what Jiang Juanhao did, transferring consciousness to the next ant queen. In the end, Liang Xiaoyu still died of old age. After Liang Xiaoyu exited the game, he couldn't help but post an article on the forum titled The Path of the Ocean Overlord of the Super Electric Eel. In it, he shared many videos and screenshots, revealing details about the development of the super electric eel population and predicting that the super electric eel would become the next ocean overlord. This post immediately attracted a lot of attention. Because of the detailed content and rich knowledge in Liang Xiaoyu's post, those without a certain level of biological knowledge couldn't understand it at all. It was very hardcore. However, not understanding didn't prevent people from making judgments, thinking that Liang Xiaoyu was a true academic master. Academic master, hurry up and get into the game to see what the reward is. Master is awesome. Although I don't understand your professional paper, I can definitely understand the reward. Go claim the big prize. Master is amazing, the dog planner is rarely kind. Please reveal the reward publicly, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. A flash of inspiration came to me. If I create an electric fish or electric ray, wouldn't I also have a chance to receive achievement rewards? The comments were refreshing at a crazy speed. Liang Xiaoyu was also excited at this time, immediately put on his glasses, logged into the game, and started a live broadcast on the platform. Modified room name, Mysterious Achievement Award, live broadcast started. As soon as this name was posted, within a short time, tens of thousands of people eagerly rushed in, most of whom were cloud players who couldn't play the game. There were also many players eliminated from the game, who could only chat on the forum. They all ran into Liang Xiaoyu's room together to take a look. Liang Xiaoyu logged into the game and saw that when he entered the game interface, it was different from before, with 3 options appearing for him to choose one as a reward. 1. Permanently retain the super electric eel race, except for the human race and orc race. The super electric eel will be an exclusive race for the player. 2. Permanently retain the game qualification and no longer participate in the preliminary elimination. 3. Customize your second life. After the 3 options were presented, people were extremely envious, and discussions broke out. These 3 options are getting more and more powerful. This game really intends to use player-created races to play the game. What's amazing is that this race is exclusive, which means that only academic masters will be able to play this super electric eel in the future. In the future, certain powerful academic masters will continue to evolve valuable races, and they will become their exclusive races? Damn, do they look down on us poor students? If we don't study well and can't evolve powerful species, can we only start playing from ants and plants? The game experience is too poor. This is too hardcore. Can't mess with it, really can't mess with it. The second one is not very valuable. After the public beta, anyone can enter casually, it seems meaningless. The third one is very interesting. Customizing your own second life. What does that mean? Dog planner, come out and explain. Unable to understand the same, it is a mysterious option. Soon, everyone on the forum ignored the first 2 options and began discussing and researching the 3 options. Liang Xiaoyu frowned at these 3 options, contemplating which one to choose. The first one wouldn't be too bad. With his understanding of the super electric eel, even if he entered the game again next time, he could quickly become the ruler of the ocean. Moreover, the potential for the evolution of the super electric eel was limited, but it could continue to advance the species level, making the power of the electric current it emitted stronger, and ultimately evolving into a monster in the fantasy world was not impossible. The second one, Liang Xiaoyu quickly dismissed without much thought. With the knowledge he currently had in his mind, eliminating the initial selection posed no difficulty for him. The third option, a customized exclusive second life? What does this mean? Liang Xiaoyu quickly pondered. Although the first option of an exclusive race was cool, with his strength, if he wanted to play as the super electric eel, he could completely create another one. Although he didn't know what the third option meant, Liang Xiaoyu felt that this should be very interesting. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively chose the third option. The game login interface gradually changed, the previous 3 choices disappeared, and 3 new options appeared. 1. Marvel World. 2. Naruto World. 3. Hunter x Hunter World. Just as Liang Xiaoyu was confused, not knowing what this meant. At this moment, a prompt popped up on the game interface, please select a world as a privately customized background world. Liang Xiaoyu was still puzzled, but this time he couldn't help but ask directly, what does this mean? Regardless of which world the player chooses, a secondary plane will be automatically generated on the main plane of the fantasy world. This secondary plane is the world selected by the player. Liang Xiaoyu instantly understood, excitedly asked, does this mean I can choose one of these 3 worlds and make them as real as the fantasy world, such as the Marvel world, with Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Hulk? Yes, after the player selects the background, they can freely create races, genders, and set basic abilities in this world, and can also choose time nodes and locations, truly personalized. Liang was shocked, completely unexpected that this game company was so abnormal, actually able to create a virtual world and achieve the same level as the fantasy world. This technological level was simply incredible. When seeing the game prompt, the live broadcast room was like a bomb suddenly dropped in deep water. The effect was amazing. What did I see? Can actually create a Marvel world. What kind of company is this game company? Could it be aliens? Don't tell me. I deliberately searched for this game company, nothing, no producer, not even a company name, too damn mysterious. I don't care about this game company, I just want to know if it's real. I really want to go to the Naruto world. I want to get an autograph from my idol Uchiha Itachi. I want to be Iron Man. What's the use of Iron Man? Go grab Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and snap your fingers. Lousy planners, lousy officials, when is the open beta? I can't wait, crying blood for the open beta. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly flooded with tens of thousands of messages, and more people poured in. Among these three worlds, Hunter x Hunter was slightly less popular, with not a particularly large audience, but Naruto and Marvel were absolutely world famous. Especially Marvel, starting with the first Iron Man movie, Marvel Universe has harvested countless fans and dollars worldwide. The vast majority of people have fantasized about incarnating as a superhero in the Marvel Universe, then saving the world and becoming a world-renowned figure. The game company in front of them can actually directly generate a Marvel world, allowing players to experience a second life which completely subverts everyone's worldview. Liang Xiaoyu quickly scanned the three options and soon selected the Marvel world. World background selected successfully, generating secondary plane. Just as Liang Xiaoyu and millions of viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath, staring at the game interface, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Estimated generation time is 10 days, please be patient. Liang Xiaoyu? Live broadcast room viewers? Liang Xiaoyu instantly felt frustrated, deeply resentful, feeling that everything was going wrong. What the heck, are you kidding me? Hey, why do I have to wait for 10 days? Do you want to cancel world generation? Liang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the words, he was just venting, why cancel it directly? Is this system's behavior pattern so high-tech? No, absolutely not, System Daddy, I was wrong, I'll wait for 10 days. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw Liang Xiaoyu decisively back down, and burst into laughter one by one. The top student, you dare to provoke System Daddy, I'll teach you how to behave in a minute. Top student, don't panic, it's just 10 days, if you can't wait. Give it to me, I can wait. Honestly, I was just eating, couldn't help but spray the food in my mouth all over the screen when I saw this scene. Forget it, I won't say anymore, I'll clean the screen first. Bro, good things come to those who wait. Wait a little longer, remember to announce on the forum as soon as you open the world. Why do I feel like this game company is not ready? These 10 days might be for overtime to build the Marvel world. Watching the laughter and teasing in the live broadcast room, Liang Xiaoyu quickly calmed down. He knew these people were just envious, and he couldn't be bothered, so he just said, I'll be back in 10 days, stay tuned. Chen Luo was quite leisurely at this time, because as guessed by the viewers in the live broadcast room, he was not ready for the architecture of the Marvel world, and he felt it was a bit wasteful for one person to enter. Chen Luo planned to select a few more players and put them into the Marvel world together, so deliberately left a 10-day waiting period. In fact, structuring a Marvel world is much simpler than creating a Western fantasy world. The Western fantasy world is the main world, where both time and space rules are the same as the real world, so creating something out of nothing requires too much consumption. But the Marvel world is different, it is a fictional world where everything does not exist in reality. Chen Luo just needs to copy it as it is, as a subordinate secondary plane of the Western fantasy world, and adjust its rule level to be lower than the main plane, so there won't be much consumption. The only downside is that with the rule level lowered, the realism of the world will decrease, probably only about 80%, but it won't affect the gaming experience. Chen Luo opened Genesis and found the page of the Western fantasy world, then folded a crease about 1 centimeter on the edge of the paper. Then, he made a gesture towards the void, and the primordial pen appeared in his hand. Chen Luo wrote the 4 words Marvel World on the crease. At the same time, Chen Luo suddenly disappeared in the room and entered the Western fantasy world. Stepping into the void, Chen Luo flew towards the sky, quickly passed through the atmosphere, and entered the universe. Chen Luo overlooks the Western fantasy world from a high vantage point, observing the external aspects of this world. From the outside, the entire Western fantasy world, like Earth, is also a huge spherical body revolving around the sun in the universe. The planet is enveloped in a hazy halo, which is the dimensional barrier. The Western fantasy world is like an egg, wrapped in a thick dimensional barrier. At the top of the world, a sun shines brightly, illuminating the entire Western fantasy world. Its light not only shines inside the Western fantasy world but also penetrates through layers of dimensional barriers into the universe. These dimensional barriers are not composed of matter but were naturally generated as a layer of spatial barrier when Chen Luo created the Western fantasy world. Ordinary people cannot approach or touch it because this spatial barrier blocks all creatures that want to leave the Western fantasy world. According to Chen Luo's estimation, breaking through this dimensional barrier would require unlocking a 7-tier genetic lock at the very least. Given the immature power system of the Western fantasy world, it would be impossible for the existence capable of unlocking the 7-tier genetic lock to emerge in less than tens of thousands of years. Of course, Chen Luo, as the creator, is an exception. At this moment, the universe is empty, with nothing but the Western fantasy world and the celestial bodies surrounding it. It is a dark void without light or any substance. Soon, a blue halo begins to rotate, blossoming like a brilliant flower in the boundless darkness. It continues to spin and attaches to the dimensional barrier of the Western fantasy world. The rules of the Western fantasy world begin to absorb and accept this newly born secondary dimension. With the adjustment of the world's rules, Chen Luo can feel that the Marvel world has been fully formed, with the blue halo being its dimensional barrier. With a single thought, Chen Luo breaks through the blue dimensional barrier and descends into the space of the Marvel universe. The Marvel universe is set as a parallel world to Earth, where everything on Earth exists, but with the addition of various powerful alien races and superheroes. Chen Luo looks down at the blue planet below, identical to Earth, and with a thought, he appears on a street in New York, USA. Standing at a crossroads, he watches the bustling street with flowing traffic and towering skyscrapers around him, with the most eye-catching being a high-rise building ahead. The top floor of the building bears the English inscription Stark. A smile appears on Chen Luo's lips as he suddenly has an idea and snaps his fingers. Time, 2013. Originally, the Marvel world was set in sync with Earth's time in 2019. But with a snap of Chen Luo's fingers, time rapidly reverses and instantly returns to 2013, the timeline of the movie Iron Man 3. Meanwhile, Chen Luo mysteriously disappears from the spot and reappears inside Tony Stark's home. At this time, Tony Stark, after the Battle of New York, has developed severe anxiety, unable to sleep and solely focused on researching new armors to become stronger and protect Pepper Potts. He has already developed over 30 armor models, including those for space travel and deep-sea diving, with the current model being Mark 42, capable of remote control and automatic assembly through sensors. Chen Luo's purpose in coming here is to experiment with bringing the Iron Man armor into reality. Tony is trying to mentally control the Mark 42, which is self-assembling on his body when he unexpectedly sees an oriental figure. Tony watches Chen Luo warily. Having encountered gods and alien races, he is no longer surprised by these superpowered individuals. Who are you? Although Chen Luo passed the college English test band 4, he has not used it since graduation, only able to understand daily conversational language. But in this self-created world, he can do anything, mastering English with just a single thought. Ignoring the vigilant Tony in front of him, Chen Luo looked up and down at the person who looked exactly like a character from a movie, then smiled and said, "This appearance may not be convenient in the game world, or for all superheroes, let's use the image from the comics." Chen Luo snapped his fingers again. In the next moment, the entire Marvel universe seemed to pause, experiencing a brief moment of stillness. Everyone felt like they had lived a century, yet it also felt like just a second had passed, before regaining their senses and continuing what they were doing. However, the Tony Stark in front of Chen Luo had transformed into a comic book image, quite different from the one in the movie. Tony also had a momentary lapse, but when he regained his composure, he immediately shouted, "Jarvis!" All the Iron Man suits in the basement lit up simultaneously, breaking the glass of the storage cabinet and rushing out in unison. One Iron Man suit swiftly flew in front of Tony, assembling itself on him. Chen Luo chuckled, seemingly disdainful to respond, as he reached out and grabbed the Iron Man suit out of thin air. The suit flew into the air towards Chen Luo. Seeing this, Jarvis immediately activated the thrusters at the bottom of the suit, trying to escape the invisible force. At this moment, Tony rushed towards Chen Luo and threw a punch at him. Chen Luo casually waved his hand, causing Tony to crash through the wall with his armor, making a loud noise. The Iron Man suit ultimately couldn't resist Chen Luo's power and flew in front of him. All the Iron Man suits in the room raised their wrists, emitting white beams of energy towards Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo seemed to disappear again, reappearing above the villa with the Iron Man suit in an instant. Tony then flew over with more than 40 Iron Man suits, surrounding Chen Luo in the middle. "Are you here to steal it?" Tony asked sternly. Chen Luo stood in the void with his hands in his pockets, looking amused at the spectacular group of mechs in front of him. "Sort of, just want to play with one." "You can't afford to play," Tony suddenly ordered. "Jarvis, blow it up." Before he could finish his sentence, the Iron Man suit controlled by Chen Luo instantly exploded. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the sky. After the explosion subsided, Tony was astonished to find Chen Luo unscathed, not even a hair out of place, still standing in the air with a nonchalant expression. "You really give me a headache. I just wanted to conduct an experiment. Can't you stop being mischievous?" Just as Chen Luo finished speaking, he disappeared again and reappeared in front of Tony the next second. Tony's expression changed abruptly, unable to see how Chen Luo moved, unsure if it was instantaneous movement or if the opponent's speed exceeded his visual limit. But before Tony could react, Chen Luo lightly tapped Tony's forehead with his finger. "Go lie down for a while. Tony plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing to the ground, creating another large crater. At that moment, the more than 40 Iron Man suits raised their hands again, shooting dazzling blue laser beams towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo calmly raised his hand and casually waved it. All the blue laser beams disappeared simultaneously in the air, as if they had never existed. Tony struggled to get up from the ground, but found that his body felt completely weak and unable to exert any strength. In the end, it was Jarvis who controlled the armor and rescued him from the ground. "Sir, his power is too strong, we are no match for him, I suggest we retreat." Tony spat out a mouthful of blood onto the armor, gasping for breath, "Destroy all the armors." At that moment, Chen Luo's lazy voice suddenly came from the sky. "Hold on." Chen Luo's voice, not loud but clear, came down from the sky. "Let's see who this is first." Chen Luo snapped his fingers again, and Pepper suddenly appeared in the air, looking around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. When Pepper realized where she was, she immediately started screaming in shock. Tony was shocked, unable to understand how Chen Luo had brought Pepper over with just a snap of his fingers. Chen Luo, seeing Tony no longer moving recklessly, waved his hand and grabbed an Iron Man armor from afar, then disappeared from this world without a sound. Chen Luo looked at his empty hand and couldn't help but smile and shake his head, as expected. When Chen Luo returned from the Marvel universe to the real world, the Iron Man armor in his hand disappeared without a trace, as if melting away without a trace. Chen Luo was not disappointed, as he had anticipated this might happen. The dimensional barrier automatically intercepts things from that world going out, and the Marvel world is a secondary dimension. Once the people and things inside enter the main dimension, they will be assimilated by the rules of the main dimension and destroyed by the power of the rules. A bit of a pity, I wanted to play with the Iron Man armor. Chen Luo sighed with a smile. After a while, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly disappeared from the room again. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Luo returned to the room, holding a palm-sized gold brick in his hand. "Ah, it works. I'm going to be rich now, no need to risk selling accounts anymore." Chen Luo lifted the gold brick, weighing about a kilogram, and couldn't help but laugh happily. This gold brick was taken from the Western fantasy world, where the imperial capital, the city of Chilo, and the Temple of Creation had a large amount of gold, which was like his own home to Chen Luo, free to take. When the Iron Man armor disappeared, Chen Luo understood that things from secondary dimensions could not be brought into reality, but this was not a problem in the main dimension. The Western fantasy world and the real world are main dimensions of the same level, and things taken out from inside will not be destroyed by the power of the rules, the only problem being the dimensional barrier. This is a huge problem for ordinary people in the Western fantasy world, but for Chen Luo, it is not a problem at all. As long as the things are around his body, they will not be blocked by the dimensional barrier. The only trouble is that the size of the object cannot be too large, at most 10 centimeters outside his body. Once it exceeds this space, it will also be blocked by the dimensional barrier. After his excitement, Chen Luo casually threw the gold brick on the table, returned to the Western fantasy world, caught a big rooster in the imperial capital, and then returned to the real world. As soon as he returned to the room, the rooster that had been lively in his hand was motionless. Chen Luo picked it up and found that it was already dead. Indeed, living creatures won't work. Although this big rooster could leave the dimensional barrier, it could not withstand the terrifying power of crossing dimensions and was directly killed. Chen Luo had no problem with the protection of the Yuan pen, but other creatures couldn't do it. Chen Luo repeated the experiment several times and finally came to the conclusion that he couldn't bring living creatures out. After confirming this, Chen Luo immediately returned to the Western fantasy world, brought back 4 gold bricks, packed them together with the original one, and left. Xinqing Road is located in the Hanjiang district of Jiangqing City, an old urban area that has not been demolished and rebuilt. The road is not spacious, with congested traffic and bustling crowds. However, compared to the neatly planned wide roads in the new area, this old urban area is more vivid and has a more lively atmosphere. Along Xinqing Road, colorful shop signs line the roadside, with the more accurate name for these shops being jewelry processing shops. These are some private small shops that usually help middle-aged and elderly women and men make necklaces, rings, and also recycle some gold jewelry and items. The reason Chen Luo chose this place instead of going to those big gold shops is that those places require identification cards for gold purchases and registration, and he didn't want to leave too many traces to avoid being traced. As Chen Luo walked along the street, he secretly observed the appearance of the shop owners. Appearance reflects the heart is somewhat reasonable. When he encountered people with a face full of flesh, muscular bodies, or lecherous eyes and thin lips like a blade, he immediately chose the next shop. After a while, Chen Luo found a gold shop with a sign that read Yenji Gold Shop. The shop was quiet and had no customers yet. Behind the counter sat an old man in a green ancient-style robe. He had a refined appearance, white temples, and was wearing glasses while reading a scroll-like ancient book. He gently shook a folding fan in his hand, completely focused on reading, not even noticing Chen Luo entering. When he heard someone come in, the old man raised his head. He calmly put down the book and stood up, smiling gently and saying in a warm and peaceful voice, "Welcome, young man, what would you like to buy?" Chen Luo calmly replied, "Hello, sir. I would like to ask, do you buy gold here?" The old man was somewhat surprised by the question but quickly nodded and said, "Of course, this store also buys gold and silver. I would like to ask, how much do you buy gold for per gram here?" The old man replied politely, 290 yuan per gram, but it depends on the purity of the gold. Upon hearing this price, Chen Luo had an idea in mind. Along the way, every gold shop he asked only offered around 250 to 260 yuan per gram, so this old man's offer was already the highest. Carefully, Chen Luo took out a gold brick from his bag and said, "Could you please appraise this, sir?" Seeing the gold brick, the old man's face showed even more surprise. At a glance, he could tell that this item was not light. Such a large gold brick? It's really rare nowadays. Where did you get it from? Chen Luo immediately replied, "It was passed down from my ancestors, kept in the old house. I found it by chance when cleaning the room." The old man smiled at Chen Luo, didn't ask further, took the gold brick, weighed it in his hand, and then observed it with his naked eye. Soon, he took out a toolbox from under the counter, brought out various tools, and began testing. The gold purity is not 24 carats, the gold content is only 93%. "Young man, are you looking to sell?" The shop owner put down the gold brick, calmly wiped his hands with a towel, and then smiled and asked, "Yes, can you buy it?" The gold is pure, but because it's not 24 carats, the price cannot be based on the usual. "Sir, please make an offer." These gold items were refined using ancient alchemy methods from the Western fantasy world, where the craftsmanship level was not as advanced as modern times, so it's normal for the purity to not reach 24 carats. So Chen Luo didn't waste any more words, he immediately interrupted the old man and asked directly, 260 per gram, how about it? After a slight pause, Chen Luo found the price acceptable, as going elsewhere would only result in a lower offer. "Okay," he replied. The old man smiled slightly and then asked, "Another question, our gold shop has always followed the rules and regulations. We don't touch things with unclear origins. Do you have legitimate proof of the gold's origin, like an invoice or receipt?" Facing the boss's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Luo remained composed and said, "As I just mentioned, this was found inside an old mansion, so I can't provide any proof." The old man shook his head regretfully, "Without legal proof, there's nothing I can do. You should try another place for this." He sighed and handed the gold back to Chen Luo, saying earnestly, "Young man, you are still young. It's okay to make a mistake, but don't make the same mistake again." Chen Luo was taken aback, realizing that the boss was treating him as a thief trying to sell stolen goods. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He said helplessly, "Boss, many people have antiques and gold passed down from their ancestors at home. I haven't heard that you need any certificates to buy or sell such items. Where would you get proof for these ancient artifacts?" The old man chuckled, "Young man, if you can't prove that this item is passed down from your ancestors or its legal source, accepting it indeed carries great risks." Seeing Chen Luo's disappointed expression, the old man turned to leave the gold shop but then said, "Here's the deal, young man. I see honesty in your face, you don't seem like a bad person. I'll take a risk and accept this gold bar, but without legal proof, I can only offer 230 per gram. Think it over." Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, understanding that the boss was bargaining even after circling around. However, Chen Luo didn't mind. Ever since he learned that he could extract gold from the Western fantasy world, gold was as easy to obtain for him as paper. If he wanted, Chen Luo could extract several tons of gold from the Western fantasy world, albeit a bit troublesome. But of course, Chen Luo didn't show any of this on his face. He pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, "Boss, isn't this price too low?" The old man smiled and shook his head, "Young man, accepting gold with unclear origins involves risks. If you don't believe me, go around the entire Xinqing road and see which shop dares to accept this." Chen Luo pretended to be conflicted and soon put on a look of reluctance, saying, "Well then." Chen Luo didn't want to waste energy bargaining for something he didn't care about. If he went to another shop, he might attract unwanted attention if he asked too many questions. Once the price was settled, the rest of the process was simple. The old man weighed the gold, totaling 1,003 grams, with a total price of over 230,000. "Cash or transfer?" Without hesitation, Chen Luo said, "Cash." He, "You're not afraid of trouble." "We don't have that much cash in the store, I'll have someone bring it over." The old man made a phone call and in less than 10 minutes, a young man in casual clothes walked in, carrying a backpack. "Uncle Yen, I've brought the stuff." The old man nodded, took the young man to the back room, whispered a few words to him, then came out with the backpack. "Here, young man, check it in person." Chen Luo took the backpack, opened it, and indeed found neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes. Chen Luo did not carefully count the money, as there were people coming in and out occasionally. After counting and quickly flipping through the 23 bundles, he confirmed that the money inside was fine. The old man then took out a money detector and checked the money again in front of Chen Luo. After confirming the exact amount, Chen Luo put the money back into the bag where he kept the gold, zipped it up, and said he would leave. The old man handed him his business card and told him to contact him directly if he had more gold to sell. Chen Luo nodded, took the card, and left. As he left, the young man who had brought the money looked at Chen Luo, making him feel uncomfortable, as if he was being watched like prey. The old man, Yen Tingsheng, smiled coldly as he watched Chen Luo leave, not believing Chen Luo's story about finding the gold in an old house. The gold was newly made, with no signs of aging, making it unlikely to be passed down from ancestors. Yen Tingsheng asked if everything was arranged, and the young man assured him that they were tracking Chen Luo's background. Yen Tingsheng instructed them to investigate thoroughly, suspecting the gold was illicit. Chen Luo went to the bank to deposit the money and then sold the remaining gold bricks at different places. Despite not having an ID to register the sale, the gold shops understood the situation and agreed on a price without further questions. Chen Luo didn't mind, as he was making easy money. With over 800,000 yuan in hand, he deposited it in the bank. Having earned over 1,000,000 yuan in a day, Chen Luo felt the excitement fade as it seemed too easy. He decided to focus on improving his skills in the fantasy world, as his life was more important than money. When Chen Luo returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. After cooking dinner, he entered the fantasy world directly. At that time, downstairs in Chen Luo's residential area, a dark-skinned man watched as the lights on the 10th floor turned on, immediately picking up the phone to make a call. "Uncle Yen, find out where that kid lives and what to do next. Have you figured out his background? He lives in an ordinary residential area that seems a bit old, probably without much background. However, he has more than one gold brick in his possession." After leaving the store, he went to 4 different places, sold 4 bricks, then went to the bank, presumably depositing all the money he earned. "Oh, he indeed has quite a bit of gold on him. Keep an eye on him, and in the meantime, find out more about his identity." "Yes, Uncle Yen. However, this kid is very alert. The first time I followed him, I almost got caught. Later, fearing trouble, I had Gangzi follow him. Gangzi said he was discovered too, so I had another brother follow him, and he wasn't noticed. Be careful, don't let this fat meat slip away." "I understand." Chen Luo was unaware that he was being watched. At that moment, he was in the endless sea, contemplating how to enrich the species in the ocean. While a day had passed in his reality, 100 years had passed in the fantasy world. The super-electric eels had indeed become the new rulers of the ocean, just as he had anticipated, with no other creature able to challenge them. With the high-voltage electricity released by the super-electric eels, it would likely be a long time before any marine life could challenge their existence. Chen Luo pondered that such dominance was not conducive to ecological balance and species evolution, so he needed to create natural enemies for these super-electric eels. With a thought, Chen Luo summoned the primordial pen and the genesis. Dragon. As Chen Luo wrote down these 2 words, he felt a part of his life force being forcibly extracted by the primordial pen. After several genetic fusions, Chen Luo could now clearly feel that the extracted life force equated to 1 year. Although Chen Luo felt a bit distressed, he had no choice. If he waited for player-created species to evolve into dragons, who knew how long it would take? Therefore, he had to personally introduce the dragon into the fantasy world. There were many legends about dragons, such as brave warriors fighting dragons, dragons guarding treasures, dragons being incarnations of demons or Satan, and the legendary stories of dragon slaying. This absence of dragons in the fantasy world seemed to make it incomplete. Roar! As Chen Luo retracted the primordial pen, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Soon, before him appeared a western dragon, towering at 200 to 300 meters in height, entirely red in color. It had a fierce visage, a long and thick neck, horns on its head, sharp teeth, and a long tail. Its powerful limbs bore sharp claws, a pair of bat-like wings, and its body was covered in scales emitting a metallic glow. The red dragon had 4 eyelids, with the inner 3 being transparent, and at that moment, it glared angrily at Chen Luo, roaring at him. A strong smell of blood and a gust of wind swept over, rustling Chen Luo's clothes. Chen Luo calmly looked at the mountain-like red dragon and uttered 2 words, "Kneel down." The red dragon was about to bite off the tiny creature in front of it when it suddenly felt a terrifying force descending, violently pulling its body into the depths of the sea. Roar! A fiery red dragon flame erupted from the seabed, boiling the surrounding seawater, then pierced through the sea surface and headed straight for Chen Luo. With a casual gesture from Chen Luo, the red dragon flame quickly turned into white cold air, curling back and drilling into the seabed. Where the cold air passed, large areas of seawater froze into ice blocks, spreading to the depths of the sea, trapping the red dragon that was about to emerge in the ice. Chen Luo landed on the ice, waved his hand, and the red dragon trapped in the ice flew up from the seabed. In the ice block, the angry look in the red dragon's huge eyes disappeared, replaced by fear. At first, it couldn't sense any power from Chen Luo, but as soon as Chen Luo made a move, it immediately felt a soulful fear, as if the other party could take its life at any moment. The red dragon finally realized that Chen Luo was an unbeatable existence, and its eyes suddenly turned into a plea. Just then, the ice on the red dragon suddenly exploded and disappeared in an instant. The red dragon was freed but obediently lay on the ice, not daring to move, as Chen Luo leisurely walked over. Chen Luo was only 1.8 meters tall, barely reaching the red dragon's upper jaw, but the red dragon trembled with fear, not knowing what this terrifying being would do to it. Chen Luo touched the scales of the red dragon and began to set the abilities of the dragon. Dragons can inherit and use dragon language through bloodlines, possess dragon power to suppress lower-level creatures, and can use dragon language magic when they reach adulthood. After the initial settings by Chen Luo, he began to categorize the types and abilities of the dragon race. Gold dragons, the most powerful dragon species, with black dragons breathing acid attacks, white dragons breathing cold air attacks, red dragons breathing dragon flames, blue dragons breathing thunder and lightning attacks, and green dragons breathing poison gas attacks. As Chen Luo's settings were gradually perfected, on the ice of the sea, giant dragons of gold, black, white, blue, and green colors began to appear one by one. When these 5 dragons appeared, they, like the red dragon, were about to attack Chen Luo. However, they were quickly educated by Chen Luo and obediently lay at his feet, their eyes filled with fear and a desire to please. After setting the basic abilities, Chen Luo began to set the personalities and intelligence of the dragons, incorporating traits such as greed and a love for treasure into their genes, and then setting these dragons advanced templates. Starting from hatching dragon eggs, from young dragons to juvenile dragons, then to adult dragons, followed by ancient dragons, and finally the ultimate evolution of the dragon race, the ancient dragon god. After Chen Luo felt everything was in order, he waved his hand again, and 6 different colored giant dragons appeared in the endless sea. The dragons lying on the ice were all male dragons, so to ensure the future reproduction of the dragon race, of course, they needed to be paired with female dragons. 12 giant dragons appeared simultaneously in the endless sea, and the terrifying dragon power directly frightened all kinds of creatures in the ocean, causing them to hastily flee the area. Chen Luo thought for a moment and began to allocate territories for these 6 types of dragons. The black dragons that could control water were thrown by Chen Luo into the endless sea to become the new overlords of the ocean. The red dragon that controlled flames was thrown into another area called the Roman continent, into a volcano filled with magma. The green dragon was thrown into the eternal night forest of the second Elven continent, the white dragon was thrown into the northernmost ice and snow continent, and the blue dragon was thrown into the desert environment they liked. As for the most powerful gold dragon, Chen Luo opened up a new island outside the 4 continents and named it Dragon Island, sending 2 gold dragons there. These places were relatively far from the locations of the human and orc races, and Chen Luo ordered them to prioritize racial reproduction and not to leave their territories for 1,000 years. In the next 3 months, which is equivalent to less than 5 minutes in real time, after Chen Luo conducted tests and observations on these giant dragons, he confirmed that after their development according to his settings, he no longer paid attention to the development of the dragon race. Analyze the genes of the giant dragons. Unable to analyze the creatures I created. Chen Luo. Damn it, I spent a year of life creating these giant dragons, and now I can't even analyze them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Luo was so frustrated that he was about to vomit blood. Chen Luo sighed, realizing that it was useless to regret at this point, and could only see if there were other species in the future that had the opportunity to evolve into giant dragons. He reluctantly returned to the endless sea and began to work on his next plan. With the giant dragons now at the top of the food chain and the low-end super-electric eels also present, there was still a lack of a large number of mid-range species. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to create magical beasts. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo conjured a dagger out of thin air and then cut his wrist. The sharp dagger instantly opened a long gash, and a large amount of golden blood gushed out, falling into the endless sea. When Chen Luo felt it was enough, he let go of the dagger, wiped his wrist, and saw the wound quickly heal, not even leaving a scar. Chen Luo closed his eyes and began to sense the golden blood that had fallen into the sea. With a single thought, all the golden blood broke down into cells, then into divine genes, and merged into the thousands of marine creatures in the sea. At that moment, the sea seemed to boil as a large number of marine creatures fused with divine genes began to undergo mutation and evolution, giving rise to many large creatures known as sea monsters. There were terrifying giant sharks, octopus monsters with numerous tentacles, venomous jellyfish, but they all shared one thing in common: each one was extremely large, with the smallest being tens of meters long. Some even developed mutant abilities, such as releasing ice or flames, controlling lightning, temperature, or having exceptionally tough bodies. Chen Luo, seeing the changes in the ocean, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After tens of thousands of years of evolution and development, there were now over tens of thousands of species in the ocean. Chen Luo didn't have time to analyze the genes of each one individually, so he had to rely on a broad selection method. Those with evolutionary potential naturally became stronger by merging with divine genes, while those without growth potential remained unchanged. At present, it seemed that there were at least 1,000 marine creatures with growth potential. Chen Luo stayed in the endless sea for another month and witnessed the birth of numerous powerful magical beasts fused with divine genes. In this way, the ecosystem in the ocean was finally complete. However, these magical beasts were currently unstoppable for ordinary humans and beastmen. Even bloodline warriors who had unlocked the first gene lock might not be able to handle a mid-level magical beast. Furthermore, these magical beasts would give birth to numerous offspring and could evolve by consuming the divine genes of different magical beasts. If things continued as they were, in less than 100 years, the magical beasts in the ocean would become so powerful that humans and beastmen would be unable to resist them. There's no need to worry about the ocean for now. Let them evolve for a while. It's time to visit a few other continents. Chen Luo's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood and reappeared on the northernmost ice continent in the Western fantasy world. This continent was half within the Arctic Circle, with long winters and short summers. Snow fell for most of the year, covering the land in a blanket of white, making it cold year-round, especially in the ice fields, which were almost always covered in snow and ice, typical of a polar climate. Chen Luo appeared here because the first intelligent race, the polar dwarves, on this continent is on the brink of extinction. The player who created the polar dwarves seems to have played many Western fantasy games, as the dwarf image they created closely resembles those in games and movies. However, whether it was a lapse in judgment or lack of familiarity with snow, this player chose to place the birthplace of the polar dwarves not in the resource-rich southern region of the icy continent but in the icy world near the Arctic Circle. The harsh climate here has led to a scarcity of flora and fauna, with most being cold-resistant plants and animals with thick fur, such as snow wolves, snow deer, and polar snow rabbits. Unfortunately, the newly born polar dwarves were ill-equipped to survive in this extreme environment from the start, with 15 out of the initial 111 freezing to death on the day of their creation, accounting for nearly 1/7 of the total population. The unlucky player was among those 15 who perished. In this dire situation, the resilient and tenacious nature of the dwarves came to the fore. They quickly elected a dwarf named Takelin as their leader, guiding them through the hardships of surviving in the icy world. However, the harsh climate and brutal environment meant that the polar dwarves were constantly teetering on the brink of death. They had to endure months-long nights, withstand temperatures below freezing, and blizzards, rush through the surging seas in summer, struggle on drifting ice floes in winter, and rely on simple tools and a small boat to hunt the massive whales in the icy ocean. They even had to confront the most ferocious creature in the icy world, the polar bear, armed with only a harpoon or their bare hands. If a warrior failed to hunt, the entire tribe would starve. After learning about the development history of the polar dwarves over the past 200 years, Chen Luo couldn't help but admire the dwarves, who were undoubtedly the toughest, bravest, and most resilient race in the Western fantasy world. Their ability to survive and thrive until now was truly a miracle. Chen Luo also marveled at the stubborn nature of the dwarves, as unyielding as stone, as they never once considered migrating south to explore more suitable environments for their survival. Some polar dwarves had suggested searching for a new homeland to the south, but the majority of the tribe vetoed the idea, believing that this place was their birthright and should not be abandoned. It was this stubbornness that had kept the polar dwarves from flourishing, with their population still below 300 after over 200 years since their inception. Apart from the harsh environment of the icy world, the dwarves were considered a semi-long-lived species with a long lifespan, with some living over 400 years. However, the common drawback of long-lived races was their low fertility rate, which had hindered the polar dwarves' prosperity. Now, the polar dwarves faced an imminent disaster, all because of Chen Luo. The northern region of the icy continent had limited plant life, making agriculture impossible, forcing the polar dwarves to rely on hunting and fishing for survival. With land animals scarce, Their primary food source came from various fish in the icy seas. A month ago, Chen Luo had drastically altered the marine ecology, propelling the ocean to become the most dominant force in the Western fantasy world. Numerous sea monsters began to assert territorial dominance, expanding their territories from the endless sea towards the surrounding oceans. Among them were many sea monsters with awakened ice-based abilities that had arrived in the frigid waters of the icy continent. This place is difficult for ordinary warcraft and humans to survive, but for these warcraft, it is just like a fish in water, the most suitable. The polar dwarves who are unaware of this situation ran into trouble when they went out to sea to fish. These warcraft naturally mercilessly eliminate any enemies invading their territory. When the first warcraft appeared, a fishing team of more than 10 dwarves was completely wiped out. The polar dwarves, who are still clueless, want to avenge their deceased tribesmen, so today they have gathered more than 100 of the most elite warriors in the tribe to have a decisive battle with the giant octopus that killed their tribesmen at the edge of the icy ocean. Odo! Throw the spears! Philly, get out of the way, don't block the others behind. Takelin is a dwarf who is 1.5 meters tall, with a sturdy and solid body, giving the impression of a meat wall. At this moment, Takelin is holding 2 huge axes similar to his size in both hands, commanding the more than 100 warriors to attack the octopus towering over 70 meters in the ice sea on a huge ice block. These polar dwarves are generally only 1.2 to 1.5 meters tall, but they are very broad and solid, so their average weight is almost the same as humans, and their strength can exceed that of ordinary humans by several times. Their typical skin color is brown or light brown, with black eyes. Hair is usually black, gray, or brown, and kept long. Chen Luo has now arrived above this sky, overlooking the battle below, and observing these polar dwarves. The dwarves are all wearing fur clothes, holding axes or hammer-like weapons. Besides their strong physique, the most striking impression is their meticulously trimmed beards, with almost every beard and hairstyle different. The situation on the ice ocean is obvious. The octopus's skin is extremely tough, and although the polar dwarves are incredibly strong, the weapons thrown at it can't even scratch its skin. The octopus's tentacles can easily drag the polar dwarves into the ice sea to drown them, and it can also spew out cold air, instantly freezing the polar dwarves who come close into ice blocks. This is not a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. What makes Chen Luo speechless is that these dwarves either have a one-track mind or are fearless due to ignorance, as they show no intention of retreating, each one bravely charging forward. In an instant, most of the polar dwarves have died, leaving only more than 30 people struggling desperately. Chen Luo sighed helplessly, finally experiencing the stubbornness of this group of polar dwarves. If he doesn't intervene soon, they will really fight to the last man. With a thought, Chen Luo's body quickly transformed into the image of a polar dwarf, except he wore a golden helmet, a golden heavy armor, and held a black iron hammer. What's missing? Chen Luo looked at his majestic image. Let's add some special effects. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body, soft and warm. Then, strange patterns appeared on his golden heavy armor, and a layer of blue lightning surrounded the black iron hammer in his hand, looking extremely mysterious. Let's add another entrance effect. A dazzling golden light pierced through the clouds and instantly projected onto the ice. All the polar dwarves stopped their attacks and looked in astonishment at the golden pillar of light. The giant octopus also turned its huge eyes in this direction, a hint of fear in its eyes, because it sensed a terrifying pressure from the golden pillar of light, making it want to quickly flee from this place. Just as the octopus was about to sink into the icy ocean and escape, the golden pillar of light dissipated, and a tall and mighty dwarf appeared in front of all the polar dwarves. Yes, Chen Luo was only about 1.50 meters tall at this time, but all the polar dwarves felt that he was like a god, so tall that it was impossible to look directly at him. Under the crown of Ali. Takelin looked at Chen Luo in shock, trembling with excitement. Hearing Teklin's exclamation, all the polar dwarves reacted, recalling the mythical legend among the polar dwarves that dwarves were created by the dwarf god Ali with rocks. Looking at the figure in front of them, emitting golden light and exuding a pressure that made their souls tremble, the remaining polar dwarves believed what Teklin said. It is under the crown of Ali. Our god has not forgotten us. Chen Luo, however, turned his gaze to the octopus, and with a black iron hammer surrounded by thunder in his hand, a blue thunderbolt struck the octopus directly from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. The octopus didn't even have a chance to resist and turned into a pile of charcoal, disappearing in smoke. Seeing such majestic divine power, all the polar dwarves, led by Teklin, knelt down, tears streaming down their faces in excitement. Chen Luo walked up to Teklin, his voice echoing like thunder. I created you not to confine you here. The world is vast, why not go out and explore? Teclin was in tears, prostrating himself on the ice, kneeling before Chenluo, "Great Ali under the crown, this is our birthplace, abandoning it is abandoning your grace." Chenluo's voice was calm, "That is not the reason for your self-restraint. What I want to see is the prosperity and dominance of the dwarves on this continent, not the days of struggling to survive." Teclin trembled slightly, kneeling on the ground. He looked up at Chenluo with awe and doubt. "Under the crown of Ali, are you asking us to abandon this ancestral land?" Chenluo nodded slightly. "You were born in this environment by accident. But in the 200 years, I have seen your bravery, resilience, and diligence. These qualities will be your opportunity to rise in the new world, and I will also grant you the ability to establish yourselves in the new world." Chenluo closed his eyes, his grand voice resonating in the souls of all the polar dwarves. "I bestow upon you superior combat skills, great endurance, and outstanding construction and metallurgical techniques." As Chenluo spoke these words, he inscribed these genes into the racial genes of the polar dwarves. At the same time, all the dwarves felt a lot of knowledge in their minds, about combat skills, forging, and construction. They even felt their bodies becoming stronger, able to endure hard work, travel, hunger, and physical pain, with greatly enhanced resilience. This change was not only happening to Teclin and others on the ice field, but even the elderly, weak, women, and children in the camp were becoming stronger. And at the same time, the polar dwarves in the camp all knelt down, trembling with excitement, shouting in unison, "Thanks to the Almighty and Great Ali for the bestowal." After doing all this, Chenluo looked at Teclin, who was still kneeling on the ground, and handed over the black hammer in his hand. "I also bestow upon you this storm hammer, which possesses the power of storms and thunder, allowing the dwarven race to fear no threat from monsters." Teclin straightened his body, looking at the storm hammer surrounded by lightning. He was so excited that he almost fainted. Trembling, he raised his hands high and took the black iron hammer. "Thank you again for your grace, under the crown of Ali. Go south, there will be the beginning of the prosperity of the dwarven race. We obey the oracle of the crown." Teclin and all the polar dwarves prostrated themselves, thanking the divine being in unison. When they looked up again, Chenluo's figure was no longer in sight. The Ali epic records, in the first year of Ali, the great dwarf god, the god of storms, Ali, descended on the icy continent, bestowed the storm hammer, the artifact of the first-generation patriarch of the polar dwarves, Tailin, and granted many talents to the tribe. Tailin accepted the divine oracle and led the tribe to migrate to the southern Alando plain of the continent. The prosperity of the dwarf clan began from here, known as the first year of Ali. After Chenluo disappeared, he first analyzed the genes of the dwarves, and the results were similar to those of the orc tribe, only 0.1% difference, also not reaching the peak, needing time to evolve. Chenluo gave up on gene fusion and was preparing to go to another continent, Elven, to observe the newly born elves. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, he actually unlocked the second-order gene lock so quickly. Chenluo moved and had already arrived in the capital of the emperor. At this time, the royal city was in chaos, with soldiers from two different camps engaged in street battles, causing chaos and darkness. However, Chenluo's gaze was directed towards the direction of the palace, where there was a lot of commotion, with various lights bursting out from time to time. Chenluo traced back the history of the human race for a while and quickly figured out what had happened during the time he had not paid attention to. In the 77th year of Daxia calendar, after Shang Tang's life in the Chilua city came to an end, he returned to the capital of the emperor. Instead of continuing to flee, he decided to fulfill the grandiose plan he had set out, to overthrow Daxia and establish Dishang. Shang Tang also started a live broadcast at this time, naming the room Witness the Rise of the New Emperor. Shang Tang's original live broadcast room already had over 1 million viewers due to the horse breeding incident. With this eye-catching title, a large number of viewers quickly flooded in. At this time, when Second Life transformed the Marvel Universe into a game world, it had already attracted the attention of major domestic media, and even many foreign media outlets were aware of this news. If it was really as Second Life claimed, then this black technology would undoubtedly be a revolutionary invention. In reality, one day passed, but in another world, 100 years had gone by, effectively extending human lifespan. One day equals 100 years, which means one day is equivalent to 36,500 days for others, making anyone excited just thinking about it. This is simply defying the natural order. Everyone knows that this game is bound to explode, it's just a matter of when it will enter public testing. By then, countless people will rush in, and it might even change the course of humanity. With the influx of a large number of viewers and the follow-up reports from major domestic and foreign media, Second Life became a sensation, propelling both Shang Tang and Lakiba to fame. At this time in Second Life, although there were still about 100 players live streaming, Shang Tang and Lakiba had the most viewers, with one reaching an astonishing over 3 million and the other over 2 million. The reason Shangtang attracted so much attention was twofold: the impact of the horse breeding incident and a series of flashy operations in the game. Lakiba's high popularity was also due to the horse breeding incident and the fact that he was currently vying for the position of Beast King, which intrigued many people. After returning to the capital of the emperor, Shangtang first found the troublemaker who had caused chaos in the royal city. They both shared a miserable life and had common enemies, so they immediately agreed to cooperate. After the tyranny of Han Shen, many nobles and commoners were dissatisfied in Daxia. After the ascension of the second emperor, instead of abolishing Han Shen's tyranny, he intensified the exploitation of the people, invented numerous cruel methods of killing to intimidate the populace, leading to even greater discontent among the people. At this time, Shangtang secretly spread the message that the royal family intended to kill the gods and obtain eternal life, casting a big question mark over the Han family's constant cry of the authority of the king is bestowed by the gods. The second emperor took the most extreme measures to deal with various rumors spreading within the royal city, executing anyone found out immediately, even executing their extended families. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more people believed that the royal family was indeed plotting to kill the gods. At this time, Shangtang claimed to be the Golden King who had merged with the blood of the gods, appointed by the heavens to overthrow the tyranny of the Great Xia dynasty, calling on all aspiring individuals in the world to rise up together. When Shangtang's uprising slogan was shouted out, responses came from all over, with some pledging allegiance to Shangtang and others declaring independence from the Great Xia, becoming separatist forces. Subsequently, Shangtang publicly released the list of nobles who had previously spread rumors that he was the Golden King, hypocritically calling on them to join forces to resist tyranny. This move immediately pushed those opposing nobles into a corner. The second emperor had long suspected these nobles of plotting in secret, and regardless of whether it was Shangtang's scheme or if the list was genuine, he sent troops to suppress the rebel forces organized by Shangtang while also starting to eliminate these nobles. These nobles, of course, would not sit idly by and immediately fled the imperial capital, gathering their forces and openly declaring the royal family as god-killers, calling for their extermination. For a time, turmoil erupted within the human territories, and it was clear to everyone that the Great Xia dynasty was on the brink of collapse, with various forces eyeing the highest seat of power among humans. In the 79th year of the Great Xia calendar, various nobles united and organized a 100,000-strong army, launching the first anti-rebellion war. The coalition forces were unstoppable, with cities surrendering one after another, advancing all the way to the imperial capital. With the noble coalition forces at the city gates, the second emperor wielded the judgment sword of the gods, stepping out of the city alone, without a single soldier or attendant, to face the situation. With the unparalleled power of the judgment sword, the second emperor broke into the enemy ranks and slew the 7 leading nobles of the coalition forces, causing the 100,000-strong army to collapse and flee. Shangtang seemed to have anticipated this situation early on, so he did not participate in the coalition forces but instead led his troops to intercept and gather the remnants of these nobles, gaining a military force second only to the royal family. After this battle, everyone gained a new understanding of the power of the judgment sword and realized that they could not contend with the second emperor as long as he possessed the judgment sword. Over the next 3 years, the second emperor eliminated all opposing forces within the royal city, consolidated the internal structure, and personally led the army to conquer the separatist nobles, reclaiming lost territories one by one. During this period, the major noble families, including Shangtang and even the orcs, all sent people to try to steal the judgment sword. However, the second emperor never parted with the sword, even holding it while sleeping, resulting in none of the sent individuals returning alive. In the 83rd year of the Great Xia calendar, seeing the second emperor reclaiming most of the territories, with his sights set on his great Shang kingdom, Shangtang took the initiative and launched the second anti-rebellion war. Both sides gathered tens of thousands of troops and clashed beneath the vast Dang mountain. This war lasted for a day and a night, with casualties on both sides exceeding 80,000. Shangtang and the second emperor dueled on the battlefield, but ultimately, the judgment sword prevailed. Just as he was about to be defeated, Shangtang's ally launched a surprise attack, severely injuring the second emperor. However, he was also wounded by the judgment sword and fled the battlefield with Shangtang. The second anti-rebellion war ended in a draw, with neither side gaining an advantage, dividing the world between the Great Xia and the Great Shang, entering a brief period of peace. After the war, Shangtang experienced the divine power within the judgment sword up close, merging the residual divine power in his body with the divine blood, unlocking a genetic lock and rapidly advancing in strength. In the 85th year of the Great Xia calendar, Shangtang went alone to the capital of the emperor and fought with Ershur in the royal palace. In the end, Shangtang was no match for the power of the divine sword and was heavily injured before retreating. The ministers of Great Shang advised Shangtang not to risk his life recklessly. Shangtang remained silent, and after recovering from his injuries, he began to break through with all his might. In the 90th year of the Great Xia calendar, Shangtang once again comprehended the divine power in the judgment, his strength rose to the peak of the First Order, and the nation launched the Third Anti-Rebellion War. It was only then that the world realized that Shangtang had taken such risks to enhance his strength. Not only were the people of the human race shocked by Shangtang's courage, but the audience in the live broadcast room also admired him. They witnessed Shangtang's growth from an ordinary person to the founding monarch of Great Shan through his courage. At this time, the number of viewers in Shangtang's live broadcast room had exceeded 5 million, breaking the record set during Han Shen's live broadcast. Did I predict it right at the beginning? This brother indeed has the potential of a great emperor. It looks like he's going to make it this time. This Shangtang is also ruthless, using the enemy's blade to enhance his strength, terrifying. I can see that Shangtang is about to achieve what he boasted about. Emperor Han, have you seen it? Your great Xia dynasty is probably going to perish under Ershur. How do you feel for an online interview? I am Emperor Han, I am ready to enter the game for public testing, and establish the great Xia dynasty again. I need some money to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Give me 5,000 yuan, and when I overthrow the great Shang dynasty, I will appoint you as the vice-emperor. Oh, do you not understand history? If you want to establish a country, it should be the great Zhou dynasty. Only then will you have a chance. Oh my, it's trending. As the barrage of comments mocked Han Shan and praised Shangtang, they realized that the current top trending topic had become the battle of Xia and Shang, who will be the ultimate victor. After several days of extensive coverage, Second Life had become widely known, and many fans understood its significance at a glance. Now everyone knew that Second Life had a 100% authenticity, portraying the brutal scenes of the battlefield and the first epic battle between humans and orcs, as well as the first and second anti-rebellion wars. Modern people had never seen such a realistic battlefield, mostly witnessing it in TV shows and movies where most of it was created with special effects, incomparable to the realism of Second Life. Consequently, more people flooded into Shangtang's live broadcast room, witnessing the tense and thrilling war of dynastic change as if watching a Hollywood blockbuster. For over a decade, whether nobles or commoners, everyone in the Great Xia dynasty lived under the tyranny of Ershur, but they had to submit due to his personal strength. Compared to Ershur, the Great Shang dynasty not only abolished all harsh laws but also implemented policies of light taxes and reduced burdens, earning praise for the benevolence of the Shang monarch. Upon learning that Shangtang led the army to campaign again, wherever he went, it was like a walk in the park, effortlessly reaching the gates of the royal city. Unwilling to engage in further bloodshed, Shangtang and Ershur agreed to settle the fate of the world through one final battle. Confident in the divine sword in his hand, Ershur readily accepted the challenge. This epic battle was difficult to decipher, lasting half a day. The audience witnessed the sword energy bursting from the divine sword, cutting the city walls tens of meters high into two pieces. They also saw Shangtang, radiating a golden light all over his body like a super saiyan, directly confronting the sword energy with his bare hands, then punching Ershur, creating a huge crater over 10 meters in diameter on the ground. When the battle ended, the ground looked as if it had been plowed, completely turned over, a scene of devastation. In this duel, both Ershur and Shangtang were heavily injured, resulting in a draw. Although it was a draw, the morale on the side of Dishan was greatly boosted because it meant the invincible myth of the Judgment Sword was finally shattered. The military of Disxia was in turmoil, and the people in the royal city were hoping for Dishan to enter the city soon. After more than 10 years of war, both soldiers and civilians were beginning to yearn for peace and to end this war as soon as possible. 1 month after Dishan besieged the city, Shangtang broke through again, finally unlocking the second level of the genetic lock. Shangtang ordered a challenge to the second emperor at the city gates, but received no response. The second emperor shrank from battle, causing the morale of the Disxia army to plummet. Led by a military officer, they opened the city gates to welcome the Dishang army into the city. When Chen Luo arrived at the capital, he witnessed the Dishang army attacking the royal palace. The palace had long abandoned resistance, and Shangtang could not find any trace of the second emperor in the entire palace. It was soon learned from the surrendered palace guards that the second emperor had escaped 3 days earlier. Shangtang immediately realized that the second emperor had fled when things turned sour. In a fit of anger, Shangtang ordered a thorough search for the second emperor in the palace and throughout the city. In the end, they found nothing, except for a secret passage leading out of the city in the palace. At that moment, everyone understood that the second emperor had escaped 3 days earlier. Shangtang did not care about the fate of the second emperor, but losing the Judgment Sword left him feeling frustrated. Shang Tang had crossed swords with the Judgment Sword several times and knew the terror of that sword. If he could wield that sword, he might not be able to unleash all its power, but at least 10% was achievable. Even with just 10%, Shang Tang felt he would be invincible in this world, capable of even annihilating the orcs and unifying the continent of Yani. The history of the Deshang dynasty records, King Hanyu of Disya was debauched and cruel, engaging in militarism, plundering the people's wealth, and attempting to kill the gods, abandoned by the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods chose Golden King Shang Tang, bestowed with divine blood, leading a righteous army to overthrow the tyranny of the second emperor and establish the Deshang dynasty. The second emperor carried the Judgment Sword, his whereabouts unknown, as the Golden King searched the world in vain. With the change of dynasty, Shang Tang emerged as the ultimate victor, causing a stir among the audience in the live broadcast. This game not only defied reality but also offered endless challenges and entertainment. Players could found a nation, only to be overthrown by other players, with no one able to guarantee the eternal existence of their dynasty. This also meant that everyone had the opportunity to experience the conquest of the battlefield and become an emperor in their lifetime. As Shang Tang began to clean up the aftermath and stabilize the situation domestically, the audience in the live broadcast suddenly erupted in excitement. Brother Shang Tang, Lord Lei is leading his troops towards the human race. Shameless orcs, daring to take advantage of our weakness. Lord Lei is up to something again. I knew Lei Keba wouldn't sit still, after all, he's an orc player. Will the battlefield of dynastic change turn into a battlefield for unifying the continent? When Shang Tang saw the comments in the live broadcast, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The human race had been in civil war for years, causing domestic hardships and urgently needing recuperation. He could understand why Lei Keba chose to launch an invasion war at this time. Lei Keba had just ascended to the position of Orc King and needed a victory to consolidate his position. Moreover, the human race now lacked the Judgment Sword, had experienced a brutal civil war, and was at its weakest, presenting the perfect opportunity for the orcs to wipe out the human race. Someone, help me deliver this letter to the Orc King. Shang Tang quickly wrote a letter and handed it to a soldier to urgently deliver it to the front lines. Second Life fully simulates reality. Without the function of adding friends to send private messages, Shang Tang could only resort to the old method of manually delivering the letter. But after Shang Tang had someone deliver the letter, he suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted into the void, audience in the live broadcast room, help me pass a message to Rikoba's live broadcast room, ask him what he really wants to do. The people in the live broadcast room were all stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that there was no delay when watching the Western fantasy world in reality. As long as they passed on a message and came back here, it would only take a few seconds, much faster than running here themselves. This actually made the audience in the live broadcast room feel very magical, because the time ratio between the game and reality was 1 day to 100 years. Even if they spent 1 second outside, almost 10 hours would have passed in the Western fantasy world. But these two worlds happened to be synchronized, and the text they sent out could be seen in the game world in real time. This puzzled everyone and sparked many discussions, becoming an unsolved mystery similar to the origin of the mysterious game company. As Rikoba led his 300,000 orc army closer to the human territory, the number of people in the live broadcast room also began to show an exponential increase. In just 1 hour, it reached over 3 million. This number kept fluctuating, with some viewers seeing the commotion here and running to Shang Tang's live broadcast room to report, while others observed the human side and went to inform Rikoba. Unlike the first epic war, Rikoba was a player, and he had strong leadership skills. Coupled with a series of clever maneuvers, he attracted many fans. It was not like the first time where everyone overwhelmingly supported the humans. The King of Gold is here to propose. You idiot upstairs, it's clearly a question. It is a proposal, just ask if you, Lord Lei, will marry or not. Once you are together, you can unify the continent for generations to come. Bah, our Emperor Shang Tang asks you, why did you leave the Chiluo city and come to the human tribe to seek death? Don't stir up trouble, relay the original message. But no one paid attention at all. These viewers were just here for the excitement and were eager for a fight to break out. They started spreading rumors one by one, completely ignoring what Shang Tang had said. Rikoba also noticed the flood of messages in the live broadcast room, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He laughed heartily and waved his hand, open everything up. A bearish human general behind him respectfully responded and took out a command flag, waving it towards the hundreds of thousands of troops behind him. Immediately, rows of messengers holding command flags followed suit. In an instant, among the hundreds of thousands of troops, thousands of huge flags were raised in the wind. These flags were all white, about 5 to 6 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide, with rows of Chinese characters written in large red font on them. What's going on? Are they surrendering with white flags? Damn, What's written on those flags? Life is extraordinary. Let living synchronize with dreams. Love home and property. Be your most professional consultant. Customer service hotline 400-123-456. What did I see? What did I see? My goodness, he's actually advertising in the game. I'm kneeling down, Lord Lay, please accept my bow. I've seen shameless things, but never seen something this shameless. Lord Lay, are you from the Fox tribe? When the orc army of hundreds of thousands unfurled the banners, the advertisements for love home and property and the customer service hotline appeared in unison. 10,000 advertising flags fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound, spectacular to the extreme, attracting everyone's attention. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned by Rikoba's shameless move. So, he brought tens of thousands of troops to attack the human tribe just to make a big show, attract attention, and then advertise? What else can I say, except shouting 6666, nothing can express my emotions. It's likely that Boss Lay is the owner or major shareholder of this real estate company, otherwise why would he work so hard? Just check it out, Boss Lay left a customer service number, let's go tease his company's customer service. Speaking of it, doesn't the official do anything about it? Chen Luo also noticed Lei Keba's tricky operation. When he saw the countless advertising flags all over the mountains, he suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. This Lei Keba is truly a commercial genius, showing off to the extreme. No wonder he can become a big shot in reality. Chen Luo had noticed the stallion incident before. At that time he just found it interesting, laughed and then forgot about it. Now this guy is taking advantage of him. If he doesn't teach this tricky guy a lesson, there may be more people imitating him in the future. By then, the Western fantasy world will probably become the territory of advertisers, just like those psoriasis-like small ads on the telephone poles. Chen Luo's purpose in letting players enter is for them to create species evolution, not to make them rich. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, thinking about how to teach this tricky guy a lesson. Directly eliminate him? It doesn't seem very friendly. After all, there are still millions of people watching. Let's do something like the Ant Emperor, create some natural disasters. Chen Luo made a decision, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. On the Leica plane, Lei Keba looked satisfied as he watched the neatly arranged advertising flags behind him, very pleased with his operation. Although he may be banned by the game officials, it doesn't matter, there are already millions of people in the live broadcast room, and the advertising effect has been achieved. What makes Lei Keba even more proud is that after a series of hard-fought struggles, along with conquest by force and bribery, he finally managed to subdue the ancestors of several other orc tribes, making him the new Beast King. Even though Lei Keba's company has already gone public, he is already a successful big shot in reality, but becoming a king of a country, with the privilege of life and death, is something that cannot be experienced in reality. Looking at the 300,000 troops behind him, Lei Keba's sense of achievement and satisfaction reached its peak. Even the moment his company went public cannot compare. At this moment, 3 huge black shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. Each of these 3 shadows was hundreds of meters tall, blocking the sun in the sky. Roar! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, shaking the orc army below, each covering their ears in fear and looking up at the sky. At this moment, the huge black shadows rapidly rose in the live broadcast. All the players watching held their breath, looking up at the orc army. In their stunned eyes, they saw in the sky a golden one and 2 white, 3 monsters each hundreds of meters in size. The golden one emitted a brilliant light, the dazzling golden light almost engulfing half of the sky, and from this light emerged a colossal creature. It was a golden dragon, slender in form, covered with golden scales, with dragon horns on its head, 2 dragon whiskers twisting as if alive, sharp dragon claws below its abdomen, exuding majesty. The 2 white dragons were slightly smaller in size than the golden dragon, but they also emitted a terrifying pressure. At the moment when the dragons appeared, the hearts of all the orcs on the battlefield skipped a beat, feeling a life-threatening oppression. Dragons naturally sit at the top of the food chain. The awe-inspiring dragon might made the orc present feel like they were suffocating. The orc tribe's wolf mounts, bear mounts, and others trembled and crouched on the ground, fearfully looking at the dragons in the sky, directly scared stiff, not daring to move at all. All the players watching the livestream were shocked. Even though they were watching through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming dominance. Oh my god, the dragons are here. I'm scared. Is this created by some big shot? Damn, this is too real. I feel scared even through the screen. Finally seeing the dragons. A fantasy world without dragons is incomplete. Screenshot, quick, take a screenshot. Warriors of the orc tribe, what are you waiting for? Go slay the dragon, prove that your time has come. Upstairs, are you stupid? These orcs are not enough to fight against a dragon. It's just a dragon, give me an account, I bet I can take him on for a round. I believe you upstairs, get eaten in 1 round? Sarcastic. Just as everyone was shocked by the terror of the dragons, the golden dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a golden dragon breath towards the two white dragons. The two white dragons also refused to back down, spewing out two white dragon breaths. The three dragon breaths collided violently, then suddenly exploded, spreading a terrifying shockwave that blew the orcs below in all directions. Then, the three dragons started spewing dragon breaths in the sky while engaging in battle. The audience watched eagerly. This was a dragon battle. The spectacular scene was many times stronger than any Hollywood special effects. However, as they watched, the audience realized something was wrong, because although the three dragons seemed to be fighting fiercely, after a while, none of them were injured. And whether intentionally or unintentionally, whatever dragon breath, lightning, dragon language magic they used, they easily dodged it, causing the wide-range damage skills to hit the orc army below. The power of the dragon breath was something the orcs couldn't withstand, either being charred by the lightning from the golden dragon or frozen into ice blocks by the white dragon's wide-range freezing magic. The orcs couldn't escape. The dragons could fly nearly 100 meters with a flap of their wings, and their mounts were trembling under the dragon's might, or could they run from the dragons? As the battle intensified, the orcs had already suffered casualties of 40 to 50,000. Recoba was dumbfounded. He was all set to wipe out the human race. How did he end up encountering such a stroke of bad luck? After a brief moment of confusion, Recoba immediately reacted and hastily ordered the army to retreat. However, the three dragons on the battlefield also moved in sync with their escape direction, causing another tens of thousands of casualties in the orc army before finally getting rid of the three dragons. And those three dragons seemed to lose interest in them, continuing to pretend to fight, roaring as they soared into the sky, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. In a massive dragon melee, the orcs suffered casualties as high as 100,000, although it didn't cause a major blow, it was enough to make Recoba feel distressed for a while. And because of such heavy casualties, it brought another consequence. The morale of the orcs plummeted, and they no longer had the intention to head south. Recoba, who was originally full of ambition, ready to make a name for himself as the first emperor to unify the continent, did not expect to encounter such a stroke of bad luck before even stepping foot on human territory, feeling extremely frustrated. Even if Recoba now forcibly orders the orcs to continue heading south, it is of no use. The orcs are different from humans. In the human kingdom, rulers like Shang and Han Shen can command and be obeyed, but the orcs are different. They are divided into different tribes internally, and when the orc king and tribal king's orders conflict, they will only obey the tribal king's command. Strictly speaking, the orc kingdom is just an unstable alliance. The orc king is just the leader elected by various orc tribes, far from having the supreme power of a human king. Now that people's minds are returning, if Recoba dares to order a southward march, I'm afraid the Beast King will be overthrown immediately. The more Recoba thinks about it, the more depressed he feels, and he feels that something is not right. How did they encounter a dragon melee out of the blue? Isn't this too coincidental? It's not just Recoba who feels this way, all the viewers in the live broadcast room feel that something is amiss. Because despite the lively display of the three dragon lights, not a single scale fell. I think Boss Lay has been tricked. I also smell the scent of conspiracy. Most likely Boss Lay's tricky maneuvers have angered the game company, so they arranged a dragon melee to teach him a lesson. I also think it's the dog planner playing tricks behind the scenes. Poor Boss Lay. Serves him right. See if this bear still dares to have any ideas about our human race. Leaving the depressed Recoba aside, Shang Tang is currently gathering all the human forces to prepare to confront the orc army, only to discover the contents and screenshots flooding the chat room, revealing that Recoba has already returned with his army due to a dragon attack. Shang Tang was stunned. Game screenshots can't be faked, but having been deceived by this group of live broadcast viewers before, he is now hesitant to easily believe it. Shang Tang sent his men to the border to confirm that the orcs had indeed retreated before finally letting go of his worries. After years of war, the human race has been suffering greatly, and unless absolutely necessary, Shang Tang is unwilling to start a new war. The history of the Great Shang Dynasty records. In the first year of the Great Shang, the orcs raised an army of 300,000, attempting to take advantage of the internal turmoil of the human race to destroy them and unify the continent. Before the orc army could enter the country, they were attacked by dragons, suffering heavy losses and returning. The orc historians naturally do not acknowledge this account, stating that the 11th generation Beast King, Recoba, helped to eliminate the royal family of the Great Xia who killed the gods, not to destroy the human race. Furthermore, the orc coalition was not attacked by dragons, but innocently caught up in the dragon melee. Human historians naturally scoff at this, and both sides argued for decades, eventually writing their own versions of history according to their own perspectives. After teaching a lesson to the strange creature given by Recoba, Chen Luo returned to the real world and began analyzing Shang Tang's genes. Human race, primitive lifeform, not yet evolved to the peak of the race, has unlocked the second-tier gene lock, currently capable of producing 0.5% divine descendant genes. Evaluation, ordinary. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel delighted. Shangtang did not disappoint him, as the value provided by a creature that has unlocked the second-tier gene lock has increased from 0.5% to 0.5%. Chen Luo soon became conflicted, considering whether to fuse with Shangtang's genes now. Shangtang has talent and courage, and there may be an opportunity for further advancement. If he fuses now, even if he later unlocks the third-tier gene lock, it may no longer be possible. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Luo quickly made a decision. Fuse genes. As the fusion began, Chen Luo felt a tremor in his body, a more intense impact than the previous times swept over him. He could clearly feel his body becoming stronger, with greatly increased strength and endurance, but the biggest change was not physical, but mental. Chen Luo's 5 senses were further enhanced at this moment. He could feel the flow of blood, and even sense every part of his body, even hearing the sound of the neighbor outside opening the door with a key. This feeling was extremely miraculous, not just hearing, but sensing. He could even visualize the scene in his mind. And at this moment, some of the memories that had been sealed in Chen Luo's mind were also unlocked. He realized the reason for this was because he had integrated a certain amount of divine lineage genes, awakening his spiritual power. With this spiritual power, his control and perception of his body became more accurate, allowing him to sense the flow of qi and blood in the situation outside the house. With a single thought, Chen Luo's spiritual power began to infiltrate his body. Soon, a human body structure diagram appeared before his eyes. This diagram had no color, only a simple structure. This was Chen Luo's body structure, and he could sense data such as the thickness of his skin, the length of his bones, and the size of his internal organs. However, his current spiritual power was still too weak to delve into the cellular structure. As his spiritual power grew stronger, he could further adjust cells and even genes to enhance his abilities. Just like what he did in the fantasy world, breaking down his blood into cells and then breaking down the cells into divine lineage genes. In the fantasy world, he could achieve this with a single thought, but in reality, it was impossible without reaching the 5th stage. At this moment, a strong sense of hunger struck, and Chen Luo walked to the refrigerator, took out food, and started eating. As he ate, he extended his right hand and released a bolt of lightning. Crack! The blue lightning suddenly exploded, deeper in color than the first time Chen Luo released it, and with a completely different feel. If the first time was a small flame, this time it was a torch, with both its quality and duration multiplied. Excitedly, Chen Luo looked at the lightning in his hand and casually pointed it at a wooden chair nearby. Snap! The blue lightning exploded, and the chair abruptly collapsed into a pile of debris. Now I should be able to shock some fish. Chen Luo extinguished the lightning in his hand and was quite satisfied with the current power of his thunder and lightning ability. Chen Luo had almost finished eating all the food in the refrigerator, relieving his hunger. However, although he had eaten more food, the fatigue from the integrated genes had disappeared with the awakening of his spiritual power. After cleaning up the trash and the broken wooden chair, Chen Luo took it downstairs to the garbage bin. When he returned to the neighborhood, he suddenly felt a strange tightness in his heart, as if someone was watching him. Chen Luo frowned and turned to look behind him. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky had not yet completely darkened. Below the neighborhood, there were groups of elderly people playing chess or taking a stroll, chatting, or housewives with children discussing topics about their kids. Chen Luo was familiar with all these people, as they had been neighbors for decades. Some of them warmly greeted him when they saw him, and there were no signs of any strangers. After searching for a moment, Chen Luo turned back and continued walking towards the direction of the elevator as if nothing had happened. However, at that moment, Chen Luo's face darkened. With his awakened spiritual and sensing abilities, he was sure that the feeling of being watched was real, but he couldn't find any suspicious individuals. The only possibility left was that the person observing him was hiding far away, possibly using binoculars or similar equipment. When Chen Luo entered the elevator and the feeling disappeared, he was convinced that someone was indeed secretly monitoring him. Back at home, Chen Luo furrowed his brow and began to ponder where things had gone wrong. When he sold the account, he wore a mask and glasses and was very cautious, leaving no traces. The only possible issue remaining was when he sold the gold bricks. Chen Luo recalled that when he sold the gold bricks yesterday, someone did follow him for a while, but quickly changed direction. He thought they were going the same way and didn't pay much attention at the time. Now he realized that he was targeted back then. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Most of these people probably sensed something wrong with the gold, hence the ulterior motives. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought he was careful enough, but still got targeted. It seems his lack of experience in the martial world is showing. You better not mess with me. Chen Luo snorted coldly, returned to his room, closed the curtains, and entered the Western fantasy world. Whether it's dealing with the Great Terror in the next 3 years or dealing with the person eyeing the gold, he needs to enhance his strength first. Having obtained the primordial pen less than 2 months ago, Chen Luo's life has undergone a complete transformation. He can foresee that with the passage of time, he will have the ability to rewrite his own destiny completely. The first thing Chen Luo did was to start improving the power system of the Western fantasy world. Unlocking the second-order gene lock of Shangtang can give him 0.5% of the divine gene. As long as he encounters 9 more second-order creatures, he can unlock the first-order gene lock in reality. Therefore, Chen Luo plans to quickly establish a clear power system, allowing evolution for all races, whether human, orc, dwarf, or demon. Chen Luo summoned the primordial pen and began to write power levels on a blank piece of paper. Following the order of unlocking gene locks, Chen Luo named them from 1st to 5th order, followed by the 6th order as holy, 7th order as epic, 8th order as myth, 9th order as demigod, and 10th order as deity. As Chen Luo wrote, this memory was imprinted simultaneously in the minds of all creatures and players in the Western fantasy world. The emergence of the power system has stirred up the entire Western fantasy world. Any intelligent race, whether human, orc, or demon, now knows that the ultimate goal of evolution is to become a deity. Compared to the reactions of the indigenous inhabitants of the Western fantasy world, the players were calm, thinking it was just a game update that quietly released the power system. The game developers finally realized they need to add some game features. Exactly, if we can't create powerful species, we can only start playing as ordinary humans or orcs, which is too restrictive. Now that the power system is out, we should be able to level up and fight monsters, right? I think the game developers probably never thought of doing this before. As a scenery lover, I just want to know when the open beta will start. +1. +10,086. While the forum was buzzing with discussions about the power system, another system announcement rang out. Announcement: congratulations to player Han Shen for becoming the first to advance to the First Order Strong, receiving special rewards. Announcement: congratulations to player Shang Tang for becoming the first to advance to the Second Order Strong, receiving special rewards. With these two announcements, the people on the forum were once again shocked. To become the first to advance and receive special rewards. Shang Tang in the game knew this instantly. Shang Tang hesitated for a moment, without needing the audience in the live broadcast room to urge him. He directly followed the system prompt to open the special reward. Han Shen, on the other hand, was extremely frustrated. The empire he had worked so hard to build had fallen in just 2 generations. Anyone would feel aggrieved. Han Shen now wished he could slap his useless son Hanya to death, then overthrow Shang Tang and restore the empire. Unfortunately, with no more chances in the game, Han Shen could only turn a blind eye and go out for some fresh air. Just then, his close friend Li Shun called. "Where are you? You're not replying to messages on WeChat." Han Shen heard Li Shun's voice full of excitement, and couldn't help but ask strangely, "What's going on while taking a walk outside?" "Second Life has rewarded you, hurry back to log into the game." Han Shen was stunned for a moment, then turned and ran towards home. "What reward, do you know?" Han Shen asked as he ran and gasped for breath. "I don't know, I just saw a system prompt when watching the live broadcast, saying you were the first to advance to the first level and have a special reward. I contacted you immediately. As soon as you arrive, start the live broadcast. I want to know what the reward is." Han Shen and Li Shun entered the game at the same time, but Li Shun's created race was eliminated in less than a day, so he had been following Han Shen's live broadcast. "Got it, I'll hang up first." Han Shen hung up the phone, and in a few minutes, he was back home, turned on the computer, connected the devices, and casually started the live broadcast. As soon as he logged into the game, a prompt popped up. "Congratulations to the player for the opportunity to experience Second Life in the Marvel world. The world will open in 9 days, please be patient." In the Shangtan live broadcast room, millions of viewers also saw the same prompt, their jealous eyes turning red. "Wow, the boss is awesome, it's the Marvel world again. Oh my god, why wasn't it me?" At this moment my heart is full of envy and jealousy. Tears. I finally understand why the official had to wait 10 days at the beginning. They must have thought one person was too few, and were preparing to throw in a few more people together. Makes sense, otherwise why not give a choice this time, just throw out a Marvel world. The game company also needs to consider costs. For such a high degree of realism in the game, how many super servers are needed? It's a waste to let one person play. After Chen Luo established the level system, he had already arrived at the Elven continent in the east. The 4 continents of the Western fantasy world are arranged in the shape of a mouth, with the largest being the Yani continent in the west, roughly equivalent to the total area of Asia and Europe, but currently only less than 20% of the locations have been developed for the human and orc races. Next is the northernmost ice and snow continent, where only the southern part is suitable for civilization development, covering less than a quarter of the Yani continent's area. Next is under Chenluo's feet, the Elven continent in the east, along with the southernmost Roman continent, which make up the main map of the Western fantasy world. The combined area of these four continents is more than twice the total land area of the Earth, but this large area only occupies the eastern hemisphere of the Western fantasy world, while the Western hemisphere is still a vast ocean, reserved by Chenluo for future races. The sea is also interspersed with islands of various sizes, except for Dragon Island. Chenluo is too lazy to name these islands, waiting for the life of the Western fantasy world to name them. The Elven continent is located in the east of the Western fantasy world, where the sun rises, and the climate and temperature are very suitable for life to inhabit, with vast forests and wild beasts running on this land. Chenluo came to a place named Darsen Forest by the elves, where birds sing and flowers bloom, dense trees abound, and wild animals can be seen everywhere, full of vigorous life. Most of the creatures and plants here are only partially similar to those on Earth, and Chenluo does not recognize the vast majority of them. Chenluo walked into the central area of the forest and found a beautiful valley, which is the core area of the forest. A snow-white waterfall poured down from above the valley, forming a clear lake below like a mirror. The ground was covered with green grass, red and yellow flowers bloomed, dandelions scattered in the wind, spreading seeds all over the sky. By the lakeside, a group of elven children are playing in the water. They have long, pointed ears, delicate features, and eyes as bright as gemstones, resembling beautiful angels. With their presence, this world of extreme beauty seems more like paradise. However, this picturesque scene is suddenly disrupted by the sound of a sharp horn. The elven children playing in the water pause, quickly jump out of the water, and run towards the treehouse high up in the towering trees of the forest. Soon after, numerous elves clad in lightweight armor and wielding weapons emerge. Each one of them is handsome or beautiful, comparable to real-life celebrities. However, at this moment, each of them wears an expression of facing a formidable enemy, their eyes filled with hatred, clearly encountering some trouble. It's those ugly trolls again. Everyone, follow my lead to drive out those demons and protect the sacred tree. Defend the sacred tree to the death. The elves on the giant tree and on the ground respond in unison, then swiftly charge into the dense forest. They move with agility, leaping several meters between the giant trees, giving a pleasing sight. Chenluo's figure disappears once again, appearing in front of a colossal tree in the center of a valley. It is the tallest tree in this forest, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Ordinary people standing below cannot see the top at a glance, as spectacular as a pillar reaching the sky. Below the giant tree and on its branches stand hundreds of armed elves, vigilantly watching their surroundings. When Chenluo appears, all the elves look at this unexpected guest with masks on guardedly. The archers start bending their bows and knocking arrows, while the others draw their weapons, assuming combat stances. Who goes there? Chenluo remains silent, taking a step that covers over 100 meters, instantly arriving at the base of the giant tree. The elves are initially surprised, but then a dense volley of arrows flies towards Chenluo. The elves wielding ice blades anxiously rush forward, fearing an attack on the giant tree. However, at that moment, the dense arrows suddenly freeze in mid-air, and even the elves are unable to move as if under a petrification spell. The elves are shocked, their eyes wide open, staring at Chenluo. Although they do not know what is happening, it does not prevent them from making judgments, all stemming from this mysterious figure before them. Meanwhile, Che Wenwen excitedly posts on a gaming forum, "I also saw the creator. My elven race is rising too," and attaches a live stream link. The players and viewers on the forum are envious of the rewards received by Han Chan and Shang Tang. When Che Wenwen's post is published, it immediately causes a sensation. Everyone knows that when the creator or game designer appears, something is bound to happen. The first time brought about Emperor Han, the second time directly led to the avalanche of the Great Xia dynasty, and even the first vampire. Now that the creator has appeared again, the landscape of the gaming world may change once more. Curious viewers and players flock to the live stream of a player named Tree Person. "Wow, so you're the Tree Person. Ha, I knew this name sounded familiar, the plant guy, right? Ha, clearly a plant player. The one who created a tree and then got stuck on the ground like a silly woman?" Faced with the audience's playful teasing, Che Wenwen expresses frustration and speechlessness because the towering tree in front of Chenluo is her. Che Wenwen also studied biology, but she chose botany for her postgraduate studies after graduating from college, so she has a deep understanding of plants. When she entered the game, she naturally thought of plants and trees when creating species. However, ordinary plants were not considered valuable by the primordial pen, so Che Wenwen added strong vitality and growable genes to this tree. Then Che Wunwun qualified to enter the fantasy world, but soon regretted it because she couldn't move. Starting from a small sapling, Che Wunwun grew day by day. At first, Che Wunwun found it quite interesting because the scenery of Dar Forest was picturesque and beautiful, and it was nice to look at the scenery here every day. However, 1 or 2 days were fine, even a month was okay, but after decades passed, even the most beautiful scenery became boring. Che Wunwun felt like she was going crazy. She regretted playing the game because she trapped herself. The feeling now was even scarier than being in prison. So, Che Wunwun chose to exit the game. Whether she was there or not, the tree would continue to grow automatically and not die. When Che Wunwun had free time, she would come in to admire the scenery, take screenshots, share game videos, invite some friends and players who also liked the scenery to come in and have a pleasant day, which was equivalent to 100 years in the fantasy world. The next day, Che Wunwun's tree had grown to hundreds of meters high, with a dense canopy covering the sky. The thick branches spread out, as wide as a road, even able to accommodate a speeding car. At this moment, Che Wunwun was astonished to find basketball-sized fruit buds forming on the canopy of her tree. Che Wunwun was stunned because she knew this tree was not a fruit tree, and even fruit trees usually flower before bearing fruit. She had never seen direct fruiting like this. Astonished, Che Wunwun suddenly sensed that these fruits all contained life energy. Che Wunwun was shocked. She never expected fruits to grow on her body, and these fruits all showed signs of life. So, she added a new activity to her daily routine, observing these fruits with life energy and trying to figure out what they were. As time passed, the fruit buds grew little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the basketball-sized fruit buds had grown to over a meter. The first fruit bud finally matured at this moment. Excitedly, Che Wunwun watched as the fruit bud bloomed. Surrounded by layers of tender leaves, it slowly opened up like a flower, revealing a small elf that looked about 3 years old. This little elf could walk as soon as it was born and communicate with Che Wunwun through thoughts. The little elf was full of attachment to Che Wunwun, unwilling to leave her side every day. Che Wunwun was dumbfounded. As a girl who didn't even have a boyfriend, she had no experience in taking care of children. But looking at this babbling little elf, with her beautiful doll-like face, Che Wunwun's heart melted, and she almost immediately decided to raise her. However, the first problem quickly arose. The little elf had no food and cried out of hunger. Che Wunwun couldn't move and couldn't create food out of thin air. She watched the crying little elf helplessly and felt her heart ache, but she had no way to help. At this moment, the surrounding plants seemed to sense Che Wunwun's thoughts and quickly produced various edible and sweet fruits. Che Wunwun was both surprised and delighted. She immediately used her thoughts to tell the little elf to eat those fruits. The first little elf had food and successfully survived. Following the powerful vitality burst of the divine tree Che Wunwun, one elf after another was born. Under the influence of vitality, vast forests and various flowers and plants grew around, guarding the divine tree Che Wunwun. These elves were born from Che Wunwun, and they naturally had an inseparable connection with her, viewing her as their mother. Che Wunwun seemed to find joy in this, treating these elves as family and teaching them how to build houses, make clothes, make fire, and survive and develop in the forest. Che Wunwun may not understand much, but she started a live broadcast with many enthusiastic viewers guiding online and ready to search for answers when needed. Even if they couldn't find answers, they could consult experts, similar to the situation during the founding of the Han Chen Kingdom. However, Che Wunwun was just a tree, her perspective fixed in place, unable to see clearly into the world of the elves. Initially, many people came to watch, with the number of viewers surpassing 100,000 at one point. However, once their curiosity was satisfied and they knew what the elves looked like, they left. After all, it was too monotonous here, having to watch the elves build every day, far less exciting than the human and orc areas. Che Wunwun didn't mind, caring more about the development of the elf tribe than the popularity of the live broadcast. The number of viewers quickly decreased, with only a few thousand left by the afternoon of the second day of the second test opening. By this time, 200 years had passed in the fantasy world, but the number of elves had just exceeded 10,000. Che Wunwun was also helpless with this situation, as the more elves were born, the rapidly declining life energy contained in her divine tree. At this point, she could no longer give birth to new elves and had to rely on the elves themselves to reproduce. However, as an immortal race, elves had a long lifespan of thousands of years but frustratingly low fertility rates. A pair of elf couples usually only had the chance to have one child in their lifetime. Meanwhile, troubles arose for the elf tribe. In the Darsen forest, not only did one race emerge, but two other player-created races, the trolls and goblins. Initially, there were no conflicts when these two races and the elves were born, as they were all players. The ancestors of the trolls and goblins, as neighbors, often came to visit and admire the beautiful elf maidens. However, the trolls and goblins were ugly and fierce-looking, while the elves had an unparalleled appreciation for beauty and naturally disliked and even abhorred these two species. Each time they came and were looked down upon, even in the game, it was an unpleasant feeling, so the ancestors of these two races stopped visiting. As the populations of the three races began to expand and the resources in the Darsen forest became limited, friction between the three races became inevitable. Initially, the ancestors of the trolls and goblins could restrain their people, but their lifespans were short, only about 100 years. After they passed away, the newly appointed trolls and goblins let out all the suppressed anger. Small conflicts gradually escalated into major clashes, leading to full-scale war, with the trolls and goblins joining forces against the elves. However, the elves were natural rulers of the forest, agile and light, perfectly adapted to the forest environment, making them unmatched even when the other two races joined forces. The casualties on both sides increased, and the hatred deepened. What made the elves furious was that the trolls ate elves, instantly turning them into mortal enemies. In the initial stages, the war favored the elves, but as time passed, the downside of the elves' low fertility rate became apparent. The number of dead elves is much higher than the number of elves being born, which has led to a decreasing population of the elven race year by year. In contrast, trolls and goblins have very strong reproductive abilities, especially goblins, who can give birth to 3 or 4 children in one litter, and their adult cycle is also shorter than that of elves. As a result, elves have gradually fallen into a passive defensive state. In a recent attack, trolls and goblins joined forces and advanced all the way to the sacred tree of the elven tribe. The troll shaman used voodoo to strike the sacred tree, causing Chen-Wen-Wen to fall into a poisoned state. Although the angry elves repelled the attacking trolls and goblins, the sacred tree began to wither day by day, rapidly losing its vitality. Panic spread throughout the elven tribe as the condition of the sacred tree worsened day by day. Its lush green leaves began to turn yellow bit by bit, several wounds appeared on the trunk, and black liquid started to flow out. The life-giving sacred tree that nurtured countless elves and embodied the beliefs and heritage of the elven race was now in decline. The Elven Council tried everything to find an antidote, to scrape off the black liquid, and even risked their lives to find a solution, but to no avail. The elves turned to daily prayers in front of the altar, praying to the spirits to save their mother. What made the elves even more anxious was that the condition of the sacred tree not only did not improve, but worsened. Every elf could sense that it was gradually dying. Chen-Wen-Wen, as a botany graduate student, had tried many methods, and the audience in the live broadcast had also helped her find many antidotes online for the elves to implement, but none of them worked. Chen-Wen-Wen was frustrated. If she had been strong, she would not have feared the voodoo, but because of the continuous birth of elves, her vitality was exhausted, and she could no longer resist the toxin. Perhaps if she could analyze the voodoo with experimental equipment in reality, she would definitely find a solution, but now she could only stand by and watch herself die day by day. The elves became increasingly uneasy because they could not imagine losing the sacred tree, which would leave all the elves without spiritual support. Just then, Chen Luo appeared. "Are you the creator?" Chen-Wen-Wen sent out a mental wave through her thoughts. Although it was a question, the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo made her soul tremble, and she almost instantly confirmed that the being in front of her could only be the creator, otherwise she could not imagine any creature with such a terrifying aura. Chen Luo naturally received this thought, and in a calm voice, he said, "Although you unintentionally created the elves, they have great potential and have contributed to enriching this world's species. As a reward, I give you 2 choices. One is to cure your voodoo and give you a lifespan of at least 3,000 years. The second choice is to bestow the elves with abilities to better adapt to the development of this world." Chen-Wen-Wen couldn't help but feel overjoyed, as the voodoo that had troubled her for so long could finally be resolved. But she soon became stunned because the second option provided by Chen Luo intrigued her. Chen-Wen-Wen weighed the pros and cons. Even if she was saved by Chen Luo, the elven race would still face pressure from trolls and goblins, and they would fight to the last person to protect themselves. This was unacceptable to Chen-Wen-Wen. She would rather die herself than see the elves, who were considered her children, die one by one before her eyes. After all, this was just a game. Even if she had a lifespan of 3,000 years, in the end, she would still be rooted in place, unable to move. It's better to choose the second option, let the elf clan grow stronger, and when the public beta is launched, she can still enter the game and rejoin the elf clan. Great creator, I choose the second option. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised by Chen-Wen-Wen's choice, but quickly understood her thoughts. Chen-Wen-Wen realized that she was hindering the development of the elf clan, so she chose to sacrifice herself. Although it's just a game, there is no loss if she dies, but Chen-Wen-Wen made this decision almost without much thought, showing that she is a very kind girl. Great creator, can you help repel those trolls and goblins? Chen Luo's gaze crossed thousands of meters to the border of the elf clan's territory. Below, countless trolls and goblins, holding various crude weapons, surged towards the elves. For every elf that fell, at least 10 trolls and goblins fell, and the blood on the ground had gathered into streams. With a thought, Chen Luo silently created a blue transparent shield in the sky, covering the entire elf clan's territory. All trolls and goblins that collided with it were automatically cut in half, while only the elves could freely enter and exit this transparent shield. This scene stunned all the races present, not knowing what had happened. The leaders of the trolls and goblins, unwilling to believe, continued to command their subordinates to break through the transparent shield. They were immediately cut apart cleanly by the shield, even their weapons couldn't escape. On the other hand, the elves moved freely, unaffected. The elves were both shocked and delighted, realizing that the shield was helping them. Under the command of the elder Diana of the Elf Council, all the elves retreated inside the shield and began to attack the trolls and goblins outside with bows and arrows. Soon, the trolls and goblins couldn't hold on. Not only could their bodies not enter the shield, even their long-range attacks with bows and thrown stones were blocked outside, unable to reach the elves. But the elves could attack them, even without aiming, just shooting into the dense crowd with their eyes closed. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the leaders of the trolls and goblins abandoned many bodies and quickly ordered a retreat. Before the elf clan could celebrate their victory or understand what the blue shield was, a guardian of the world tree rushed over urgently, informing them of a powerful enemy attack on the world tree and requesting immediate reinforcement. Diana was shocked and immediately led all the elves towards the direction of the world tree. This barrier can only last for 3 days. After that, you will need to make a choice: continue to compete with trolls and goblins for limited resources here, or expand to other places. Che Wenwen immediately sent out a thought: why can't you teach my elves this barrier so they can protect themselves? Chen Luo calmly replied, I don't need hothouse flowers. If they rely on this barrier to protect themselves in the future, they will eventually decay. Adapting to the environment and evolving constantly is the right way for their self-preservation. Che Wenwen fell silent, realizing that Chen Luo was not wrong. The survival of the fittest is the same principle everywhere. Protect the world tree. Diana led thousands of elf warriors charging over, only to see the guardians of the world tree standing still in a strange manner. Her expression changed slightly, immediately shouting to launch an attack. Che Wenwen was startled and quickly sent out a thought: Diana, don't attack. This is the creator, not an enemy. Che Wenwen's thought stunned all the nearby elves, as they never imagined that the figure in front of them was actually the creator. When Wenwen shouted, it was already too late. Countless arrows had already flown out, shooting rapidly towards Chen Luo. Just like before, these arrows stopped in midair. Diana and the others stared in astonishment at this strange scene, finally realizing why the tree guardians had stopped moving. Chen Luo turned around, casually waved his hand, and the arrows fell to the ground in unison, while the frozen guards suddenly regained their ability to move. Witnessing this miraculous scene and sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo, the elves in the vicinity no longer doubted, all kneeling excitedly on the ground. Obviously, the great creator had heard their prayers and come to save the life tree. The blue shield that had just blocked the trolls and goblins was also clearly due to the intervention of the creator. So, let's begin now. Chen Luo wasted no time, closing his eyes and starting to write the basic abilities into the elves' genes. As a reward for the birth of the elf race from the Tree of Life, I bestow upon the elves extraordinary artistic abilities, elements, affinity with nature, and the ability of the eagle eye. As Chen Luo's words echoed in the minds of all the elves, these abilities began to manifest. All the elves felt a surge in their mental power, sensing many strange elements in the air and picking up on the faint thoughts emitted by nearby plants. Their eyes also began to change, able to see farther and clearer, even making out the antennae of small ants on tree leaves. While the elves were still unsure of the significance of the previous abilities, the second eagle eye ability immediately made them understand its formidable nature. This essentially made all the elves natural archers. Thanks for the blessings under the creator's crown. Led by Diana, all the elves trembled with excitement, transitioning from kneeling on one knee to a respectful posture on both knees. Under the great creator's crown, we implore you to heal our tree of life. Diana straightened her body, eyes fixed on Chen Luo, filled with a pleading look. As Diana uttered these words, all the elves joined in the plea. Why? You should understand now that the tree of life is not indispensable to you. You can thrive by reproducing on your own. She has already fulfilled her mission of creating the elf race and can no longer help you grow, instead becoming a shackle that binds you. Tears welled up in Diana's eyes, filled with determination as she said, No, she is everything to us, our spiritual pillar. Without her, the elves would lose their soul, and all prosperity would be meaningless. Chen Luo looked at the elves kneeling on the ground, each revealing a deep desire, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. He didn't expect the elf race to be so dependent on Ko-1-1, the Tree of Life. With his abilities, he could easily heal Ko-1-1, but saving for the moment wouldn't save for a lifetime. Even though the elves now possessed the abilities he bestowed upon them, they were not powerful beings. Coupled with the drawback of low fertility, they would sooner or later be threatened by the vast numbers of trolls and goblins, falling into the same cycle as before. Chen Luo didn't have time to focus solely on the development of the elf race. The Tree of Life has given up the chance to be healed, using it to exchange for the talents bestowed upon you, so there is no room for negotiation in this matter. All the elves showed shock, looking towards the Tree of Life. Ko-1-1, please take back the abilities you bestowed and heal the Tree of Life. In her emotional state, Diana immediately spoke these words without hesitation. The other elves also echoed without delay. Chen Luo had not spoken yet, and Che-1-1's thoughts spread out first, letting all the elves perceive them. This is an opportunity for the prosperity and strength of the Elven race, as well as an opportunity for me to seek the crown of the Creator God. You don't need to do this. Diana said tearfully, Great Mother, if you pass away, even if we become stronger, it will be meaningless. No need to say more, my mind is made up. Che-1-1 actually felt very reluctant in her heart, but thinking that she would become a burden to the Elven race, she immediately cut off all contact with the Elven race. Diana could not sense any fluctuations in the thoughts of the World Tree, and she became nervous all of a sudden. She called Che-1-1 several times in a row, but received no response, so she had to turn her gaze back to Chen Luo. We implore you. Chen Luo interrupted Diana with a wave of his hand. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly walked up to the World Tree and placed his hand on its thick trunk. Just when the elves thought Chen Luo was going to save the World Tree, they found that leaves were falling from the tree. Tens of thousands of elves raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The massive World Tree seemed to age in an instant, all its vitality being drained away, its leaves turning yellow and falling down. The falling leaves fluttered in the sky, beautiful as if in a dream, yet also lamenting the brutal reality of death. All the elves were struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at the World Tree as if they had lost their souls. Soon, someone started crying, and the elves' wailing echoed through the heavens and the earth. Damn, this Creator God is not to be trifled with. These beautiful elven ladies are begging him, and he still wants to kill the host. Exactly, despicable planner, act like a human for once. I'm in tears, despicable planner, don't let me find out your company's address, or I'll definitely chop off your head. Wait, I think we've misunderstood the planner. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was cursing the heartless planner, the scene changed once again. Ignoring the elves' cries, Chen Luo continued to draw out Che-1-1's life force by placing his hand on the World Tree. Before long, the towering World Tree disappeared, and a bright green seed appeared in Chen Luo's hand. He walked up to Diana and handed her the seed brimming with vibrant life force. This is a seed condensed from her remaining life force. As long as you protect her and provide her with a suitable environment for growth, she can be reborn. Diana trembled with excitement, tears welling up in the eyes of this beautiful female elf once again as she carefully cradled the seed given to her by Chen Luo, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Thank you for your kindness, under the great crown of the Creator God. At that moment, Chen Luo's figure fluctuated, and he disappeared from the spot. In the end, Chen Luo couldn't help but give the Elven race a glimmer of hope, namely because he was touched by the genuine feelings between Che-1-1 and the elves. As for whether the Elven race could prosper, Chen Luo had no intention of intervening anymore. He had already done enough. Compared to the human and orc races, the Elven race was more naturally advantaged, born with long life, beautiful appearance, and extraordinary intelligence. In many ways, elves could be considered perfect beings, except for their low reproductive capacity. There were hardly any major flaws. However, their comfortable way of life and peaceful living environment could lead to insufficient crisis resistance, as evidenced by the threats from trolls and goblins. What happens next will depend on the elves themselves. Even if they encounter life-threatening crises in the future, Chen Luo has no intention of getting involved. After leaving the Dar Forest, Chen Luo casually posted a system announcement. Notice, congratulations to player, the species evolved from the Tree of Life possesses certain potential, and has received achievement rewards. After Chen Luo extracted the vitality from Che-1-1, it was as if she had died, so she was forcibly ejected to the game login interface at that moment. Just as she was feeling a bit melancholic, she saw the reward prompt on the login interface. At that time, there were still many viewers in Che-1-1's live broadcast room, eagerly staring at the reward interface, urging her to quickly open and see what the reward was. Che-1-1 hesitated for a moment, then excitedly clicked on the reward interface to check the rewards. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title of Ancestor of Elves, forever remembered by the Elven race. Equipping this title in the game automatically grants the highest reputation level adoration of the Elven race. Following that, the game interface popped up with 3 options. 1. As the ancestor of the Elven race, if you choose the Elven race, your birth will directly advance to the first tier powerhouse. 2. Permanently retain game qualifications and no longer participate in the preliminary elimination. 3. Customize your second life. Seeing this reward, the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Similarly, Liang Xiaoyu's Super Electric Eel did not receive the Ancestor title despite receiving achievement rewards. However, this was quite understandable. Elves are a wise race, and a Super Electric Eel can at most be considered a Warcraft, so it's not surprising it didn't receive the title. The next 3 rewards, except for the first one, were the same. But it was this first one that showed the difference. Jae-won when choosing the Elven race could directly possess the strength of the first tier. This was enough to make all players envious because from the first test to the second test, out of over 10,000 players, only Han Shan and Shang Tang eventually advanced to the first tier. It's easy to imagine how difficult this was. Jae-won could already outperform other players by a large margin from the moment she entered the game. Sister Mosquito, you must choose the first one, then you can easily dominate ordinary players in the game. So cool. The third reward is also good. I would definitely choose the third one. I can't watch the live broadcast anymore. The more I watch, the more envious and eager to play I become. It's so frustrating that the official doesn't open the public beta. Come on, let's flood the forum and demand the public beta. Let the officials see how strong our grievances are. Support, I'm going too. Count me in. What was originally a live broadcast reward inexplicably turned into a forum occupation to demand the public beta. However, it's not surprising that these excited viewers were like this, watching these players either dominate the game or evolve interesting species and have a great time. The longer they watched, the stronger their grievances became. Some people couldn't even wait to see Jae-won choose her reward and went straight to the forum to post. At this point, Jae-won only briefly considered it and chose the first reward. As soon as she made her choice, another prompt popped up on the game interface. Elves join as an initial selectable race. As a reward, you will have the opportunity to experience a second life in the Marvel world, which will open in 7 days. Please be patient. As soon as this prompt appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room once again began to envy and resent, as they had never expected Jae-won to receive so many rewards at once. Then they all started to criticize the officials and planners, believing that Jae-won was a privileged player of the game company. Before long, the forum was filled with one post after another demanding the public beta. Crying blood for the public beta, if you don't open it, we will boycott. One person's blood oath. Crying blood for the public beta, I have already inquired about your company's location. If you don't open the public beta soon, be careful, I will come in person. 2 people's blood oath. Blood tears for public beta, dog officials, aren't you making games just to make money? I have plenty of money, why don't you start the public beta quickly? 3 people's blood oath. The forum was suddenly filled with titles starting with blood tears for public beta and ending with X people's blood oath, with most of the content being threats, a small amount of cute selling, and interspersed with some wealthy boasting about using money to crush others. And then more and more people without game qualifications joined in, instantly turning it into a real slaughter version, where anything posted was immediately brushed away by blood tears for public beta. Chen Luo initially ignored it, but after a day passed, the forum was completely taken over by these titles, with posts still growing and showing no signs of stopping. Chen Luo had no moderators on the forum, no one was managing it. And even if there were moderators, they couldn't delete all these posts, because by now it had become 54,457 people's blood oath. Chen Luo saw that this couldn't go on, so he immediately posted a pinned post using the administrator's account. To all enthusiastic players, we have received your earnest expectations as the operating team, but your slaughter behavior has caused serious discomfort to the boss. So the boss, being capricious, has made a decision. Starting from the release of this warning post, any further slaughter behavior will be permanently rejected by this game. Please do not doubt the authenticity of this message. When you registered on the forum, you provided your ID card and phone number. The accounts that post slaughter content will have their ID card accounts automatically locked by the system, and will never be able to log into the game. Do you think the boss is capricious? Do you think he is arrogant? Do you want to beat him up? It doesn't matter, you can only think about it, you can't do anything. Oh, by the way, do you also want to curse? It doesn't matter, you can't reply to this post anyway. Well, the above content is the boss's own words, I'm just conveying them. Dear players, be good, don't make our boss angry again. As soon as this post was published, the forum exploded. Countless people on the forum were amused by the post from the customer service Wang Xiaoqi. It was the first time everyone had seen such an arrogant game company, directly confronting the players and threatening to ban them, acting like they were the boss. But the effect of this threat was almost immediate. The slaughter posts quickly disappeared, turning into neatly arranged posts criticizing the customer service Wang Xiaoqi. UC Shock Department, okay, I really appreciate your boss being so capricious. I won't play anymore, anyone else with me? Big official North Gate celebration. Is the boss of this game company so capricious that he doesn't want to make money anymore? I am your forever daddy. I really want to beat this customer service Wang Xiaoqi to death. So despicable. Assassin's Creed, give me your address. Get ready to die, you dog boss. Water comes out from the mountain, game company boss. Let you howl. I am unmoved like a mountain, suppressing everything in an instant. You mortals dare to challenge me, the creator god. If you don't believe it, continue to slaughter, and see if this lord will ban you. Sherlock, yes, hurry up and slaughter. Let the officials ban all of you, then there will be fewer competitors. Smirking. The slaughter posts seeking public beta disappeared, quickly turning into posts criticizing the officials' domineering warning. However, despite the insults from this group of people, it was impossible to make them stop playing this game. Because this game's realism was so high, combined with its incredible time flow, as well as its rich gameplay and fun, it directly crushed all the games on the market. At this point, Chen Luo had stopped paying attention to the forum's activities and began to focus on other species within the game. At this point, the game has progressed to the 5th day, which means 500 years have passed in the game world. Of the initial 10,000 species, only 10 remain after elimination, with only dwarves, elves, trolls, and goblins being intelligent races. The other 6 are animals and plants, such as the magic vine that can grow infinitely, the current sky overlord, the phoenix, and Jiang Juanhao, who has re-entered the game and, just like the first time, has created the hybrid ants out of dissatisfaction, wanting to devour the world. However, by now, except for Jiang Juanhao, the ancestors of the other races have all died of old age. These races, after losing control of their ancestors, some continued to gather together to form large groups for development, while others split into several factions, embarking on different paths of evolution. Chen Luo roughly observed these 6 races. After several rounds of elimination, they have now fully adapted to the environment and should be able to continue to evolve and grow as long as they do not encounter any catastrophic disasters. Chen Luo was preparing to observe the new hybrid ants created by Jiang Juanhao when he suddenly frowned and looked towards the direction of the Yani continent. He hadn't paid attention to that side in the past 2 days. In just over 100 years in the Western fantasy world, someone had started causing trouble again, and it turned into a major event. The vampire ancestor, Yunabii, after the establishment of the Shang dynasty, refused his reward and instead searched for the traces of Xia Ershi Hanyu within the human territory. The royal bloodline could prolong his life, make him stronger, and coupled with the invincible judgment sword, he would not easily let anyone go. As Yunabii consumed more and more royal bloodlines, his sensitivity to the royal bloodline became stronger, and now he could smell their presence within a few kilometers. However, what frustrated Yunabii the most was that he only caught some fleeing royal bloodline warriors. He spent more than a decade searching through the territories of humans and orcs but could never find Urshi's trace. Yunabii thought that Urshi had likely escaped to those unexplored areas. Because it was not just him looking for Urshi now, both humans and orcs were searching for the judgment sword with the entire nation's strength, and as long as Urshi was somewhere, there would always be traces of his existence. However, over a decade had passed, and not only had no trace been found, not even a single hair was discovered. Some believed that Urshi had found a deserted place to commit suicide, while others believed he had fled to a secluded secret base of the royal family, and so on. Yunabii simply did not believe these theories and began to explore those uncharted areas. However, after spending several years, he went to the southernmost poison mist swamp of the Yani continent, west to the farthest desolate desert, crossed the Orc territory, and reached the northernmost 100,000 mountains, only to find that they were all wilderness areas where various fierce and dangerous animals could be seen everywhere, but there were no traces of human habitation. Yunabii wasted so much time and ultimately gained nothing, so he had to temporarily give up and start preparing for the future. Yunabii returned to the capital under the emperor, starting a new round of planning. Before leaving the territories of humans and orcs, he handed over the 19 captured royal bloodline warriors to Shang, asking for help in raising them for a while. This term was very vivid because Yunabii intended to raise the royal bloodline warriors, allowing them to continuously produce royal bloodline warriors so that he could obtain longevity. This inspiration naturally came from Rikoba. However, when Yunabii returned to the royal city full of expectations, he found that instead of increasing, the number of royal bloodline warriors had decreased to only 5. Shang apologized to Yunabi with a guilty face, saying that due to the busy state affairs, he had neglected these bloodline warriors, and many of them could not endure long-term confinement and ended up committing suicide. That evening, Shang Tang hosted a banquet to entertain Yonai, who was a wolf, and solemnly apologized to him. Although Yonai had some doubts, he didn't think much of it. Soon, Yonai realized something was wrong because Shang Tang had poisoned the wine, causing him to feel weak and unable to move. Fortunately, Yonai had made progress in his resistance to toxins over the past 20 years. The poison immobilized him for a while, but he regained some strength and immediately chose to escape. However, Shang Tang was different from the second emperor. When overthrowing the great Xia, he showed outstanding courage and wisdom. After ruling over the human race for more than 20 years, his strategies and methods were well honed, and he wouldn't give Yonai any chance. As Yonai flew out, layers of iron walls fell in the palace, trapping him and Shang Tang in the hall. Despite Yonai's fast speed, the walls turned the situation against him, and his lower strength level left him with no chance to resist, leading to his capture by Shang Tang. Shang Tang captured Yonai and began a 3-year study. The focus of his research was naturally the blood of immortality. At the age of just over 40, Shang Tang, with a lifespan of 200 years, was still considered young, but he was already thinking about the future, showing his meticulous thinking. After 3 years of effort, Shang Tang spent a lot of effort and resources, offering huge rewards to study this vampire. Despite not finding the method to create the blood of immortality, he stirred up trouble. Although Yonai was imprisoned, he could still leave the game. He angrily accused Shang Tang on the forum of being despicable and ungrateful, forgetting the debt of gratitude he owed him during the rebellion. As neither of them had live broadcasts, no one knew the developments in the Western fantasy world over the past few decades. When Yonai posted on the forum and started a live broadcast, everyone was shocked. Damn, is Shang Tang going to become the second Han Chen? Tisk tsk, you guys are really fickle. Just a few hours ago, you were so loving, and now you're being dissected for research. You, the vampire ancestor, are really pitiful. First a stud, now a lab rat. I feel sorry for you for a second. This plot twist is too fast, breaking up the love affair in minutes? Oh my, Emperor Shang Tang is going to turn dark. Please don't. This is about immortality. Who cares about turning dark or not? Besides, this is just a game. As long as he doesn't do anything outrageous, let others play as they wish. In the live broadcast, fans and critics of Shang Tang argued fervently. Shang Tang noticed that Yonai had started a live broadcast and that many people on the forum and in the live broadcast were criticizing him, but like Han Chen, he no longer cared. Shang Tang's status and perspective had undergone a tremendous change. While he might have cared about the number of viewers and others' opinions at the beginning, now he was indifferent and just wanted to say hee. Besides handling state affairs, Shang Tang focused on the progress of the research on the blood of immortality every day. However, after 5 years, there was still no progress. Shang Tang was a decisive person, not as obsessed as Han Chen. He remembered the words spoken by the creator when he appeared. Han Chen, due to focusing on power, neglected the improvement of his own strength, leading to a premature death. Shang Tang now deeply understands this statement, as he can clearly feel his lifespan reaching 200 years. This is only the lifespan limit of a second-order strong individual. If advancing to the third order, the lifespan will definitely increase significantly. With the clear establishment of the ranking system, as long as one climbs slowly according to that ranking until becoming a deity, they can naturally obtain immortality. Therefore, Shang Tang began to focus on enhancing his own strength. However, before that, he decided to let the wolf in sheep's clothing retreat for now, planning to expose him to the sunlight the next day to completely resolve this problem. Unexpectedly, the wolf in sheep's clothing miraculously escaped on the same night. Enraged, Shang Tang interrogated all the guards rigorously, only to find out that one guard had drugged everyone's meals, causing them to fall into a deep sleep, and then rescued the wolf in sheep's clothing. After 8 years, the guards had already slackened quite a bit, and the guard had easily escaped by disguising himself in a guard's uniform. After executing all the guards, Shang Tang continued to investigate and discovered that the guard had been bribed at a high price by the orcs. At this point, the wolf in sheep's clothing had already escaped into orc territory. Helpless, Shang Tang could not launch a war against the orcs just because of one wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, by the time his army arrived, with the speed of the orcs, they would likely have disappeared long ago. Reacting swiftly, Shang Tang immediately executed the captive royal bloodline warriors and launched a nationwide search for royal bloodline warriors, aiming to completely cut off the wolf in sheep's clothing's chance of immortality. Shang Tang was well aware of the potential of vampires. If given enough time to grow, they would undoubtedly become a major threat. Just as he was on high alert, he learned from a group of fans that the wolf in sheep's clothing had just escaped from the human tribe and was captured by Rikoba for research. All the viewers began to sympathize with this unfortunate vampire ancestor, who had just escaped from one danger and fallen into another. Watching the wolf in sheep's clothing tightly bound and securely chained, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter one by one. "Oh my, host, you might as well just die, this game is too unfriendly to you. Yeah, if I were you, I would just rush into the sunlight and end it all. There's no way to live like this. Are you guys devils? The host is in such a state, and you're still here gloating. Fools, haven't you noticed that the host can't even die even if he wants to? Can't survive, can't die, the host is probably going to explode." The wolf in sheep's clothing was truly on the verge of exploding at this moment. He had thought that Rikoba, this loyal big brother, would rescue him from danger, but he had been deceived for the second time. The hatred in the wolf in sheep's clothing's heart, if it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to persevere and would probably retreat. But the wolf in sheep's clothing was very stubborn, or rather, resolute. Previously, in order to retaliate against the royal family of the Great Xia, he could endure even jumping into a cesspool, and now, being used as a guinea pig for research, he could endure it as well. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. With this belief, the wolf in sheep's clothing gritted his teeth and persisted. Compared to Shang Tang, Rikoba was more prepared. As the CEO of a listed company, the resources he possessed in reality were unimaginable to Shang Tang. In reality, Rikoba had contacted many renowned professors in biology and genetics from well-known universities, and even at great expense, invited internationally renowned experts to help him research in the live broadcast room. When it came to playing games, Rikoba was serious, very serious. Rikoba did not understand this knowledge and could only listen to the remote commands of these expert teams. Without professional equipment, after a year of effort, there was still no progress. Finally, at a loss, Rikoba suddenly thought of the descendants born to the wolf and fox tribe women. Among those 20 descendants, both male and female, only 10 awakened their bloodline, while the others were ordinary fox tribe people with no special abilities. The 10 awakened vampire descendants did not awaken at the same speed or possess the talent for blood-sucking recovery as the wolf. They were only stronger in physical strength and more agile in body shape than ordinary beastmen, lacking any other abilities. In contrast, the descendants of Shang Tang and the royal families of the Great Xia and Fox tribes were much more powerful. Not only did they surpass ordinary beastmen in physical fitness, but they also awakened the genetic abilities of ancient animals within themselves. Coupled with the inherent strength of beastmen being much greater than that of humans, their bloodline warriors were even more powerful on the battlefield. For example, the bear tribe's angry bear cavalry. In the past, one angry bear cavalry could take on 20 human elite soldiers. But now, the awakened bloodline bear tribe members were even larger in size, tough-skinned, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to pierce their skin. What's even more terrifying is that they also possessed atavistic abilities, able to transform into giant angry bears, unleashing extremely terrifying combat power, making them formidable opponents even against 100 human soldiers. In comparison, the descendants of the wolf and those 10 direct descendants seemed somewhat lackluster, to the point where Rikoba had already planned to train them as new stallions. However, now that the wolf had been captured, it was a good opportunity for them to study together. So Rikoba ordered his men to bring those descendants of the wolf over, extract their blood, and begin a new round of research. However, what happened next took Rikoba by surprise and left the audience in the live broadcast stunned. Shortly after the wolf and the 10 direct descendants met, he cut off the live broadcast. Although the audience was puzzled, it did not stop them from continuing to watch because Rikoba was still live. Rikoba's previous sensational operations had attracted a large number of fans, with at least millions of viewers tuning in whenever he went live. But with more fans, Rikoba dared not act recklessly, fearing another chaotic battle with the dog planner. One day after finishing an experiment, when Rikoba arrived at the place where the wolf was imprisoned the next day, he found that he had escaped again. And this guy had also taken away the data he had painstakingly researched. Along with the wolf, the 10 fox descendants were also missing. Rikoba was speechless. In theory, the wolf and those fox descendants had not seen each other for decades, so there couldn't possibly be any familial bond between them. Rikoba also did not tell those fox descendants that the wolf in front of them was their father. But judging from the scene, it was obvious that the 10 fox descendants had rescued the wolf. Rikoba realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately ordered the city of Chiluo to be sealed off with a citywide manhunt for the wolf and his descendants. As a result, Rikoba's troops searched the entire city for half a month, but not even a hair was found. Another half-month later, a bloodline warrior from the tiger tribe suddenly disappeared. When Rikoba learned that the bloodline warrior from the tiger tribe was a descendant of the royal family of Great Xia, he knew that the wolf had begun to retaliate. This guy not only enhanced his strength but also wanted to retaliate by hunting down bloodline warriors of the beastmen. Rikoba was shocked and angry. He had gone to great lengths to create bloodline warriors for the beastmen. How could he let them fall into the hands of the wolf? He immediately dispatched the angry bear army, almost turning over every piece of land in Chiluo City, finally finding the hiding place of the wolf in sheep's clothing. After a fierce battle, 10 descendants of the Fox clan, who were the wolf in sheep's clothing, lost 6 in battle, leaving only 4 to escape from Chiluo City with him. The Rikoba army pursued all the way, but ultimately the speed of the vampires was faster, and the wolf in sheep's clothing managed to escape. A year later, with the research materials obtained through Rikoba and 8 years of being locked up by Shang Tang, the wolf in sheep's clothing learned a lot about blood purification methods. By combining the methods from both sides, the wolf in sheep's clothing refined his own blood into the essence of lifeblood, bestowing it upon the 4 descendants of the Fox clan. Those descendants who received the essence of lifeblood immediately acquired the 2 major characteristics of vampires, as well as the ability to shapeshift. However, they transformed into foxes, not bats. If Shang Tang and Rikoba were to find out, they would probably be frustrated, as they had painstakingly researched only to unwittingly aid the wolf in sheep's clothing. The wolf in sheep's clothing began to experiment with using his blood to create new vampires, but soon discovered that ordinary people who accepted his blood would turn into a pool of blood in a very short time. After several repeated experiments, the wolf in sheep's clothing figured out that only those with a blood relationship to him could integrate the essence of lifeblood. At this moment, the wolf in sheep's clothing accidentally discovered that the 4 descendants of the Fox clan had gained the ability to transform ordinary people into vampires. This left him bewildered. As the progenitor of vampires, he surprisingly lacked the ability to create new vampires, while the second generation of vampires possessed this ability. Perplexed, the wolf in sheep's clothing decided to stop thinking about it and focused solely on revenge. He immediately ordered the 4 descendants of the Fox clan to go to the territories of humans and beastmen to mass-produce vampires. The wolf in sheep's clothing was not afraid of the second-generation vampires not obeying, as when he saw the 10 descendants of the Fox clan, he discovered his other ability, controlling vampire descendants. This feeling was like being able to control his own arm very clearly. Therefore, at that moment, the wolf in sheep's clothing cut off the live broadcast and had the 10 descendants save him. The wolf in sheep's clothing began to call himself a bloodline, changed his name to Cain, the name of the first-generation vampire in the real-world legend, and named that day as the first year of the bloodline's blood awakening. The 4 second-generation vampires who entered the territories of humans and beastmen faithfully carried out Cain's orders, spreading the bloodline of the vampires rampantly. With their terrifying power and speed, ordinary people had no chance of resistance, allowing them to easily create third-generation vampires, who in turn created the 4th generation through the initial embrace. The number of vampires surged, and within a year, they numbered nearly 10,000. These newborn 4th and 5th generation vampires had extremely poor control over their bloodlust, and they learned how to extract strength from blood, making themselves powerful, quickly becoming addicted to the taste of blood. At night, they scattered to hunt and kill ordinary humans and beastmen, causing a frenzy of bloodshed. This marked the beginning of a new round of turmoil on the continent of Yani, as the massacre swept across the entire continent, dragging both humans and beastmen into this catastrophe. This disaster immediately caught the attention of both races, as the 4th and 5th generation vampires became so arrogant that they would easily drain the population of a village or even a town wherever they went, leaving a trail of corpses and no survivors. And the bodies drained of blood were in a terrifying state of death, as anyone who saw a place invaded by vampires would think it was hell. These 4th and 5th generation vampires, after gaining powerful abilities, magnified all the evil in human nature. For example, those who were bullied in the past may have chosen to suppress their hatred in their hearts due to timidity. But after becoming a vampire, the hatred in their hearts is completely released, becoming slaves to blood. Vampires quickly became synonymous with demons and terror, enough to scare children to tears just by hearing the word. The human and orc races quickly assembled armies to suppress the vampires, causing trouble everywhere. Although the power of vampires from the 1st generation to the 5th generation gradually decreases, the speed and strength of the 4th and 5th generations are still unmatched by ordinary soldiers. In addition, they can feed on blood to recover and continuously sire new vampires. The only ones who can deal with them are bloodline warriors, but their numbers are far fewer than vampires. Once surrounded by a large number of vampires, they have no way out. The orcs are even more miserable. The bloodline warriors of the Xia royal family within the human territory have been completely wiped out by Shang Tang, and Cain can only capture warriors with the bloodline of the Xia royal family within the orc territory. At this point, Cain has reached the peak of the first tier, on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. The bloodline warriors of the orc race have just begun to grow. Without even a first-tier bloodline warrior, how can they be Cain's opponents? In the past, even if Cain was very powerful, he could not deal with tens of thousands of troops, but now it's different. His descendants can sire new vampires, and the enemy's army is his own army, just a matter of time. As time passes, the armies of humans and orcs are dwindling, while the number of vampires is increasing. The vampire army began to advance towards the core territories of humans and orcs, leaving devastation in their wake, not a living creature in sight. In just 1 year, although the vampires fought on two fronts, they pushed the human and orc races into retreat, occupying half of their territories and causing nearly a third of the population that had finally multiplied to be lost. The human and orc races are in great panic, feeling that the end of the world is imminent, and fleeing their homes to survive. If it weren't for the fact that vampires couldn't appear during the day, the vampire army would have long since reached the capital and the foot of the Chilo city. And this scene has long been noticed by people in the real world. Whether in Shangtang's live broadcast room or in Rikoba's live broadcast room, they deal with various battle reports every day and discuss with their courtiers how to deal with the vampire disaster. Seeing the hell on earth created by vampires shocked everyone. Damn, Emperor Shangtang didn't turn evil, this guy turned evil first. He's really despicable. Even if Shangtang and Rikoba plotted against him, he could just retaliate against them. Why does he want to commit genocide? Actually, I can understand him. If you were betrayed by trusted people, captured and studied for over a decade, anyone would have psychological issues, right? Then he should go after Shangtang and Rikoba. Now they are innocent, it's all ordinary people suffering. I think his revenge is not as simple as revenge. Haven't you noticed? Cain has started to domesticate humans. It's obvious he's preparing for the vampires to rule this continent and keep humans and orcs as livestock. Oh my, the way you put it gives me goosebumps, it's too scary. This reminds me of a movie I watched before, where vampires kept humans as livestock, using them as food. It looks like Cain is really planning to do that. The Emperor Shangtang had just risen, and was killed by the Emperor of the Blood Clan? Who should take the blame for this? This is too damn stimulating. What kind of emperor can't survive a day, being overthrown at any moment? What Chen Luo saw at this moment was the chaotic situation on the continent of Yani. Chen Luo immediately saw what Cain was up to. This guy was really planning to let the Blood Clan rule the continent, then feed on humans and orcs as the Blood Clan's food source, establishing a vampire empire. The Blood Clan army now exceeds 100,000, no army can rival them. At this rate, Cain's chances of success are as high as 90%. Chen Luo frowned. Normally he wouldn't need to intervene in the normal evolution of this world. But Cain was created by him for experimentation. Ultimately everything stemmed from himself. At the rate things were developing now, even if the human and orc races united, they would not be a match for the Blood Clan. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, feeling the need to intervene. Chen Luo's figure began to change, his thoughts also enveloping the entire human territory at the same time. Soon, his gaze slightly narrowed, his figure also stopped changing at this moment. He had already transformed into a very ordinary young man within the Great Shang Dynasty. Then, with a thought, Chen Luo disappeared from the spot. Great Shang Dynasty, Gallus County. The third-generation vampire Charles led 3,000 Blood Clan troops, enjoying a feast of blood in the city. At this moment, the entire city of Gallus seemed to have turned into hell, with fire everywhere, screams, wails, and screams echoing, humans running around in panic. The fourth and fifth generation vampires made mocking laughs, leisurely chasing their prey from behind. These vampires seemed to enjoy hearing the screams of humans, easily catching up to them but deliberately falling behind, letting them run out of breath, screaming in terror, before laughing and biting their necks. Hee hee, kid, you are the first human to injure me. You've made me excited. What should I do? What should I do? I almost can't bear to eat you. A fourth-generation vampire licked the blood on his palm, his face twisted into a sinister smile. An 18-year-old youth held an iron sword in his hand, staring fiercely at the vampire in front of him, his eyes filled with deep hatred but no trace of fear. Behind him stood 3 children in their teens, clutching the youth's clothes in fear, trembling all over. Hee hee hee, wait, I just realized, those behind you are your younger brother and sister, right? I will raise them, let them have children, and when you raise them, I will eat them one by one in front of you. How about that? Sounds fun, doesn't it? The vampire chuckled, his crimson eyes scanning over. To his surprise, the youth's eyes were cold, still showing no fear, while the children behind him trembled like chaff. The smile on the vampire's face gradually faded. He wanted to see fear or begging on the youth's face, but clearly failed. Humph, I will make you scream, make you shout, make you beg me to kill you. The vampire roared ferociously, his figure lightning fast as he pounced towards the youth. At that moment, a dazzling light as bright as the sun lit up in the room, illuminating the originally dim room in detail. The vampire suddenly screamed, the light shining on him, just like the sun, causing his whole body to burst into flames. He wanted to escape, but the entire house was filled with sacred light. He had nowhere to run. It was just a momentary thing, and the vampire turned into a pile of ashes. Alexander and the 3 children behind him were all shocked to see the scene. The powerful demon in front of them had no resistance at all and was burned to death by this light. At this moment, a man slowly walked out from the room door, stepping into the holy light, and came before them. The young man had an ordinary face with a faint smile, exuding a friendly aura. Alexander's tense nerves relaxed involuntarily, knowing inexplicably that he and his siblings were safe. "Are you a deity?" Alexander faced the vampire without any fear, but his voice trembled unconsciously when he looked at the mysterious man in front of him. Chen-Luo was bathed in light, emitting a holy glow all over his body, making Alexander think of a deity. "The divine has sent me to find you, Alexander." Chen-Luo's voice was soft and magnetic. "The great goddess of light has chosen you for your fearless and pure heart. You will save the human race from this catastrophe." Alexander was shaken, staring at Chen-Luo with wide eyes, excitedly asking several questions. "Goddess of light? Are you a messenger of the divine? Are you here to punish those vampire demons?" Chen-Luo nodded slightly, smiling faintly. "Yes, I am the judgment angel Lophus under the goddess of light. Following the path of destiny, both humans and the orc race will fall into the hands of the vampires, so the goddess of light has sent me to help the human race gain the power to resist vampires." Alexander was trembling with excitement, and even his siblings behind him showed expressions of shock and hope. "Respected judgment angel, why doesn't the goddess of light just destroy those vampire demons? My parents, my loved ones all died at the hands of demons, and over 20,000 people in Gallus City are suffering. Why doesn't the divine save them?" Chen-Luo looked at Alexander calmly. "The divine cannot interfere with the fate of mortals, so let me give you hope and a future. Whether it's revenge or saving the human race in Gallus, it's in your hands, and the future is your own choice. But these demons are too strong. I can't even protect my siblings. How can I protect the people of Gallus City? I am here to teach you how to deal with them." Chen-Luo smiled lightly. "Follow me." After speaking, Chen-Luo turned and walked outside. Alexander hesitated for a moment, then immediately took his siblings' hands and followed. When Chen-Luo and his group went out, they were greeted by a crowd of vampires outside, at least a few hundred of them. The light in the room just now was too dazzling, catching the attention of vampires within a few kilometers. They watched Chen-Luo, who was radiating a holy light, with vigilance, a hint of fear unconsciously appearing in their eyes. All the vampires felt a threat from the white light, a terrifying feeling that could endanger their lives. "You've come at just the right time." Chen-Luo smiled and waved his hand towards Alexander. Alexander looked at the hundreds of vampires in front of him, still without any fear in his eyes, calmly walking up to Chen-Luo. Vampires fear sunlight, and all the divine arts under the goddess of light have purifying effects, making them the bane of vampires. Chen-Luo placed his hand on Alexander's head and said calmly, "Now release all your thoughts, feel the presence of the goddess of light, wholeheartedly accept the will of the divine, regard her as your supreme belief, and you will inherit the powerful divine arts of light." Alexander closed his eyes according to Chen-Luo's voice, released his body and mind, and felt the presence of the goddess of light. Before long, Alexander felt a tremor in his soul, as if there was a great presence in the sky responding to his call. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, the dark clouds above instantly dispersed, and a beam of light shone down from the sky onto Alexander. This beam of light was even more spectacular than the sound Chen-Luo had just made in the room, to the point that tens of thousands of people in the city of Gallus noticed the commotion. The leader of the vampire clan, Charles, casually threw aside a corpse, his gaze suddenly turning towards the soaring white light. He moved abruptly, leading a group of vampires rushing in that direction. As the holy light column in the sky spread, all the vampires illuminated by this light instantly burned to ashes. Alexander bathed in the holy light, a strange feeling of emotion continuously surging in his chest, tears streaming down his face, turning into a tearful appearance. Just now, Alexander truly felt the presence of the divine. Under the crown of the great goddess of light, reigning above the heavenly realm, her gaze full of kindness and compassion, overlooking the earth, seemingly pained by the suffering of living beings. Sensing the divine system transmitted in his mind, Alexander immediately knelt down, prostrating himself at Chen-Luo's feet, excitedly saying, "Praise be to the great goddess of light, I will be your most faithful servant, serving you for life, letting your glory shine upon the world." Alexander stood up. At this moment, a faint light appeared on his body, giving off a slightly sacred aura. His brothers and sisters behind him stared wide-eyed. This person in front of them seemed like their brother, yet also exuded a hint of strangeness, giving off a very peculiar feeling. At this moment, hundreds of vampires appeared in front of Chen Luo and the others. When Charles saw Chen Luo, his heart skipped a beat, feeling more terrified than when he first embraced his own second-generation prince. Trembling all over, he wanted to turn and run, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. You have just comprehended divine arts, not yet proficient. I will now show you the power of the most powerful divine arts. Chen Luo once again placed his hand on Alexander's forehead, slowly saying, "Feel the flow of my divine power. This will be the way you wield divine arts in the future." Yes. Alexander looked at Chen Luo with fanaticism, immediately responding respectfully. Just as he agreed, he felt a warm and immense power surging into his body. Then he heard Chen Luo faintly utter two words, "divine punishment." A more dazzling beam of light than before tore through the sky, instantly projecting onto Alexander, and then a phantom began to condense above his head. In the blink of an eye, a massive white light shadow several tens of meters high floated up, overlooking the entire city of Gallus. Whether it was vampires in the city or commoners running in all directions, they all looked in shock at the sky, forgetting even to flee, just staring straight at the massive light shadow in the sky. The initial fear and panic in everyone's hearts gradually dissipated, leaving only peace and tranquility. God! It's a God coming to save us! A miracle! Great divine being, please punish these demons. Whether noble or commoner in the city of Gallus, all knelt on the ground, earnestly praying. The next moment, a little white light flew off from their bodies, quickly heading towards the white light shadow in the sky. The power of faith from the tens of thousands of people still alive in the city merged with the white light shadow. The white light emitted a holy radiance, rapidly rising to 100 meters tall, and her figure became clearer. Everyone could see that it was the image of a woman, but no one could see the true face of the deity, only feeling a sense of calm and tranquility in their hearts. Under the crown of the goddess of light, Alexander cried with joy, looking at the white light in the sky, immediately knowing who this deity was. The goddess of light raised the huge scepter in her right hand, opened her left hand, and the holy light shone like the rising sun. At this moment, the entire city of Gallus was enveloped in this holy light, instantly illuminating every corner of the city. Even the dust in the air was reflected, floating in the light with the wind. At the same time, all the vampires howled under the holy light, burning and turning into ashes. Even if the vampires hid indoors, the holy light could penetrate the roof and shine on them. Some vampires, realizing the situation was dire, panicked and wanted to escape from Gallus City, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the light. In just a few seconds of fleeing, they were caught up by the holy light. Watching the vampires around them turn to ashes under the divine punishment, everyone was too shocked to speak. They stood like statues, staring blankly at the light and shadows of the goddess of light hanging high in the sky, each one moved to tears with excitement. After all the vampires were exterminated by the holy light, the huge light and shadow of the goddess of light suddenly shattered, turning into countless flickering lights, slowly disappearing into the air. Gallus City regained its light, followed by countless cheers that resonated throughout the city. Soon, the lights in the city gradually lit up and converged towards Chen Luo's direction. Countless people surged over, wanting to visit the place where the deity had appeared. In no time, the survivors had crowded the street, making it impassable. The first thing they saw, of course, was Chen Luo and Alexander, still emitting the holy radiance, which was as warm and sacred as the light and shadow of the goddess of light. Have you seen the look in their eyes? Chen Luo pointed to the crowd surging towards them, saying to Alexander. Alexander looked in the direction of the crowd and noticed the colors of worship and gratitude in their eyes. He nodded heavily. Under the crown of Lophus, I have seen it. Do not disappoint their expectations. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he originally wanted to move directly to the orc territory, but soon gave up and decided to endorse Alexander once again. Suddenly, 6 wings made of holy light extended from Chen Luo's back, and the intense light emitted from these 6 pairs of wings illuminated the surroundings. The crowd let out a series of gasps, and their eyes towards Chen Luo were filled with fanaticism. You have been chosen under the crown of the goddess of light. Please remember the oath you made and let the glory of the crown shine upon the world. I obey the command of Lophus under the crown. Alexander knelt down on one knee, respectfully responding. The 6 pairs of wings on Chen Luo's body trembled together, and his figure turned into a white stream of light, shooting up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and disappearing without a trace. The remaining people of Gallus City watched this scene in shock, and when they remembered the words of the deity, their eyes towards Alexander changed instantly. He is the messenger of the gods. The gods have chosen him to save us. Praise the great goddess of light. A group of people fervently shouted, flocking to Alexander, kneeling before him, kissing his shoes, and kissing the ground where the deity had descended. The bright holy scripture records, at the beginning of the great Shang dynasty, the blood-sucking demons ravaged the continent of Yani, and the fate of the human race and the orcs was in jeopardy. Under the crown of the great goddess of light, the divine envoy Lophis bestowed the divine art of light upon Pope Alexander I, establishing the Church of Light, saving the human race in a time of crisis, marking the first year of the holy calendar. Chen Luo chose the natives of this world to save the human race, rather than the players, which gave him a headache caused by these players. The power system of the human race is now too fragile, with most players being eliminated, making it difficult to influence the situation of the human race. However, the power obtained by those few remaining players is too strong, and the natives of this world are unable to deal with them. And these guys don't know how to restrain themselves, like the former Han Chen and now Cain. They really mess around with this game world. Every time it's Chen Luo who has to clean up the mess, which has made him a bit impatient. Racial balance must be maintained, and the strength of players and the indigenous creatures of the Western fantasy world must also be balanced, otherwise this world will eventually be ruined by them. So Chen Luo is now considering strengthening the power of the natives, so that those players have to consider the consequences when causing trouble. Alexander, with the help of the divine art of light, resolved the crisis of the vampires, and will definitely become a savior of humanity. With the status of the divine envoy he bestowed, his influence will not be lower than that of Shang Tang. This is another means of restraining Shang Tang. At this moment, Chen Luo has already entered the territory of the orcs, the city of Rostock, the territory of the werewolf tribe. Although the orcs live together in various races, each race has its own main camp, where basically only people of the same race gather. Rarely will there be people of other races. The city where the werewolf tribe gathers is Rostock, one of the earliest city-states of the orcs, and it is here that the king of the werewolf tribe was born, becoming the eternal pride of the werewolves. At this time, all the werewolves in Rostock are fully armed, whether they are adult men or the elderly, women, and children, all are armed. It can be said that everyone is a soldier. The reason why the werewolves are all on high alert is because earlier this morning, they received news from the front line that the main camp of the werewolf tribe ahead had been wiped out by the vampires. Rostock is the last line of defense against Chilo City and the only way for the vampire army. It is now dusk, and once night falls, the demon-like vampire army will be at the city gates. Chen Luo looked down at Rostock City from the sky. The architectural style here is different from that of the human race, full of exotic charm. He looked up at the sky. There is at most an hour left before the sun sets. The bloodline warriors of the orc tribe have appeared for a short time, all among those powerful races, and they are all just coming of age, not yet able to flourish, so there have been no bloodline warriors among the werewolves. Although there are nearly 300,000 werewolves in Rostock, all capable of fighting, they are facing a 50,000-strong vampire army led by the second-generation vampire Prince Lilith. Despite the six-fold difference in numbers, the werewolves have no chance of winning. The individual strength of vampires is far superior to that of ordinary werewolves. They can also recover through bloodsucking, and can even create new vampires by turning werewolves. Even though their numbers are now 10 times that of the vampires, the werewolf tribe dare not say they have a chance of winning. And the Beast King Rikoba has gathered all his forces in Chilo City, clearly intending to abandon the city and let the werewolf tribe fend for themselves. Rikoba once ordered the werewolves to retreat to Chilo City, but the werewolf king Muto refused. They want to live and die with their ancestral land. Chen Luo's choice of werewolves to enhance their strength is very simple. Whether in TV movies or novels, vampires and werewolves are linked together as archenemies. There are ready-made werewolves now, he just needs to make some modifications. Chen Luo did not directly descend into the city of Rostock this time. He was tired of playing God every day. Instead, with a single thought, a green light descended from the sky and landed on the city walls of Rostock. The king of the werewolf tribe, Muto, was staring solemnly at the sky, calculating the time until nightfall. At this moment, a green light broke through the sky, a vast and majestic aura condensed above the city of Rostock, followed by a green figure appearing in the sky. This figure was about more than 10 meters tall, with a wolf head and human body, eyes slightly closed, and when they opened, sparks shot out. All the werewolves on the city wall looked at the shadow formed by the gathering of this light, trembling under the powerful pressure of this aura, feeling an impulse to worship. This is under the crown of the wolf god. It's really under the crown of the wolf god, exactly the same as the wolf god in the altar. Phazit has descended. Each race of the orc tribe has different beliefs, very diverse, and the werewolves believe in the wolf god Phazit. Therefore, Chen Luo chose to descend in the image of the Phazit deity in the city of Rostock. The werewolves looked in awe at the huge figure in the sky, led by Muto. All the werewolves knelt down, looking at the wolf god in the sky with great reverence. Chen Luo looked down at the werewolves on the ground, his expression indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. My people, in the divine realm, I foresaw that the werewolf tribe would encounter evil forces, and you do not have the ability to resist. Now I will bestow upon you powerful strength. Are you willing to accept it? Chen-Luo's majestic voice echoed through the city of Rostock, and all the werewolves in the city heard it, suddenly becoming excited. Originally, the werewolf tribe, from King Muto to the ordinary elderly and weak, had prepared to fight the bloodsuckers to the end with a determination to die. Now that the wolf god sensed their crisis and personally descended, all the werewolves were filled with hope again. Omniscient and omnipotent under the crown of the wolf god, we are willing to accept it, please grant us strength. Muto was the first to kneel down, his voice trembling. The strength I bestow upon you is very powerful. With your weak bodies, the probability of death exceeds 90%, and the process of bearing the strength will be very painful. Therefore, I need warriors who are fearless of death and possess true courage. Muto looked up at the huge projection of the wolf god and said loudly, under the crown of Fazit, none of your people fear death, they are all true warriors. Under the crown of Fazit, to protect our people, we are not afraid of death. Upon hearing Muto's words, all the werewolves present shouted excitedly. Chen-Luo was actually distracted, starting to play around as a deity, finding it quite fun. He had planned to quickly finish the speech, bestow the prepared abilities upon the werewolves, and then leave. However, he did not expect that this group of werewolves in front of him, upon hearing about the over 90% death rate, were not afraid at all. Instead, they were excited, shouting that they were ready. Chen-Luo looked puzzled at the werewolves below and spoke more seriously, I am pleased that my people have so many brave warriors. But this power that can protect you will also harm you, so I can only select 300 people as the inheritors of this power. Now, please let the strongest warriors step forward. If any of them fail to inherit, I will choose new candidates. Muto was overjoyed at the words, immediately respectfully knelt down again, bowed, and then ordered the werewolves behind him, all wolf riders, step forward. Upon hearing Muto's command, most of the werewolves showed disappointed expressions on their faces, but none showed jealousy or anger. Because the selection criteria for wolf cavalry are the same as those for the furious bear cavalry, each one must be the strongest warrior in the clan. Under Muto's command, 3,000 wolf cavalry quickly gathered excitedly outside the city of Rostock, their eyes filled with fanaticism as they looked at Chen-Luo in the sky, eagerly awaiting the divine bestowal of power. I grant you the ability to transform into ancient giant wolves, granting you explosive speed, immense strength, and the ability to corrode enemies with toxins. Chen-Luo looked down at the 3,000 wolf cavalry below, his voice resounding loudly. These three abilities were tailored for werewolves to deal with vampires. The transformation into an ancient giant wolf would greatly enhance the body's strength, making it impervious to harm from ordinary weapons wielded by non-bloodline warriors. The explosive speed was meant to counter the speed of vampires, but it was only a short burst. If the strike missed, there would be no opportunity for a second pursuit. As for the toxin that corrodes enemies, it was a poison contained within the fangs of the ancient giant wolf that only affected vampires, causing them to rot and perish when bitten. The werewolves heard Chen-Luo's voice and became extremely excited. They had witnessed the extraordinary abilities of the bear tribe when they transformed into giant furious bears. Now, their deity was bestowing upon them this powerful ability, signaling the rise of the werewolves. Chen-Luo, seeing the werewolves howling with excitement, calmly continued, however, the process of transforming into an ancient giant wolf is extremely painful. The body will be forcibly enlarged, and the body structure will be altered at this time. In addition to requiring a strong body, one also needs a firm will to survive. Moreover, during the transformation, you will lose your rationality, leaving only the primal instincts of the ancient giant wolf, unable to distinguish friend from foe. After Chen-Luo finished speaking, he found that the wolf cavalry below were not afraid at all. Instead, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for what was to come. Chen-Luo was speechless and had to continue, now let the ancient wolf soul choose its successors. As soon as Chen-Luo's words fell, 300 light spots separated from the phantom of the wolf god in the sky and swiftly descended towards the ground. The wolf cavalry widened their eyes, eagerly watching the light spots above, already aware that these were the ancient wolf souls Chen-Luo had mentioned. Once chosen by them, they would be able to transform into ancient giant wolves. Soon, hundreds of blue light spots selected 300 of the strongest among the 3,000 wolf cavalry, integrating into them. The remaining wolf cavalry looked on enviously at those chosen, while the walls of Rostock were crowded with werewolf soldiers, nervously and eagerly watching those selected below. Roar! One of the chosen wolf cavalry let out a beast-like roar, and his body began to twist and turn, bones and muscles making cracking sounds. In just a few seconds, his body rapidly expanded to more than twice its original size. He let out a painful scream, then fell to the ground, silver fur sprouting from his body, his hands and feet transforming into wolf claws, sharp claws deeply piercing the ground. Amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers, the first chosen wolf cavalry had transformed into a silver giant wolf standing at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Its fur shone like silver, its eyes blood red, exuding a terrifying aura as it raised its head towards Chenluo and let out a long howl, its face full of ferocity and provocation. The werewolves on the wall were initially excited to see the transformation into the giant wolf, but when they saw the ancient giant wolf challenging the wolf god under the crown, their expressions changed. It was then that they remembered that losing rationality was mentioned when transforming into a werewolf. However, no one had expected it to go so far as to challenge a deity in madness. The phantom of the wolf god in the sky let out a cold snort, and the terrifying pressure came crashing down like Mount Tai. The ancient giant wolf had no time to react and was knocked down to the ground, unable to move a single claw. The ancient giant wolf immediately became obedient, looking towards Chenluo in the sky, emitting a low whimper as if begging for mercy. Under the crown of fast, please forgive his disrespect, this is absolutely not his intention. Mudo saw this scene and hurriedly knelt down, apologizing to Chenluo in the sky. Other werewolves also knelt down in a hurry, praying for the forgiveness of the gods. Chenluo waved his hand indifferently, looking at the other werewolves transforming. The ancient giant wolves only had animal instincts left, and as soon as they appeared, they found the strongest among them and naturally challenged him. By now, there were already 300 huge ancient giant wolves below, and the wolf cavalry had lost over 1,000 people. Among them, only over 600 couldn't bear the power and died, while the remaining nearly 400 were bitten to death by the ancient giant wolves who had lost their minds after transforming. The remaining wolf cavalry retreated to the city gate, enviously and warily watching the ancient giant wolves, fearing being implicated innocently. Chenluo suppressed the 300 restless ancient giant wolves, allowing the wolf cavalry to enter the city and look towards the distance. The sun had already set, and ahead, dust was flying as the vampire army charged towards the city of Rostock. Chenluo glanced at the obedient ancient giant wolves below, pointing towards the vampire army ahead, go. As Chenluo's words ended, the green phantom of the wolf god also disappeared from the sky. Mudo and the others looked despondently in the direction where Chenluo had disappeared, kneeling down again. Thank you for the grace of the crown of fast, we, the people, will serve you for life. After Mudo stood up, he nervously looked towards the battlefield in the distance. Although they felt blessed by the wolf god, the vampires were still too terrifying, and they had little confidence now. At this moment, when the 300 ancient giant wolves felt the terrifying pressure on them disappear, their bodies immediately regained their mobility. Hearing Chenluo's command, the ancient giant wolves all showed their ferocity, baring their teeth and assuming a fighting stance. As the vampires approached, the 300 giant wolves leaped towards the vampire army. The smallest of these ancient giant wolves were 4 to 5 meters tall, while the largest were 6 to 7 meters tall, but they were exceptionally agile, able to jump several meters with ease, and with full force, they could leap 7 to 8 meters. In an instant, they charged into the midst of the vampire army. The ancient giant wolves easily suppressed the vampires in both speed and strength, their sharp claws and gaping mouths capable of tearing apart vampires of the 3rd generation and below. The vampires' proud speed was of little use at this moment. With their army of 50,000, the 300 giant wolves could freely attack, as enemies were everywhere. On the other hand, the vampires, even with their strength and weapons, found it difficult to pierce the tough skin of the giant wolves. The vampire army was caught off guard, having always been invincible in battle, never encountering any opponents among the orcs, but they had not expected to suffer such heavy losses. Second-generation vampire Prince Lilith was in the rear of the army, looking bewildered at the 300 silver giant wolves. As a Fox clan member who grew up in Chilo City, although she couldn't say she knew the werewolf clan inside out, she was quite clear about their strength. They had never had such large giant wolves before. What on earth was going on? These giant wolves were extremely powerful, and apart from the 3rd generation vampires, the 4th and 5th generations were completely ineffective against them, almost being slaughtered. However, there were only over 1,000 3rd generation vampires, and even if they all attacked together, they might not be a match for these 300 giant wolves. What shocked Lilith even more was that after some 3rd generation vampires were bitten, the injured area quickly began to rot, becoming disfigured in just a few minutes. Sensing that something was wrong, Lilith immediately took to the battlefield and started fighting a silver giant wolf herself. After receiving the essence blood of Cain, Lilith's strength also broke through to a new level, surpassing the ancient giant wolves in both power and speed. She was not afraid of these giant wolves in one-on-one combat, and could even handle several at once. The only trouble was that Lilith dared not be scratched or bitten by these giant wolves. Upon closer observation, she realized that the teeth of these giant wolves were poisonous, and if she were injured, she was not confident she could resist it. After difficultly killing an ancient giant wolf, Lilith discovered that blue light spots flew out of the bodies of these ancient giant wolves and swiftly flew towards the city of Rostock. The blue light spot flew back to Rostock City and entered the body of a wolf cavalryman. Immediately, his body began to change, transforming into an ancient giant wolf. Open the gates. Mutual, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked and delighted. In a very short time, he understood that even if the ancient giant wolf died, the ancient wolf's soul would return to the werewolf clan and choose a new body to merge with. Mutual was afraid that this ancient giant wolf would cause trouble in Rostock City, so he immediately ordered the city gate guards to open the gates. However, the newly transformed ancient giant wolf seemed to have no interest in the werewolves at all. It roared in anger and rushed out of the city gate towards Lilith's direction. By this time, Lilith had already killed 4 ancient giant wolves, and after their deaths, blue light spots flew out of their bodies without exception. Lilith tentatively tried to grab those blue light spots, but found that they were not tangible and could only be grasped at thin air. Just as she felt that something was amiss, she was astonished to see 4 more ancient giant wolves rushing out of Rostock City, seemingly recognizing her and not attacking anyone else, only charging towards her. The more Lilith fought, the colder her heart became. She vaguely understood that these giant wolves seemed unkillable, and the blue light spots flying back were for their resurrection. Suddenly, all her fighting spirit vanished, and the confidence she had when she arrived disappeared without a trace. Looking back at the battlefield, the 300 ancient giant wolves were outnumbered but were slaughtering the 50,000 vampire army, causing helmets to be thrown off and blood to flow like a river. The vampires were also terrified, and the only one who could kill the giant wolves, Lilith, was being surrounded. After several third-generation vampires were bitten to death, they no longer dared to risk their lives. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield became completely one-sided, and the vampires began to flee in all directions. Lilith sighed inwardly. Most of these vampires were ordinary people before being transformed, not professional soldiers. They had relied on the strength of vampires to surpass ordinary people, and it was only due to the control of the higher-ranking vampires that they had gathered together. Now, when faced with a real enemy, they had become a disorganized group. 50,000 against 300 beasts, and they still lost. Lilith was furious and helpless at the same time, fending off attacks from 5 ancient giant wolves while ordering the messenger to retreat. As the retreat horn sounded, all the vampires scattered in panic, fleeing even faster for their lives. However, at that moment, the ancient giant wolves unleashed a speed even faster than theirs, turning into a silver streak and repeatedly charging into the vampire ranks, leaving tens of thousands of bodies in their wake before the vampires could escape in a sorry state. When Lilith finally broke free from the siege of over a dozen ancient giant wolves and regrouped the vampire army, she discovered that out of the 50,000 troops, less than 10,000 remained. Lilith felt an absurd sense of disbelief. Not a single one of the 300 ancient giant wolves had died, yet 80% of the vampires had perished. Furthermore, there were no wounded. All the vampires bitten by the ancient giant wolves had rotted away. A sense of foreboding crept into Lilith's heart as she realized that these ancient giant wolves not only possessed strength and speed surpassing ordinary wolves, but also deadly toxins, and most illogically, they could not be killed. All these factors made Lilith suspect that these ancient giant wolves seemed to exist specifically to counter the vampires. After commanding a third-generation vampire to lead the remaining troops, Lilith immediately set off for the vampire stronghold of Cain Castle to report the situation to her father, Cain, in person. One day later, in the highest council chamber of Cain Castle, Cain sat on the throne, with 4 second-generation vampire princes standing below. Cain's appearance had changed drastically since he first entered the game as the wolf with milk, his skin almost translucent from years of avoiding sunlight, with only his lips as red as blood. He sat there casually, exuding a chilling aura. Cain held a tall goblet, and a third-generation vampire behind him respectfully poured blood from a jug into the goblet. Cain took a sip nonchalantly and then said lightly, "So you think those giant wolves were specifically brought by the werewolf clan to deal with our vampires?" Lilith bowed respectfully, "Yes, my lord father." The other 3 vampire princes had varying expressions upon hearing this, and soon another prince named Elred stepped forward. "My lord father, there is also troubling news from the human territories." Cain's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently said, "Speak." "Charles and his 3,000 men who attacked Gallus City are all dead. There are rumors that a divine being appeared in Gallus City and imposed divine punishment, purifying them all." Cain narrowed his eyes, explained clearly. Elred, seeing the coldness in Cain's eyes, quickly recounted the information he had gathered from Gallus City. At that time, tens of thousands of people in the city witnessed the descent of the goddess of light. The holy light she emitted was as bright as the sun, capable of turning our people to ashes. Many humans even saw the envoy of the goddess of light judging the angel Lophus, designating a human named Alexander as a divine messenger. Now this Alexander has founded the Church of Light, and all the people of Gallus City have changed their faith, beginning to worship the goddess of light. The Church of Light. Ha ha. Cain suddenly chuckled, then muttered to himself, these game developers are quite interesting, creating the Church of Light and werewolves to stop me. No, it should be for game balance. Lilith and the others exchanged glances, understanding the first part of his words but completely puzzled by the latter. But why didn't they just introduce a dragon or a divine being directly? Cain continued to mutter to himself regardless of whether they understood or not. Soon, a smile appeared on his lips. I understand a bit now. With the high degree of freedom in this game, even the planners cannot intervene too much in the fate of the various races within the game. Cain suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the werewolves and the Church of Light. So, let's have a good game. Cain stood up abruptly, his aura rising steadily, an invisible force bursting out. The 4 vampire princes present were forced to retreat repeatedly, and the 3rd-generation vampire behind him burst into a pool of blood. They looked at Cain in horror, not knowing what had happened. But soon, Lilith knelt down in surprise. Congratulations, Father, on your breakthrough. Our clan will surely dominate the world. Elred and the others were startled, quickly reacting and kneeling down together. Congratulations, Father, on your breakthrough. Our clan will surely dominate the world. Order all vampires to return to Kellen Castle. In 3 days, follow me to march and destroy the human race. Cain's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He had been waiting in Kellen Castle all along for this moment of breakthrough to the 2nd rank. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd rank, he had no more reservations. Yes. The 4 vampire princes responded excitedly and disappeared in a flash from the Great Hall. As the vampire army gathered and prepared to completely eliminate the human race, Chen Luo had already appeared above a large island in the Endless Sea. This island was not far from the Elven continent, the Ice and Snow continent, and the Yanni continent. It would take about half a month to reach here using the current dwarven or human ships. Chen Luo landed on the northern cliff edge of the island from the air. This was a barren, unnamed mountain peak with no trees, vegetation, or animals, only bare mountain ridges visible. The cliff was at least 300 meters high above the sea level, and one more step forward would lead Chen Luo to fall off the cliff. Looking around, not only this mountain peak but the entire island, surrounded by mountains, seemed lifeless, giving a sense of desolation. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the originally barren and lifeless island suddenly underwent drastic changes. Jungles and green vegetation grew at a visible speed, quickly covering most of the island's area. A clear freshwater lake appeared in the middle of the island, and various animals such as birds, fish, and insects appeared around the lake. The once barren island suddenly became lively and vibrant. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The green mountains and clear waters were quite pleasing. He waved his hand again, and castles rose out of thin air on the cliffs, instantly covering the entire cliff and spreading down the mountain. The castles were connected by walls and towers, forming a huge castle complex, creating an independent small world. The buildings of the entire castle had many pillars and various shaped domes, giving a solid and heavy aesthetic effect, exuding a unique charm of European-style castles. Chen Luo's figure moved slightly as he flew into the air, overlooking the castle complex below. According to his own design, these castles extended all the way to the halfway up the mountain, with roads built to the foot of the mountain. 7 red towers appeared in the middle of the castle, towering into the clouds, looking grand and magnificent. The more Chen Luo looked from above, the more satisfied he became, and his figure slowly descended towards one of the towers below. He stood at the top of the tower, conjured a hammock with a wave of his hand, and lay down comfortably, gazing at the distant sea view. While others have a seaside villa facing the sea, blooming with spring, I have a castle with all I desire, facing the sea on all sides. Chen Luo snapped his fingers and felt a gust of sea-scented wind blowing, causing the hammock to sway. The longer he stayed in the fantasy world, the less Chen Luo wanted to return to reality. He was starting to become enamored with the godlike abilities. Ah, what horrors await in the next 3 years. Chen Luo sighed, resigning himself to the moment of tranquility. Let's get to work. Chen Luo transformed the island into a castle not for idle enjoyment, but to maintain balance in the rapidly advancing player's strength that could disrupt the equilibrium of the fantasy world. If the open beta continued, more and more players would join. Introducing characters like Han Chan and Cain in the future would be exhausting. Therefore, Chen Luo decided to enhance the overall strength of the indigenous inhabitants of this world to serve as a new force to balance the players and stimulate their evolution. Most importantly, Chen Luo felt inadequate as a creator god. Every crisis required his personal intervention. He couldn't interfere too much, or things would go awry, as Cain was a living example. His inadvertent actions directly led to the catastrophe on the Yanni continent. Therefore, Chen Luo had decided not to intervene in the development of the fantasy world unless absolutely necessary, allowing the indigenous inhabitants to control their own destiny. The castle's original form was inspired by Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry from Harry Potter, but this castle was 5 to 6 times larger, more magnificent, and spectacular. Chen Luo planned to name this academy Transcendence Academy, specifically for indigenous students of the fantasy world to teach them extraordinary powers. As for which students to recruit, Chen Luo had already decided to select 50 individuals from each of the existing intelligent races to fill the academy. The final outcome would depend entirely on the abilities of these races. The selection process was simple. Chen Luo could perceive the talents of these intelligent races and directly send them acceptance letters. Whether they could seize this opportunity depended on their fate. Chen Luo disappeared from the tower and arrived at a castle halfway up the mountain, which was empty. However, as he passed through, everyday items like tables, chairs, beds, and more appeared in these places. Soon, Chen Luo delineated 6 castles as the residences and living places for the 6 intelligent races on the continent. In the following time, Chen Luo continued to designate areas for classes, practice, and experiments. Even after filling the items inside, he still felt something was missing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo waved his hand again, and 10 giant beasts with lion bodies, eagle heads, wings, and claws appeared in the sky. At first glance, it was easy to identify these 3 to 4 meter tall beasts as the famous griffin beasts in the fantasy world. These 10 griffin beasts had sun-like feather and fur colors, lion-like hindquarters with yellow-brown fur, and eagle-like heads and forelimbs covered in golden eagle feathers. Their beaks and feet were golden like eagles, and their claws were black. Their sharp eyes sparkled like gemstones, radiating brilliant colors. Griffins were at the top of the food chain on land and in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. However, when they saw Chen Luo below, their eyes revealed deep reverence, as if they knew the nature of his existence from the moment of their creation. Let me enhance your abilities with some magical beast powers. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then pointed towards the 10 griffins, wind control and wind attribute magic. The 10 griffins simultaneously stiffened in the air, soon emitting cheerful cries from their mouths. Their bodies seemed much lighter, gracefully spinning and performing many difficult aerial maneuvers like birds. If anyone were to see this, they would hardly believe that such large animals could perform such actions. You shall guard this place for now. The griffins roared in unison, then paired up and each entered the high towers within the castle complex, taking on the duty of guarding. Just as Chen Luo was considering how to deliver the acceptance letter, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. You bunch of troublemakers, can't you let me rest for a moment? Chen Luo let out a long sigh and instantly disappeared from the extraordinary academy, arriving at the southernmost tip of the Roman continent. At the same time, a post appeared on the game forum that caught everyone's attention. Watch me, Ant Emperor, rise again. This world belongs to me. When forum users saw the familiar name Ant Emperor and the ID starting with a koan, they immediately flooded into the post. The game review by Ant Emperor Jiang Juanhao introduced many people to the game, and the evolutionary path of ants within the game was also very interesting, leaving a lasting impression on many. As players entered the live stream room, one after another, they were dumbfounded, including Chen Luo in the sky at that moment. The scene was filled with ants, red ants, black ants, golden ants. Densely packed, endless ants covering the sky, land, and sea. These ants of different colors possessed different abilities. The golden ones could fly, the red ones were combat blood ants, the black ones were worker ants, and there were even mutant ants in the sea, nearly the size of a fist and capable of swimming. What stunned the players was not the number of ants, but the devastated world before them, with the environment severely damaged, trees gnawed bare, and bones scattered everywhere. Moreover, the ants continued to advance, turning lush mountains and rivers into desolation in an instant. There were no animals here, not even plants, as if locusts had passed through, leaving a mess everywhere. Where the ant army passed, only pockmarked yellow soil remained, devoid of any vitality. Within the viewer's sight in the live stream room, all they could see was this barren yellow land. The only green area in the world was also being devoured by the ant army. Bro, don't tell me you've eaten up this entire continent? Damn, Ant Emperor, you're even more ruthless than the Blood Emperor. Did the devils invade the village? Not even a needle and thread left behind. Bro, you might as well change your name to Awesome. Only that name suits you. Ha, Ant Emperor holds grudges even more than the Blood Emperor, remembering things from the past, really planning to devour the whole world. This is insane. But, bro, you did a great job, pissing off the official. Go, Ant Emperor. You're the best. Chen Luo was bewildered. Using his mind to sense the situation, he was left speechless. This troublemaker Jiang Juanhao had indeed devoured the entire Roman continent, leaving nothing behind except for the 2 red dragons in the volcano ahead. And now, Jiang Juanhao had started a live stream, evidently planning to save the dragon slaying as the main course, preparing to let the audience watch him slay the dragons. Sure enough, Zhang Juanhao soon arrogantly typed in the live stream room. He was now an ant and couldn't speak, so he could only communicate by typing. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Let me tell you, I have truly devoured this continent, leaving only what's inside that volcano ahead. Do you know what's inside there? Without waiting for the audience in the live broadcast room to answer, Zhang Juanhao immediately continued typing. Inside that volcano are 2 red dragons. Today, I'm here to show you how I slay dragons. After I slay these 2 dragons and evolve again, I will lead the ant army to the Ani continent to devour everything there too. With these words, the live broadcast room truly exploded, with countless people flooding the screen. At the same time, the audience in Shangtang and Lykoba's live broadcast rooms also received the news that the Ant Emperor was going to slay dragons, immediately attracting many people over and causing the number of viewers in their live broadcast rooms to skyrocket, approaching the million mark. 66666, Ant Emperor, you are the first in this world to dare to slay dragons. For this, I'm a fan of you. Ant Emperor, after 100 years of hiding, you finally debut. This is the rhythm of rising to the peak. Ha ha, Ant Emperor. You are really good at being sneaky. The game has been in beta for several days, and you've been developing for hundreds of years. It's time to make a name for yourself. Ant Brother, quickly lead the army to the Ani continent to save the human race. Neither the Emperor Shangtang nor the Blood Emperor is your match. Game company boss, damn it, running into you, this silly Ant Emperor, I'm really out of luck. Can you play normally? Have you hit your head on the door? Do you still want to play the game properly? Ban, you must be banned. The audience and players in the live broadcast room were all laughing, and they were also impressed by the Ant Emperor. Chen Luo felt a bit of a headache. He had just decided not to intervene in the progress of this world, and now Zhang Juanhao was causing trouble again. He was also somewhat annoyed. The Roman continent was something he had spent almost 3 months of his life creating, and now Zhang Juanhao had devoured it completely. It would inevitably require another round of reconstruction, consuming his lifespan once again. Moreover, judging from Zhang Juanhao's current momentum, he wouldn't stop after devouring the Roman continent. This guy was really planning to devour the entire Western fantasy world. Let's see if you have the ability to do it first. Chen Luo gave up his initial plan to intervene directly, watching as Zhang Juanhao devoured the last patch of green on the continent and led countless ant armies towards the direction of the volcano. Roar! Before Zhang Juanhao could get close, 2 red dragons, wrapped in layers of magma, flew out from a 400 to 500 meters high volcano in front. When they saw the devastated world clearly, a look of astonishment appeared in their huge eyes, not yet understanding what was going on. They had been following Chen Luo's orders, sleeping at the bottom of the magma, reproducing offspring. But they never expected to come out and see such a situation. The red dragons quickly identified the culprits, a group of damn ants. What were they trying to do? They actually dared to challenge the dragons. The 2 red dragons looked at the ants swarming from all directions, and they immediately roared furiously once again. Then, the 2 red dragons spread their huge wings and flew towards the ant army on their own initiative. Before they got close, the bellies of the red dragons lit up, and then they opened their mouths and spewed out crimson dragon flames. The scorching dragon flames instantly ignited the ground, and the ant army was even more helpless, quickly turning into ashes. The 2 red dragons didn't need to aim, they just sprayed fire directly at the ground, as ants were everywhere, above and below. In the blink of an eye, the world before them turned into a world of flames. The audience was stunned, feeling the power and ferocity of the red dragons, even through the screen. When the dragons first appeared, they were fighting in the sky, and the audience didn't have a clear view. Now, under Zhang Juanhao's high-definition frontal view, they finally got a close look at the appearance of the giant dragon. The deep red scales resembling armor, sharp claws, and those huge eyes that seemed to be burning with flames made many timid people shudder involuntarily. Damn! It's so freaking scary. How is it so real? I almost suspect they are going to pounce on me. This flame, I feel like the screen is on fire. The Ant Emperor didn't reach the peak, but rather met his end as soon as he appeared. Ha, I'm sympathizing with the Ant Emperor again for a second. Oh my god, was the Ant Emperor killed in seconds? Ant Emperor, wake up. Ant challenging the dragon sounds good, but reality is cruel, you don't stand a chance. Just when everyone thought Zhang Juanhao was overestimating his abilities, Chen Luo frowned because he sensed an endless stream of ants pouring in from every corner of the Roman continent. Chen Luo's thoughts instantly enveloped the entire Roman continent. The next moment, he burst into laughter. This weirdo Zhang Juanhao, using the past few hundred years, had bred countless ant armies, spreading across every corner of the Roman continent. The number of these ants was extremely large, to the point where he had to empty the mountains, dig tunnels all the way to the underground magma layer, and even evolve ants that could survive underwater, truly filling up this space. Jiang Juanhao had no choice but to devour the entire Roman continent because there were simply too many ants, and the existing resources of the Roman continent couldn't sustain so many ants, so he evolved them to eat anything. The ants that were just burned by the two red dragons didn't even account for a fraction of the entire colony. As they watched the vast ant army swarm over again, the two enraged red dragons immediately began spewing dragon flames, burning these ants to death. But soon, an endless wave of ant armies appeared again. The two dragons burned wave after wave, but it seemed like they could never burn them all, instead exhausting themselves. How many ants were there, damn it? The red dragons sensed something was wrong, and the audience in the live broadcast room also sensed it, all with the same question in mind. One of the red dragons suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It looked down at the world around it, only to find a dense mass of ants in every direction, as far as the eye could see. These damn ants actually dared to use their numbers to confront the mighty dragons. You insignificant beings, feel the wrath of the dragons. Fury flashed in the red dragon's huge eyes as it roared in anger, then plunged straight down from the sky into the magma of the volcano. What the hell? Did the dragon just flee? No way. Fled? Impossible, that roar just now was clearly angry. It couldn't possibly be fleeing, and besides, isn't the other dragon still there? I also think it's impossible. What's hidden inside the volcano? As the audience speculated, the entire volcano began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. The camera started shaking slightly, then violently, almost making it impossible to see the screen. Then, to the shock of everyone, dark red magma surged out amidst billowing black smoke, with a deafening roar pressing down layer by layer in all directions, pushing the burning red rocks high into the air before they swiftly fell back down, leaving millions of fiery red streaks in the smoky air. The surging flow of hot lava, burning red against the sky, seemed to set the air itself on fire. Everyone, including Jiang Juanhao, understood that the volcano had erupted. Dark red magma gushed out and fell in all directions from the sky. The volcano crater was like a pool filled with water, continuously spewing out magma, engulfing and destroying large swaths of land, with the ant army also being submerged in the scorching magma. However, the volcanic eruption did not stop there. The ground cracked open one after another, and magma bubbled up from the depths. In the blink of an eye, the land within tens of miles disappeared, turning into a world of magma, resembling doomsday. Along with the disappearing land, of course, were the ants on the ground. Watching this stunning scene, the people in the live broadcast room were once again stunned. Wow, this red dragon is amazing. It can even control magma. Artificial volcano. No, dragon-made volcano. Ha, now the ant emperor is completely doomed, right? Wait, there seem to be ants in the magma. Oh my god, really? There are really ants in there. Some sharp-eyed viewers noticed that many bright red ants suddenly emerged from the magma and swam in large numbers towards the direction of the volcano crater. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. There were ants that could swim in the magma. What kind of species was this? Chen Luo, however, was not surprised at all, as he had just traced the evolution process of the newly integrated ants. After Jiang Juanhao dug into the magma layer, the ants that had long been lingering near the magma quickly evolved heat resistance, and then evolved the ability to survive in the magma. Since Jiang Juanhao learned that the giant dragon appeared in the magma, he began to plan to slay the dragon, consciously allowing many ants to evolve this ability. The army of ants just now was deliberately burned to death by the giant dragon. The purpose was to consume them first, as these ordinary ants had little value. At the same time, by reducing the burden of the ant population through the red dragon, it was a win-win situation. Roar! The red dragon in the volcano roared as it rushed out of the magma, only to be astonished to find that this group of ants could actually survive in the magma. The next moment, its angry eyes almost spewed fire. With a mouth open, the scorching red dragon's flames thundered down, rushing onto the fire-red ants in the magma. The temperature of the magma and the dragon's flames were completely different levels. Although these ants were not afraid of the magma, they could not withstand the dragon's flames and instantly turned into ashes. Just as this red dragon was about to continue to eliminate the remaining ants, another red dragon in the sky suddenly let out an angry roar, crazily writhing in the air, as if it had a cramp, and then fell into the magma on the ground. The audience was once again stunned. How could this giant dragon act like it was crazy? And it seemed to be in great pain. The other red dragon saw this scene, its huge eyes narrowed, and it no longer cared about eliminating the ants, but swiftly flew towards the giant dragon falling into the magma. The people in the live broadcast room did not understand, but Chen Luo saw it clearly. When the volcano erupted just now, Jiang Juanhao commanded countless golden ants to fly towards the giant dragon in the sky. They were very small in size and flew past the giant dragon's blind spot. While it was spewing dragon flames, countless tiny flying ants took the opportunity to enter its eyes and began to bite them. In pain, the giant dragon lost its sight, immediately rushing towards the magma on the ground, trying to kill the flying ants in its eyes through the magma. However, it forgot that there were even more ants in the magma. When this red dragon fell into the magma, Chen-Luo knew it was finished. Indeed, as soon as the giant dragon fell into the magma, the fire-red ants, as if they had found their target, all turned around and charged towards the red dragon. Soon the sound of the dragon's wailing could be heard, as countless fiery red ants crawled into its mouth, nose, and eyes, beginning to gnaw frantically. Although the dragon's scales were extremely tough, its body was not as strong inside, and it was quickly being devoured by the ants, causing blood to flow incessantly. The scorching hot blood sprayed out, but the ants did not even spare the blood, consuming the dragon's blood as well. The ants that obtained the dragon's blood became even darker in color, shining like flames, and it seemed that their power to devour the dragon had become even stronger. The dragon's wails echoed through the heavens and the earth as it struggled frantically in the magma, causing the magma to boil and continuously splash out. Another red dragon flew over and, seeing its mate in such agony, could do nothing but spin frantically in the magma. The audience in the livestream was left dumbfounded, as there had been too many reversals in less than half an hour, leaving them unable to keep up. I can't understand what's happening. Can someone tell me what's going on? How did that dragon just collapse like that? I just enlarged the screenshot and saw it clearly. The Ant Emperor used golden ants to drill into the red dragon's eyes. It seems so. No wonder the red dragon's eyes are bleeding. Damn, ants can not only bite elephants to death, but also dragons? That's so damn awesome. So does that mean the Ant Emperor won? Even if he won, it's not a good thing. Didn't you hear him say he wants to eat the whole world? Chen-Luo couldn't bear to watch any longer. He had created the dragon not for Zhang Juanhao to play with. This skin monster needed to be dealt with. This time, Chen-Luo didn't create any natural disasters, but instead issued a system announcement directly. Emergency maintenance for this game, all players please log off within 1 second. Upon seeing the announcement, Zhang Juanhao was left dumbfounded, and the audience in the livestream was also in a state of confusion. The next moment, the game livestream exploded. Especially Zhang Juanhao, who was extremely excited as he was about to take down that red dragon. What the hell is this emergency maintenance? Are you kidding me? Damn planners, damn officials, I won't let you off the hook. Zhang Juanhao roared angrily in his heart, unable to speak. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, really wanting to kill someone. And what the hell is logging off in 1 second? You might as well not say anything at all. Damn it! With a swipe, Zhang Juanhao was still cursing in his mind, and his vision instantly went black. In a villa in Beijing, Zhang Juanhao took off his VR glasses, angrily raised the device and smashed it to pieces. Even after smashing the device, Zhang Juanhao was still not relieved. He immediately logged into the game forum, ready to post a complaint about the shameless behavior of the damn officials. But as soon as he logged in, he felt a surge of blood rushing up, almost making his lungs explode. Because Shang Tang and Lycoba were still live streaming. Even Cain had opened a live stream. In other words, what kind of emergency maintenance was that? In the end, he was the only one forced to log off. Zhang Juanhao almost smashed the computer in front of him, and really wanted to kill someone, to chop off the heads of the game company bosses. Game officials, come out and explain, why force me to log off? Zhang Juanhao posted a thread, quickly recounting what had just happened, and soon numerous replies appeared below, instantly turning it into a top hot post. The imposing brother rat, I'm dying of laughter, Ant Emperor, you're even worse off than the Blood Emperor. Terminal single cancer, the game officials are clearly targeting you, who told you to be so cheeky and want to eat up the game that others worked so hard to create. Experts have studied that to support a game with such high realism, it would require a large server group of at least tens of billions RMB. If you mess with someone's territory, it could easily cost the production team tens of millions in budget. If they don't ban you, that's already being lenient. And you still want to fight for your rights? Manually funny, isn't fighting for rights the right thing to do? This is already the second time, clearly a targeted retaliatory strike. Since you're afraid the Ant Emperor will eat up your budget, why let him into the game for the second test? This is the first time I've seen such game planning. When things don't look good, they urgently maintain and kick people offline. Thousands of people are petitioning, demanding to sacrifice programmers to the heavens. Ant Emperor, you better not continue to clash with the dog officials, or they'll kick you out of the game next time. Picking nose, I'm ready to clash. I'll still choose the ant in the open beta. I won't give up. I support you, the dog officials are really not to be trifled with. At worst, we can all quit the game together, I don't have an account anyway. The forum suddenly became lively, with some crazily cursing the dog planners and others supporting the game company. Many people may curse, but they can't resist the enthusiasm for such a high degree of freedom in the game, slowly turning into requests for the open beta in the comments below. Zhang Juanhao was speechless. What was originally a post about fighting for rights inexplicably turned into a post requesting the open beta, leaving him with a belly full of frustration. At this moment, inside the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo was preparing to wave his hand and wipe out all the fused ants. He suddenly hesitated for a moment before waving his hand again. In an instant, all the ants in the Roman continent turned to ashes, leaving only hundreds of fire-red ants bathed in dragon blood. After naming these ants dragon blood ants, Chen Luo sent them away. Then, with a thought, the entire Roman continent trembled, as if emitting a faint buzzing sound, and began to visibly restore at a rapid pace. In just a breath's time, everything in the Roman continent returned to its original state. Chen Luo sighed. Although restoring it to its original state was easier than creating a new continent, it still cost him a week of his life. By this time, the ants inside the red dragon's body had all disappeared, but its wound had not healed and it was still writhing in pain on the ground. When the other red dragon saw the environment around it return to normal, it was stunned. Before it could understand what was happening, it saw Chen Luo's figure descending from the sky. The red dragon immediately recognized the creator before it, a look of supplication in its eyes, then it glanced at the agonizing mother dragon. Chen Luo naturally understood the red dragon's consciousness, so he immediately placed his hand on the mother dragon's body and instantly healed its injuries. The mother dragon, who had been howling in pain a second ago, suddenly felt completely healed the next second. It looked at Chen Luo with awe and gratitude in its eyes. "Thank you, great creator." The mother dragon spoke in the language of dragons, and Chen Luo naturally understood. He nodded. "Go back." As Chen Luo finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the Western fantasy world and returned to reality. Analyze the genes of the dragon blood ant. Analyzing. Primary life form, mutation gene produced from consuming dragon blood, possessing certain value, currently able to produce 0.3% divine descendant genes. Fusion has a chance to produce fire resistance talent. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. After bathing in dragon blood, the fused ants actually mutated, with a gene value 3 times higher than that of the ant queen. Without much hesitation, Chen Luo directly chose to fuse the genes. This time, the reaction was much smaller than the previous times, and the changes in the body were not so obvious, just slightly enhanced physique, along with the familiar hunger. There was nothing else. Chen Luo suddenly had an idea in his mind, took out a lighter and lit it, bringing his hand close to it. There was no expected burning sensation, only a warm feeling. The flame did not harm him. Chen Luo smiled, not minding it. Fire resistance was not considered a strange ability, better than nothing. Chen Luo put away the lighter, walked to his balcony, sat down on a lounge chair, and began to relax with his eyes closed. Before long, the feeling of being watched returned. Chen Luo sneered in his heart, deliberately walking to the balcony to see if those people were still there. "Since you guys are still up to no good, then let's just completely solve this problem." Chen Luo relaxed on the lounge chair for a while, then changed into a different outfit and leisurely left the house. He wanted to give the other party a chance to make a move. By the time Chen Luo was outside, the sky had gradually darkened. He left the residential area and headed towards a secluded place. Chen Luo wandered aimlessly on the street for a while, giving the people following him enough time. Just then, 2 men came walking towards him on the street, one of them a burly man holding something wrapped in a newspaper in his hands. He leaned towards Chen Luo. Although the man's movements were fast, Chen Luo had been genetically modified by the divine lineage, and his nerve reaction speed had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. With a slight movement of his gaze, he dodged with a jump. But the man's body suddenly lunged forward, as if his feet had slipped, and still collided with Chen Luo. Smack! The thing wrapped in the newspaper in the man's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp cracking sound. Chen Luo suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at the shattered blue porcelain jar on the ground. "Damn, you bastard, can't you watch where you're going?" The man was furious, walking up and reaching out to grab Chen Luo's collar. Chen Luo smiled, stepped back, easily avoiding the man's aggressive grab. "If I'm not mistaken, you ran into me yourself." "Nonsense, dare to talk back? Clearly, you bumped into me, and you broke my family heirloom antique." The man said fiercely, "Kid, weren't you taught any manners by your parents? Admit your mistakes, compensate for the damage, or you'll suffer." He smirked, then raised his hand and slapped towards Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo sneered. The man's movements seemed as slow as a snail to him. He calmly reached out and grabbed the man's hand. "Ah!" The man screamed, his face contorted in pain, looking extremely agonized. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He knew exactly how much force he had used, just grabbing the man's wrist lightly, yet this guy screamed so dramatically, clearly putting on an act. Chen Luo looked around as passers-by stopped to look over. In an instant he knew what these two were up to. First, deliberately bump into him and break something claiming it's an antique, then take the initiative to attack him, just to test what kind of person he was and respond accordingly. If Chen Luo had been timid and cowardly just now, he would have probably admitted fault, and they would have extorted tens or hundreds of thousands more. If Chen Luo wasn't afraid of trouble and took action like now, then he could act as the victim, attract the attention of passers-by, and establish himself as the one in the right. By then, even if the police came, they would have a point to argue. Chen Luo casually let go of the man's hand, couldn't help but smile. The mastermind behind this was quite clever, not just resorting to violent threats. "Hey, kid, you broke our antique and still dare to hit someone." Another bald man had squeezed over, glaring fiercely at Chen Luo. "Kid, you want to act tough? I'll play with you." The commotion had already attracted a lot of attention, but those who looked quickly walked away as if nothing had happened, not daring to stay and interfere. Chen Luo's gaze shifted and he noticed 3 or 5 unfriendly-looking men standing around with arms crossed, their faces full of ill intentions, seemingly just watching the show. However, whether intentionally or not, they had formed a faint circle to prevent others from approaching. Chen Luo smiled faintly, knowing that these few people were also with them. But Chen Luo showed no fear, and asked with a smirk, "Oh, so what do you want to do? What do we want to do?" The bald man roared loudly, picking up the broken green porcelain on the ground. "Kid, you've damaged our family heirloom, don't you want to compensate? You can't just act innocent." Chen Luo casually replied, "How much do you want for compensation?" The bald man immediately shouted angrily, "This is an antique from the Ming Dynasty passed down in my family. We were about to sell it to a boss in the port city. If it weren't for my mother being sick and urgently needing money for treatment, we wouldn't have sold it at all. The offer was 200,000. And now you've smashed it. You have to pay, bring 200,000. Hearing this figure, Chen Luo smiled. "Oh, do you have proof of this antique? I don't know if it's real or fake, or if it belongs to you. You can't just name any price, right?" Chen Luo asked for a reason, as nowadays antiques are difficult to prove as family heirlooms unless your family has always been prestigious or the artifact is very valuable. "Of course." The bald man handed a paper certificate to Chen Luo, saying, "This is an appraisal certificate we obtained from the Cultural Relics Bureau. It's clearly written on it." Chen Luo chuckled silently. These people really came prepared, even bringing an appraisal certificate. But how come I heard that the Cultural Relics Bureau doesn't appraise artifacts for the public? The bald man's expression changed slightly. How would an ordinary person know this? Seeing them produce the certificate would surely make others back off. However, facing the two of them, Chen Luo remained calm and kept smiling. Was he fearless due to ignorance or did he have something to rely on? The bald man stared ominously at Chen Luo. "Kid, in the end, you just want to shirk responsibility, right? Today, I'll teach you a lesson in being a man." After the bald man finished speaking, he gave a signal to the surrounding accomplices, and then threw a punch. Chen Luo moved lightly, easily dodging the bald man's fierce punch, then said with a smile, "We are all civilized people, any issues can be resolved through dialogue, it's not good to resort to violence. I'll talk about your grandpa." Another man also threw a punch at Chen Luo, and the 5 men who had been nearby quickly rushed over to surround him. Chen Luo moved agilely among the 7 people, like a fish swimming, never letting them touch a hair on his head. Chen Luo didn't fight back, he walked towards where the cameras were, still smiling. "Zhangcheng is still building a civilized city, cracking down on illegal activities. Let's not cause trouble for the busy police officers, okay? We shouldn't waste taxpayers' resources." Watching Chen Luo easily evade their attacks with a relaxed expression, the bald man and his companions were somewhat stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be as slippery as an eel, unable to catch him no matter what. Seeing Chen Luo's mocking expression, they were instantly infuriated and lunged at him again. At this moment, Chen Luo had already reached the area under the camera. He stopped immediately, no longer running. Facing the bald man's fist swinging towards him, Chen Luo quickly grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand, and with his right hand exerted a strong force like an iron clamp, causing the man to scream in pain and uncontrollably crash into his companion beside him. As the man staggered, Chen Luo seemed to accidentally lightly step on the bald man's foot. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chen Luo had a flustered expression on his face, but as he looked at the bald man whose face was contorted in pain, falling to the ground, he kept apologizing, and then suddenly kicked him. In the next moment, the bald man was rolling on the ground, clutching his crotch with both hands. Damn it. Chen Luo took a step back with a look of apology, looking at the remaining few people, earnestly persuading, the country is currently cracking down on crime, if you join in, it will be considered causing trouble in a group which is not good for anyone. Why don't we continue talking? Chen Luo's words naturally had the opposite effect, and the angry men rushed at him again. Chen Luo still appeared in a panic, then continued, if you feel that you can't let go of the person who hurt your buddy, then just call the police. Look, now that I have hurt someone, if we call the police, it will be a matter between me and him. If you want to get involved, if we all go in together, your family will have to bail you out, which is not good. You should use proper means to protect your legal rights. Chen Luo's words did not make the others change their minds, but only fueled their anger. Seeing the 6 people approaching him, Chen Luo nervously said, since you won't call the police, why don't I make a call first, and then you can take action. This statement further infuriated the 6 men, who had encountered all kinds of people from all walks of life and had taught many lessons, but had never seen such despicable behavior. Without any further ado, they all swung their fists at Chen Luo. Chen Luo suddenly smiled and said, since you are so stubborn, I will have to show you the consequences of not being a law-abiding citizen. Chen Luo dodged one person's fist, grabbed his fist, and pulled back forcefully. The man felt an irresistible force surging through his body, and then uncontrollably stumbled forward and fell to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. After easily dealing with one person, Chen Luo quickly retreated a distance, just within the range of the camera, and began to act flustered, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, please, I really don't want to fight. In fact, when these people appeared, they were already captured by the camera, but Chen Luo needed to be in a clearer position to act. His despicable appearance further enraged the remaining 5 people, who couldn't stand not fighting. Chen Luo's rambling words made a hot-tempered thug unable to bear it, and he directly rushed over and kicked. Damn it! I'll shut you up. Chen Luo looked flustered as he watched the man kicking towards him, standing at the best angle for the camera, and began to showcase his acting skills. Chen Luo suddenly seemed at a loss, and in the moment the man kicked towards him, he nervously pushed the man's thigh. The man suddenly lost his balance, face planted on the ground, emitting a loud impact sound, wailing and unable to get up for a while. I'm sorry, are you okay? Chen Luo apologized while trying to crouch down to help the man, but another man approached. Startled, Chen Luo quickly dodged away. Coincidentally, his arm happened to hit the crotch of a man who was rushing towards him from behind. The man's eyes widened, and his body began to bend like a shrimp, a sharp pain shooting directly from his crotch to his brain, almost making him faint. Ah! He screamed in pain, losing the strength to stand up, sitting on the ground holding his lower body. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Chen Luo started apologizing frantically, then looked at the remaining 3 people. Look, the weather is so nice today. Oh, it seems to be getting dark. But it's okay, we can find a place to sit down, talk about life ideals, discuss how to solve this matter, or talk about women. Anything is better than fighting, don't you think? 2 people being inexplicably knocked down in a row made the 3 remaining people realize that something was wrong. If the first 2 were accidents, then 4 consecutive accidents were too abnormal. Especially the 2 men in pain holding their crotches, making them feel a chill as if they were experiencing the pain themselves. The remaining 3 people looked warily at Chen Luo, who was smiling, and hesitated to make a move. This trick was too effective. Oh, it looks like you guys don't intend to fight, shall we find a place to talk? Chen Luo looked at the 3 men with surprise. Talk your mom. One man, hearing Chen Luo start talking again, felt like Tang Sang, angrily pulled out a dagger from behind and stabbed towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, as if shocked again, turned and ran in a hurry. It's just a piece of porcelain, I'll compensate you. Why use a knife? What if someone gets hurt? It's not good. The other 2 men turned green with anger. This bastard, still talking nonsense. They were so angry that they also pulled out knives and rushed forward together. Chen Luo had no emotional fluctuations, but his face showed a panicked expression as he skillfully dodged their attacks. At this point, a passerby finally couldn't stand it anymore. They were wielding knives, it could end up in tragedy. Someone quickly called the police with their phone and immediately backed away. Then, under a series of accidents, the 3 men quickly fell to the ground wailing. Some of the knives in their hands accidentally stabbed into their companions' legs or arms, blood gushing out continuously. Onlookers were stunned. They had thought that Chen Luo, who was fleeing among the knives, would eventually get into trouble. But the scene before them completely exceeded their expectations. 7 men against 1, yet this was the result. Oh, I'm sorry. Chen Luo started apologizing again, looking at the 3 men in pain, tentatively asking, do you want me to call an ambulance for you? Chen Luo looked at the 3 men with expressions of shock, anger, and pain on their faces, hesitated for a moment and said, it seems like you've misunderstood. I really didn't mean it. The men on the ground were so angry that they were about to spit blood, feeling more infuriated than the physical pain. At that moment, a police car arrived at the scene. The police car stopped by the roadside, and 3 officers got out, 1 middle-aged and 2 young policemen. The middle-aged officer leading the team had a 2-bar and 1 flower shoulder patch. Chen Luo didn't know what rank it was, but he looked serious and imposing. The 3 police officers saw the situation as soon as they got out of the car. No need to ask who called the police, they walked straight towards the scene. When they approached and saw 7 people lying on the ground, with 2 of them stabbed and bleeding, their expressions suddenly changed. Causing harm with weapons could already be considered a criminal case. Call 120. The middle-aged policeman ordered the 2 young policemen, then turned to the only standing Chen Luo and asked, "What's going on? Did you report the police?" Chen Luo shook his head innocently, saying, "Comrade police, I didn't report the police. Those few people had an accident while attacking me and fell to the ground. It should be a kind-hearted citizen who reported the incident. I really didn't do anything." Throughout, Chen Luo only retaliated passively and defensively, and only when others were attacking him. After the opponents fell to the ground, he did not launch any additional attacks. These people were clearly bullying the few, a legitimate act of self-defense. Not only were there eyewitnesses, but also surveillance footage. Chen Luo was telling the truth. Chen Luo's words left the 3 policemen stunned. "What are you talking about? 7 against 1, they accidentally fell to the ground, and then accidentally stabbed themselves? Are you kidding me?" The middle-aged policeman stared at Chen Luo. "Are you saying they attacked you alone, got injured by themselves, and you did nothing?" Chen Luo blinked innocently. "I knew no one would believe me, but the situation is just as I said. You can check the surveillance footage over there, it should have captured everything." The middle-aged policeman turned to look and indeed found a camera. With this, things became clear, as the camera evidence was more credible than personal accounts. People tend to be biased, while cameras simply record what happened. The middle-aged policeman didn't ask further questions, and after the ambulance took the injured 2 to the hospital, he sent a young policeman to retrieve the surveillance footage, then took Chen Luo and others to the police station. After spending half an hour recording statements at the police station, the middle-aged policeman confirmed the truth of Chen Luo's words after watching the surveillance footage. It was indeed a legitimate act of self-defense. Now, even medical expenses didn't need to be paid. Generally, if one engages in legitimate self-defense without being harmed, they still have to pay medical expenses even if not criminally liable. For example, in a fight, if you injure someone before being hit yourself, you are definitely liable for civil damages. Chen Luo was different, he only acted after others did, and it was in defense against extortion and imminent use of force. This was a counterattack after being attacked and threatened. No civil compensation was needed. However, based on his many years of experience, the middle-aged policeman still had a faint suspicion that Chen Luo was intentional. Having been a policeman for over 20 years, he had dealt with at least a dozen cases of legitimate self-defense, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect case. Chen Luo fled when faced with extortion, but couldn't escape due to the large number of opponents. He stopped after a hit, with no intention of inflicting further harm, and even continuously pleaded for the opponents not to attack. After the opponents were injured, Chen Luo kept apologizing and asking them not to attack, but they continued to press on. When surrounded, Chen Luo panicked and ran to a spot directly under the camera, the clearest position for the camera to capture. When Chen Luo tried to help the accidentally injured enemy, he inadvertently bumped into the little brother of a person trying to ambush him from behind. What's even more absurd is that when the opponent pulled out a knife, Chen Luo seemed terrified, but in reality, his agile movements were intimidating, always managing to narrowly avoid the opponent's attacks. He even made the opponent's knife stab their own comrade. The middle-aged policeman couldn't believe that all of this was just a coincidence. But now it seemed that way, with the surveillance footage accurately documenting everything and many eyewitnesses seeing it. The middle-aged policeman didn't ask any more questions. After sending Chen Luo out of the police station, he just gave Chen Luo a deep look and said, "Those people are not good, so be careful recently. If you encounter any trouble, call the police immediately. Take my business card, and if you have an emergency, you can call me directly." "Thank you for your concern, Officer Wu," Chen Luo said in surprise as he glanced at the business card. He hadn't expected the officer to care about him, and from the officer's words, he seemed to know the background of those people. As for those few individuals, they will be detained for 15 days. I can't guarantee what will happen after they are released. Chen Luo nodded, took the business card, and didn't think much of it. He left the police station immediately. As soon as Chen Luo left the police station, the familiar feeling of being watched returned. He smiled as if nothing had happened, went to have dinner at a place, and then went to a busy commercial area to pretend to be shopping. Before long, Chen Luo used his mental power to identify the tracker, then quickly shook him off. When the tracker couldn't find Chen Luo in the crowd, his face changed, and he immediately left the commercial street, found a secluded corner, took out his phone, and made a call. Brother Gang, he entered the Highway Commercial Center, but there were too many people, and I lost him. After a brief conversation on the phone, the tracker quickly responded a few times, then hung up and left the commercial center. Chen Luo silently followed him all the way into the subway, changed trains twice, and finally got off the subway, entering a nearby residential area called Hongyu Garden. When Chen Luo saw the tracker use an access card to enter the gate, he frowned. High-end residential areas near subway stations are usually managed by specialized property companies. If he didn't have an access card, the security guard wouldn't let him in. If he was looking for someone, the other party would definitely ask who he was looking for and might even ask for the homeowner's contact information. Just as Chen Luo was feeling a bit awkward, he suddenly saw a black car driving towards the residential area. When Chen Luo inadvertently saw the driver's face, his expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around, took 3 or 2 steps, and entered the subway station. The driver of the car was the young man who had come to deliver cash when Chen Luo went to Yanji Gold Shop to sell gold bricks. Chen Luo squinted his eyes. There was no need to go in now, he already knew who was behind it. The person tracking him entered this residential area, and the people from Yanji Gold Shop happened to return at this time. Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Chen Luo sneered. People are not always what they seem. He had initially thought highly of Yen Tingsheng, who appeared kind and scholarly, advising him not to go astray when selling gold bricks, thinking he was a man of integrity. But now, it turned out that he was the one plotting against him. Chen Luo took the subway and went home first. Today, he just wanted to see where the other party came from, and now that he knew, he had to think about how to deal with Yen Tingsheng. Chen Luo sat on the sofa in the living room, closing his eyes and thinking quickly. Before long, he suddenly exclaimed, "You've also unexpectedly reached the 2nd level." Chen Luo's tone was excited, forgetting about how to deal with Yen Tingsheng. His figure abruptly disappeared from the living room and appeared in the Western fantasy world. At this moment, it was dusk in the Western fantasy world. In a dense forest within the territory of the human race, the 150,000-strong army of the blood race was curled up, waiting for the sun to set. Cain stood in the shade of the trees, looking at the setting sun in the distance. He slowly brought his hand into the sunlight. There was a crackling sound, like striking a match. A black smoke rose from Cain's palm, followed by a burnt smell. "Father!" Lilith and other vampire princes exclaimed in surprise, looking at Cain in astonishment, not understanding why he did this. Cain calmly withdrew his hand, watching the burn on it quickly heal, and he smiled to himself. "Indeed, reaching the 2nd rank has also increased my resistance to sunlight." Lilith and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Cain was conducting an experiment. If it were an ordinary vampire, such as those below the 3rd generation, their hand would have been burned off just now, but Cain only suffered a slight burn, causing minimal harm to himself. Cain glanced at the sun, which had completely disappeared below the horizon, and said calmly, "March." "Yes, father." With Cain's command, 150,000 vampire army immediately set off towards the city ahead. At this moment, Cain was live streaming, and as soon as someone saw the vampire army marching, they ran to inform Lakiba and Shangtong's live broadcast room. Although many people sympathized with Cain's previous experiences, his subsequent actions brought great disasters to both humans and orcs, and almost no one hoped for the victory of the vampire race, seeing humans and orcs turned into food and slaves. As Cain started the live stream, the comments were all negative, and even the few sympathetic ones were quickly overshadowed. Cain didn't care about how the audience judged him at this point. Having experienced so many years and hardships in the fantasy world, he had become indifferent to everything. The only thing he wanted to do now was to make Shangtong and Lakiba pay the price. As for the Blood Emperor, it was something he could do without. Cain also didn't care about the information being leaked in the live broadcast room. He was confident that even if Shangtong knew his every move, he couldn't resist his vampire army. Shangtong immediately knew that Cain had gathered all the vampire armies, and they were less than 200 kilometers away from the capital. Shangtong was currently in the palace talking with Alexander, and upon hearing the news, he immediately said, "Alexander, it is urgent to select people suitable for learning the Light God's technique. Now you go to the royal city with Duke Borden to select. He will fully cooperate with you. The vampire army is already on its way. I must evacuate the civilians as soon as possible." Alexander stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations." Shangtong nodded, and after letting Alexander leave, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes involuntarily. The appearance of the Church of Light was supported by the gods, witnessed by tens of thousands of people that night, which made everyone in the city of Gallus believe in the goddess of light, becoming zealous believers who spontaneously spread the teachings of the Church of Light. They preached that Alexander was a messenger of the gods, chosen by the gods to come and save the human race from crisis, and to obtain redemption, one must join the Church of Light. Initially, everyone was skeptical, but after witnessing Alexander's healing techniques and seeing him burn vampires with holy light, the Church of Light gained countless followers. At this moment, everyone was terrified by the cruelty and horror of the vampires, and encountering someone who could punish them immediately made everyone feel as if they had found a savior, and they began to join the Church of Light as faithful believers. In just a few days, tens of thousands of people joined the Church of Light, and the number was increasing rapidly every day. This is definitely not good news for Xiangtang. As a modern person, he is well aware of the conflict between divine power and royal power. During the medieval period, the church and the king fought for hundreds of years, and in the end, the church gained absolute dominance, with even the king needing the pope's coronation to be considered legitimate. With the terrifying expansion speed of the Church of Light, it will eventually become the most powerful religion, potentially endangering the rule of the great Shang dynasty. Although Xiangtang is aware of the threat posed by the Church of Light, he is currently unable to act against Alexander because he still needs light divine arts to deal with the vampire crisis at hand. As for the future, it depends on whether you can survive until then. The cold light in Xiangtang's eyes dissipated, and he immediately ordered, "Spread the word, all human tribes abandon the city and retreat to the capital under the emperor." "Yes, your majesty." Immediately, palace guards bowed and quickly went out to announce Xiangtang's orders. At this time, in the city of Chilo, Rikoba also learned that the Cainites had left the city, but he couldn't be happy at all. It's obvious that after wiping out the Cainites, the next target will be the orcs. Rikoba is troubled. Being the Beast King is really not easy. It's more tiring than being a CEO in reality. For the development of the orcs, he has racked his brains. First, he used the stallion incident to give the orc tribe bloodline warriors, but a big fight with the dragon directly led to a sharp drop in his prestige. In the orc tribe, without prestige and strength, one cannot dominate other races, and no one will listen to your commands. Rikoba had no choice but to use his business acumen to vigorously develop commercial trade within the orc territory, raising the living standards of the orc tribe by several notches in just 20 years. Even the orcs now have the leisure and inclination to develop art, with painters, musicians, and bards appearing earlier than in human tribes. Although the orcs' talent in this area is abysmal, at least it represents an increase in productivity. Rikoba's reputation has also returned to its peak, but damn it, Cainites have come back to cause trouble, moving through the orc territory as if it were uninhabited, slaughtering orc armies without any resistance. Rikoba has no choice. Amid the questioning of the tribal kings, his position as Beast King is once again becoming unstable. Just at this time, those scheming dogs brought about the arrival of the wolf god fast, giving the werewolves 300 ancient wolf souls and killing up to 40,000 vampires. As a result, many orcs began to suggest that Mutt, the werewolf tribal king, should become the Beast King instead of Rikoba. Rikoba finds it difficult. If it weren't for the accumulated prestige over the years, he might really be driven out. Can't we just play the game properly? Rikoba sighed. These scheming dogs, why don't they bring out a bear god? That way, I'd be much better off. Despite his complaints, Rikoba still had to figure out how to solve the current dilemma. Before long, Rikoba made a decision. He must support the human tribe, otherwise, if the Cainites convert millions of human populations, no matter how many ancient giant wolves there are, it won't matter. But before that, there was one more thing that had to be done. Thinking of this, Rikoba quickly logged off and returned to reality. In a luxury mansion in Shanghai, Lei Chengyang, also known as Rikoba in the game, hurriedly took off his VR glasses and immediately turned to a young man in his 30s next to him and said, "Fine Han Chen." After speaking, Lei Chengyang put on his VR glasses again and logged back into the game, not wanting to miss a second of the game time. Sui Fei didn't care whether Lei Chengyang heard him or not, and immediately respectfully agreed. He glanced at Lei Chengyang's nearly empty bag and quickly turned to the 3 female housekeepers waiting behind him, changed the nutrient solution, helped the boss wash his body. "Yes, Assistant Su." A female housekeeper responded and quickly began to change Lei Chengyang's nutrient solution. The other 2 went to the bathroom to get warm water, tested the temperature several times, and only after feeling that it wouldn't scald, carefully took out a towel to wipe Lei Chengyang's body. Sui Fei had already left the room at this time, arrived at the villa's balcony, and then took out his phone to make a call. Having followed the boss for nearly 8 years, sometimes with just a glance from Lei Chengyang, Sui Fei knew exactly what he meant without needing to guess. Although Lei Chengyang's words were often nonsensical, Sui Fei understood immediately who he was referring to. The boss was now addicted to the game's Second Life, and Sui Fei naturally took the boss's hobby as his own. He had even moved directly into this mansion, spending most of his time beside Lei Chengyang, watching the live broadcasts of Lei Keba in the game. His fear was that Lei Chengyang would quit the game and he wouldn't be able to find him when needed. In fact, when the Milk as a Wolf was being chased by the royal bloodline warriors, it was he who helped Lei Keba pass on the message for rescue, not Lei Keba himself. Sui Fei initially thought Lei Chengyang was just acting on a whim, but the boss, being a business genius, quickly made a big splash in the game, to the point where he became famous in real life as well. The Stallion Incident, the Beast King Battle, and the advertising events in the game directly propelled AI Jiao Real Estate and Lei Chengyang's names to the top of the trending searches. Since then, AI Jiao Real Estate's stock had hit the daily limit, comparable to the effect of several billion in advertising. And Lei Chengyang had no intention of hiding his real name, so now his popularity rivaled that of A-list celebrities. Seeing how Second Life could bring such massive popularity and traffic, many celebrities and major platform anchors couldn't wait for the public beta, eagerly spending a lot of money to purchase testing qualifications. The black market price had soared to 500,000 each, 10 times higher than when Chen Luo was selling them. Of course, no one had successfully bought one yet. Lei Chengyang mentioned finding Han Chen, and Sui Fei naturally knew he was referring to the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom, Han Chen. Coincidentally, when Han Chen killed the Beast King and became the founding monarch of Great Xia, Sui Fei knew this person would become the boss's rival, so he had already looked up Han Chen's information beforehand. Han Chen had posted quite a few threads on the forum, and although the information was not extensive, combined with the posts from his show-off buddy Li Xuanfa, it wasn't difficult to find him. Unexpectedly, the preparations made earlier were now put to use. While waiting for the call to connect, Sui Fei had already returned to the room and informed Lei Keba in his live broadcast that he had found Han Chen. At the same time, the call was connected. "Is this Mr. Han Chen?" Han Chen looked at the incoming number in surprise. "Yes, who is this?" "I am Sui Fei, assistant to Mr. Lei Chengyang. You should know who he is, right?" Han Chen remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. He was well aware of the famous Lei Chengyang, who, at only 42 years old, already owned 2 listed companies and had a net worth of over 50 billion. Knowing Lei Chengyang's identity, Han Chen didn't feel anxious or pleasantly surprised. Han Chen's mindset had long since changed. When he was dominating the world in the Western fantasy world, Lei Keba was still hiding among the bear people. During the first epic war, he had defeated Lei Keba on the battlefield, rendering those big shots halos ineffective in Han Chen's eyes. Han Chen quickly thought through his mind and vaguely guessed the reason Lei Chengyang was looking for him. "I understand. Do you need something?" Before Sui Fei could speak, he saw that Lei Chengyang had already exited the game and, upon seeing Sui Fei on the phone, immediately asked, "Han Chen?" Su Yiming nodded and immediately handed over the phone. Lei Chengyang took the phone and said urgently, "You know the time difference between reality and the game. I can't afford to waste a second. I won't beat around the bush. 10 million, I want the news about the Judgment Sword." Even though Han Chen's mentality was as solid as a rock at this moment, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard the price. Han Chen came from an ordinary family, had an ordinary education, a very ordinary job, an ordinary appearance, and was the kind of passerby who couldn't be recognized on the street. Since experiencing the Western fantasy world, Han Chen seemed like a different person. Although he tried to integrate back into the real world, he always found it impossible. Those who have reached the peak find it hard to bear the fall. Han Chen couldn't stand being bossed around by a despised supervisor at work. Even though he came back and achieved top performance in just a few days, that disgusting supervisor kept targeting him, making it difficult for him to stay in that company. Han Chen also couldn't stand living at the bottom of society now, being reminded by the landlord every month to pay rent. This was a world of difference from his previous life. With this 10 million, given Han Chen's current mindset and abilities, he could build a career on his own. Han Chen made a decision in his heart and didn't waste any words. "I want the money first." Account number. When Han Chen provided the account number, Sui Fei had already started transferring the money on a laptop. "I'll enter the game first. After you confirm the money, tell Li Fei the news." Lei Chengyang didn't need to worry about the money transfer. He handed the phone to Sui Fei and re-entered the game world. It had been almost 30 seconds now, and more than 10 days had passed in the Western fantasy world. He had no idea what had happened and needed to return quickly. The moment Lei Chengyang entered the game, he opened a live broadcast room and set a room password, only allowing Sui Fei with the password to enter. He didn't wait long before Sui Fei entered the room and quickly typed a line on the public screen. "There is another secret room built by Han Chen in the palace, storing a large amount of food and treasures. Xia Ershi should be hiding with the Judgment Sword in the palace. After Sui Fei finished typing, he posted a picture. This is the location and method to open the secret room. Lei Chengyang couldn't help but feel delighted when he saw this message. He was right after all. Over the past few decades, there had been no news of the Judgment Sword, and Xia Ershi Hanyu had disappeared without a trace. This was simply impossible. As long as someone normal existed in the world, they would leave traces. But Hanyu seemed to have evaporated from the earth. Cain had searched for him for over a decade without success, and both humans and orcs had not given up the search, but he was nowhere to be found. There was only one possibility left. Hanyu was hiding in a secret location known only to the royal family. That's why Lei Chengyang thought of Han Chen. He didn't expect Han Chen to have prepared several secret rooms in the palace. No wonder they couldn't find him anywhere. Hanyu was hiding right under Shang Tang's nose. However, Lei Chengyang soon felt a bit speechless. Now that he knew the news about the Judgment Sword, how to obtain this artifact was a big problem. Not to mention the Blood Clan army guarding outside the city. Shang Tang now had the strength of the Second Order, not easy to deal with. Even if he managed to get in, he still had to deal with Hanyu, who held the Divine Sword. The Orc tribe now didn't even have a First Order, which was really a headache. The Judgment Sword was the only thing Lei Chengyang could think of to deal with the Blood Clan and stabilize his position. But if he couldn't get it, everything would be in vain. Lei Chengyang sighed and looked at Muto below the throne. Chief Muto, the Blood Clan army has surrounded the capital of the Empire for 10 days now. If we don't go to support, when the Blood Clan turns the humans into vampires, we orcs will also suffer a calamity. In the Great Hall, there are 9 positions, each occupied by the kings of the 9 most powerful orc races. The closer the position, the higher the status of that race among the orcs, and Muto is currently sitting in the first position on the right. Upon hearing Lei Chengyang's question, the other kings of the orc races all looked towards Muto. Because everyone knew that after the arrival of the wolf god, the werewolf race with the ancient giant wolves became the strongest among the orcs. Although they all knew Lei Chengyang was right, they also understood that if the werewolf race did not participate, even if they went, they would not be of much use and might even be turned into vampires by the enemy. Muto looked at Lei Chengyang, still admiring this orc king, as Lei Chengyang had spared no effort over the years to strengthen the orcs, which everyone had witnessed. So Muto did not show any arrogance, and he said slowly, "Your Majesty, our warriors are willing to go to the human territory to jointly eliminate the vampire demons." Lei Chengyang couldn't help but be overjoyed at these words. Chief Muto truly understands righteousness. So the other chiefs should have no problem, right? Seeing Muto's agreement, the other kings of the orc races glanced at each other and simultaneously expressed their consent. However, at this moment, Muto spoke again. "Your Majesty, there is one issue I must mention in advance." Chief Muto, please go ahead. If our people transformed into ancient giant wolves are killed, their ancient wolf souls will return to the wolf god temple in Rostock City, waiting for new warriors to inherit them. So, if they die in the human territory, it will take them at least half a month to rush back. Therefore, we must also consider this risk. Once we lose the protection of the ancient giant wolves, all orcs will be in danger. Lei Chengyang and the other orc kings had different expressions, but none of them showed anything. When they heard about the Battle of Rostock City, they were already frightened by the abilities of the ancient giant wolves. Their strength, speed, and toxins completely countered the vampires, and the most abnormal thing was their ability to resurrect infinitely, which already surpassed all other orc races. Now, hearing about this resurrection process, they were slightly reassured. After all, the mortality rate of inheriting the ancient wolf soul was as high as 90%, and the need to fly back to the wolf god temple added many restrictions. Lei Chengyang pondered for a moment and nodded. "I will take this into consideration. Please rest assured, Chief Muto." Lei Chengyang paused for a moment, feeling the need to give the people present some confidence, and immediately said, "Chief Muto is willing to sacrifice the warriors of the werewolf race for us orcs, so I will also share some news. I know where the Judgment Divine Sword is." As soon as this was said, not only all the kings in the hall were shocked, but even the viewers in the live broadcast began to flood the screen. Is it true? Is another divine artifact about to appear? Wow, Lei is really calm, only revealing this news now. When the judgment comes out, who will compete? Lei is indeed Lei, always pulling out the big moves. But, it's useless for the orcs to have the judgment now. They don't have anyone who can wield its power. Yeah, even Second couldn't beat Shang Tang with the Judgment Divine Sword before, and the orcs don't even have a first tier now. It's even more hopeless. Is what your majesty said true? Muto asked in surprise. Lei Chengyang nodded. Of course it's true, it's just not in my hands right now. If this trip goes smoothly, we orcs have a chance to get hold of the Judgment Divine Sword. The orc tribe once suffered greatly under the judgment, but now, upon hearing the possibility of obtaining this artifact, their eyes began to shine with excitement. It doesn't matter which tribe the artifact belongs to, what's most important is that it cannot remain in the hands of the human tribe any longer, as it will determine the fate of the orcs in the future. We are willing to follow your majesty into battle. We are willing to follow your majesty into battle. All the tribal kings stood up, shouting in unison. The Book of Light records, when Lei Chengyang led a massive army of 500,000 troops, many people began to take screenshots and share them on social media platforms. The sight of 500,000 fully armed orc soldiers together was extremely impressive, something that no one had ever seen in reality. The mountains were filled with orc troops, banners fluttering, war drums thundering, accompanied by vehicles, horses, supplies, and provisions, stretching for hundreds of miles. Their mounts were large tigers, leopards, and direwolves, adding a fierce aura to the entire army. Even in TV and movie special effects, scenes of such large-scale warfare are usually fleeting due to budget constraints. However, the production team of the Second Life game seemed to have an endless budget, as the 500,000-strong army appeared incredibly realistic, with expressions, armor, and weapons that looked indistinguishable from reality. Each orc had a unique appearance and expression, bearing no resemblance to CGI. Lei Chengyang was live streaming the entire event, capturing the massive army on camera. Some viewers even calculated the formations and number of soldiers in each row to verify the authenticity of the scene. The conclusion was quickly drawn: there were indeed that many people. Everyone was astonished by the game company's grandeur. How much money did it take to create such massive special effects? The key issue is that these effects are too exaggerated, they look so real. It must have cost tens of millions at least. You're clueless. In Hollywood, such effects cost tens of thousands per second. This game's effects completely surpass those of Hollywood. I dare say it costs millions per second. Millions per second? Won't this game company go bankrupt in minutes? Exactly, we've been watching this scene of 500,000 troops for hours. If what you say is true, then billions must have been spent. The viewers in the game livestream were shocked and began to debate how much money was spent on the special effects. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in Lei Chengyang's livestream skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 5 million and continuing to grow exponentially. The second epic battle. This headline quickly rose to the top of the trending list, attracting more people to join Lei Chengyang, Shang Tang, and Cain's livestreams. Many major live streaming platform hosts also began to rebroadcast in their own channels, but few viewers tuned in as the quality of the livestream was inferior. During the first epic battle, many regretted missing out and had to settle for watching the recording, feeling a sense of loss. Now, everyone realized that a three-way epic war between humans, vampires, and orcs was about to erupt, drawing countless fans and elevating the fame of Second Life to new heights. Analyzing the Cain gene. Chen Luo, however, was not too concerned about these events. Since he had decided not to interfere in the historical process of the Western fantasy world, he would only be a bystander in this second epic battle, refraining from any intervention. After all, in the Western fantasy world, whether players or natives, they were essentially under his control. No matter how big the disturbance is, Chen Luo can suppress it with a wave of his hand. He only cares about species evolution. Analyzing. Blood race, primitive lifeform, not yet evolved to the peak of this group, has unlocked the second-order gene lock, currently able to produce 0.5% divine lineage genes. Fusion has a chance to gain self-healing ability. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel delighted. Not only could he obtain such high divine lineage genes, but he could also gain self-healing ability, which was a pleasant surprise. Although Cain had caused him quite a bit of trouble, raising him to this point and providing him with so many divine lineage genes was worth it. Fusion genes. Chen Luo hardly hesitated, and after returning to his room, he chose to fuse. Because he thought of the Academy of the Extraordinary, as long as he selected students from the remaining intelligent races after a period of time and imparted to them extraordinary powers, more high-level evolutionists would inevitably appear as they grew up. Although Cain still had room for evolution, Chen Luo couldn't wait any longer. It had been almost 2 months since he obtained the primordial pen, but he had only fused 0.69% of the divine lineage genes, and this sense of urgency made it impossible for him to wait any longer. At the moment of choosing to fuse, Chen Luo felt an endless power surging from all parts of his body, followed by intense pain from inside to outside, causing his body to tremble, and he instantly fell onto the large bed behind him. After an unknown amount of time passed, when Chen Luo stood up from the bed, he found that his body had slimmed down significantly, and he was radiant, with his spirits reaching an extreme level. His previously enhanced 5 senses became even stronger. His eyes could see farther, even able to read the content of a book on a desk several meters away. His sense of smell also became clearer, as he could discern various scents from the air with a gentle sniff. His mental power also soared, as he could now sense several people inside the elevator from his bedroom. Chen Luo keenly felt the return of the lifespan that created the Western fantasy world, making his body younger and more vibrant. Chen Luo was inexplicably excited, as such effects were achieved with less than 1.2% of the divine lineage genes. He was now eager to see what it would feel like to unlock the first order gene lock. After a moment, Chen Luo quickly walked to the living room, opened the refrigerator, and used food to satisfy his hunger. While eating, he found a fruit knife in the kitchen and lightly cut his finger. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, but it quickly began to scab and heal. There is indeed such a powerful self-healing ability. Chen Luo looked at the healed scar with joy, using his mental power to sense the current condition of his body. At this moment, his heartbeat became stronger, and there seemed to be an inexplicable energy in his blood. When Chen Luo sensed this power, he understood that this energy was what gave him the self-healing ability. Chen Luo withdrew his mental power, intending to observe the development in the Western fantasy world, but suddenly furrowed his brow. At this moment, the primordial pen sent a prompt that the game forum was under hacker attack. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and quickly understood why. These hackers had probably first attacked the game servers of Second Life, only to find that they couldn't locate the servers at all, so they chose to attack the forum instead. They probably never imagined that the Western fantasy world was a real world, and naturally, there were no servers. Players could enter the Western fantasy world because the primordial pen had set up a teleportation channel, pulling a strand of the player's soul into the Western fantasy world. The game forum was also generated by the primordial pen, and they would never be able to crack it even if they attacked for 100 years. As for why he was attacked, Chen Luo didn't need to think too much to guess. This was exactly what he had been worried about before. Second Life was too popular. With its time flow adjustment technology and realism, it was impossible not to attract attention. Now, anyone could be attacking the game forum, from corporate spies, other gaming companies, to even at the national level. A game company with no registration information or address, and no information about the boss, just thinking about it was terrifying. But the more this was the case, the more curiosity it would attract, and thus more attacks. Chen Luo realized the seriousness of the problem, his eyes flashed, quickly recalling everything that could expose him. Chen Luo thought hard. Apart from disguising his identity to sell test accounts, there was nothing else. But now thinking carefully, even this was not foolproof. Chen Luo's heart sank slightly. Even though he wore sunglasses and a mask at that time, there were cameras in the internet cafes. If the country really started paying attention, they could easily capture his movements through the cameras scattered throughout the streets and alleys. They could even track down where he bought his clothes, sunglasses, and mask. At that time, finding him would be easy. The key was whether the other party was willing to make the effort. Looks like I need to find another place to stay. Although Chen Luo didn't know how long he could stay safe, he felt the need to plan ahead. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. This matter was not urgent. It wouldn't hurt to first check the situation of the epic battle in the Western fantasy world. With a thought, he was already back in the Western fantasy world. At this time, the total number of viewers in the live streams of Lei Chengyang, Cain, and Shangtang had exceeded 10 million and was still rising. Outside the imperial capital, within dozens of kilometers, everything that could block sunlight, whether it was dense forests or buildings, had been destroyed by Shangtang's orders to block the vampires' attacks. Although the vampires were all powerful, sunlight was their fatal weakness. They could only attack at night. However, after decades of continuous expansion by Shangtang, the city walls of the imperial capital, although not comparable to the city of Chilua, were now over 100 meters high. No matter how strong the vampires were, they couldn't fly up. Once it was daylight, they had to retreat to the dense forests dozens of kilometers away to avoid the sunlight. They couldn't set up camp outside the city, otherwise the human army would charge over during the day, tearing down the tents and letting the sunlight in. The human army couldn't pursue outside the city either, because even with a military force several times larger than the vampires, they couldn't directly confront them. So, the humans and vampires fought lively at night, and rested during the day, falling into a stalemate that lasted for half a month. Cain was waiting for the food supplies in the imperial capital to run out. Now, nearly 10 million people of the human race were crowded in the city, and the daily consumption of food was a terrifying number. As long as time dragged on, the human race would collapse on its own. Shangtang was urging Alexander to quickly select people suitable for learning the light god's art. Although Alexander had inherited the light god's art, his strength was limited. He hadn't even reached the first level, and now he could only use healing arts, holy light arts, and the holy discernment arts suitable for learning the light god's art. Since arriving in the imperial capital, Alexander slept only a few hours a day, sometimes even staying awake for several days in a row, just to quickly select those with the talent for learning the light god's art. Alexander didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was as excited as if he had taken chicken blood every day. He felt that this was the best time to spread the teachings of light. Once the light god's art played a crucial role in this epic war, the Church of Light would be forever recorded in history, and the glory under the light goddess's crown would shine upon the entire world. Half a month had passed, and Alexander finally selected 200 people with the talent for practicing the bright god technique. Next, Alexander led these 200 people to spread the doctrine first, and then taught them the holy light technique. Another half-month later, the 500,000-strong army led by Li Chengyang finally arrived 100 kilometers outside the imperial capital. Along the way, Li Chengyang did nothing else but demolition. He demolished houses, burned down dense forests, and even filled up caves, leaving no place to hide from the sun. Wherever the 500,000-strong army passed was like a bulldozer, with no intact place left, comparable to the Ant Emperor. Li Chengyang gained many new nicknames, such as Lu Demolition, Demolition King, Demolition General, and Demolition Real Estate CEO. Cain didn't care, as Li Chengyang was preparing to force the Blood Clan into a corner, which also meant forcing the orcs and humans into a corner. If the Blood Clan knew that their only way out was to break through the imperial capital, they would have to attack desperately, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, as death was inevitable either way. This was much stronger than the command of this vampire ancestor, and it also happened to meet Cain's expectations. Both enemies were gathered, and a battle would determine the outcome, saving him from making another trip to the city of Chiluo. That night, Shangtang sat on a pure white tall horse, wearing golden armor, carrying a large red cloak, looking heroic. He was surrounded by a group of bloodline warriors and elite cavalry in the center, with his golden hair showing his kingly demeanor. Countless fans in the live broadcast room were excited to see this scene. Oh my god, so handsome. Does Emperor Shangtang need a warm bed? I'm 36D, I can offer myself. Bah, I haven't even mentioned my 36E, what right do you have? You two idiots upstairs, Emperor Shangtang already has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, you don't even have a chance to line up. Is this a Saint Seiya wearing a gold cloth? You'll see he's a Super Saiyan later. Wow, is this a battle of kings? Damn, this is a real battlefield, the special effects of a 1,000,000-strong army. How much money did it cost? Could it bankrupt the gaming company? As Shangtang led 300,000 troops out of the city, Cain also appeared with 15,000 Blood Clan members. He wore a black cloak, contrasting sharply with his fair skin as white as snow. He rode on a yellow giant tiger, calmly walking towards the front. In the north, Li Chengyang, wearing heavy armor, left the army camp under the protection of a group of orc and human bloodline warriors, heading towards Shangtang and Cain. The 3 allied armies of nearly 1,000,000 people were now facing each other from a distance. In the light of the torches, the soldiers could be seen crowding the area outside the royal city, extending from the city to the far distance, with no end in sight. In this place, human lives had become just a number. A strong wind blew, causing the flags to flutter and make a rustling sound, the constant shaking giving the feeling of a horn before a great battle. The entire battlefield was filled with an extremely silent and oppressive atmosphere, making the soldiers of the 3 races involuntarily grip their weapons tightly, swallowing their saliva. Nearly 1,000,000 people, yet the whole scene was eerily quiet, only the sound of fluttering flags and burning torches could be heard. Even the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by the chilling atmosphere on the battlefield. No one was typing, the silence was terrifying, everyone was just staring at the screen. Their eyes were focused on a small hill outside the city, afraid of missing any detail. The kings of the 3 races were slowly gathering at that place. Shangtang, accompanied by dozens of fully armed bloodline warriors, slowly approached the center where the 3 tribes converged. They were all clad in armor, wielding weapons, with long capes trailing behind them like flags fluttering in the wind. In contrast, Li Chengyang was followed by 5 Bear Clan bloodline warriors and 30 wolfmen with ancient wolf souls. Meanwhile, Cain stood alone, wearing a nonchalant smile as he arrived at the center of the battlefield, casually sizing up Shangtang and Li Chengyang. Shangtang pulled on the reins, signaling for his bloodline warriors to halt, while Li Chengyang gestured for the orc bloodline warriors to stop controlling the lion beast under him as he advanced alone. With millions of troops from the 3 tribes present and over 20 million viewers watching the live broadcast, the 3 tribal kings finally came face to face. Heh, Lei, you sure are brave. Do you know that I can easily take off your bare head from this distance? Cain chuckled as he looked at Li Chengyang, who maintained a 5-meter distance from him. Li Chengyang laughed, just a game. At most, we exit the game and wait for the official launch. What bravery do I need? Oh, by the way, you seem to have become more like a pretty boy these years. How about I introduce you to some rich ladies in real life? Facing Li Chengyang's mocking tone, Cain's smile remained unchanged. Sure, Why don't you give me your address, and I'll pay you a visit in person? Lei Chengyang, looking at Cain's smiling face, couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. This guy had changed so much, from a green youth to someone he couldn't quite figure out now. Ha! Are you holding a grudge and want to challenge me in real life? Lei Chengyang burst into laughter. Well, you won't have the chance. I have bodyguards guarding my house 24/7. Cain chuckled. No problem, the more the merrier. Lei Chengyang squinted his eyes, unable to determine if Cain was joking or really planning to cause trouble in real life. Lei Chengyang was a bit speechless. Was this guy still in elementary school, holding grudges like this? Let's stop reminiscing. Shang Tang coldly interrupted their conversation. We called you here to find a peaceful solution to the current issue. War benefits no one. Cain smiled faintly, shaking his head repeatedly. No, war benefits none of you. What do I have to lose? Even if all these vampires die, I don't care at all. Don't forget, I possess the blood of immortality and have the strength of a second rank. As long as I don't die, I can create a large number of vampires at any time. Shang Tang and Lei Qingyan's expressions changed simultaneously. Cain's demeanor seemed genuine, and what he said was indeed true. Cain's current abilities were too abnormal. Besides fearing sunlight, he had almost no weaknesses. With only Shang Tang capable of matching his individual strength, at this rate of development, the game world would eventually be dominated by him. So Cain remained unfazed. After all, these vampires were transformed from humans and orcs. Why should he feel any pity for them? Upon hearing Cain's words, the comments in the live broadcast quickly flooded the screen. His abilities are too shameless, simply unbeatable. He could easily outlast Lei and Shang Tang, then come out when the fledgling Bright Church is no match for him. It seems like the Blood Emperor is secure. Even if he can't win, no one can catch up to him if he wants to escape. Damn, does this mean that in the future, we'll be living in a world ruled by vampires when we enter the game? Damn planners, can we choose vampires when we enter? Waiting online, quite urgent. So, what are you doing all this for? Shang Tang couldn't quite grasp Cain's logic. Lei Chengyang also furrowed his bear-like brow, unable to understand why Cain was doing all this. His purpose is very clear, to experience a different life from reality in Second Life, and also to indirectly extend his own life through this game. That's why he went to great lengths to enhance the strength of the orcs and develop this place as his second home. Shang Tang's purpose doesn't need to be guessed by Lei Chengyang, as it aligns closely with his thoughts. For what? Cain chuckled again. You actually ask me why? Cain's expression suddenly turned cold. You two were the people I once trusted the most. No one in reality could make me trust them like this. But for the elixir of immortality, you treated me like this. If you needed to research the elixir of immortality, you could have told me, just a bit of blood, would I not be willing to give it? What's ridiculous is that you still don't know why I did this. The things you care about, like power, wealth, and prestige, I don't care about at all. But since you betrayed my trust, I will destroy everything you care about. Hearing Cain's furious roar, both Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang were stunned, never expecting that Cain had caused such a catastrophe just for revenge against them. The people in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded, watching Cain, who was questioning Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang loudly, and they felt speechless. After all the commotion, the emperor of the Blood Clan rebelled in anger just because he was bullied, not because he wanted to be an emperor, wasting this million-strong army. He looks so wronged, like a 200-pound child. This is the tragic incident caused by a vial of blood. Why do I feel like he really is like a child? He has lived in the game world for decades. How can he still hold a grudge like this? Hey, don't you think so too? Can minors play this game? Ahem, let me ask, how old are you in reality? Lei Chengyang cleared his throat and asked a question that the audience in the live broadcast room was very concerned about. Cain coldly smiled. How old I am in reality is irrelevant. I came here to make you die clearly. None of your conditions can stop your destruction. Don't, kid, it's just a game. How about I compensate you in reality? Shut up, Cain angrily retorted. I'm 16 this year, not a kid. After Cain blurted out this sentence, the natives in the Western fantasy world couldn't understand at all because they had been speaking Chinese the whole time, so there was no reaction. But the effect in the live broadcast room was explosive. Oh my god, I actually guessed it right, he really is a minor. No wonder he holds grudges so much, and acts like a child. Wait, during that horse event, he was still a child. Lei, you are harming the future of our country's flowers, you deserve this retribution. Damn. Lei, Shang Tang, can you handle being beaten up by a child like this? Ha, I can't take it, I'm going to die laughing. I said his behavior is so strange, sometimes like an evil villain, sometimes like a child, turns out he really is a kid. In the end, blame the game officials, it's them who let minors play this game. Lei Chengyang and Shang Tang were speechless, they never imagined that Cain was actually just a 16-year-old child. It would be easier to communicate with a normal person, but when encountering such a stubborn child who only seeks revenge, what can you do to him? Chen Luo was also stunned in the air, and immediately used the primordial pen to retrieve the identity information registered by Cain. Indeed, he is 16 years old. Cain's real name in reality is Zhao, a native of Yangcheng, Guangdong province, who is still in the first year of high school and is on summer vacation. At that time, Chen Luo was busy setting up the game channel and focusing on the evolution of various races, forgetting to set age restrictions and anti-addiction systems. Chen Luo frowned, realizing that these minors would be eliminated as soon as they entered if age restrictions were not added during the public beta. If someone like Cain lived in the fantasy world for decades before leaving, the scene would be terrifying to imagine. Just think, if a minor lived in the Western fantasy world for decades, they might have a psychological age older than their own parents, which would definitely lead to communication problems. It would be a world full of monsters and lunatics. Furthermore, immature minors might have difficulty distinguishing between reality and the fantasy world, potentially leading to mental breakdowns. Chen Luo thought that besides adding age restrictions, the time flow rate should be lowered, as even adults would struggle to adapt to such mental changes in a short period of time. Hey, Cain, how about this? I'll find you in reality and apologize to you in person. After all, there are millions of lives at stake. You are young, don't commit so many sins. You should learn our core values: civilization, harmony, kindness. Shut up. Cain realized he had said too much and angrily retorted, whatever you say now is useless. The stage is set, and the show must go on. The atmosphere became awkward and tense in that instant, with Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang looking at Cain as if he were a tantrum-throwing child. Unfortunately, this child now held the most powerful bloodline, causing headaches for everyone. The whole place fell silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard as everyone watched the negotiation. Whether it would be war or peace depended entirely on Cain. He had become the protagonist of this war and even the entire continent of Yani. Cain was unusually angry now because he noticed the looks from Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang. Initially, when Lei Chengyang mentioned personally coming to apologize, Cain had softened a bit, but the following words were no different from what his parents and teachers would say, which angered him. When he saw the looks in their eyes, treating him like a mischievous child, Cain could no longer bear it. He raised his right hand high and then swung it down forcefully. Seeing the signal from Cain, Lilith immediately shouted, "Our clan will prevail! Our clan will prevail!" As all the bloodline members shouted the slogan, they instantly split into two groups and charged towards the human and orc armies. Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang's expressions changed abruptly. The bloodline had taken the initiative, a situation they could no longer control. They glanced at each other, ignoring Cain, and immediately pulled the reins, swiftly returning to their respective armies with dozens of bloodline warriors. Knights of honor, follow orders. Shang Tang rushed to the forefront of the human army, where tens of thousands of cavalry dressed in golden armor like him were stationed. He drew his long sword first. Suddenly, the knights began to stir, and all soldiers unsheathed their swords. Honor is my life. A golden light began to emanate from Shang Tang's body, enveloping him like a golden flame. He raised his sword in his right hand, pointing it towards the bloodline army and shouted a slogan. Honor is my life. All the soldiers of the Knights of Honor raised their swords, their eyes filled with fervent light, looking towards the dazzling Shang Tang. The knights, one by one, lowered the visors on their armor. They all knew that the war was inevitable, unsure if they would survive or where the war would lead. When Shang Tang charged forward, they cast aside all doubts and fears, shouting the motto of the Glory Knights and following their king into battle. The Glory Knights, later recognized as the strongest knight order in the Yin continent, stepped onto the stage of history for the first time. The sound of hooves rang out, accelerating rapidly and kicking up a cloud of dust. The horsemen clashed fiercely with the vampire cavalry at the front. Meanwhile, the heavy infantry and light cavalry of the Glory Knights followed closely behind, marking the beginning of the war. On the orc side, instead of launching an attack, 300 wolf soul warriors of the werewolf tribe stood at the front, as all armies retreated a safe distance. Guardian of the glory under the wolf god's crown. Guardian of the glory under the wolf god's crown. The 300 wolf soul warriors shouted in unison, running towards the vampire army. As they ran, their bodies began to transform. By the time they reached the vampire ranks, they had turned into ancient giant wolves, launching a fierce attack. As the ancient giant wolves charged into the vampire army, Lei Chengyang drew his long sword and ordered, "All troops, attack and support the wolf warriors." The three armies shouted stirring slogans, facing the approaching enemy with fierce and murderous gazes, colliding in battle. The Glory Knights clashed first with the vampire cavalry, resulting in a chaotic scene of knights falling from their horses and engaging in brutal combat. Some were knocked off their horses and continued fighting on the ground, while others and their horses were sent flying. Even with their regenerative abilities, the vampires were vulnerable in the midst of the chaos, easily cut down by countless blades. Although vampires were individually stronger than humans, they were ultimately enhanced ordinary humans. The elite soldiers under Shang Tang, especially the Glory Knights, were battle-hardened veterans, meticulously trained since the establishment of the Great Shang Dynasty. Each of them had grown up on the borderlands, honed to be the best of the best. The difference between professional soldiers and ordinary people was vividly displayed in this moment. On the battlefield, blood and flesh flew. The sounds of swords, spears, axes hitting shields, and blades cutting flesh mixed with the cries of pain. People fell, only to be replaced by others in a relentless cycle. The three armies converged around the open space in the middle of the battlefield, with orcs and humans encircling the vampires. Like interlocking fangs, they fiercely fought, reigniting the fate war between the races. The brutality of the war had reached unimaginable levels, leaving a trail of bodies and blood flowing like a stream. The center of the battlefield was the most gruesome, with bodies piling up like a small mountain, weapons and corpses accumulating, and people stepping on the dead and rushing into battle, quickly becoming part of the mountain of corpses. At this moment, whether human, vampire, or orc, they were all consumed by bloodlust. They knew this was a war of life and death for their races, with victory being the only option. Hatred and madness surged in everyone's heart, leaving only enemies in their eyes. They saw the one in front of them, and then the next, until they or their enemies fell. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned, even those who had seen the first epic war were shocked. At that time, there were only two races, humans and orcs, and their combined forces were not even as many as the blood race. But now, there were nearly 1 million people in front of them. The scene of carnage was too spectacular and terrifying, and the images were so realistic that many people were scared, sweating in their palms, breathing heavily, staring at the screen speechless. This is so damn scary. Is this war? Don't say that. I almost kneeled. I'm already kneeling. My palms and soles are sweating. This is too real. I give full marks for realism and special effects. I just want to know how such bloody scenes passed the censors. Crying blood for the open beta. Open beta please. Wow, did the Golden Saint explode as Cosmo? At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out on the battlefield, attracting the attention of most people. In the center of the battlefield, the golden light on Shang Tang's body surged again, the golden light burning like flames, flickering intensely, shining into the sky, while Cain's body revealed a strange blood color, comparable to the brilliance on Shang Tang's body, reflecting the sky red. Then, the two figures simultaneously dashed out like lightning, the golden and red forces collided, exploding like meteorites, raising a violent dust cloud, shaking the ground for several kilometers around, shattering the entire ground with their terrifying power. Near them, whether human, blood race, or orc, were all directly lifted into the air. Some fragile soldiers were torn to pieces by this force. Both the soldiers on the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. The golden and red lights collided rapidly on the battlefield. Ordinary people could not see how they made their moves, only seeing the two prominent colors intertwining like suns, dominating the center of the battlefield. Where they fought, both enemies and allies were involved, raising a mist of blood and dust that filled the sky. Is this the power bestowed by the gods? Oh my god! Long live the King of Gold! The soldiers on the battlefield even forgot to fight for their lives, staring in shock at the center of the battle between Shang Tang and Cain. When the light and blood mist dispersed, the figures of the two appeared. Shang Tang's golden armor had several damages, and a trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth. A long wound appeared on Cain's chest, fresh blood just overflowed, and the wound began to heal on its own. In an instant the skin became flawless, as if it had never been injured. A cold light flashed in Shang Tang's eyes, quickly becoming serious. Cain's recovery ability was too terrifying. He did not have such power. If this continued, he would eventually be worn out. Shang Tang raised his long sword and shouted heavily, "Thousands of swords attack!" As Shang Tang's voice fell, behind him, a series of golden sword lights suddenly appeared, about 2 meters long each, converging to form a huge fan shape. And the number of these golden sword lights kept increasing, soon covering the sky, and the golden light on Shang Tang's body dimmed significantly. Everyone was shocked by this spectacular scene, speechless for a moment. In the live broadcast room, at this time, the screen was flooded with comments. "I'm speechless. Why did the Western fantasy world turn into a world of swords and martial arts? Ask the dog planner, everything is messed up." Emperor Shangtong instantly transformed into the golden sword immortal. "This special effect is amazing. Take a screenshot, hurry." "Ha, quite something. Is the dog planner preparing for a big mix of things? A myriad of swords coming forth. Looks awesome." Chen Luo in the clouds also exclaimed in surprise, immediately starting to trace back the process of Shangtong cultivating this move. Soon, Shenluo sensed why the sword energy from the fantasy world appeared. The issue lay with the Judgment Divine Sword. When Shenluo bestowed it upon Han Shen, besides giving it an unparalleled sharp attribute, he casually added the setting that could activate sword energy through power. So when Han Shen was infused with the blood of anger, he could unleash the sword energy within and slay a large group of wolf cavalry. During the numerous encounters between Shangtong and Han Yu wielding the Judgment Divine Sword, Shangtong also activated the divine blood within him, continuously evolving and sensing the operation of sword energy within the judgment. Over the following decades, through countless experiments and continuous exploration, Shangtong finally comprehended the sword energy within the judgment, creating the move Myriad Swords Descend. Shenluo's heart stirred, the route of cultivation within Shangtong, he could completely try it out in reality. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as he could reach the first level in reality, he could release this kind of sword energy. Although he couldn't be as exaggerated as Shangtong now, at least 1 or 2 sword energy should be no problem. Unexpectedly, the casual move back then actually brought about a pleasant surprise. The more Shenluo thought about it, the more excited he became, unable to resist the urge to immediately return to reality to try it out, but he quickly restrained himself. This war should be ending soon, and it would be the same to go out and experiment after watching it. At this moment, golden sword lights soared into the sky from all directions in the horizon, descending towards Cain. Each sword light dragged a long tail, the intense light akin to a dragging comet, carrying immense power. Cain stared closely at the sword lights in the sky, sensing a dangerous aura from above, his expression showing seriousness for the first time. Cain's figure changed, leaping into the air and transforming into a giant bat, flying towards the sky, trying to evade the sword lights. However, no matter how he ran, the sword lights seemed to recognize him, relentlessly pursuing him. The sword lights whistled through the sky, with the later ones arriving first, the first sword light swiftly chasing and striking the back of the giant bat. A sharp sound came from the bat's mouth, flipping in the air, landing on the ground and transforming back into human form. A long gash appeared on Cain's back, blood gushing out, soon beginning to heal again. At this moment, the carefree expression on his face disappeared, a flash of fierceness in his eyes. He rushed towards Shangtong at full speed. Shangtong's expression was cold, naturally seeing what Cain was planning. He sneered, waving the long sword in his hand again, as if the golden sword energy in the sky received an order, flying towards Cain once more. Seeing this, Cain's figure suddenly increased in size again, almost to the point where it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The golden flames on Shangtong's body once again covered him entirely, meeting the attack head-on without dodging. Boom! The golden flames and bloodlight, along with the sword lights in the sky, all descended simultaneously. The place where the two were seemed to be torn apart like tofu, creating a circular crater with a diameter of almost over 300 meters. Everyone around them disappeared, leaving only Shangtong and Cain in the middle of the huge pit. At this moment, they separated, both covered in blood. The armor on Shangtang's body has become tattered, covered in wounds, and his helmet has been knocked off, revealing his golden hair fluttering in the wind. Cain is not faring any better, both using extraordinary powers during their fierce battle, which suppresses his self-healing ability. Despite his ability to continuously repair his body, it still inflicts heavy damage on him. Cain knows that despite having self-healing abilities, he is actually the weaker party. Having just advanced to the second rank, he lacks combat experience compared to Shangtang, who seized power from the horse decades ago. Now, he can only continue to drag on, using the blood of humans and orcs on the battlefield to restore his strength and slowly wear down Shangtang. Cain's eyes flicker as he prepares to hunt his prey, but suddenly looks in amazement towards the edge of the giant pit. A young man with black hair wearing armor is nervously looking into the deep pit. "Father King, are you okay?" When the young man sees Shangtang, he immediately breathes a sigh of relief, his face full of joy. Cain finds it strange when he sees this young man and hears him call Shangtang Father King. After a while, Cain suddenly bursts into laughter, becoming happier as he laughs. Shangtang furrows his brow, unsure of what Cain is laughing about, as if he has gone mad. The audience in the live broadcast room also looks puzzled, clearly not understanding. Laughing and gasping for breath, Cain asks, "Is that your son?" Shangtang slowly raises the long sword in his hand and asks, "What are you laughing at?" Cain laughs even more joyfully at his words, tears streaming down his face. "Do you remember when I told you before that I have a talent to sense the bloodline of the Han royal family?" Shangtang's expression changes abruptly, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the young man, sizing him up. Shangtang now has more than 20 sons, so many that he sometimes can't remember their names. This young man in front of him seems to be the 17th or 16th son, and Shangtang can't recall it for a moment. Soon, Shangtang's expression darkens. "Is he from the Han royal family?" Cain bursts into laughter. Ha, you don't even know you've been cuckolded. You might as well be called the emperor with the green hat. After laughing, Cain suddenly feels something is amiss. He had long known that Shang Tang had slaughtered the bloodline of the Han royal family to prevent any future threats and to prevent their power from growing. So where did this boy come from? Shang Tang's expression changes several times. Besides anger, he also raises the same question as Cain. If the bloodline of the Han royal family had long been severed, then whose offspring is this boy? At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room is in an uproar. Put. Emperor Shang Tang was actually cuckolded? It's fake, right? Could it be that Cain, this little brat, is talking nonsense to confuse Shang Tang? It doesn't seem like it. Didn't you see Shang Tang's face change? It's not surprising. Shang Tang has dozens of wives, and there are no eunuchs in the palace, so it's normal that he can't take care of them all. So the question is, Cain mentioned the bloodline of the Han royal family, but the Han bloodline of the human race has already been completely wiped out by Shang Tang. Don't forget, there's also Hanyu, the second of Xia. Right, damn, how could I forget? Could it be that? I think it's very likely to be Hanyu. Think about it, Hanyu has been missing for decades. Why can't anyone find him? Since there is one secret passage, there may be a second one, and Hanyu might be hiding in another secret passage in the palace, right under Shang Tang's nose. Damn, the truth is revealed upstairs. And there's what Lei said, he found news of the Judgment Sword, and then led a large army here, which means the judgment is within the human territory. Damn it! Lei boss closed the live stream and disappeared. He's also missing on the battlefield. It's confirmed now, Lei boss must have gone to find the Judgment Sword. The audience in the live stream room turned into Conans one by one, and they deduced the truth of the matter in just a few moments. Shang Tang and Cain's reactions were not slow either. In a very short time, they realized the problem. Even if they didn't hear the people in the live stream room speak, they noticed that Lei Chengyang was missing. Cain's figure flashed, quickly transforming into a bat and flew towards the palace of the emperor. He was very familiar with that place and was not afraid of not finding the location. Damn it! Shang Tang cursed for the first time. He angrily shouted, rushed out of the huge pit, grabbed a horse and madly galloped towards the direction of the palace. His heart was burning at this moment. As long as he could get the Judgment Sword, no one in this world could be his opponent except for the gods. Ancient giant wolves, Blood Emperor, they all had to step aside. As for the green stuff, Shang Tang didn't care at all. He couldn't even remember the name of that son, let alone care if he was his own. While Cain and Shang Tang were in a difficult battle, Lei Chengyang quietly left the main battlefield with the bloodline warriors of the Orc tribe and the Wolf Soul warriors. They took a detour, followed the secret passage map drawn by Han Chen, and quickly found a secret passage leading to the city within the emperor's capital. Lei Chengyang excitedly led the people into it and quickly found the secret room under the palace. In this secret room, most of the places were stacked with money and treasures, and the rest were some clothes, tables, chairs, and other daily necessities, showing traces of long-term living. Seeing these, not only Lei Chengyang was excited, but all the bloodline warriors of the Orc tribe were excited. This meant that the Judgment Sword might really be here. There were 4 passages in the southeast, northwest directions of the secret room. They entered from the north passage, and the other 3 passages were unknown. Lei Chengyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, 4 people in a group, go search the other 3 passages, the rest search the room. Remember, be careful, if you encounter Xia Ershi, send a signal immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. A bear bloodline warrior following Lei Chengyang respectfully responded and immediately commanded the Orc bloodline warriors to carefully move towards the 3 passages. At the same time, in a hall in the palace, Shang Tang's 154th concubine, Winnie, was pouring wine. After filling the wine glass, she smiled and handed it to Hanyu, who was now a middle-aged man. Your Majesty, when will you take us mother and son out of this palace? I can't stand it here, it's just like a cold palace. Shang Tang's harem had more than 300 concubines, and there were a large number of new people coming in every year to replace the old and faded ones. Winnie, now in her 40s, still had charm, but compared to those beautiful young girls of 18 or 19, she naturally fell far short. So Shang Tang hadn't been here for many years, so long that she almost forgot what Shang Tang looked like. When Xia Ershi came to her, although Winnie resisted at first, she eventually found that no one in this desolate palace even looked at her when she shouted for help, so she gave up. Later on, it turned into, since she couldn't resist, she might as well try to enjoy it. Since entering the palace, Winnie had only been favored by Shang Tang a few times. Of course, after a long time of being alone, there would be normal physiological needs. Over time, the two naturally developed feelings for each other. Xia Ershi smirked and asked, "Why do you want to leave here?" Winnie was stunned. "I heard that the vampire is very terrifying. Even if we unite with the orcs, the chances of winning are not very high. Isn't this our chance to leave the palace? Xia Ershi patted the judgment divine sword on the table, laughed. So you women have short-sightedness, this is a great opportunity for me to restore the country. Xia Ershi continued with a smile, when the people outside the city show the results, whether it's that rebel Shangtang or any blood clan, they will definitely be greatly injured, and I am already at the second level now, with the divine sword in hand, who else in this world is my opponent? But, Your Majesty, Shangtang has ruled the human race for nearly 40 years, people have long forgotten about great Xia. Xia Ershi's smile faded, and he said coldly, I will make them remember. People have always been creatures who bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as I have unparalleled power, they will submit to me. When the time comes, I want them to remember who, they will remember who. When he nodded busily, showing a face of admiration and said with a smile, Your Majesty will surely restore the glory of great Xia. Don't forget us, mother and son, when the time comes. Xia Ershi laughed and reached out to embrace Wenny. Of course, you have been with me for decades. When I establish my empire, you will be the queen, and our son will be the crown prince. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wenny's face was full of joy, poured another glass of wine for Xia Ershi, a toast to Your Majesty again. Xia Ershi immediately took the glass and drank it all. Next, Wenny kept toasting Xia Ershi one glass after another. Xia Ershi, thinking that he had endured for decades and finally broke through to the second level, could soon restore the country with the judgment in his hand, felt extremely happy. After drinking more than a dozen glasses in a row, Xia Ershi suddenly felt something was wrong, because he felt a wave of dizziness coming up. Not the dizziness of drunkenness, but a feeling of weakness in his limbs, all the strength in his body was completely drained. Xia Ershi's face changed drastically, and he quickly realized that there was a problem with the wine. At that moment, Xia Ershi saw a cold light attacking. When he held a dagger in her hand, her beautiful face had turned into a fierce look, and she stabbed towards his heart. Xia Ershi's pupils dilated suddenly, and he exerted all his strength to throw Wenny out of his arms. But his movements were still a bit slow. Although the dagger did not hit his heart, it still stabbed into his abdomen. Ah! Xia Ershi screamed in pain, reaching out to pull out the dagger. He stared wide-eyed, looking incredulously at Wenny. Why? At this moment, Wenny hit the wall of the hall heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up from the ground. Although Xia Ershi was poisoned, the strength of a second-level expert was still not something an ordinary woman like her could resist. With just a casual throw, she was seriously injured and took a long time to get up from the ground. Why? When he coughed up blood, gasping for breath, sneered, Xia Ershi's cruel reputation is well known to the world, and you still want to restore the country by force. Do you think that everyone will submit to you by violence? It's just a dream. Once you take the judgment divine sword to reclaim the throne, the human race will fall into internal strife again, and who knows how many people will die because of you. Xia Ershi pulled out the dagger, seeing that his blood had turned black. He knew that Wenny was afraid he wouldn't die, so she had applied poison to the dagger. Xia Ershi's vision began to blur. The burning pain and tearing sensation from the abdominal wound quickly spread throughout his body, making him smell the breath of death. An unnamed anger burned in his heart. He was unwilling, he really hated it. After lurking for decades, finally breaking through to the second level, he was about to restore the country, but he fell into the hands of a woman. Ha ha ha! Emperor Xia burst into a crazy laughter, staring at Winnie with wide eyes. We both know who you are, no need for these grandiose excuses. If I'm not mistaken, you want to take this judgment sword to seek credit from King Shang, right? Winnie smiled charmingly and said lightly, what's so strange about that? When you and His Majesty were both at the first rank, you were no match for His Majesty even with the judgment sword. Now that you are both at the second rank, His Majesty has been at the second rank for over 30 years. Where do you get the confidence to think you can defeat His Majesty? Watching Emperor Xia unable to hold on and falling from his chair to the ground, Winnie walked over slowly with a look of pity and said, I did give you a chance. If you had agreed to take us, mother and son, out of the palace just now, this wouldn't have happened. But when you mentioned the delusion of restoring the country, I could foresee what would come next. I have long been disillusioned, but our son has a bright future ahead. For his sake, I cannot let you leave alive. Emperor Xia fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound, with a mocking expression on his face. Do you think that by handing the judgment sword to King Shang, he will make you queen and our son the heir? Winnie shook her head. I will not ask His Majesty for such things. I will ask His Majesty to grant my son a piece of land, and we will leave this cold and heartless palace together. Do you think King Shang will agree? Although His Majesty possesses the cold and ruthless demeanor of an emperor, unlike you, he always keeps his word. Winnie walked to the wine table and picked up the judgment sword. The divine sword still shone brightly, and even through the scabbard, she could feel the unparalleled power surging. Winnie slowly drew the judgment sword, and a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire hall like the sun. Amazed, Winnie realized that although she had followed Emperor Xia for decades, he had never let her touch the judgment sword. So this was the first time she had seen the true face of the judgment sword. At this moment, Winnie also understood why Emperor Xia had not let her see it before. Just unsheathing the judgment sword caused such a commotion, and it was said that there was a mysterious connection between King Shang and the divine blood in sword. Once the judgment sword was unsheathed, it was highly likely that King Shang would sense it. However, King Shang was not in the palace at the moment, and this place, resembling a cold palace, was deserted, so Winnie was not worried about attracting attention. She carefully examined the judgment sword as if appraising a rare treasure, growing more and more fond of it as she looked. No wonder everyone is crazy about this divine sword. Just holding it can make one feel invincible. Winnie muttered to herself and then walked up to Emperor Xia with the judgment sword in hand. Dying under this divine sword, you can consider it a fitting end. Emperor Xia was now unable to move, watching the judgment sword pierce his heart but powerless to resist. He let out a roar of anger and unwillingness, struggling to get up but ultimately could not escape the fate of being pierced through the heart by the judgment sword. The terrifying power contained in the judgment sword severed all the vitality within Emperor Xia's body, instantly causing him to die on the spot. The second-generation king of the Great Xia dynasty, who had endured for decades, finally broke through to the second rank and was about to rise again to restore the country, but he died before achieving his goal, killed by an ordinary woman. Han Chen would probably be furious when he found out. Wonderful, wonderful. Just as Winnie withdrew the long sword, the secret passage in the hall suddenly opened, and a tall beast-man with a bear's head and human body clapped his hands and walked out laughing, followed closely by similarly fierce and muscular beastmen. Winnie's face changed drastically, as she never expected beastmen to appear in the secret passage. When they saw them all focusing on the judgment sword in her hand, her face turned pale. Winnie's heart sank, she turned to escape, but before the thought could fully form, a bloodline warrior of the Bear clan leaped forward and was already in front of her, a huge palm already slapping towards her face. Although the bloodline warrior of the Bear clan was huge in size, his speed was not slow at all. With his current speed and strength, if this slap landed solidly, Winnie would undoubtedly die. Let her live. Lei Chengyang said lightly, and the bloodline warrior of the Bear clan changed his slap to a grab, grabbing Winnie's shoulder. Winnie screamed, panicked, and swung the judgment sword wildly. But in front of the huge Bear clan, she was like a little chick. This kind of aimless swinging posed no threat at all. The Bear clan bloodline warrior snorted, grabbed her hand, and then exerted a little force. Winnie had no resistance at all, and the judgment sword slipped out of her hand and fell into the hands of the Bear clan bloodline warrior. At this moment, excitement flashed in the eyes of all the orcs, and their gazes all focused on the sword. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the judgment sword. The Bear clan bloodline warrior let go of Winnie. With a look of surprise in his eyes, he strode to Lei Chengyang, knelt on one knee, and handed the judgment sword over his head. Ha ha! Lei Chengyang laughed heartily, reaching out and taking the judgment sword. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Lei Chengyang grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling a huge surge of power entering his body, invigorating his spirit. He looked in amazement at the judgment sword, not expecting it to be so extraordinary. But soon, he came to his senses and immediately said, "Leave now." Because he had received a notification from Sui Fei in the encrypted live broadcast room that Shang Tang and Cain were rushing towards the palace. Lei Chengyang picked up the scabbard on the table, put the judgment sword back in it, turned around, and rushed into the secret passage. Take her with you. Although the Bear clan bloodline warrior was puzzled, he quickly grabbed Winnie and followed Lei Chengyang into the secret passage. Shortly after they left, a black shadow flew rapidly over the hall and directly broke through the ceiling of the hall. Cain quickly transformed into human form, and when he saw the already dead Xia Ershi, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He rushed over desperately, but it was too late. Cain suddenly exclaimed, looking at the fallen Xia Ershi, he actually broke through to the second rank? Cain moved, picked up Xia Ershi's body, and bit into his neck. The blood of an ordinary Han royal bloodline could greatly enhance his strength, and the blood of a second-rank bloodline warrior could not only help him recover from his injuries but also significantly increase his strength. However, as soon as he bit down, Cain's expression suddenly changed because he tasted a familiar taste. Damn it! Cain grunted and immediately let go of Xia Ershi's body, spitting out the blood he had just sucked in. At this moment, Cain was still live streaming, and the audience couldn't help but be amazed when they saw the scene, as many of them recognized whose body it was. Although 30 years had passed since the War of Dynastic Change, in reality, it had been less than 10 hours, and many people still remembered Xia Ershi's appearance. The appearance of the body had not changed much, just from a young version to a middle-aged version. The audience never expected Xia Ershi, who had been hiding for decades, to die so inexplicably. Isn't that Xia Ershi? Was he taken out by Lord Lei? I rely on, there's no need to guess, it must be the work of Boss Lei, he should have the verdict now. But if it's the blood of Xia Ershi, why would Cain vomit it out? Doesn't drinking blood make him stronger? I think I know the reason now. Look, the blood flowing from Xia Ershi's wound is partly black, he must have been poisoned. That's really it. Did he die from poisoning? This must also be Boss Lei's doing, so insidious, so cunning, he deliberately left the body here, waiting for Cain to come, right? 66666, Boss's moves are getting more and more tricky. Poor Cain, being tricked again. Lei Chengyang still didn't know why he was inexplicably blamed. He took the verdict divine sword to the secret room and immediately ordered someone to release Winnie. There are 3 passages here, the east and west passages lead to the city, you go save yourself. Lei Chengyang didn't care about Winnie's reaction, and immediately led the crowd to rush towards the northern passage leading out of the city. Winnie was stunned for a moment, always hearing that orcs were cruel and cold-blooded, even eating humans. She originally thought she was doomed, but she didn't expect Lei Chengyang to let her go. Winnie quickly came to her senses, now without the verdict divine sword, and without the capital to negotiate with Shang Tang, staying in the palace would mean certain death. After a little thought, she chose to run towards the passage leading into the city. Not long after she left, the entire underground secret room collapsed. Shang Tang arrived at the hall where Winnie lived shortly after Cain arrived. Cain had now sucked Xia Ershi's blood and was poisoned himself. He was truly shocked and angry, and also blamed Lei Chengyang for this, apparently believing that the other party deliberately set up this trap to harm him. Cain sensed something was wrong when he took the first sip into his stomach, so he immediately spat it out. However, Xia Ershi's blood at this time contained 2 kinds of deadly toxins. If he hadn't already reached the second level of strength and his blood had self-healing abilities, he would have died instantly. As he desperately resisted the toxins, a golden light from outside swiftly approached. Shang Tang had abandoned his horse and charged straight ahead, breaking through walls and houses without hesitation, not wanting to delay for a moment. When Shang Tang saw the sickly Cain and the lifeless Xia Ershi, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he punched Cain. Cain was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. His resentment and hatred towards Lei Chengyang had reached its peak, but his life was at stake at the moment, so he couldn't care about that much. He immediately fled towards the outside of the hall. Shang Tang's punch hit the ground, instantly smashing a huge hole in the ground, revealing the underground passage below. Shang Tang was slightly surprised, but quickly understood that this must have been Xia Ershi's hiding place for the past few decades, and Lei Chengyang must have entered the palace through here. Shang Tang's eyes flashed, he immediately abandoned Cain and entered the passage, starting to track the movements of Lei Chengyang and others. After Cain escaped and was about to transform and slip away, he saw that Shang Tang did not chase after him but jumped into the hole in the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly understood what was happening. Cain looked at the countless palace guards surrounding the palace, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and he plunged into the crowd, sucking their blood to heal the toxins in his body. By this time, Shang Tang had already entered the secret room and, looking at the 3 passages in front of him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and began to focus on sensing the movements within these 3 passages. In the blink of an eye, he heard the faint footsteps coming from the secret passage and determined the direction in which Lei Chengyang and others had left. His figure turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards the left secret passage. A few minutes later, Shang Tang saw a group of orcs ahead. Cold light burst from Shang Tang's eyes, his speed increased again, and he directly collided with the person at the back of the orc group. Ah! A series of screams rang out as the few people at the back of the orcs couldn't resist the terrifying power emanating from Shang Tang and were directly knocked into the wall of the secret passage, smashing it to pieces. Even the strong bodies of the orcs couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack, instantly being crushed to death. The remaining orcs, realizing the situation, showed no fear in their eyes but instead a resolute determination to sacrifice their lives, drew their weapons and charged at Shang Tang shouting in the orc language. Shang Tang's eyes were cold as he simply threw a punch, killing all the orcs in front of him without giving them a chance to resist. However, Shang Tang's face was almost frozen with a dark expression because he had only killed ordinary orcs, not even bloodline warriors, let alone any trace of Lei Chengyang. Lei Keba. Shang Tang roared in anger, realizing he had been deceived. Lei Chengyang had obviously known that he was being followed, so he deliberately let these ordinary orcs create a disturbance to lure him over. Shang Tang instantly understood where the problem lay. Without hesitation, he immediately shut down the live broadcast. With Lei Chengyang's financial and material resources, he could easily hire people to monitor his every move in the live broadcast room and have them report his location in real time in the password-protected broadcast room. No wonder he was always one step behind. This cunning and treacherous guy. He was truly despicable. Shang Tang was furious, his figure shot back and he was back in the secret room he had just been in. He looked at the two remaining passages, unsure of how to choose because there was no sound coming from either passage, making it impossible to make a judgment based on sound. And even with his current speed, no matter which passage he chose, if it turned out to be the wrong direction, by the time he returned, Lei Chengyang would have already left the city and safely returned to the orc army. Shang Tang gritted his teeth. At this point, he could only take a gamble. A flash of determination crossed Shang Tang's eyes as he rushed towards the northern passage. After Lei Chengyang shut down the live broadcast, Shang Tang also closed the broadcast again, causing an uproar among the audience in the live broadcast room. Because now there were only 3 players left in the game, with only one of them, Cain, still broadcasting. The audience didn't know what was happening, and for a moment, they had no choice but to enter Cain's broadcast room, instantly increasing the number of viewers to a terrifying 20 million. At this time, Cain was continuously killing the palace guards in the palace to restore his strength, but most people were not very interested in this and began to complain in the live broadcast room. I want to see a battle of 1 million people. I want to know the outcome of the battlefield. I don't want to watch vampires sucking blood. Stupid officials, strongly demand an official live broadcast channel. We missed out on such an epic war. It's understandable that Lei Boss shut down the broadcast. He's afraid of revealing the location of the Judgment Sword. But why did Emperor Shang Tang also close the broadcast? Stupid, the reason must be the same as Lei Boss. Haven't you noticed that Lei Boss always knows Shang Tang's actions in advance? There must be someone in his live broadcast room leaking information to Lei Boss, so Shang Tang is always one step behind, just being played by Lei Boss again. No wonder Shang Tang shouted Lei Boss's name in frustration just now and immediately shut down the broadcast. This game is getting more and more interesting, turning into a game of cat and mouse? I think Lei is very cool, although he doesn't have much strength himself, he managed to outplay 2 second-tier big shots. It's unacceptable not to be convinced. Oh, Cain has been sanctioned. As the audience in the live broadcast room boredly watched Cain's massacre, suddenly someone noticed something wrong, because a white holy light suddenly appeared on the screen, instantly illuminating the night sky. At this moment, by continuously sucking blood, Cain not only eliminated the toxins in his body, but also restored most of his strength. He was about to catch up and find the Judgment Sword, but at this moment, hundreds of people in white clothes quickly emerged from various corners of the palace and blocked his way. Cain's expression changed slightly, feeling a sense of disgust emanating from these people. He couldn't explain why, it was as if it was innate. Alexander slowly walked out of the crowd, with a solemn and sacred look on his face, looking at Cain, slowly raised his hand. The 200 white-robed monks also raised their hands at the same time, and a faint white light began to shine from their palms. In the name of God, I bestow judgment upon you. With Alexander's voice, the holy white light on the hands of the 200 white-robed monks bloomed, instantly illuminating everything around them. Cain was blinded by the dazzling light, instinctively reaching out to shield his eyes. But as he did so, he found that all the exposed skin on his body began to smoke, a smell of burning quickly spreading. Cain cried out in pain, quickly shutting off his sense of pain, then his figure flashed, breaking through the palace gates and rushing into the hall to avoid the holy light. Upon entering the hall, Cain was filled with anger, knowing that the people in front of him were members of the Church of Light, and the holy light they emitted indeed had the same effect as sunlight. Cain watched as his burned skin began to heal, while the people from the Church of Light outside quickly caught up, his face quickly darkening. This holy light was extremely troublesome. If it were an ordinary vampire, he would probably have been burned to death just now, but for him, who was already at the 2nd tier, it only caused some burns and stinging effects, making it difficult to kill him. Seeking death on your own. Cain snorted coldly, scanning the hall. He found some black cloth to wrap around all his exposed skin, then made a face mask with 2 eye holes and put it on his head. Oh, is Cain going to rob a bank with this mask? Ha, the mask does look like it. Oh, could it be that by not exposing his skin, Cain can resist those human light bulbs from the Church of Light? Just watch, Cain is after all the ancestor of vampires. He shouldn't be afraid of those who are not even first-tier human light bulbs. But being blocked by the people from the Church of Light, Cain probably won't have a chance to get the Judgment Sword. Cain coldly watched as the white-robed monks from the Church of Light rushed in, quickly pulling down his hood slightly to cover his eyes, and then directly charged forward at the fastest speed. Vampires were known for their speed, and under his full acceleration, he reached an exaggerated speed. All the white-robed monks only felt a blur in front of them, a black shadow lightning fast rushing in front of them. The person in front was torn into 2 pieces by Cain barehanded on the spot, while the others behind were knocked into the air, then heavily fell to the ground, spitting blood and fainting. Then, Cain began to rampage among the 200 white-robed monks. He didn't need his eyes at all. as long as he felt a source of light, he would charge straight at it. These monks had ordinary bodies, how could they withstand Cain's fast speed and powerful impact? In the blink of an eye, at least 50 monks died tragically at the hands of Cain. The remaining white-robed monks were in disarray, as they were just ordinary people who had never witnessed such a horrifying scene before. Just as they were at a loss, Alexander's solemn voice rang out. Beneath the great goddess of light, your people are suffering at the hands of demons. We pray for your grace to descend and bring judgment upon the demons. Alexander's firm and fearless voice infected the white-robed monks, calming them down in a very short time. Thinking of Alexander's teachings over the past half-month, they knelt down and recited prayers together with him. Cain felt the group of monks all kneeling down to pray, sneered, and without hesitation changed direction to continue his onslaught. As the white-robed monks heard the screams of their companions, their faces showed expressions of sorrow, but they no longer felt fear, continuing to pray with unwavering determination. Soon, dozens of white-robed monks died again. At that moment, Cain suddenly felt a palpitation-inducing breath coming from above. Cain trembled, lifted the eye holes of his hood, and looked up. White dots emerged from the bodies of these white-robed monks, converging on Alexander's head, and in the blink of an eye, a woman formed entirely of light dots appeared above the hall. She held a scepter, with a captivating figure about 3 meters tall, radiating a holy light, overlooking the crowd below like a deity. The radiance of the goddess of light was as dazzling as the sun, enveloping the hall in a sacred aura that rapidly spread outward. At that moment, whether it was the skin covered or the exposed parts of his eyes, Cain began to burn. With a cry of alarm, in that brief moment, he felt his realm becoming unstable, dropping from the second tier directly to the peak of the first tier, and still descending. He glared furiously in Alexander's direction, his form quickly transforming into a bat, and he dashed out of the hall like lightning. The holy radiance continued to pursue him, burning him, until he was far from the range covered by the radiance of the goddess of light. Cain tumbled in the air several times in a sorry state before finally stabilizing his form. Damn the Church of Light! Cain gritted his teeth, keeping that name in mind. In just a moment, he had dropped from the second tier to the first tier, almost unable to maintain even the strength of the first tier. He looked up at the sky turning pale, immediately sending a thought to Lily and the other 4 second-generation princes to retreat, disregarding the other bloodlines. Cain had to leave now, it was almost dawn, and if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, with his current strength, trying to snatch the judgment sword again would probably result in being crushed by Shang-Tang in minutes. At that moment, Cain also ended the live broadcast. He had originally intended to broadcast live, allowing everyone to witness him defeat Shang-Tang and Lei Changyang, but now fleeing in embarrassment, losing face, and leaving the broadcast on for others to enjoy his escape? In the real world, tens of millions of viewers who were watching the live broadcast suddenly wailed, and the last clear shot of the epic battle was gone. They wanted to know the outcome of the battle, to see who would end up with the judgment sword. Tens of millions of people were curious, their resentment reaching its peak, and they flooded the forum demanding the opening of the official live broadcast channel. Chen Luo saw the excitement of the crowd, and the countless viewers unable to vent their emotions once again flooded the forum. After some thought, he immediately posted a large red pin post on the forum homepage in the name of Customer Service Wang Xiuqi. The official live broadcast channel is now open. Please click the link to enter. The audience did not expect the official action to be so fast, but at this moment they were eager to know the result of the epic battle, and did not care about much else. One by one, they clicked on the link and entered the official live channel with great excitement. As they entered, they found that the screen was on the main battlefield of the imperial capital, where a fierce battle was still raging below. Unlike regular live rooms, the audience could choose their perspective. For example, they could choose to view from the perspective of Shang-Tang and Lei Koba who were still in the game, or from the main battlefield, or from the air, or even on the battlefield itself. The audience was extremely surprised by this feature, as it allowed them to have a 360-degree view of the live broadcast, something that regular games could not achieve. As a result, tens of millions of viewers began to choose their preferred perspectives. Some chose Lei Koba, some chose Shang-Tang, and some chose the battlefield. Chen Luo saw the forum instantly calm down, as everyone marveled at the power of this perspective feature, and he suddenly smiled. The reason why the audience could choose different perspectives was because when they clicked on the live link, they also opened a teleportation channel, sending a strand of their soul into the Western fantasy world. This live room was not a server, but rather a convergence point of consciousness for the souls of the audience in the Western fantasy world. From the perspective of a soul, they naturally wanted to see wherever they desired. This was similar to players, except that the audience did not have physical bodies, could not perform other actions, and were unaware that they were actually inside the Western fantasy world. The words they spoke in the live room were actually generated through thoughts in the live room, but they mistakenly thought they were typing on a keyboard in reality. Therefore, even though they were separated by a screen, they could still feel the impact of the game's realism, and could ignore the difference in time flow between the two worlds, synchronizing in real time in the live room. They felt the passing of time in the Western fantasy world only as a sensation of the soul, while in reality, time flowed normally. Just like the subtitles in TV movies, when it says X years later, X months later, in reality, only a second has passed. At this moment, the perspectives of tens of millions of viewers all shifted to Lei Qingyang's side, as they all wanted to know if the Judgment Sword had truly reached his hands. When the scene appeared, the audience were amazed to see Lei Koba holding a sword, protected by dozens of orc bloodline warriors, emerging from a tunnel outside the royal city, then riding towards the orc army on an outside mount. Damn, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Judgment Sword, right? It's the Judgment, no mistake. I screenshot it before, I'll send it to you for comparison. Image, Lei is really awesome. Despicable and cunning, that's your synonym. Lei, you might as well change your name to Lei Awesome. Want to die? Dare to insult our Lei. Cain, I'm 16 this year. JPG, the person above is really talented. When did you make this emoji? It's so cool, saved. This emoji is really so vivid. A new generation of roaring emperor is born. Beware of the blood emperor challenging you to a real-life PK. Funny. Lei Qingyang had just rushed out with the Judgment Sword when a golden figure suddenly broke through the stone door at the exit of the secret passage and appeared outside the royal city. Shang Tang glared angrily at Lei Qingyang on his mount ahead, and his figure burst out once again. Sensing the movement behind them, several bloodline warriors of the wolf and bear tribes did not hesitate and immediately began to transform. Then came the earth-shattering howls of wolves and roars of bears, as the massive ancient giant wolves and two bears measuring 5 to 6 meters in size lunged towards the golden figure. Boom! The golden figure collided fiercely with the fierce beasts, disrupting their formation and sending them all flying, before continuing to shoot forward without hesitation. Seeing Shang Tang rapidly approaching, the dozens of bloodline warriors behind Lei Qingyang showed no fear or hesitation, transforming into giant beasts once again to block Shang Tang. Although the bloodline warriors of the orc race were very powerful after transforming, their individual strength had not yet reached the first rank, posing little threat to Shang Tang, only causing some obstacles. If Shang Tang had not been eager to seize the Judgment Divine Sword, these bloodline warriors of the orc race would all have perished. The three races on the battlefield, who were originally engaged in fierce combat, also noticed the commotion. At the same time, all vampires received orders from the higher-ranking vampire clan to kill Shang Tang at all costs. This order came directly from Cain, the vampire progenitor, who had the ability to control his descendants, and no vampire could resist this command. All the vampires were stunned, then abandoned their original enemies and madly rushed towards the golden figure. In the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned, not understanding why the vampires suddenly went crazy and charged towards Shang Tang. I understand too. Damn, what do you guys understand? I understand the reason you don't understand. Alright, let me explain to the classmates who seem mentally challenged. It's almost dawn now, and the vampires still can't break through the city gates, so they are doomed. Later, the orcs and humans will definitely fight again for the judgment. For Cain, is it better to snatch the judgment from Shang Tang or from Lei Sasa? No wonder. If the judgment falls into Shang Tang's hands, not to mention the vampires, the orcs will also be finished together. Cain is leveraging the remaining value of the vampires, anyway, they are all on a dead end. Under Cain's command, this group of vampires successively blocked Shang Tang. After experiencing the siege of the two races, the 150,000 vampires were reduced to less than 50,000, but this number was still not something Shang Tang could withstand, especially since each vampire's strength was far superior to that of ordinary humans and orc soldiers, and they knew they were doomed. They all erupted with extremely strong combat power. Shang Tang himself was injured in the battle with Cain, and facing the endless and fearless vampires, he finally couldn't push forward. Although the human army realized something was wrong and quickly rushed to support their king, Lei Qingyang had already returned to the orc army at this time. The judgment belongs to our clan. Lei Qingyang drew the judgment, and the dazzling divine light illuminated an area of several hundred meters, shining brightly in the dawn. All the orcs erupted in cheers, which was definitely a morale-boosting good news for them after fighting all night. Long live the king! Long live the king! The orcs shouted like a roaring sea. Warriors of all races, retreat immediately. Upon hearing Lei Qingyang's command, all the orcs immediately began to orderly retreat from the battlefield. The human soldiers were busy rescuing their king at this time and could not care about the judgment, only watching helplessly as the orc army retreated like a tide. Shang Tang was infuriated, watching the orc army disappear without a trace, while being entangled by countless vampires, and his injuries were increasing. Losing too much blood, he began to feel a slight dizziness. At this moment, the Knights of the Honor Knights rushed in without regard for their own safety, fighting their way to Shang Tang's side, allowing him to catch his breath. The sun finally rose slowly at this moment, and the vampires wailed as they turned to ashes under the sun. Not even the bodies on the ground were spared. When all the vampires disappeared, only the bodies of the orcs and human warriors were left on the ground. The blood had long since gathered into a river. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous. Shang Tang's eyes were fierce. Ignoring his injuries, he mounted his horse and shouted, "Honor Knights, follow me in pursuit. Your Majesty, if you do not seek treatment for your injuries soon, it may endanger your life. Please reconsider, Your Majesty." The leader of the Honor Knights, Lien, suddenly changed his expression and urgently advised. Shang Tang was covered in blood at this moment, almost unrecognizable, except for a pair of eyes shining with a terrifying light. No need for more words, depart immediately. Shang Tang suddenly pulled the reins of his horse and charged forward. But just as Shang Tang rushed out a few steps, to everyone's astonishment, he fell from his horse. Lien's expression changed drastically. He quickly led people over and helped Shang Tang up. "Chase the judgment." Shang Tang uttered these words from his mouth and then fainted. Lien hesitated for a moment, hurriedly ordered people to send Shang Tang back to the capital for treatment, then mounted his horse, drew his sword, and shouted loudly, "Honor Knights, obey my command. Let's retrieve our ancestral artifact." Yes. The remaining 20,000 members of the Honor Knights responded in unison. The thunderous sound of hooves resounded like thunder, as tens of thousands of cavalry quickly pursued the direction of the orc retreat. Led by Lien, the 20,000 Honor Knights, without any support, solely because of Shang Tang's command, pursued the remaining 300,000 orc army. With their powerful mobility, the Honor Knights caught up with the orc army in less than half a day. Lien knew that it was almost impossible for them to directly confront the 300,000 army, so he adopted guerrilla tactics, launching ambushes whenever the orcs rested. Their targets for each attack were clear, either aimed at the provisions or the injured orc camps. In just a few days, the orcs suffered huge losses. Lei Chengyang was greatly troubled by the Honor Knights. He repeatedly set traps to try to eliminate this annoying cavalry unit, but Lien was clever and could always see through his traps, never taking unnecessary risks, slippery as an eel. Lei Chengyang never expected that after Shang Tang's absence, the human race still had such capable generals. If it was just Lien who had leadership skills, it would be fine, but the members of the Honor Knights were all fearless. They even considered death the highest honor, shouting loudly every time they charged, "Honor is my life." It's like they're all crazy. What's even more troublesome is that the orcs' provisions were lost by more than half in several attacks, forcing Lei Chengyang to order the orc tribe to travel overnight and quickly leave the human territory. But the Honor Knights were like maggots on bones, always launching attacks when the orcs were most exhausted, making the orcs always on edge, unable to eat or sleep well, and morale plummeted. The pursuit by the Honor Knights lasted for half a month, all the way to the border between the human and orc territories. Lei Chengyang was speechless. He couldn't understand what belief supported the Honor Knights to pursue this far. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by the relentless pursuit and the spirit of honoring life displayed by the Honor Knights. The Knights' faith in the Honor Knights' loud declaration was also well known to the world at this moment. In the face of strong enemies, fear nothing, be loyal, brave, and upright, protect the weak, honor our tribe. When the orc army finally shook off the Glory Knights, returning to their territory, Lei Chengyang counted the troops and was infuriated to find that out of the original 300,000 soldiers, only 200,000 remained. Although intelligence reports indicated that the Glory Knights had also suffered losses of over 10,000 men, the gap between the two sides was staggering, reaching a ratio of 1 to 10. This was the first time in history that casualties in a war between orcs and humans had reached such an exaggerated number. Although the Glory Knights did not ultimately reclaim their honor, they became renowned across the continent, embodying the epitome of bravery and fearlessness. Even the orcs, while hating them, couldn't help but admire their spirit. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast were left speechless, as the Glory Knights truly lived up to their knightly oath. The more I look at this game, the more it feels like a real world. Yeah, whether it's the spirit or each person's unique character, where can AI replicate that now? It's terrifying, but creating a new world seems impossible. Don't forget, these races all originated from us. This kind of advanced technology, I believe no country in the world can achieve it now. I just want to know when the public beta will be available. I want to join the Glory Knights. It's so damn cool. At that moment, the official live broadcast suddenly ended. Whether the audience liked it or not, the second epic war finally came to a close. All three races suffered heavy losses, with the Blood Clan losing 150,000 troops except for Cain and the second prince who escaped. The orcs, despite obtaining the Judgment Sword, were unable to unleash its power without the Bloodline warriors and suffered losses of nearly 300,000 men, greatly weakening their forces. The humans fared no better, losing 150,000 soldiers on the battlefield, including 20,000 elite members of the Glory Knights, and losing the Judgment Sword, resulting in a significant defeat. The outcome of this battle quickly spread to various platforms such as video websites, Weibo, and social media, with captivating screenshots and videos igniting a wider range of publicity. Surprisingly, it was the Glory Knights and their Knight's Oath that caught fire, becoming the top trending topic. The second trend was Cain's animated image saying "I'm 16 this year." The image captured Cain's frustrated and embarrassed expression perfectly, coupled with the line "I'm 16 this year," adding a touch of inexplicable humor, instantly becoming a viral meme. The popularity of Second Life was not limited to the domestic market, as many sharing videos appeared on the world's largest video platform, YouTube, even reaching the top spot in views. At this point, Chen Luo returned to reality and immediately began experimenting with the 10,000 swords converging technique from the Shangtong. Following the internal route of the Shangtong's technique, Chen Luo felt the energy in his blood starting to move, quickly flowing to his fingertips. In the next moment, a silent sword aura appeared on Chen Luo's fingertips, measuring over 10 centimeters. Although it paled in comparison to Shangtong's several meters long sword aura, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel excited, as it meant his idea was correct. With continued improvement in strength, he could unleash the 10,000 swords converging move like Shangtong. Chen Luo tried to launch the sword aura, but after several attempts with his mind, he found he couldn't control its release. Chen Luo fell silent, realizing it was because his strength was still too weak. However, Chen Luo was not discouraged. He retracted the sword aura and walked to the dining table in the living room, looking at the glass from which he had been drinking water. Chen Luo's hands once again condensed a white sword aura. He swiftly cut towards the metal cup. When the sword aura dissipated, the cup remained unchanged. Chen Luo was surprised, as he clearly felt the sword aura hit the cup. Why did it have no effect? Just as Chen Luo was feeling puzzled, he suddenly noticed large water stains seeping out onto the tablecloth beneath the cup, spreading continuously as if the water inside the cup was leaking out. Chen Luo reached out to grab the cup, intending to lift it up for a closer look, but to his surprise, he found the cup unusually light. With a splash, the tea in the cup flowed out, spilling on a half of the table. Chen Luo then realized that he was only holding the top half of the metal cup, while the bottom half remained intact on the table. Chen Luo's eyes lit up with joy as he picked up the half cup of metal to examine it closely. The cut surface of the cup was incredibly smooth, without any roughness, as if the cup was naturally meant to be split in two like this. Chen Luo's eyes revealed a sense of delight. The power of this was already quite terrifying, if it were to cut a person. Chen Luo imagined that scene and couldn't help but shudder. The outcome would probably be similar to this cup, with blood spraying out instead of water. Chen Luo mastered this sword aura, tidied up the table, and began to contemplate how to solve his own safety issues. With the popularity of Second Life, someone with ill intentions would eventually come knocking on his door, so he needed to make some preparations now. In fact, this wasn't particularly troublesome for Chen Luo, as he could choose to stay inside the Western fantasy world indefinitely and avoid going out. However, this approach had a drawback. With his current strength, he could only accumulate a maximum of 10 days in the real world for every 1,000 years spent inside the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo didn't understand why, but he had tried staying inside for more than 10 days before, only to be forcibly pulled out by the Hunyuan pen when the time was up. After coming out, he needed at least a day of rest before being able to go back in. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to sell his current house, so he could start fulfilling his childhood dream of traveling the world. Since he only needed to be in the real world for one day every 10 days, Chen Luo could easily fly to the city he wanted to visit, stay there for 10 days, and have a good time before returning to reality. This way, he would only need to be in the real world for a maximum of 3 days each month, leaving fewer traces of his activities and increasing his safety. Even if he were to be discovered, he could simply leave and go wherever he wanted in this vast world. With a firm decision in his heart, Chen Luo immediately began preparing to sell his house. However, after checking the time and seeing that it was already 10 p.m., he realized he couldn't contact a real estate agent and would have to wait until the next morning. Chen Luo quickly washed up and returned to his bedroom to sleep. After an unknown amount of time passed, Chen Luo suddenly woke up from his sleep. He heard a series of faint noises, realizing that someone was using tools to unlock his door. Chen Luo instantly became alert, sneered, turned on the light, and walked towards the living room. The noise was coming from the entrance, where the door handle was slowly turning. Chen Luo sat down on the sofa directly facing the front door, calmly watching as the door made a crisp sound and was pushed open. A man cautiously appeared at the doorway, his gaze meeting Chen Luo's in the middle of the living room. The man was taken aback, obviously not expecting Chen Luo to still be awake, but he reacted quickly, silently stepping forward and opening the door to rush towards Chen Luo. At the same time, 4 more men rushed in at the door, with the last one closing the door behind him. Chen Luo casually stood up, looking at the man who had rushed towards him first, and pulled out a dagger from behind to stab at him. Chen Luo moved slightly, swiftly appearing behind the man like lightning, then raised his foot and kicked him out. In the next moment, the man screamed in agony, his body flying 5 to 6 meters in the air, then flying over the living room and balcony, tracing a parabolic arc directly falling from the 10th floor. Chen Luo was stunned, and the remaining 4 men were also dumbfounded. Is this still a human being? Kicking a person 7 to 8 meters away with one kick? What kind of power is this? Chen Luo just wanted to kick him down with one kick, using his maximum strength as usual. But he never expected the enhanced strength to be so terrifying, actually kicking an adult man into the air. Bang! There was a sound of a heavy object falling from outside, so clear that they could hear it on the 10th floor. The 4 thugs looked at each other in shock, none of them could believe what they saw. The incident just happened too quickly, they hadn't had time to make a move, and they saw Chen Luo suddenly appearing in front of his accomplice, and then the companion flew out. The remaining 4 were chilled, they had been in fights, seen killings and deaths, but what they witnessed now was beyond their comprehension. They knew their companion was done for. Be careful, he's dangerous. The 4 exchanged glances, faintly forming a circle, slowly surrounding Chen Luo. Without a word, the man on the left raised a dagger and stabbed at Chen Luo's stomach. The action was fast and fierce, without any warning, very cunning. At this moment, Chen Luo was still in a brief astonishment of killing, but soon he sensed the danger in front of him. He looked over, and these people's movements were as slow as snails, posing no threat to him at all. Chen Luo calmly reached out his hand, grabbed the man's blade, and then stabbed it into the man's heart. Before the man could even scream, Chen Luo rose up, kicked him in the back, and the man screamed as he flew into the air, over the balcony and plummeted down. Before the remaining 3 could react, Chen Luo moved again, lightning fast, jumping behind 2 of them, grabbing their collars, and forcefully smashing them together. Bang! The 2 men collided with the terrifying force from Chen Luo's hands, instantly knocking them unconscious. Chen Luo, one in each hand, exerted all his strength and threw them out towards the balcony. With a swift sound of wind, the 2 men flew over the balcony railing, soaring high into the dark night. Having lived in this place for over 20 years, Chen Luo naturally knew what was below his building. Below was an empty parking lot, usually deserted, especially at 3 in the morning. It was impossible for anyone to be around, so there was no worry about hitting anyone. The last man, terrified, looked at Chen Luo, almost without any hesitation, turned and fled towards the door. At that moment, he was completely frightened by Chen Luo's terror and ruthlessness. But as he ran to the door, he felt a huge force surging towards him, and his body involuntarily flew up. He screamed loudly, like the previous few, flew over the balcony, and fell towards the ground. Chen Luo dealt with 5 people, calmly turned off all the lights, and then returned to the bedroom to lie down on the bed. Chen Luo, if he were to say he had emotional fluctuations at this moment, it would be due to his astonishment at the current capabilities of his body. After undergoing several modifications with the genes of the divine descendants, his strength and speed have reached an extremely exaggerated level. The force of that full-strength kick just now was able to kick a 150 to 160-pound adult male nearly 10 meters away, almost like being hit by a speeding car. According to his estimation, this strength must be at least over a ton now. It seems like he will need to practice controlling his strength in the future. Chen Luo lay on the bed for a moment, suddenly feeling strange about his current state. Apart from the initial surprise of accidentally killing the first person, he made the decision to take out the other 4 people in a very short period of time. And after that, when Chen Luo killed the remaining 4 people, he surprisingly felt no emotional fluctuations in his heart, as if he had just stepped on a few ants. Chen Luo didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing, as he didn't feel the nausea or disgust that is said to come after killing someone. In Chen Luo's view, this group of people came to kill him, so naturally he had to be prepared to be killed. As for the origin of these people, Chen Luo didn't need to think about it to guess that it was definitely Yin Tingsheng. Before I leave, let me give you a ride. Chen Luo sneered inwardly and quickly fell back asleep. As the dawn broke, Chen Luo woke up, drew back the curtains, washed up, and then went downstairs to buy breakfast. Bathed in the warm morning light, strolling along the paths in the neighborhood, Chen Luo politely greeted the neighbors he met along the way. The neighbors naturally all smiled and responded warmly, showing a friendly attitude. When Chen Luo walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, he found several police officers wearing large hats talking to the residents inside the neighborhood, asking questions and taking notes. Chen Luo? Chen Luo was a bit surprised when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned to look and saw a man in a police uniform looking at him. After seeing the appearance of this police officer clearly, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile in surprise. So it's Officer Wu. The police officer who stopped him was Wu Haoyun, the middle-aged police officer he had met at the police station a few days ago. I didn't recognize you with the hat on just now. Do you need something from me? Wu Haoyun squinted his eyes and looked at him for a moment, then asked in a serious tone, do you live here? When Chen Luo heard this question, his heart skipped a beat, but he quickly replied nonchalantly, I live in Building 7, Room 1003. Is there something wrong? Oh, Building 7, Room 1003. Wu Haoyun stared at Chen Luo for a while, seeing that he appeared calm and unaffected. He asked again, did you hear any strange noises last night while you were at home sleeping? By now, Chen Luo had regained his composure and shook his head. No, I went to bed early yesterday, fell asleep before 11 o'clock. What kind of strange noises are you talking about? Such as the sound of helicopters or machinery like cranes. Chen Luo looked puzzled and said, I don't know about that. I didn't hear any helicopters, but if there was a crane or something like that coming in, shouldn't the surveillance at the entrance capture it? The surveillance cameras in the neighborhood were all destroyed, nothing was recorded. Wu Haoyun paused and asked, well, have you heard any sounds of fighting or screams? Chen Luo pretended to ponder for a moment and shook his head. No, Officer Wu, is something wrong? Wu Haoyun shook his head and said, nothing's wrong, I just happened to see a familiar face like you and thought I'd ask. Since you didn't hear anything, then forget about it. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Chen Luo waved his hand, glanced in the direction of the parking lot, and bid farewell to Wu Haoyun. The parking lot has been sealed off, with police setting up barricades at the entrance. Several officers are guarding the area, surrounded by a group of onlookers from the neighborhood. The residents are chattering and speculating, asking the silent police officers about what happened inside. Chen Luo, knowing the truth, casually left the neighborhood to buy breakfast. As the police watched Chen Luo disappear from the entrance, another officer with 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulder asked Wu Haoyun, Wu, any updates on this person? Wu Haoyun shook his head, no, just ran into an acquaintance living here, asked a few casual questions. Liang, have your criminal investigation team examined the scene, any findings? Liang looked puzzled, the forensic team and technicians are still investigating, no conclusions yet. But I went to the parking lot earlier and saw that out of the 5 bodies, only one was stabbed through the heart with a knife and died on the spot, the other 4 fell from a height, but their bodies were at least 20 meters away from the nearest tall building. If they were thrown from above, it would be impossible to throw them that far, so I suspect someone dropped them from a helicopter or a large crane. Wu Haoyun's expression turned strange. I asked around door to door just now, some people did hear screams and impacts around 3 or 4 in the morning last night, but it was faint and they fell back asleep. No one heard the sound of a helicopter. Liang pondered for a moment, that is indeed strange, besides using these large tools, I can't think of any other possibilities. It's a headache, 5 lives lost, such a big case, the city bureau will probably set up a special task force, maybe even elevate it to the hall level. For now, we can only do what we can hear. At this moment, inside Yanji Gold's shop, Yan Tingxing's face was grim as he stared at a man in front of him and asked in a harsh tone, you're saying all the little cats are dead? Yes, I just received a call from the city sub-bureau police saying they accidentally fell to their deaths, their IDs were found on them, asking me to go to the sub-bureau to identify the bodies. Yan Tingxing's face tightened, each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. That kid did it? The young man hesitated for a moment and said, from that kid's skills and the location of their deaths, it should be him. Gangzi, go confirm the bodies first and find out what happened. Yes, Uncle Yan. By the afternoon, Gangzi hurried back, Uncle Yan, it's the little cats. But the situation is a bit strange. Yan Tingxing impatiently said, stop beating around the bush, just say it. Seeing Yan Tingxing's dark expression, Gangzi quickly spoke up, the sub-bureau's criminal investigation and forensic teams have examined them and concluded that they died from falling from a height, only the little cats were stabbed through the heart with a knife. Died from falling from a height? Yan Tingxing was taken aback. What's so strange about that? The strange thing is where they fell from. The spot where they died is 20 meters away from the nearest building. It's impossible for a normal person to throw someone weighing over 100 pounds that far. Yan Tingxing narrowed his eyes, a normal person can't do it. Go call those people from Lingnan. Gangzi's expression changed slightly, Uncle Yan, the police are currently investigating their deaths, maybe it's better to lay low for now? Yan Tingxing said calmly, I have my own plans, have them come to Hongyu Garden tonight. Gangzi hesitated to speak, but seeing Yen Tingxing's expression, he knew there was no point in trying to persuade him. Yes, Uncle Yen. After Gangzi left, Yen Tingxing lifted the teacup to drink tea, only to find it empty when it reached his lips. As he set the cup down, it made a crisp sound as the bottom collided with the tabletop. It was then that Yen Tingxing realized his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Feeling a dryness in his mouth, he shakily poured himself another cup of tea from the teapot and drank it in one gulp, not minding the heat. After a while, his hand finally stopped shaking, but an inexplicable chill crept into his heart. Without any warning or indication, a ruthless thunderous blow was dealt to those who offended him, wiping out 5 lives in an instant, in a manner that defied explanation. How did they manage to do it? Could there really be superhumans in this world? It was not difficult to eliminate those sent against him, but why did the other party make it so difficult, using such unfathomable and complex methods instead of simple ones? Did they not know that this would attract greater attention from the police? No, they could not possibly be unaware. Any force possessing such power would not be foolish. Did the other party know that it was him orchestrating this behind the scenes? Would they continue to retaliate against him? As these thoughts raced through Yen Tingxing's mind, he quickly concluded, yes, they definitely will. Since the other party had taken out those 5 subordinates in such a brazen manner, they had undoubtedly bared their fangs and would surely come knocking to eliminate him in the next moment. Therefore, the Lingnan people he had summoned were not for continuing to retaliate against Chen Luo, but for self-preservation. However, such humiliating thoughts could not be spoken in front of his subordinates. Yen Tingxing had initially thought Chen Luo was just someone with no significant background who had stumbled upon a windfall, but he had never expected that there would be such a terrifying force behind him. Yen Tingxing had already begun to consider whether he should flee. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had already found a real estate agent and, after offering to sell at 20% below market price, received a call that evening from someone interested in viewing the property. Chen Luo had not returned to the Western fantasy world at this point. He planned to start the public beta after Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang passed away. Before that, he wanted to quickly settle the matter of the house. The efficiency of this agent was remarkable, as they brought 3 people to view the house that very evening. The first potential buyer found the house a bit old, having been around for almost 30 years, and left after a brief look. The second viewer found the age of the house acceptable but asked for a further price reduction, a request that Chen Luo naturally refused. The third buyer was a property speculator, a very straightforward person, who, upon seeing Chen Luo's calm and outstanding demeanor, simply inquired about the reason for selling the house. When Chen Luo mentioned his plan to buy a new house, the other party promptly indicated their willingness to proceed with the transaction. They signed a contract, with the buyer paying a deposit of 500,000 yuan first, and the next day completing the transfer procedures at the housing authority and paying the remaining 2.5 million yuan. The entire process took only 2 days. Chen Luo no longer needed to worry about the remaining matters. The buyer would collect the new property certificate when the time came. Chen Luo did not ask for any of the furniture inside, only packed some simple clothes and went directly to a hotel near Hongyu Garden. Subsequently, he rented a car and headed to Yanji Gold Shop, where he glanced at Yen Tingxing from a distance, locked onto his aura with his mental power, and then found a quiet place to wait. This wait lasted until around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, when Yen Tingxing, accompanied by a group of tall and burly men who seemed like bodyguards, left the gold shop in a black Audi. Chen Luo immediately drove to catch up, quickly realizing that they were on the highway, speeding towards Luo City. Chen Luo sneered inwardly, knowing that Yen Tingxing had sensed something was wrong and was preparing to flee. Chen Luo calmly followed for a while, but when the speed exceeded 120 and continued to accelerate, he suddenly realized he might have been discovered. Chen Luo's expression turned cold, he immediately stepped on the gas pedal, and the speed suddenly soared to 150. As they were about to approach Yen Tingxing's Audi, a white sword aura suddenly appeared in Chen Luo's hand, followed by a blue thunderbolt wrapping around the white sword aura. The blue and white auras intertwined, instantly illuminating the car. At this moment, Yen Tingxing, who was sitting in the back of the Audi, turned around and saw the scene of the blue and white light bursting. The blue and white light reflected Chen Luo's cold smile clearly on his face. Just then, Yen Tingxing was shocked to see Chen Luo's hand reaching out of the car window. A palm-sized white light appeared in his hand, surrounded by a fine blue light, looking extremely mysterious. Before Yen Tingxing could figure out what the white light was, Chen Luo waved his hand gently, and the blue and white intertwined light burst out, heading straight towards the Audi's fuel tank. Seeing this, Yen Tingxing immediately realized what was happening and frantically shouted at the driver, "Speed up! Accelerate!" The driver, not understanding what was going on, instinctively stepped on the gas pedal, and the speed soared to almost 180. At that moment, Yen Tingxing noticed Chen Luo suddenly slowing down, and the distance between the two cars grew larger. Just as they were about to disappear from sight, he suddenly felt the car shake violently, followed by a sky full of flames and a huge impact sweeping towards them. Boom! The Audi exploded in the distance, with debris flying in all directions on the highway. Fortunately, it was almost dawn, and there were only Chen Luo and Yen Tingxing's two cars on the highway, so it did not cause a chain collision accident. Chen Luo slowed down, drove through the debris on the ground, and then left. The entire car was blown to pieces, and if anyone inside was still alive, it would be a miracle. Chen Luo turned at the next exit, quickly returned to the hotel, packed up his luggage, returned the car the next morning, and went to the airport. In the taxi, Chen Luo opened a book called 100 Most Beautiful Places in the World and randomly flipped to a page. Himalayas. Seeing where the book page opened, Chen Luo immediately took out his phone to book a flight to Lhasa. Chen Luo's choice of destination was simple, he would go wherever the page he randomly opened to was located, very casual. By the time he arrived at the airport, it was almost time to board the plane. Several hours later, Chen Luo landed at Lhasa Airport, found a hotel to stay in, and had already appeared in the Western fantasy world. 3 days had passed in reality, but 300 years had passed in the Western fantasy world. Since the end of the Second Epic War, both the human race and the orc race were severely weakened and entered a long period of recuperation. 20 years later, Shang Tang launched a war against the orcs, vowing to reclaim the Judgment Sword. At this time, Lei Chengyang was already old, and his life was about to end. However, under the pressure of Shang Tang's personal powerful force, the orc race had grown many bloodline warriors in these 20 years, with some breaking through to the First Order and even attempting to break through to the Second Order. When these bloodline warriors broke through to the First Order and transformed again, their combat power increased linearly, and when united, they were no longer afraid of Shang Tang. Cain took advantage of the departure of Shang Tang to cause trouble within the human territory, destabilizing Shang Tang's rear, but it ultimately came to nothing. Shang Tang did not give up on reclaiming the judgment because of this, but before he could launch a second war, new troubles arose. In the Second Epic War, Alexander suffered a major defeat and fled after killing the vampire clan, which was widely publicized by the palace guards and attendants who witnessed it. The reputation of the Church of Light and Alexander soared like the Glory Knights, with more and more believers joining the Church of Light. After recovering from his injuries, Shang Tang had been wanting to eradicate the Church of Light once and for all to eliminate this threat. At this time, Cain caused trouble again, forcing Shang Tang to temporarily set aside the Church of Light and focus on dealing with the trouble caused by the vampires. However, only elite soldiers like the Glory Knights or Bloodline Warriors could deal with the vampires, and their numbers were far fewer than those created by Cain. Shang Tang had no choice but to seek help from the Church of Light. However, this created a paradox. The more vampires the Church of Light sanctioned, the higher their prestige rose, attracting more people to join, making them stronger, and making it increasingly difficult for Shang Tang to act against the Church of Light. After 20 years of development, the power of the Church of Light had grown significantly. During the Second Epic War, there were only 200 white-robed monks. But now, Alexander had advanced to the first rank, mastered more light divine arts, and the number of white-robed monks he trained had increased 20-fold to 4,000. Alexander also established the Judgment Knights specifically to sanction vampires, who were not only proficient in combat and killing skills but also able to use light divine arts, becoming a powerful force organization on par with the Glory Knights. Although Alexander had become the first pope of the Church of Light, he deeply respected Shang Tang, the talented founding monarch, always considering himself a subject and never showing any disrespect or arrogance. Shang Tang could not find a reason to act against the Church of Light for the time being, only watching as the Church of Light grew stronger day by day, gradually becoming an unstoppable force. As time passed, Shang Tang realized that not only commoners but even ministers, consorts, and princes within the palace had started to believe in the Church of Light. At the same time, there were increasingly strong calls domestically for the Church of Light to become the state religion. Shang Tang realized he could not wait any longer and must quickly eradicate the Church of Light, or else the divine authority would eventually surpass royal authority. Just then, news arrived from the orc side that Lei Chengyang had passed away, plunging the orc nation into mourning and low morale, presenting a perfect opportunity to seize the Judgment Sword. Shang Tang had to make a choice between eliminating the Church of Light and seizing the Judgment Sword. In fact, he hesitated for only a second before choosing to once again gather his troops to attack the orcs. Lei Chengyang had been the orc king for decades, making indelible contributions to the orcs' strength and earning sincere support from all tribes. After his death, the tribal kings personally led their elites to Chiluo City for mourning, leaving defenses across various regions weakened. Seizing this opportunity, the human army advanced unstoppably, reaching Chiluo City in just a month. This marked the first time in history that a human army had reached the orc capital. While the magnificence of Chiluo City amazed the humans, they were also at a loss for what to do. Shangtang looked at the towering walls hundreds of meters high and could not think of any way to breach them. Even sacrificing lives would not get them onto the walls. Shangtang made one attempt at an attack, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties before retreating in defeat. The Orc clan, angered by Shangtang's attack, united as never before. Even the bloodline warrior Russ of the Bear clan broke through to the second rank. The Orcs quickly crowned Russ as the new Orc king, leading the Orc organization in a large-scale counterattack. With a presence capable of confronting Shangtang on the battlefield and the Orcs' possession of the Judgment Sword, the situation on the battlefield suddenly reversed. In a direct confrontation, Shangtang was defeated by Russ wielding the Judgment Sword, and the human army suffered heavy losses in the city of Chilo, surrounded by Orcs from all directions. It was only when the Knights of Glory fought to the death that Shangtang managed to escape back to human territory with only a few thousand troops left. Shangtang's prestige suffered a heavy blow, but he shifted his focus to the Bright Church at this time. Shangtang declared the Church of the Creator, which Han Shen had previously established, as the state religion the following year, branding the Bright Church as a heretical cult worshipping false gods and spreading rumors about the church, such as sacrificing living organs, drinking human blood, and incest, all of which were intolerable to secular society. Shangtang initiated a nationwide 3-year campaign to eradicate the church, with soldiers destroying Bright Church churches across the country, arresting local bishops, and executing them without trial. Alexander naturally would not sit idly by. He declared that Shangtang was possessed by demons and would be purified by the radiance under the crown of the Goddess of Light. Thus began the struggle between the Great Shang Dynasty and the Bright Church for royal and divine authority. The Bright Church had already gained deep-rooted support over the decades, with their white-robed monks often using healing arts to aid the impoverished, giving them a broad base of support. Even with Shangtang's powerful army, it was difficult to completely eradicate the Bright Church. This led to a 20-year conflict known as the 20 Years' War. It was not until Alexander broke through to the second rank that the Bright Church shifted from passive defense to a position where they could counterattack. Shangtang realized that the Bright Church had gained the upper hand and that forcibly eliminating them would only weaken the human forces and provide an opportunity for the Orcs. Without the protection of the Bright Church's white-robed monks and the Judgment Knights, vampires began to wreak havoc once again. Public discontent grew, causing Shangtang's prestige to plummet, forcing him to negotiate with Alexander. In the 131st year of the Great Shang Dynasty, after 6 months of negotiations, Shangtang issued a decree in the imperial capital, granting tolerance to the Bright Church. This decree proclaimed freedom for those who believed in the Bright Church within the Great Shang Dynasty, returned confiscated church property, and recognized the legal status of the Bright Church, known as the Imperial Decree. The Imperial Decree marked a turning point in the history of the Bright Church, signifying the shift from suppression to utilization by the Great Shang Dynasty, from being a persecuted underground religion to a recognized religion. In exchange, the Bright Church had to suppress vampires at the first sign of their appearance. After this, both sides clearly delineated their powers, with Shangtang refraining from interfering in the church's internal affairs, and the church strictly prohibiting the acquisition of political power through its influence, ensuring that royal and divine authority remained separate. A century passed, and Shangtang ultimately failed to break through to the third rank, passing away peacefully. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel regretful as he read this. Shangtang ultimately fell into the same situation as Han Shen. Han Shen was obsessed with power, neglecting his own strength and ultimately relying on divine intervention. Shangtang, who started out wise and martial, became entangled in power struggles due to the emergence of the Bright Church, fearing a threat to his authority and unable to extricate himself. Shangtang knew that enhancing his own strength was the key, but he was enamored with the power of the Judgment Sword, hoping to make himself invincible through its judgment. So he has always been reluctant to part with that divine weapon, launching wars time and time again. However, Shangtang had a splendid life, starting from obtaining divine blood, rising to become the founding monarch of a new dynasty. Although his actions in the latter part of his life were not so glorious, overall his achievements outweighed his faults, at least much stronger than Han Shen back in the day. After Shangtang's death, the entire human race mourned, holding mourning activities for a full month. A 50-meter-tall bronze statue was erected outside the royal palace in his honor for future generations to admire the heroic founding monarch. Even the Bright Church, which had always been at odds with Shangtang, declared him a saint, stating that he did not die but ascended to paradise, returning to the divine realm under the Goddess of Light. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately expelled the only remaining player, Cain, from the game and posted an update announcement on the forum. The beta version 0.3 of Second Life will officially launch in 10 days, with the following updates. 1. In order to prevent certain players from causing trouble and affecting the game balance, a species pool will be opened in the newbie village. All players must create a species in the species pool. Only after the system determines its value and that it will not affect the game balance can they enter the game. Once a species has been created, it cannot be created again. 2. Players who cannot create valuable species will have the opportunity to enter the game by opening the real version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game map. 10,000 players will be entered each time, unable to team up, with only one winner. The player who ultimately wins the chicken dinner will qualify to enter the game directly. 3. Elves, trolls, goblins, and dwarves will be opened as initial selectable races. 4. Players entering the Western fantasy world must not disclose any information about the real world. Violators will be directly eliminated and permanently lose their game qualifications. 5. In order to ensure the physical and mental health of players, the time flow rate will be adjusted to 1 day equals 1 year, so players no longer need to test their bladder endurance. 6. The ancestors of elves, trolls, goblins, and dwarves will simultaneously obtain the qualification to customize their lives in the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe will open in 3 days, so players who have received rewards should be prepared as time waits for no one. 7. Each player has only one life. After death, they will be forced to log out and can only log back in 1 week later. 8. Think of anything else to add, that's it. The update log on the forum immediately caused a sensation. It was not just a sensation on the forum but had a ripple effect across the entire internet, even overshadowing the once trending topics of Lei Chengyang, Shangtang, and Cain. Second Life had already become popular across the internet due to a series of events within it, even gaining high levels of recognition internationally, making it one of the most anticipated online games globally. Moreover, the events that occurred within it would often trend, and now the fame of Lei Chengyang, Han Chen, Shangtang, and Cain was no less than that of A-list celebrities in reality. However, except for Lei Chengyang, who publicly revealed his identity, the others remained low-key, seemingly not seeking fame and had not actively exposed their identities. This allowed many to see a new way to fame. As long as one played Second Life well, they could potentially become a star-like figure, achieving both fame and fortune. Lei Chengyang was the best example. If he had not become famous in the game, how could the 2 companies under his name have continuously hit the daily limit up, nearly doubling his net worth? As for those celebrities and streamers, they were even more eager for the game to start testing. Not to mention attracting popularity, just the exaggerated time flow rate comparison was enough to make people yearn for it. Being able to live an extra life compared to others, anyone would want to play. As for the majority of ordinary people, their thoughts were much simpler. They just wanted to play this game with a realism level of 100% and experience a real Second Life. So when the news of the public beta came out, it quickly became the international headline, not only exciting domestic players, but also getting foreign players excited, hoping for the launch of the international server for Second Life. However, the soon-to-be updated content also got all the anticipating players excited, sparking intense discussions on the forums. Simba, at Kaijuekuan, haha, what some players are saying is about you, the Ant Emperor, right? As clever as I am, I knew the official would target you again. You won't be able to play as an ant in the future. I'm so beautiful I can't die. The Ant Emperor can't play as an ant. You can go play something else to curse the game company. Meichuan Naiku waited for so long and finally waited until today, dreamed for so long and finally realized the dream. I just want to sing a song. Finally the public beta is open. Leader of the League of Worried Women, don't you think the real-life version of Chicken Dinner is the real excitement? 10,000 people, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Those who play Yasuo are all sabi. Yeah, it's actually a real-life version of Chicken Dinner. This game company really knows how to play. It's truly a benefit for us chicken players, playing Chicken Dinner and then playing Second Life. What could be better than this? Roll a little further, strongly demand the release of the real-life version of League of Legends. Understand the king's rank. The #1 leather in the world, but isn't the time flow adjustment too low? It directly reduced by 100 times, so the game time is even shorter. And you have to wait a week after death to log in. What is this? Official, are you still making money? Soon, the forum began to criticize the updated content one by one, but the vast majority of people were filled with excitement and anticipation, starting to discuss which VR device is better. Chen Luo fell into the superhuman academy at this time. 300 years had passed, dust was everywhere, and a layer of spider webs had formed. What made him even more speechless was that this place had become a griffin's nest. The original 10 griffins had turned into hundreds, occupying every corner of the superhuman academy. When those griffins saw Chen Luo in the air, they didn't attack, but instead curiously flew around him, seemingly examining this unfamiliar species. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, originally thinking of using some method to deliver acceptance letters, but now there was no need to think about it, just let these griffins take care of it. Anyway, there were only 300 students in total, some of whom might not even come, so this group of griffins was more than enough. With a thought, Chen Luo directly gave orders in the minds of the 300 adult griffins, and then gave them the ability to speak various languages, and then said lightly, "Go." The 300 griffins instantly understood Chen Luo's identity, and then without any delay, quickly spread their wings and flew into the sky, heading towards the path left by Chen Luo in their minds. Chen Luo looked at the messy superhuman academy, shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, restored the superhuman academy to its original state. The remaining griffins had already been sent to another part of the island as their new home. It would take at least 10 days or half a month for those students to come to the superhuman academy, which was just enough time to prepare the cultivation system of the Western fantasy world. Although he had established a ranking system before, he had not left behind a cultivation system, so whether it was the natives or the people of the Shang dynasty, they could only fumble around, and their strength would increase very slowly. Chen Luo flew to a high tower and began to contemplate what kind of cultivation system to prepare. Without much consideration, he quickly determined the cultivation system. Of course, the Western fantasy world would not be complete without magicians, followed by warriors, warlocks, assassins, thieves, and so on. Chen Luo decided to start with magicians and warriors first. As for the cultivation system of other professions, there was no rush. Chen Luo made a decision and began to establish a complete magic system. Since there are plenty of magic settings in Western fantasy novels and games in reality, he simply adopted them. First, there are fire, water, earth, wind, light, and dark elements. With Chen Luo's words, the Western fantasy world quickly generated these elements. He then continued, let's add the mutated wood, thunder, and ice elements to make it complete. In fact, the light element already existed. It was the power emitted when using the light magic, but at that time it was not strong enough. Only those with the light constitution and the heart of light like Alexander could sense it, and then cultivate and use it. After Chen Luo generated these elements in the Western fantasy world, all the monks of the Church of Light inexplicably felt that their cultivation speed had increased, and the power of the light magic they emitted had become stronger, with a qualitative improvement compared to before. Thanks to the grace of the Goddess of Light, Gallus City had been designated as the Holy City of the Church of Light. Pope Alexander I was leading all the clergy of the Church of Light in the largest building in the city, the Lophus Cathedral, kneeling and praying towards the statue of the Goddess of Light and the Archangel of Judgment, Lophus. At this time, Alexander was already over 200 years old. After the death of Shang Tang, he had unparalleled influence in both the church and the great Shang dynasty. Even the newly enthroned king treated him with great respect. However, Alexander always adhered to the constraints of the imperial decree, serving the gods wholeheartedly, never interfering in secular affairs, and strictly prohibiting any clergy from using believers to gain political influence. At this time, Alexander was already nearing the end of his life, but at this moment, he sensed an immensely huge light element enveloping the world, allowing him to quietly break through the realm that had been stuck at the second level for nearly 100 years, doubling his lifespan once again to 400 years. Alexander believed that this was a gift from the Goddess of Light for his years of preaching. Therefore, he summoned all the clergy for the annual pilgrimage ceremony. At the same time, feeling affirmed by the Goddess of Light, Alexander decided to make the Church of Light the only religion of the human race, purifying all other beliefs. Chen Luo was unaware that his unintentional actions had set off the prelude to a religious upheaval within the human race, and even the Genesis Church, which believed in him, was wiped out in this catastrophe. However, even if Chen Luo knew, he didn't care. At this moment, he was focused on copying and pasting. The innate constitution determines which type of magic is suitable for cultivation. The probability of awakening the talent of a mage is 1 in 10,000. For the mutation type it's 1 in 100,000. The way to cultivate is to meditate and awaken spiritual power, then perceive various elements with spiritual power, and finally manipulate them with a special arrangement to form magic. Next is magic spells, manipulating the arrangement of magic elements. After the magic is formed, control the movement of the elements with spiritual power to achieve the purpose of controlling the magic. Magic levels are directly divided into 1st to 5th levels, up to divine level magic, with power corresponding to their level. In addition to magic, there are magic arrays, magic barriers, also divided according to magic levels. There are also auxiliary magic potions, magic crystals that amplify magic power, materials for making magic items, and so on. With Chen Luo's muttering, these things quietly blended into the Western fantasy world. After pondering for a moment and feeling it was almost complete, he suddenly waved his hand, and countless books on magic were automatically generated in a high tower at the Extraordinary Academy. Meditation Practice Manual, Basic Magic Theory, Magic Geometry, Magic Potions and Elixirs. These books cover everything from basic theory to advanced divine magic, arranged according to power levels, extending from the first floor of the magic tower to the highest 29th floor, totaling tens of thousands of volumes. For now, let's leave the magicians as they are and focus on setting up the warrior training system. Chen Luo thought for a moment. Now that there are bloodline warriors, they are more suitable to become warriors in terms of physical fitness and talent than ordinary people. However, their combat power comes from the bloodline bestowed upon them, lacking universality. It is necessary to establish another warrior system outside of this, allowing ordinary people the possibility of becoming extraordinary beings. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo began to set up the warrior training system. Warriors train their bodies, possess powerful combat skills, and, in advancing to the third rank, can possess battle chi. Battle chi is a warrior's advanced skill directly related to vitality. Only warriors who master the essence of battle chi can use it. In the later stages, they can become knights and berserkers. Knights can advance to the 6th rank and become paladins. Forming a contract with a dragon can transform them into dragon riders. Berserkers pursue ultimate strength, using their bodies as vessels to forge the strongest physique. At the 6th rank, they can become runic holy warriors, inscribing runes of heaven and earth. Each new rune inscribed can greatly enhance their own strength and grant special effects of the inscribed rune, such as using magic and increasing various resistances. After setting up the systems for the two professions, Chen Luo added warrior training books to another high tower, although compared to the magic books, there were far fewer, totaling just tens of thousands of volumes. By this time, the 300 griffins had already flown to 3 other continents, heading towards their respective targets. In the Earl's mansion of the Danchi city in the Great Shang Dynasty, it was winter, with goosefeather-like snow falling outside. A skinny young man was struggling to carry a wooden barrel of similar size to him. The barrel was filled with water, and the young man's weak strength was clearly unable to lift it. Every few steps, he had to put down the barrel, take a rest, and then lift it again. The young man looked about 14 or 15 years old, dressed in tattered clothes, with some exposed skin showing frostbite. Shivering all over from the cold, he still gritted his teeth and carried the wooden barrel towards the kitchen. Just as he was about to enter the kitchen, a foot suddenly stretched out. Caught off guard, the young man was tripped and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. The bone-chilling water in the barrel quickly soaked the young man's whole body, causing him to shiver, but he hurriedly tried to get up. However, at that moment, the foot that tripped him stepped on his palm heavily. The young man's face turned red, and in pain, he opened his mouth as if to scream but bit down on his teeth, making no sound. Enduring the intense pain, the young man looked up at another young man of similar age. Billy, the youngest son of the Earl of Rodney in Danchi City, was his half-brother, 1 year younger than him. However, the two had vastly different treatment. Billy was dressed in luxurious clothing, wearing an expensive and warm bear fur coat, followed by several sycophantic attendants. Although Billy saw the young man in pain, his eyes were cold and indifferent, as if looking at a dead person. Feeling a chill in his heart, Billy involuntarily took a step back, but soon realized something, and in anger, he stomped on the young man's head, pushing his face deep into the icy water. "Humph, how dare you, a bastard, look at me like that." Billy glared angrily at the young man and shouted at the attendants behind him, "Beat him." "Yes, young master." The attendants immediately rushed forward without hesitation, punching and kicking the young man. The boy did not struggle or resist, nor did he beg for mercy, he just endured silently. The more he did this, the angrier Billy became. He pushed away the attendants and personally started kicking the boy's abdomen with all his might. The boy curled up in pain, almost passing out, but still did not make a sound. Billy felt a surge of nameless anger, and his attacks became more vicious. He sensed only contempt from the boy's silent response, no fear whatsoever. "Still dare to glare at me." Billy finally ran out of strength. "Keep hitting him. Keep hitting until he screams." The attendants, seeing Billy's furious state, did not dare to slack off and immediately rushed forward to beat the boy again. They hit harder and harder, fearing Billy's dissatisfaction. The boy seemed as if his body was not his own, just letting them beat him. Before long, the boy was bruised and bloodied all over. But throughout, the boy did not utter a sound, his eyes remained firm and filled with a coldness. "Master Billy, if you keep hitting him, he will die. This bastard will be dead. Although the Count will not blame you, you will still receive a scolding. Can we call it a day today?" A servant with a smile approached Billy and said. Billy's face changed, pointing at the boy angrily, "You wait for me, you will pay for this in the future." With a final threat, Billy left with his cronies. The boy, without a word, struggled to get up from the ground, began to clean up his wounds and bloodstains. The servants in the kitchen, seeing this scene, seemed accustomed to it, ignoring it. The water tank is not full yet. If it's not filled today, there will be no food to eat. The fat steward in the kitchen sneered and leisurely walked out. After cleaning his wounds, the boy silently carried a wooden bucket, without even changing his wet clothes, limped out of the courtyard to fetch water. In the following days, when the boy's injuries were almost healed, Billy and others would come to trouble him again, with the same pattern of verbal insults and brutal beatings. But every time, the result was the same. No matter how they beat him, even when the boy could not get up anymore, he did not yield or beg for mercy. And every time they were tired of beating him and ready to leave, the boy would slowly get up, quietly watching Billy. That calm and steady gaze suddenly made Billy feel a chill from the depths of his heart. From that moment on, Billy began to have nightmares, and every time he was awakened from his sleep, it was the boy's cold eyes that startled him. But the more this happened, the more Billy wanted to drive away this nightmare. One day, after another beating in the courtyard of the Count's mansion, the boy was covered in blood, yet he smiled at Billy. Unable to bear it any longer, Billy roared at the attendants, "Grab him!" The attendants dared not disobey, immediately seizing the boy. Then, to the shock of everyone present, Billy pulled out a dagger from behind and snarled at the boy, "Die!" The boy's expression changed slightly. He tried to break free from the attendants' restraints, but his body was too weak to struggle. Just as the dagger was about to stab the boy, a huge shadow loomed over the sky, and everyone felt a palpable sense of dread above their heads. Billy's movements froze, his stiff neck lifted up to look above. In the sky appeared a giant beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, about 5 to 6 meters tall, its golden feathers shimmering in the sunlight. Billy trembled, feeling the presence of the top predator, his legs involuntarily starting to tremble. Not just him, everyone in the Count's mansion felt the disturbance in the sky. Count Rodney was also shocked to see the strange beast in the sky. He quickly ordered all the guards in the mansion to gather and rush towards the courtyard of the Count's mansion. The griffin swooped down from the sky and landed lightly in the courtyard. Seeing the griffin up close, its terrifying presence became even more pronounced with its sharp claws and eyes as sharp as blades. "Billy, come here!" Count Rodney rushed over with hundreds of soldiers, and when he saw the giant beast landing near his son, he was startled and shouted in a panic. Billy was so scared that his legs went weak, and he could barely run. In the end, with the help of 2 trembling attendants, he ran in a sorry state to his father, Count Rodney. "Father!" Billy was on the verge of tears as he ran over and grabbed Rodney's arm, his body trembling uncontrollably. Rodney gently patted Billy's back, comforted him softly, then turned and shouted, "Archers, get ready!" The soldiers' faces turned pale, some even white, as they had never seen such a terrifying beast before. But upon hearing Rodney's command, they had to assume a fighting stance, with the archers bending their bows and aiming at the griffin. The griffin, however, didn't even glance at them. It walked slowly to the boy who had been dropped, looked down at him, and asked, "Are you Chris Rodney?" Hearing the griffin speak, everyone present was wide-eyed, thinking they were hallucinating. Chris, however, remained calm. He looked at the beast in front of him and said slowly, "I am Chris, but now I have taken my mother's surname. I am Chris Cecil." The griffin's eagle eyes flashed, and in an impatient tone, it said, "Regardless of your surname, this acceptance letter is for you." The griffin raised a claw and handed a sealed parchment scroll to Chris, urging him, "Hurry up and read it, decide whether you want to come with me. I haven't seen my dear daughter for half a month. Oh, she's just born less than a month ago and hasn't seen her father. Do you know how cruel this is? I'll give you 5 minutes, no, 1 minute to decide." Chris was stunned. Although he couldn't understand what was happening, he carefully took the parchment scroll, opened it, and began to read. "Hello, Mr. Chris Rodney, congratulations, you have been accepted to the Academy of the Extraordinary. If you wish, please inform the messenger, and it will take you to the Academy of the Extraordinary to embark on a legendary journey." The acceptance letter was only a few lines long but exuded a majestic aura. After quickly reading it, Chris's eyes showed a strange color, almost no hesitation, and he immediately said, "No need for a minute, can we leave now?" The griffin snorted, grabbed Chris with its huge claw, and casually threw him onto its back. "Hold on tight." Chris hurriedly reached out to grab the feathers on the griffin's back and glanced in the direction of Count Rodney. Seeing the cold and indifferent expression on the other's face, who was still staring at the griffin without even looking at him, his expression also returned to indifference. "I'm ready, let's go." The griffin's huge wings slowly flapped, and then it flew into the sky with Chris. After soaring into the sky, the griffin's speed was extremely fast, disappearing from Count Rodney's mansion in the blink of an eye. Count Rodney watched as Chris was taken away, a hint of gloom unconsciously appearing in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The griffins descending from the sky not only happened in the territories of the human and orc races on the Yin continent, but also simultaneously occurred in the dwarf territories of the ice and snow continent and the elf territories of the Elven continent. Each race had a strong reaction to these ferocious beasts, but the biggest reactions came from the goblins and trolls, as they wanted to directly slaughter and eat the griffins. At this time, the griffins were comparable to third-tier powerhouses, and the trolls and goblins ended up meeting a gruesome fate due to their reckless actions. In the end, all the griffins simply assumed that these two ugly races had chosen to give up, not even bothering to send them a notice, and flew straight back to the Academy of the Extraordinary. So, when all the griffins that had flown out returned, they only brought back 101 students, one-third of the originally planned number. Although Chen Luo was somewhat surprised, he didn't think much of it, as he had anticipated that not many would come in the first place. However, when he didn't see a single goblin or troll, Chen Luo found it a bit strange. He didn't ask the griffins who went to pick them up but instead retraced the process and understood what had happened. Chen Luo chuckled helplessly. These goblins and trolls were quite something. He didn't have any intention of sending more griffins to fetch them. Perhaps, this was their fate. At this moment, all the griffins landed in the open space in the middle of the Academy of the Extraordinary. Except for 7 sturdy griffins that flew up to the 7 towers, the rest flew to the new living areas designated by Chen Luo. Among the 101 students, there were both males and females, mostly aged between 15 and 18. One-third were humans, another third were orcs, and the final third were elves and dwarves. As soon as they landed, they naturally separated into their respective racial groups. Humans and orcs had been enemies for thousands of years, so upon seeing each other, they instinctively huddled together and assumed a cautious defensive posture. The elves and dwarves, on the other hand, were seeing these two races for the first time. Observing their nervous demeanor, they looked over with curiosity. While the humans and orcs were wary of each other, they also sized up the dwarves and elves. The dwarves, with their big beards and stout stature, appeared somewhat comical, but the appearance of the elves left all humans and orcs stunned. Their flawless faces, pointed soft ears, silver hair flowing smoothly over their shoulders, angelic features, and flawless fair skin made them feel somewhat inferior. The elves seemed to emit a dazzling light, causing everyone to momentarily fall into a state of awe, unable to believe that such beautiful creatures existed in the world. After a while, they finally tore their gaze away from the elves' beautiful faces and began to survey their surroundings. Gazing at the magnificent Academy of the Extraordinary, they all showed expressions of amazement, clearly awed by the vastness of the architectural complex. At that moment, a voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. "Welcome, new students of the Academy of the Extraordinary. I am Lofis, the headmaster of this academy, and I will also be your mentor in the future." The students present were all stunned because they only heard the voice and did not see Chen Luo's figure. Moreover, the voice was peculiar, as it conveyed its meaning clearly to the elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs, as if it were their own racial language. Soon, the elves with the talent of keen eyesight were the first to sense something and all looked up into the sky. Seeing the elves' reaction, the members of the other 3 races couldn't help but follow their gaze. And at that moment, they were all equally stunned, their jaws almost dropping. A man in a white robe with black long hair is walking down from the sky, creating an invisible staircase with each step he takes. The onlookers are amazed as he descends. Wow, he can fly. Is he a god? How did he do that? So amazing. The students from the 4 races are all in awe, as flying is a rare ability in this world. Do you think flying is an extraordinary ability? Chen Luo steps onto the ground and looks at the astonished students, asking with a smile. Of course, Luo, Master Lofis, isn't flying the realm of gods? A female elf raises her hand. Chen Luo smiles. Let me teach you the first lesson. Flying is not as difficult as you imagine, nor is it the realm of gods. It only requires a little magic. With a snap of his fingers, all the students suddenly feel themselves flying upwards uncontrollably. They gasp in surprise, flailing in the air. Take a deep breath, calm down, and maintain your balance. Chen Luo's voice echoes in their ears, calming their panic. They quickly adjust their postures in the air and regain their balance. Chen Luo also takes flight, flying in front of the 100+ students. Flying only requires mastering wind magic to control the power of elements and have the ability to manipulate the air. The 101 students are astonished to find that as Chen Luo flies forward, their bodies also uncontrollably follow him. As they fly further, their initial shock turns into wonder. They realize they have come to an extraordinary place. Most of those who agreed to follow the griffins were dissatisfied with their current situation and wanted a change, like Chris. He watches Chen Luo flying ahead, his whole body trembling with excitement, knowing that his life may undergo a drastic change, all thanks to the mysterious man ahead. The students come from various backgrounds, noble bastards like Chris, artists' daughters, commoners, and even slaves of the orc race. Elves and dwarves, Both long-lived races have similar social structures but are less rigidly stratified compared to humans and orcs. Chen Luo guides the students to explore the Academy of Extraordinary in the air, briefly introducing the functional areas before continuing their tour on the island. The island, transformed by Chen Luo, is picturesque, with birdsongs, fragrant flowers, green mountains, and blue waters, resembling a paradise. While the elves are accustomed to such surroundings, the dwarf, orc, and human students are mesmerized by the beauty, feeling like they have entered heaven. After seeing where you will live in the future, now let's see what you will face after graduation. Chen Luo flew with all the students towards the endless sea. As they got closer to the superhuman academy, a huge head suddenly emerged from the sea, opening its massive mouth and lunging towards the students in the sky. All the students were terrified, frozen in midair, unsure of how to react. Fortunately, the monster's mouth only reached just below their feet, narrowly missing them. Despite this, the over 100 students were still scared out of their wits. The contrast was too great. One moment they were in paradise, the next they encountered such a huge and terrifying monster. The monster missed its attack and fell back into the sea, but immediately a giant tail pierced through the water's surface, creating massive waves and heading straight towards the people in the sky. The tail, about 30 to 40 meters thick, shimmered with silver scales under the sunlight, almost blinding those who looked at it. Many of the more timid girls couldn't help but scream as they instinctively tried to escape, only to realize their bodies were not under their control in midair. At that moment, Chen Luo waved his hand, causing everyone to quickly rise nearly 10 meters higher, avoiding the ferocious attack. The splashed seawater rose into the air, drenching everyone except Chen Luo. As the students wiped the seawater off their faces, they suddenly felt a chill, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying creature. They couldn't help but look down at the sea, where a giant head covered in silver scales appeared before them. It was just a head, but it was at least 10 times larger than a strong orc. With sharp fangs and a pair of vertical pupils exuding malice and a desire to devour, it stared fiercely at everyone in the sky. The next moment, the sea monster spewed out dozens of wind blades towards them, rushing madly in their direction. Each of these wind blades was about 2 to 3 meters long, making a sound like a buzzing electric saw as they tore through the air. Even a fool would know the consequences of being hit by these wind blades. Chen Luo kept a close eye on the reactions of the over 100 people. Faced with the onslaught of wind blades, each person's reaction was similar, their faces filled with fear, panic, and confusion. They were all just teenagers, who had never experienced such terrifying things before, so it was natural for them to be afraid. However, there were 4 unusually calm individuals, whom Chen Luo couldn't help but admire. These 4 happened to be from 4 different races: Chris from the human race, Veet from the dwarf race, Irelia from the elf race, and Gorn from the orc race. After observing them for a while, Chen Luo noticed that their heart rates and expressions remained relatively stable, without much emotional fluctuation. Especially Chris, the ragged and scarred human teenager, whose gaze never left him, making Chen Luo seem like his first love. After observing for a moment, Chen Luo waved his hand, causing the wind blades to reverse and instantly cutting the still reacting monster into countless pieces. The deep red blood instantly dyed the sea red. Just as the students breathed a sigh of relief and marveled at Chen Luo's strength, the sea seemed to boil as more than 10 larger monsters surged up from the depths, beginning to feast on the flesh and blood of the slain monster. In just a few minutes, the monster was devoured completely, not even leaving behind bones. The students were horrified, their scalps tingling and throats dry, eager to leave such a dangerous place. Although most of them lived in the lower levels and led relatively peaceful and stable lives, they had never seen such terrifying monsters before, completely different from what they had imagined before coming to the academy. Chen Luo was still silently observing the reactions of those 4 people at this time. Although their expressions were not very good-looking, they still maintained a calm demeanor. Chen Luo silently noted the names of these 4 people in his heart, then smiled faintly and said, "You should have noticed by now that there are not only many powerful magical beasts here, but also around the island where the Academy of Extraordinary Beings is located." After the students digested this information, he continued, "Does anyone remember what I said just now?" Chris's eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke, "Mentor Lofis, you mentioned the situation we will face after graduation, referring to these magical beasts, right?" While Chris was speaking, Chen Luo had already automatically converted it into a mental frequency, allowing all the students of different races present to understand. The human students were fine, after all, they heard the language of the human race. But the students of the other 3 races were all stunned, not understanding how they suddenly could understand the language of the human race. However, compared to the terrifying magical beasts they saw in front of them, suddenly hearing the language of the human race didn't seem so strange. Chen Luo smiled, "Yes, these magical beasts are the situations you will face after graduation. After you graduate, there won't be griffins to send you back, but you will have to return to your own countries by relying on your own abilities. If you can leave alive, then I will acknowledge you as students of the Academy of Extraordinary Beings. If you die, no one in this world will remember you. All the students, including Chris, had their faces changed. Although they were seeing these magical beasts for the first time, looking at their huge size, fierce appearance, and ability to use magic, it was clear that these were not opponents that ordinary people could deal with, not even second-tier experts. Moreover, they came here by griffin, so they naturally knew how far it was from here to their own countries. Even the griffins, magical beasts with the ability to control the wind, flew for a full week, needing to rest on small islands along the way before reaching the island where the Academy of Extraordinary Beings was located. Based on this situation, after they graduate, they would first need to have the flying ability like the griffins, and secondly, they would need to have the strength to deal with magical beasts on their own. It was only less than a kilometer away from leaving the island. If they continued forward, how many powerful sea magical beasts would there be? This also meant that when they graduated, if they couldn't defeat these magical beasts, they would be trapped on this island for the rest of their lives. All the students realized this, and their faces began to look extremely unpleasant. Chen Luo naturally noticed this, waved his hand, and flew ahead towards the Academy of Extraordinary Beings. When they returned to the central square of the Academy of Extraordinary Beings, Chen Luo said calmly, "So I believe you have understood the situation you are in. You only have 10 years. 10 years later, regardless of whether you have the strength to face those magical beasts, you will be forcibly expelled from this island." Seeing the students' expressions starting to calm down, Chen Luo smiled again and said, "Of course, if you feel you are ready to graduate, you can also leave early. It all depends on your abilities. Now, everyone go to the first floor hall of the first academy, where your names are placed, and your study materials are also placed on the desks." Chen Luo paused and continued, "The textbooks are written in the common language of the continent. If you don't understand the common language, you can ask the griffins for help. As for whether they will teach you, it depends on your abilities. Oh, by the way, the study materials given to you include the basic meditation methods for mages, as well as magic cultivation methods and mental power analysis, and the warrior's body forging cultivation methods and knowledge of the cultivation system. These are your introductory cultivation methods. After learning the common language, you can start practicing on your own. Every morning, noon, and evening, the cafeteria will be open for half an hour. If you miss it, no food will be provided. Finally, I remind you that those who cannot pass the entrance exam within 2 months will be directly expelled from the Academy of the Extraordinary, and there will be no griffins to send you back. You will have to fend for yourselves on the island." Chen Luo's figure slowly floated up as he spoke, flying towards a high tower. "So, see you in 2 months. After Chen Luo left, all the students were in an uproar, most of them showing signs of unease. The pressure was immense. They had to learn a language within 2 months and complete the introductory training during this time. If they failed, they would be mercilessly expelled from the Academy of the Extraordinary, essentially being forced to learn under the threat of death. Chris and most others reacted differently, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he ran towards the direction of the first academy. Soon, Vit, Irelia, and Gorn also realized and followed suit. 2 months may seem long or short, but none of them had ever encountered extraordinary powers before and had no idea how difficult it would be to pass the entrance exam. They had to make every second count. The remaining people also woke up as if from a dream, realizing that instead of worrying about their fate here, it was better to make a desperate effort. After witnessing Chen Luo's magical powers, it would be self-deception to say they did not aspire to them. So, whether for survival or for extraordinary powers, they needed to make the most of their time. All the students rushed to the first floor hall of the first academy at a running pace. It resembled a small theater, spacious and comfortable, with a podium in the center. In front of the podium were rows of seats, each with a wooden plaque bearing their names written in various languages of different races. For example, Chris's name was written in the human language, which other races did not recognize, and there were distinctions in names. Soon, everyone received their own study materials. When they eagerly flipped through them, they found the contents were indeed written in unfamiliar languages, just as Chen Luo had said. So, the students all rushed out in a frenzy again, heading to find the griffins on the 7 towers. Chen Luo watched the busy students from the middle tower and couldn't help but smile. The common language of the mainland was not difficult. As long as they put their hearts into it, they could learn it within a month. As for the introductory training, Chen Luo was not worried. These people's talents had been carefully selected by him, and those who could not pass the entrance exam within 2 months would not receive an acceptance letter. Therefore, Chen Luo chose to use high-pressure methods to force them to grow. If they still could not pass the entrance exam after 2 months, it would be their own fault for not trying hard enough. Chen Luo would then follow through and expel these people from the Academy of the Extraordinary, with their lives having nothing to do with him. However, Chen Luo paid special attention to the progress of those 4 teenagers. Chris was very clever. He did not go to find the griffins on the towers but left the Academy of the Extraordinary and went to the new griffin settlement on the island to find the griffin, Macmillan, who had brought him. After spending half a month together on the way, they had developed a certain bond, so Chris quickly made a deal with Macmillan. Chris was responsible for taking care of Macmillan's offspring, including feeding, playing, and cleaning the nest. After the young griffins went to sleep at night, Macmillan taught Chris the common language of the mainland. Chris had originally been a laborer at the Count Rodney's mansion and was bullied every day, so he readily agreed. Having been bullied since childhood, he had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and power. He keenly realized that the Academy of the Extraordinary was the only chance to change his fate, so when learning from Macmillan, he could be described as being as eager as a starving man. Chris spent almost all his time memorizing and learning the grammar and writing of the common language of the continent, except for eating and sleeping. In order to save time, he only slept for 3 hours a day and spent the rest of his time studying with Macmillan. With such intense studying, Chris was able to fully understand the book Introduction to Meditation in just 1 week. In comparison, the elven girl Irelia was much simpler. Although the appearance of the elves was lethal to other races, the griffins, as magical creatures, naturally did not appreciate it. However, the elves advocated nature and had an innocent and charming personality, which easily won Irelia the friendship of a griffin, who even promised to teach her the common language of the continent. Vid also displayed the characteristics of a dwarf, straightforwardly asking a griffin to learn the common language and promising to remember its kindness, agreeing to fulfill any request the griffin made in the future. However, his blunt and unadorned way of speaking made it seem almost like a command, leading the griffin, who did not understand the dwarf's character, to think he was being challenged. The griffin, with a strong personality of its own, casually said that if Vit jumped off a cliff outside the Academy of the Extraordinary, it would teach him the language of the continent. As a result, Vit actually turned and left the Academy of the Extraordinary, ran to the edge of the cliff, and jumped. Fortunately, the griffin reacted quickly, diving down to catch him, otherwise, he would have been either crushed or swallowed by the sea monsters below. The griffin was also convinced, immediately starting to teach Vit the language of the continent as agreed. As for Gon, he got a big advantage because he was a lion person. Although different species, both the lion person and the griffin shared some similar genes, naturally feeling a certain closeness, so on the way to meet Gon, the two became very intimate partners. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Everyone had their own experiences. Let's see how these 4 will eventually grow. Oh, 3rd rank? Chen Luo suddenly exclaimed from the tower, his tone filled with surprise and joy. Analyzing Alexander's genes. Analyzing. Human race, primitive life form, not yet evolved to the peak of the race, has unlocked the 3rd rank gene lock, currently able to produce 1% divine descendant genes, evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed. It was indeed not in vain to cultivate Alexander. In just a few hundred years, which was only a few days in the real world, he had already unlocked the 3rd rank gene lock. As long as a few more like Alexander came, he would be able to unlock the 1st rank gene lock in the real world. Chen Luo looked down at the students of the various races, his eyes suddenly filled with excitement, just like an old farmer seeing ripe leeks. Besides the human race, he had not yet integrated genes from the other 3 races, but once they advanced, they would provide him with a large number of divine descendant genes. The 101 students in the Academy of the Extraordinary inexplicably shivered, as if something unpleasant was haunting them, but this feeling came and went quickly. They thought they were having illusions and quickly focused on learning languages and introductory cultivation. With a thought, Chen Luo restored the flow rate of time in the Western fantasy world to normal and returned to reality. In the Western fantasy world, gene integration was not possible because he was a god there, and integrating more would only be overwritten, providing no help to him in the real world. Integrate genes. This integration was much smaller in reaction than the previous ones and was not too painful. Chen Luo knew that the initial transformation of the body had already been completed, and the current divine descendant genes were only enhancing the body's qualities. Unless there was another qualitative change, the process would not be as painful as before. Accompanied by a strong sense of hunger, he immediately picked up the hotel phone and called room service, ordering food for 7 or 8 people. While waiting for the meal, Chen Luo extended his right palm, and a sword aura twice as long as before appeared in his hand. He stared at the sword aura, using his mental power to control it as it flew slowly around the room. After testing for a while and feeling that he could control it freely, he called back the sword aura to his hand, followed by numerous dense blue thunder explosions, gradually enveloping the white sword aura. The blue and white intertwined light instantly illuminated half of the room, appearing extremely mystical. Although Chen Luo had closed the curtains and everything, the light was too strong, causing people outside the hotel to look over in surprise. However, the blue and white light came and disappeared quickly, and the room soon returned to calmness, making those who saw it think they had seen an illusion. When the hotel staff pushed the food cart over and saw only one person, his expression couldn't help but look strange, but he didn't ask much, just politely placed the food down and left. Chen Luo swiftly destroyed all the food in front of him like a gust of wind, took out the Genesis book, turned to the page of the Western fantasy world, summoned the primordial pen, and immediately wrote the words God Realm on the crease. In the next moment, Chen Luo felt that he had lost 2 years of his life. He sighed, feeling a bit painful, but this place had to be built. The Western fantasy world had already established a hierarchical and cultivation system, and sooner or later, gods would appear. One couldn't wait for someone to become a god and still play around in the mortal world with mortals. Not only would it undermine the dignity of the gods, but it would also seriously affect the balance of the world. Therefore, a place that could accommodate gods had to be established, and this god realm was the place Chen Luo prepared for future gods. With a single thought, Chen Luo appeared in the vast universe of the Western fantasy world, and a white halo appeared on the dimensional wall of the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo floated into the white halo, surveying this newly born god realm. The bright sunlight scattered in the god realm, the soft and warm light shining on people felt cozy, making them involuntarily feel lazy and wanting to find a place to sleep. Among the layers of white clouds, a group of huge floating temples appeared faintly suspended above the sky. With the tallest temple in the middle reaching nearly 500 meters, it spread outwards, forming a magnificent group of buildings. What was even more astonishing was that the temples emitted a sacred light, attracting anyone's attention at first sight. The temple group was the only building in this world and the absolute core here. Chen Luo moved and appeared in front of the floating temple. With his current normal human body, he appeared extremely small in front of the towering temple, just like the huge difference between ants and humans. Feeling uncomfortable with this sensation, Chen Luo's mind moved, instantly transforming into a giant towering 100 meters tall. Sensing that the temple had become similar in size to a normal temple in the Western fantasy world, he immediately stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge gushing fountain square, with the spring water emitting a strong life force rushing to the top and then falling into the pool below. Standing around the gushing fountain were 4 giant sculptures over 100 meters tall, depicting angels with 6 pairs of wings, beastmen wielding battle axes, elves holding staffs, and dwarves wielding a hammer of storms. Upon closer inspection, the image of the dwarf was exactly the dwarf main god Ali that Chen Luo had transformed into, while the angel was the image of the judgment angel Lophus that Chen Luo had transformed into. Chen Luo took a glance and then continued walking along the smooth marble floor that was as clear as a mirror, heading towards the main temple ahead. Chen Luo climbed the steps, passed through the heavy golden gates, and entered the main temple, a tall hall with no visible ceiling. Golden slabs were laid on the floor, gemstones were embedded in the dome, emitting a soft and colorful light. Beautiful murals and sacred symbols could be seen on the walls of the main hall. In the center of the temple were 5 magnificent thrones, one of which was on a high platform while the other 4 guarded it in a semicircle. Each of these thrones was tens of meters tall, just enough to accommodate Chen Luo's current 100-meter size. Step by step, Chen Luo ascended the platform and sat down on one of the thrones. The divine realm was built on the basis of divine fire, a virtual material world, a spiritual world that transcended the material realm. Invisible souls could reshape their physical bodies in the divine realm, so the gods could guide the souls of devout believers who had passed away to the divine realm, allowing them to truly ascend to paradise. The divine realm was also part of the rules of the Western fantasy world. Once a god condensed the power of faith, ignited the divine fire, and condensed the divine nature, they could break through the dimensional barrier, enter the divine realm, and the statues outside the main temple would naturally disappear. Chen Luo took a look at the empty temple at this moment and couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit too desolate. The remaining 4 positions were reserved for the future gods of the human, orc, dwarf, and elf races. Of course, each race might give birth to more than one god, or there might be gods from other races, in which case Chen Luo would add divine seats accordingly. After the construction of the divine realm was completed, Chen Luo's figure disappeared again and returned to the Academy of the Extraordinary, starting to pay attention to the growth of the students he raised. It had been 2 months, and Chen Luo quickly reviewed the students' learning progress during his absence. During Chen Luo's absence, all the students had learned the common language of the continent through various methods and had begun to study introductory cultivation. Talented students like Chris had long since started their studies and other basic courses at the library. Among them, the elves were the most talented, with their racial affinity and elemental affinity allowing them to easily enter a meditative state and sense various elements. Especially Aurelia, upon mastering the common language of the continent, immediately completed the introductory meditation that day, awakened her spiritual power, sensed the wind element, shocking people from other races. However, after that, Aurelia did not continue to spend time on cultivation. Instead, she leisurely played around the Academy of the Extraordinary, even going outside the academy for sightseeing. Chen Luo was not surprised, the elves had such a personality. They had a long lifespan and had enough patience to slowly perfect whatever they did. If Chen Luo had not set a time limit at the beginning, the elves would probably spend decades slowly learning the common language of the continent to a level similar to their native language before leisurely practicing meditation. It didn't matter if they couldn't get it right at first, there was plenty of time to practice until they got it right. Now, Aurelia had completed the introductory practice in just 1 month, and when she meditated casually, the effect was several times better than that of an ordinary person. She wouldn't bother to focus on it anymore, as there was plenty of time. Next was Chris, who learned the common language in a week but took a full half-month to master meditation. Compared to Aurelia's laziness, Chris could only be described as crazy. For Chris, who was eager for knowledge and power, the Academy of the Extraordinary was like heaven. When he saw the vast sea of books in the magic tower, he excitedly dived in, starting to absorb knowledge eagerly. As Chris read more and more books, he discovered more and more of the magic world's wonders and vastness. Just the basics of magic were subdivided into disciplines such as magical philosophy, mathematics, psychic analysis, dimensional worlds, material studies, spatial geometry, life analysis, and so on, and with further study, the learning process could span an entire magical career. Chris felt that even if he became a first-order or even a second-order mage with a lifespan of 200 years, he might not necessarily fully grasp the first-level magic basics course in the magic tower. Another month quietly passed, and Chris almost studied various theoretical knowledge every day. He began to use meditation to replace sleep. He even only ate 1 meal a day, and it was brought to him at the magic tower by friendly members of his clan. Chris almost lived inside the magic tower, and gradually he began to emit an odor without realizing it. This frenzied state made people from all 4 races, including humans and the other 3 races, know Chris's name, and since then he gained another nickname, Magic Madman. However, the more knowledge Chris learned, the more puzzled he became because many things seemed contradictory to him. In the massive, chaotic, and complex information, Chris felt like his brain was about to explode, and he urgently wanted to see Mentor Lofis to answer his doubts. During this time, Chen Luo spent most of his time in the divine realm, gradually perfecting the rules and arrangements inside, not at the Academy of the Extraordinary. But Chris didn't know that he thought Chen Luo had always lived in the central magic tower. Whenever Chris carried various questions and went to the central tower to find Chen Luo, he discovered even more magical things. Every time Chris entered the first level of the magic tower, he found himself back at the entrance after walking a few steps. After several attempts with the same result, Chris realized that this was the magic array he saw in the magic basics class. Chris wanted to see Chen Luo even more. Although blocked by the magic array, it didn't stop him from shouting Chen Luo's name loudly at the bottom of the tower. Dwarves Veit and Lionman Gorn were chosen by Chen Luo as warriors. Not only them, but most other dwarves and orcs could only choose to be warriors, and only a few with awakened psychic talents could become mages. This was inevitable. Dwarves and orcs were naturally gifted warriors, although some with awakened psychic talents could practice magic, it was far less efficient than being a warrior. After learning the common language of the continent, Veit and Gorn began to study the primary body forging technique left by Chen Luo, which recorded the methods of primary physical training. Body forging meant continuously honing the body to gradually strengthen oneself, and eventually, from the outside to the inside, when the muscles and bones in the body were strengthened to a certain level, it would generate the seed of fighting spirit. The effect of the primary body forging technique was not very significant. At most, it could slightly enhance physical qualities in physique, roughly about a 20% increase. However, if applied to dwarves and orcs who already had strong physical qualities, it would bring about a qualitative leap. Veit and Gorn originally had extremely high talents, and with the racial bonuses, they completed the introductory practice of the body forging technique within a short 3 weeks. Other dwarves and orcs were not far behind, with the latest completing it within a month and a half. 2 months later, Chen Luo saw that everyone had completed the entrance test. He immediately announced, "All students gather in the lobby of the first academy within 5 minutes, ready to start your second class. Latecomers will be expelled from the Academy of Excellence." Chen Luo's voice rang in everyone's ears, even those who were sleeping at the time were awakened. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, everyone was shocked. They had not expected the rules of this academy to be so strict that being late would result in expulsion. The students did not dare to delay. Some had just woken up and didn't even have time to wash up. They rushed towards the first academy in their pajamas and slippers. In less than 5 minutes, all 101 students had gathered, with not a single person being late. Chen Luo appeared on the platform and scanned all the students. He noticed that after 2 months, each person's spirit had improved to varying degrees. The students' eyes were filled with eagerness. After experiencing the introductory training, they had a better understanding of the Academy of Excellence's formidable nature. Just the books inside those 2 magic towers were something no race or country in the world could possess. So, they were not only filled with a desire for power but also had countless thoughts about Chen Luo's identity. A deity? But why would a deity accept mortals as students, and what would be the purpose? A recluse sage? If they were reclusive, why bother recruiting students all over the world? They had discussed this countless times privately but could not figure out Chen Luo's true origins. In the end, they could only attribute it to his mysterious existence. After all, the Western fantasy world was vast. The human race and the orcs had not even fully explored their own continent, Ani. If they had not come to the Academy of Excellence, they would not even have known about the existence of dwarves and elves. Through communication with griffins, they also learned about intelligent races like trolls and goblins. The world was full of wonders. Since they could not guess, they might as well ask Chen Luo himself. So, most of the people present wanted to ask him this question. Chen Luo stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Yes, everyone has completed the entrance test. Now, let's start our official first class. I see in your eyes a thirst for power. So, in our first class, let's talk about what power is. Let me ask you a question first. Who in this world possesses the most powerful force? The students looked at each other, and soon Aurelia raised her hand and said, Master Lophus, I believe it is the deities. Chen Luo smiled. Then, the second question, how did the deities come into being? The students were dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer or perhaps not daring to answer. Since the birth of the elves, orcs, and humans, there had been legends of the creator gods. The dwarves, in particular, had to worship the storm god, Ali. They had all been taught from a young age that this world was ruled by the gods, who were all-knowing and all-powerful, and they must respect them. No one had ever thought about how the gods came into being because, for mortals, even thinking about it was blasphemy. Seeing the dead silence in the hall, Chen Luo shook his head and said, I am disappointed. In your understanding, the gods are the most powerful, but you dare not think about why the gods are so powerful. So even if you gain power from me, you will always be inferior to the gods and never surpass them. Chen Luo's words were like a bomb dropped in the hall, causing everyone's minds to buzz, leaving them speechless. They could hardly believe what they had heard. Chen Luo's meaning was clear. One could obtain power from him that surpassed the gods. Was this person insane? Or a demon? How could he dare to speak such blasphemous words? In the midst of everyone's shock and astonishment, Victor angrily stood up and exclaimed, Master Lophis, although I acknowledge your strength, I do not agree with your words. You are blaspheming the gods. Master Lophis, I also do not agree with your words. Nor do I. Watching the excited students one by one, Chen Luo smiled and said, You do not agree? Since you have such a strong faith in the gods, then why does no one dare to answer how the gods came to be? The students below instantly quieted down again, as if faced with an unsolvable puzzle. Since the gods are all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-present, then who created them? Since you cannot answer, let me tell you how the gods came to be. Chen Luo waved his right hand gently, and everyone felt as if they were flying, yet strangely they remained seated on their chairs without moving. Soon, someone realized what was happening. They were indeed sitting in their original positions, but the entire hall was flying upwards. In the blink of an eye, the Academy of the Extraordinary was beneath them, rapidly shrinking, until the vast island was also shrinking, and the endless sea, and even the entire world, were rapidly shrinking before their eyes, until they found themselves in a pitch-black void. There was nothing here, only endless darkness and utter silence, with the only source of light being a distant blazing fireball. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, looking around but finding nothing except their classmates and the desks and chairs in front of them. Where is this? Is that our world? Is that the sun? The students exclaimed in unison, looking down at the Western fantasy world below and the sun in the distance. What you see now is the planet where you live. All living beings are just prisoners of this world, including the gods, and me. Chen Luo's words once again left all the students speechless for a long time, unable to comprehend this fact. The emotions of shock, confusion, and incredulity surfaced in the minds of all the students, finding it hard to accept this reality. However, the entire process of flying here just now was clear to them, and it didn't seem fake at all. In fact, as Chen Luo explained to them, it was also a clarification of his thoughts during this time. He didn't know what threats his life would face in the next 3 years, but Chen Luo had already determined his direction. No matter what threats there were, as long as his own strength was strong, he could naturally fear nothing. So Chen Luo began to think about his own methods of strength. Although he was invincible in the Western fantasy world, if he could only stay here for a lifetime, he would eventually fall into boredom. He didn't want to be confined to just one world. Chen Luo now had countless questions in his mind. He wanted to know what was beyond the universe, whether the Western fantasy world and Earth were in the same universe, or even the same dimension. The universe was so vast, even though he was invincible in the Western fantasy world, on Earth he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, fearing bullets, getting injured, and of course, dying. Rather than staying in the Western fantasy world as a god, Chen Luo would rather explore the vast universe and explore where the ultimate evolution endpoint lies. He wanted to know where his future self had reached, to be able to send the primordial pen from the future to his present self. In establishing the Academy of the Extraordinary, besides nurturing these students and harvesting the genes of the divine descendants in the future, another reason was to gather the wisdom of the exceptionally talented individuals in this world, to jointly open up a new path of evolution. So, now Chen Luo wants to broaden their horizons and let them know that this universe is vast. Now you should understand, the gods are just world prisoners who are a little stronger than you, Chen Luo said, snapping his fingers casually. Everyone's vision blurred, and they found themselves back in that sunny hall. Still in shock and digesting the recent information, no one had expected the truth of the world to be like this. Master Lofis, are you a deity? After a brief silence, Gorn suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling. Chen Luo smiled, I am not a god, I am just an explorer of worlds. But the power you displayed, only God should be able to do that, right? Before Chen Luo could answer, Chris interjected, Master Lofis did not use the power of the gods just now. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a very powerful mental magic that created illusions in our minds. We have been in the hall the whole time, without moving. Chen Luo couldn't help but applaud and nodded at Chris, you are very good, to be able to deduce the truth with just a little knowledge in your mind. The whole room erupted in astonishment, as they had not realized that what they had just seen was an illusion, meaning they had only seen what Chen Luo wanted them to see. So, what you showed us just now, was it real? Chen Luo smiled faintly, whether it's real or not, it's up to you to explore. Starting from oneself, you can only see a small part in front of you, which limits your achievements. I have shown you the truth of the world, told you what the highest point looks like, and how to proceed from here is up to each of you. Each student in the audience wore a pensive expression. The knowledge they had received today was too overwhelming, akin to a mental baptism that would take a long time to digest. Just then, Chris raised his hand again, Master Lofis, please tell us what exactly is power. Chen Luo nodded slightly, let me give you an example. Many of you have awakened spiritual power through meditation, which is a form of power. Through spiritual power, you can cultivate magic, control elements, and use magic. Above magic is the power of laws. For example, if you use fire magic and encounter someone who can control the law of fire, your fire magic will be severely limited in front of them, or even manipulated by them. So, the ultimate goal of power is to master the power of laws, but the power of laws is extremely powerful, beyond what a mortal body can bear. You must transform your body into a demigod. By condensing the power of faith through a divine body, igniting the divine fire, condensing the divine position, summoning the divine essence, and finally ascending to the divine realm. Everyone present shuddered, feeling a chill rushing from their feet to their brains, rendering them unable to move, trembling, and unsure of what to do. What did they just hear? The method of becoming a god was spoken by Chen Luo. But Chen Luo clearly said he was not a deity, so why did he know the method of becoming a god? All the students present felt dry-mouthed and speechless, unable to utter a word. Chen Luo stopped here, knowing that the impact on these students today was too great, and even if he continued the lesson, none of them would be able to focus. Today's class ends here. Tomorrow, at the same time, a new class will begin here. Chen Luo finished speaking and ignored the reactions of the students, flying out immediately. Chen Luo could have used instant teleportation, but since he had said he was not a deity, he had to demonstrate powers that were not godlike. All the students still had a shocked expression on their faces. Chen Luo's words kept echoing in their minds, unable to shake them off. They could actually become gods. It turns out that what Chen Luo was talking about transcending gods was not arrogance, but there was actually a way. This completely overturned the education they had received since childhood. Chen Luo flew to the top of the tower, then disappeared into the fantasy world, where he began preparing the map for the public beta of PUBG. This map was simpler compared to the Marvel world, just an island, estimated to only consume 3 to 5 days of his life. Chen Luo returned to reality, took out the chaos pen, and wrote down PUBG map on the crease. Soon, Chen Luo sensed that a new secondary plane had appeared on the dimensional wall. With a thought, Chen Luo generated 10,000 identical island maps in that secondary plane. 10,000 island maps could accommodate 1 billion players at the same time, and even if it wasn't enough, players could just queue up. The reason Chen Luo chose PUBG was actually to eliminate most players. During the closed beta, with only 10,000 players, they caused chaos everywhere, keeping him busy. If they were allowed in without restrictions, the fantasy world would definitely be ruined by them. Chen Luo had seen a hot search before. All VR devices were sold out, not just in the country, but globally. Now, all industries related to VR devices, from manufacturers to distributors, were grateful to the mysterious Second Life game company. If they could find the company's address, they would probably form a group to deliver banners. Now, even booking VR devices required queuing, with the longest wait being 10 days to half a month, and all of this was due to Chen Luo's announcement of the public beta. Chen Luo didn't need any other data support. Just based on this, he knew that the number of players in the public beta would not be less than 1 billion. After the second epic battle of the vampires ravaged, the total population of the human race was only around 20 million. After more than 200 years of development, it had just barely exceeded 2 billion. Chen Luo could already imagine the consequences of hundreds of millions of players flooding in. Even though they were ordinary people at birth, they couldn't resist the sheer number of people. Moreover, players were known as the fourth catastrophe and considered this a game. How could they control themselves and not cause chaos? It was possible that they could destroy the world that Chen Luo had painstakingly constructed in an instant. Therefore, Chen Luo deliberately added a 1-week restriction on logging in after death. Otherwise, with unlimited respawns, it would also cause a great impact on the fantasy world. 7 days later, players could only start over, while 7 years had passed in the fantasy world. By the time they readjusted, the indigenous population of the fantasy world had also increased, at least achieving a balance. Originally, Chen Luo wanted to continue with the closed beta, but eventually gave up due to time constraints. Now, Second Life was at the peak of its popularity, already attracting billions of players. Those who truly possessed creative talent would definitely first go to the newbie village to try creating species, and if that didn't work out, they would then play PUBG. With the screening mechanism of PUBG, at most 1 or 2,000 players could enter, keeping the risk within a manageable range. After setting up the map for PUBG, Chen Luo began constructing the species pool. The so-called species pool was actually where players, after creating species on the login interface, would be placed into a map. The only difference from before was that players could communicate in this map. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers surpass Zhuge Liang. One person's ideas are ultimately limited. If these creative players could be brought together to communicate, perhaps they could spark fireworks of ideas and create more valuable species. Chen Luo first created 3 new continents on a vast northern hemisphere, which were not yet named. He then created a new secondary plane specifically for cultivating crops. Once valuable creatures were born, he would transport them to the 3 new continents and the Roman continent, which still lacked intelligent species. When Chen Luo felt satisfied, he returned to the extraordinary academy in the Western fantasy world. The next morning, Chen Luo appeared punctually in the hall. Among you are mages and warriors. After today, you will be divided into 2 classes, and I will teach you the skills specific to your profession. Pausing for a moment, Chen Luo continued, next, I will teach you something that both professions can use, potionology. This is a discipline that involves refining magical substances from various precious materials to transform your skin, muscles, organs, and bones. It not only strengthens your body but also allows mages to store more magic power and enhances the recovery ability of warriors. Now, follow the potion formula and method I have written for Magic Enhancement Potion and go to the laboratory of the Second Academy to prepare the potion. All the materials are in the laboratory, and you can freely experiment until you produce a perfect Magic Enhancement Potion. You have only 1 day, and those who fail to produce the finished product within the deadline will be expelled from the Extraordinary Academy. Furthermore, in the future, if I set a deadline and you fail to meet my requirements, I will not repeat the consequences, and you should all understand that. With these words, Chen Luo flew out. The students were initially stunned but quickly reacted, copying the Magic Enhancement Potion formula from the blackboard with their pens and then rushing to the laboratory of the Second Academy at a sprinting speed. Chen Luo had already written down the steps and the proportions of each material, and the laboratory indicated the storage cabinet for the herbs. As long as one was not a fool, they could produce the Magic Enhancement Potion according to the formula. This was actually the first benefit Chen Luo gave to these students, but he did not want them to feel too relaxed, so he had them do it themselves. In fact, it only took half a day, not a full day, for these students to prepare the magic enhancement potion. At this moment, Chen Luo appeared in the laboratory, looking at the excited expressions of the students. He smiled and said, "So, each of you has taken the magic enhancement potion you prepared." The students hesitated as they looked at the colorful potions in their hands, unsure if they should trust what they had made. Although they followed the formula, the colors of the potions were different for each person. This made them somewhat uneasy, not knowing whose preparation was correct and fearing potential side effects if they had made a mistake. Chen Luo calmly said, "If you do not even trust what you have made with your own hands, how can you believe that you can go further on the path of seeking power? If you are not willing to take even this slight risk, I advise you to leave the Extraordinary Academy early." All the students were startled. This was the first time Chen Luo had spoken so sternly, causing them to feel a sudden chill in their hearts. When Chris heard this, without hesitation, he immediately tilted his head back and poured the deep blue liquid from the test tube into his mouth. Seeing his action, the remaining students did not hesitate either and gritted their teeth to drink the magic enhancement potion in their hands. Soon, everyone had consumed the magic enhancement potion. The next moment, they felt a sharp pain emanating from their abdomen, as if a knife was cutting through them. Each person clutched their stomach in agony and crouched down. Some girls with lower tolerance levels couldn't help but cry out in pain, but the agony only intensified, and some were already curled up on the ground. Just when they were in excruciating pain, thinking they were about to die, a cool breeze came from their abdomen, quickly circulating throughout their bodies, dissipating all the pain. Then came a feeling of overall comfort surging up, their faces instantly relaxing from the twisted expressions, almost bursting out in joy. When all the students' bodies returned to their original state, not only were their bodies filled with strength, but they also seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. The orcs and dwarves showed the most significant improvement, some even growing in size out of thin air, their muscle strength doubling at least, feeling like they were on the verge of touching the threshold of a new level. The mages, on the other hand, showed the least change, feeling their physical abilities strengthen but not as much as the warriors. What surprised them was the apparent surge in mental power, enabling them to sense the power of the elements faster and more effectively. Chen Luo looked at the changes in their bodies and suddenly smiled, saying, "The effects of the potion may vary due to the different proportions of the potions you prepared. Are you satisfied with the transformation effects on your bodies?" "Satisfied. Master Lofis, can we continue to take the magic altering potion?" "Yes, this magic potion is so amazing." Seeing the students so excited, having witnessed the magic of the potion, they naturally wanted to take more to continue transforming their bodies. Of course, you can take the primary magic altering potion up to 2 times, but... Chen Luo paused here, suddenly showing a playful smile. "Everything has a price, and everything has its value. You may not be aware of the value of the materials used in the magic altering potion. Let me tell you now, the cost of making one magic altering potion is approximately 10,000 gold coins, not including the materials wasted in your experiments." The students present were immediately shocked, as gold coins were the universal currency for all races. Taking the living standards of humans and orcs today, 1 gold coin was enough for an average family of 5 to live for a month. 10,000 gold coins was a number that most people present dared not even think about. The students looked at the smile on Chen Luo's face, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. "Master Lofis, do we have to pay this money?" Vite weakly raised his hand and asked. Chen Luo responded with a question, "Do I have to pay for you? What is the relationship between you and me? Why should I impart extraordinary power to you for free and provide you with resources for cultivation? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Remember this as a truth." Seeing the students stunned and speechless, they couldn't say a word for a while, because what Chen Luo said made sense. Being able to study in this magical place was already a blessing from the goddess of luck. What reason did they have to demand that Chen Luo provide knowledge for free while also providing free resources for cultivation? In addition, all your living expenses for the past 10 years, including tuition fees and so on, as long as you consume anything of value, will be calculated in gold coins. Chris widened his eyes and also raised his hand. "Master Lofis, the amount of money is too large, we can't afford the gold coins you mentioned." Chen Luo said calmly, "This money will be recorded in your account, you don't need to repay it now, until you graduate. After graduation, you have 3 years to earn enough gold coins to repay this debt. If by then you can't even earn the tuition fees, such waste is not worthy of being a student of the Academy of the Extraordinary. At that time, not only will all the powers you gained here be taken back, but the money you owe me must also be repaid. Trust me, you definitely wouldn't want me to come after you for debts." All the students were shocked not only by the exorbitant fees, but also by the consequences Chen Luo mentioned. If they couldn't repay, not only would they lose all the powers they gained, but they would still need to repay the debt. Being chased by Chen Luo for debt? As soon as this thought arose, they decisively gave up, thinking it would be better to learn skills well and work hard to earn money. Now, no one was clamoring for another dose of the potion for fun. Jokingly, not even the first 10,000 gold coins had been settled. Today's class ends here. Starting from tomorrow, there will be one class per week, mages in the morning, warriors in the afternoon, and self-practice at other times. There will be a monthly competition, with the top 3 receiving gold coin rewards in exchange for cultivation resources. At the same time, there will be a system of elimination for the last place. If you are in the bottom 3 for 3 consecutive months, you will be expelled from the academy. All the students were taken aback, quickly understanding the significance of this competition. This strategy was in line with Chen Luo's consistent high-pressure policy, where everyone had to work hard, or face the fate of elimination. The more resources the top 3 obtained, the stronger their abilities would become, allowing them to achieve higher rankings in the next competition, leading to a situation where the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. Chen Luo was not worried at all. He never intended for all 101 students to become gods or anything, but rather to select the stronger ones through this method. The majority of these students' roles were to provide Chen Luo with some divine lineage genes when they reached the first or second tier. If 1 or 2 could touch the threshold of the gods, Chen Luo felt it was worth spending time specifically to cultivate them. After leaving those words, Chen Luo returned to the tall tower where he lived, his thoughts instantly enveloping several continents, beginning to monitor the development of all intelligent races. Nearly 300 years had passed, and the situation on the 3 continents had undergone new changes. Whether it was the elves of the Elven continent, the dwarves of the ice and snow continent, or the human and orc populations, all had experienced rapid growth. Especially the human and orc populations, which had increased tenfold, exceeding 2 billion. With the population explosion, they began to continuously explore unknown areas to support more people. Although they continued to expand, the 2 races maintained a delicate balance, with only minor conflicts and frictions, avoiding large-scale wars. The humans feared the Judgment Sword, while the orcs feared the only third-tier powerhouse on the continent, Alexander. After experiencing the first 2 epic wars, both races understood the brutality of war and dared not easily start a war, instead entering a golden age of national development. This was also an era of heroes emerging. To encourage domestic individuals to explore new territories, the Great Merchant Dynasty and the orcs both offered generous rewards to pioneers. The territories they opened up would belong to the pioneers, and once a settlement was established, they could be ennobled as knights. If they continued to expand into new territories, turning the settlement into a town would result in being ennobled as a new noble, while also enjoying a policy of 20 years of tax exemption. This meant that both nobles and commoners had the opportunity to advance in social status, and even slaves had the chance to gain freedom by contributing to the development of new territories. Moreover, after gaining freedom, former slaves could also choose to continue exploring new territories, becoming nobles, and changing their own destinies. With great rewards, there were brave men. Under such high rewards, a nationwide trend of exploration quickly emerged. The territories of humans and orcs gradually expanded from the central part of the Yani continent, spreading towards all directions of the continent, soon occupying half of the continent's land. As the frontier expanded, the farming techniques of the 2 tribes rapidly improved, handicrafts flourished, metal coins were widely circulated, and trade between humans and orcs flourished, creating a great deal of wealth. The overall living standards of humans and orcs were greatly improved, but wealth disparity and class differentiation became increasingly severe. As life became more prosperous, the noble class began to focus on the artistic aspect to distinguish themselves from commoners. They were willing to spend a lot of money to support talented artists, leading to the emergence of a large number of artists, such as painters, sculptors, musicians, and even unique musical instruments on the Yani continent. At the same time, with the improvement of productivity, there were profound changes in food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Previously, both humans and orcs focused on basic needs, but now that those were no longer issues, they began to pay attention to the taste of food and the style of clothing that matched the public's aesthetic. This led to the emergence of a large number of chefs and tailors specializing in designing clothes for the nobility. The nobles began to live in luxury, clearly distinguishing themselves from the commoners. As humans and orcs continued to expand, settlements appeared on the coastlines of the continent, gradually developing from small fishing villages into towns, and eventually into large port cities. Initially, they only built small boats for fishing near the coast, but over the centuries, they developed the ability to build large ships for river and sea trade. Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Without interfering in the development of humans and orcs and losing the influence of those players, the development level of the Yani continent was still very fast, almost reaching the level of the late Middle Ages in Europe. However, the development of these continents was too smooth, allowing the intelligent races to expand too easily. Although this was not a problem, the sea monsters were now too powerful, with no species on land or in the sky able to compete with them except for dragons. Species without natural enemies easily dominated, leading to ecological imbalance. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided to create land and sky monsters to complete the magical creature ecosystem of the Western fantasy world. With a wave of his hand, he found a new territory for the griffins on the Ani continent and sent all the griffins except those guarding the high tower there. What other land monsters to add? Chen Luo thought for a moment, but then decided it was too much trouble to think about it. There were plenty of them in novels and games, so he could just copy and paste them in. Earth bears, 9-headed snakes, 3-headed hellhounds, dark magic wolves. Chen Luo quickly created hundreds of land monsters, from low to high levels, and scattered them across the 4 continents. He then began creating flying monsters, including hurricane eagles, thunderbirds, frost giant eagles, and more than 100 others, which he also scattered across the 4 continents. To ensure the development of the intelligent races on the continents, except for the Roman continent, Chen Luo only created 10 pairs of each type of monster on the other 3 continents to ensure the continuity of their species. He also placed them in undeveloped areas where people rarely ventured, so they would not come into contact with the intelligent races on these continents for a while. The current intelligent races were still too weak compared to these monsters, but when their extraordinary powers grew, these monsters would also begin to multiply. When the monsters rose and the extraordinary powers of the intelligent races emerged, it would truly become a colorful Western fantasy world. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Chen Luo gave weekly classes to mages and warriors, and the rest of the time was spent on their self-practice. Students could seek his guidance at the high tower if they encountered any difficulties. Chen Luo no longer ran around, and now the development of the Western fantasy world has entered the right track, with nothing for him to worry about before the players enter. He just needs to focus on these precious crops in front of him, waiting for them to mature and then harvest. So Chen Luo spends his days leisurely, planting flowers and grass in the Extraordinary Academy, making the academy surrounded by greenery, birdsongs, and fragrant flowers, adding a bit of popularity. In these 3 years, the monthly major competition kept the students on edge, as no one wanted to be eliminated. So they all practiced desperately. Except for eating and sleeping, they rarely had time to rest. Even the usually relaxed elves were forced to work very hard. But under such intense training, all the students progressed rapidly. By the 3rd year, everyone had advanced to the 1st level, and so far, no one had been eliminated. The fastest progress was made by the 4 young men Chen Luo initially favored. Chris had outstanding magical talent, coupled with the awakening of a highly powerful fire talent, and he was very diligent, so his strength improved faster than everyone else. This improvement was not just in magical power, but also in magical knowledge and thinking ability. In the monthly major competition, Chris could dominate with just his proficient fireball spell, ranking in the top 3 7 to 8 times out of 10. Among all the mage apprentices, only Irelia, who had advanced to the 1st level with 3 awakened talents, could surpass him with elemental affinity, while the other elves were no match for Chris. It's not that the other elves weren't working hard, but Chris worked even harder, even to the point of controlling time down to the second. Chris set strict time schedules for himself, not exceeding 200 seconds for each bath, 300 seconds for meals, and determining the time needed for using the restroom based on the size, squeezing his time to the extreme. What surprised Chen Luo the most was that through continuous research and study, Chris even improved the rough fireball spell, making it faster to cast, consuming less magic power, and more destructive. This is what others say, that genius is not scary. What's scary is someone who is both a genius and works harder than you. Although Chris was not yet a match for Irelia due to racial talent, as time passed, this gap was gradually narrowing. As for Veit and Gorn, these warriors were basically no match for mages until they learned the 3rd level of Qi combat. Although they had high talent, without Qi, their resistance to magic was poor, relying only on their strong physical reaction and speed to dodge, then quickly close in to defeat the mages. Veit and Gorn could easily deal with ordinary mage apprentices, but when facing spellcasters like Irelia and Chris, who had astonishingly fast casting speed and great power, they had no chance. For example, as soon as they dodged one fireball spell, 5 or 6 fireballs would come crashing towards their faces, leaving them embarrassed and defeated in each match. And as all the apprentices advanced to the 2nd level, this gap became even more apparent. So much so that the warriors always ranked at the bottom in each major competition, reducing a lot of pressure on the mage apprentices, some of whom already felt they could relax a bit. Seeing the trend was not right, Chen Luo immediately created a sprint skill for the warriors, allowing them to have a burst of speed for a short time, which made those mage apprentices who had just breathed a sigh of relief tense up again. At this time, Chen Luo had successively integrated the first-order genes of orcs, dwarves, and elves, once again obtaining 0.15% of the divine lineage genes. His physical fitness was strengthened to a certain extent, but there was no fundamental change. As time passed, in continuous efforts and learning, the apprentices hurriedly spent 7 years at the Extraordinary Academy, finally welcoming the moment of their graduation. Everyone, gather at the square. With Chen Luo's voice echoing in the Extraordinary Academy, all the students, whether eating, sleeping, practicing, or studying, immediately stopped all their actions and rushed towards the central square of the Extraordinary Academy. Over the past decade, they had come to understand Chen Luo's temper very well. Once he called for a gathering, they had to arrive within 5 minutes, or face the consequences of being expelled from the Extraordinary Academy, a phrase known as the expulsion from the Extraordinary Academy by the dean. Although no one had been expelled from the Extraordinary Academy so far, everyone knew it was because no one had violated the rules. Once they crossed Chen Luo, he would not show mercy. Some mage apprentices cast the windwalking spell on themselves, making their bodies light as if weightless. With a light touch on the ground, they could float several meters away, disappearing over 10 meters in an instant. The warriors activated their sprint skill, rushing to the central square at an explosive speed. When all the students gathered in the square, Chen Luo slowly descended from his tall tower. Seeing him appear, all the students bowed in unison. Chen Luo glanced at everyone present and couldn't help but smile. After 10 years of intense training without a day of rest, each of the 101 students had undergone earth-shaking changes. The childishness on their faces had disappeared, and they had transformed from teenagers into young adults, except for the elves. For them, 10 years was equivalent to just 1 year for humans and orcs, leaving little trace of time on them. However, now each of them exuded immense confidence and a glint of wisdom in their eyes. This was due to the vast knowledge they had acquired from studying the Mage Tower and Warrior Tower over the past 10 years, combined with the spiritual energy brought by breaking through to the Second Order. Chen Luo suddenly sighed, "I am disappointed that not a single person has been eliminated in 10 years. The students were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. However, Chen Luo's next words sent a shiver down many people's spines. Actually, I know that some of you have deliberately held back over the years, allowing those who would have been eliminated to stay. Over the past decade, there had been about 7 or 8 individuals who consistently ranked at the bottom. However, during the third round of competition against others, they always managed to win a crucial match, avoiding the fate of elimination. Chen Luo knew this was unavoidable. After spending 10 years together, even mortal enemies like humans and orcs had become friends, let alone these young people who had grown up in a relatively unpolluted environment. Their minds were much simpler. They knew that being eliminated meant a dead end, so even at the risk of their own progress, they chose to let others stay. There was no prior discussion, it was a spontaneous act by those who competed against them. The individuals who were supposed to be eliminated also had high self-esteem. After being saved, they worked even harder and did not fall into the same situation in the subsequent competitions. Chen Luo noticed that some of them were starting to look nervous and smiled. "Don't worry, since I didn't pursue it before, I won't pursue it now. I won't deny the camaraderie and friendship between you, I just hope you won't regret it." All the students were stunned at the same time, not knowing what Chen Luo meant. "Do you remember when you first arrived at the Extraordinary Academy 10 years ago? I told you what you would face after graduation, right?" The students recalled that day's events, and then suddenly understood that Chen Luo was talking about how to leave the Extraordinary Academy. "The seaside has prepared 4 large ships for you, each heading towards the territory of your 4 clans. Along the way, you will encounter many monsters. Perhaps those who survive will become a burden, perhaps they will help you, but in any case, it is your own choice. Since you have chosen, you must bear the consequences." The students had different expressions, but none showed any regret on their faces. Chen Luo naturally noticed their expressions, smiled, and suddenly waved his hand, saying, "So now, accept the bill for your 10 years. Parchments flew out from the tall tower behind Chen Luo, landing accurately in the hands of each person. The students all had strange expressions, but without hesitation, they immediately reached out to take the parchment scrolls and see how much money they owed Chen Luo. When each person saw the numbers on them, they instantly turned into bitter melon faces. Because the lowest numbers recorded on these scrolls were 200,000 gold coins, and the highest even reached millions. However, none of them thought they couldn't earn this money, as the weakest among them present had reached the 2nd rank, and the 4 most outstanding apprentices of Chris had even touched the threshold of the 3rd rank. They believed that no matter where they went, they would definitely become the top of the pyramid. Even if they did nothing, just by selling the knowledge they had learned in their minds, it would be something that countless people would go crazy for, and exchanging it for some gold coins would be a piece of cake. Now that you have received the bill, you should know the purpose of my summoning you. You have graduated, it's time to go earn gold coins to repay your debts. The students present burst into laughter again, and someone had already started shouting, Master Lofies, you have been in the academy all this time, with nowhere to spend money, why do you need so many gold coins? Chenluo smiled slightly, indeed, gold coins have no meaning to me, but I just want you to remember a truth. Remember that phrase? There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Everyone laughed and shouted in unison. That's right, remember this phrase as a truth in your heart, and you will thank me in the future. Chenluo laughed heartily, remember, you only have 3 years. Now, you can board the ship and leave. Everyone present quieted down, feeling a bit reluctant. When they came, they were all ignorant and naive teenagers, but now they had become powerful mages and warriors. Over the past 10 years, they had become accustomed to the rhythm and life here, accustomed to their classmates around them. Suddenly being able to leave made them all feel a bit dazed, unable to believe it was real. Over the years, they had of course hoped to return to their hometown soon, but when the day finally arrived, they found it hard to let go. The Extraordinary Academy, like its name, was a place beyond the ordinary, a sanctuary of knowledge, a place that nurtured them. The students were spread across 3 different continents, separated by mountains and rivers, making it very difficult for them to meet again in the future. Master Lofies, can I stay at the Extraordinary Academy to continue my studies? Chris suddenly raised his hand and asked. The students present were all stunned, clearly no one had expected Chris to have this idea. Chenluo shook his head, although you now have a certain level of strength, you lack the experience of the world, and simply cultivating is not conducive to your growth. Only after experiencing the ups and downs of life can you go further on the path of seeking truth and strength. And I know, Chris, you still have many unfulfilled wishes. Go fulfill your wishes first, and if you still want to come back later, the doors of the Academy of the Extraordinary will always be open to you. Chris fell silent, and his classmates present knew about his background, so it was not surprising that Chenluo would know as well. Master Lofies, I will go back first, and then come back to serve you. Chenluo smiled, not taking it seriously. Chris's words now indicated that he was still too young, and they had been out of touch with the outside world for too long. There were many temptations waiting for them out there. After leaving here, how many of these students would still remember that the Academy of the Extraordinary was truly a question? Oh, by the way, since we're on the subject, I'll give you all a special treatment. Chenluo continued with a smile. 10 years later, the Academy of the Extraordinary will recruit students again, with only 100 spots available. Each of you can recommend one person. As for how to come to the Academy, there will be no griffins to pick you up anymore. You will have to come on your own, by any means necessary. As long as you can make it here alive, you can become a second-generation apprentice of the Academy of the Extraordinary. The students were all stunned. This method of selecting disciples was indeed Chenluo's consistent style. So congratulations to all of you present on your successful graduation. Just as Chenluo was about to finish speaking, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a chilling breath sweeping over. All the students looked up in astonishment, only to see a gigantic creature with a body size of over 100 meters appearing in the sky. Its face was fierce, with sharp fangs, and its whole body was covered in golden scales like gold. Its wings spread out to nearly dozens of meters, blocking the entire sky. The huge head looked down below, with just the head alone being 5 to 6 meters high. Is that a dragon? It's the legendary dragon. It's a golden dragon. Some orc students had already exclaimed, clearly recognizing what kind of being was flying towards them. The Great Dragon War had brought the orcs great losses, and they naturally would not forget this terrifying creature. The golden dragon Leorius descended slowly from the sky, its massive body finally appearing in front of the students. Its body of over 100 meters occupied half of the square, like a castle, making ordinary people appear extremely small in front of it. Except for Chenluo, everyone felt a chill running through their bodies, trembling slightly under the dragon's might, unable to muster the strength to even lift their feet. The difference in strength was too great, with the strength of an adult dragon comparable to a 7th-tier epic powerhouse, far beyond their current 2nd-tier strength. Chenluo frowned. The Dragon Island where the Golden Dragon resided was not far from the Academy of the Extraordinary. Leorius had passed by here once when he went out to hunt, but as soon as he sensed his presence from afar, he slipped away. Since he didn't dare to approach back then, why would he suddenly come over today? Leorius crawled down cautiously, placing a golden egg the size of a basketball carefully at Chenluo's feet. Great Creator, we have followed your will to breed on Dragon Island, and now 5 dragon offspring have been born. But for this descendant, we have been incubating it for 100 years, and it has shown no signs of being born. Recently, I have felt its life force fading from inside, so I have to offend your dignity and implore you to save its life." Leorius spoke in the language of dragons, and the students present could not understand, but they could see the humble posture of the golden dragon. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The fact that the dragon was bowing down at the feet of Master Lofis, appearing to be very afraid of him? How could this be possible? Shenluo couldn't help but feel a little strange at the words. Normally, a dragon egg would hatch in 2 to 3 years, but this dragon egg had not hatched even after 100 years. With a wave of his hand, Shenluo sucked the golden dragon egg into his hand and examined it for a moment, quickly understanding the situation. The young dragon inside was indeed on the verge of death, as a strand of law power was constantly eroding its vitality. Shenluo exclaimed, "Interesting, a strand of time law has actually been born." Shenluo was truly surprised, as it was the first time he had seen a creature born with the power of law. Had there been some deviation when he created them, causing their descendants to mutate? Or were the genes of the giant dragon so powerful that they could allow their descendants to possess the power of law? Shenluo furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, unable to figure it out for the time being, and decided not to dwell on it. He decided to keep this dragon egg by his side and study it carefully. Being born with the power of law made it the best candidate for a deity. Your offspring has been eroded by the power of law. Its body is too fragile to withstand such a powerful force. Leave it here, and I will give it a new life, making it a god of the dragon race. Leo Reyes's huge dragon eyes showed excitement, as it had only wanted to save its offspring, never expecting the great creator to make it a deity. "Thank you for your gift, great creator. Go, and do not forget your mission. I will obey your will." Leo Reyes took one last look at the dragon egg in Shenluo's hand, spread its wings, and flew towards Dragon Island in the sky. At this moment, all the students felt as if they were in a state of collapse, covered in cold sweat. Their eyes towards Shenluo underwent another subtle change. Although they could not understand the dragon language, Leo Reyes's trembling expression was understood by all. The golden giant dragon was in awe of Shenluo. These students had always been in awe of Shenluo's mysterious and powerful abilities, and in their 10 years as students, they had felt deeply shaken. The longer they were in contact, the stronger their horizons and abilities became, but they increasingly felt that Shenluo was unfathomable. No matter how they imagined it, they could not fathom what level of strength Shenluo possessed. If Shenluo was a deity, no one would doubt it. But Shenluo claimed he was not a deity, and they had no reason to doubt him, as he had no need to deceive them. Would a deity deceive mortals? If he truly was a deity, why would he go through so much trouble to nurture them, instead of simply granting them power directly? Many people privately discussed what kind of existence Shenluo was, but no matter how much they thought about it, they could not figure it out, and they could not even determine his race. If Shenluo's appearance was human, his ageless face, strength comparable to a deity, and the endless books in the Magic Tower and Warrior Tower were beyond what humans could possess. With no knowledge of his origins and no way to judge his strength, his towering power and profound knowledge left them in awe, and they always held a deep respect for Shenluo mixed with awe. Now, even the giant dragon was prostrating at Shenluo's feet, which, while shocking, gave them a new understanding of his power, at least the strength of a mythical 8th order deity. Otherwise, how could the giant dragon behave in such a manner? At this moment, Shenluo's attention was on this dragon egg. He reached out and touched the dragon egg, and the weak life force inside suddenly became vigorous, and he could even hear the heartbeat of the young dragon. Feeling its recovery, Shenluo suddenly remembered that these immature crops in front of him should be sent away to experience the world on their own. With the current strength of these students, they can easily stir up a storm if they return to the Western fantasy world. By the time they mature into ripe fruits, extraordinary powers should be widespread in the Western fantasy world. Alright, I won't say more, it's time for you to hit the road. It's been 10 years, and you must be eager to return to your homeland. I wish you a smooth journey. You've worked hard to learn, so please don't die on the way. Shenluo smiled, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Seeing their eyes slightly red, bowing to him, he waved his hand and flew towards the top of the tower. Goodbye, Mentor Lofis. Mentor, I will come back to see you. Mentor Lofis, if you get bored here, you can visit my hometown. My people will surely welcome you warmly. Until Shenluo flew to the top of the tower, all the students were still loudly bidding farewell to him. Shenluo sighed, waved to them, and entered the living room at the top of the tower. People are not plants, how can they be heartless? After all, having spent 10 years together day and night, Shenluo had developed some feelings for these students. At this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Shenluo came to his senses and looked at the golden dragon egg in his hand. The golden dragon egg shattered in that instant, and a golden dragon appeared in his palm. The golden dragon opened its beautiful eyes curiously, glanced around, then looked at Shenluo in front of it, tilting its head as if pondering who this person was. Seeing Chen Luo also looking at it, it let out a low cry, then vibrated its wings and flew up. Your name shall be Osiris. Chen Luo looked at the golden dragon wanting to lick him affectionately, and immediately gave it a name. In the common language of the Western fantasy world, Osiris means timekeeper. Although Osiris didn't know who Chen Luo was, an instinct from the soul made it understand that it must please this presence before it, so it immediately approached to act cute. Chen Luo reached out and hugged Osiris, infused a stream of power, began to reshape its body, then walked to the window of the room and looked towards the distant sea. Osiris let out a comfortable hum, then felt drowsy. It found a comfortable position in Chen Luo's arms, closed its eyes, and fell asleep. At the seaside, all the students boarded 4 ships according to their races. To their surprise, there were no crew members on these ships. After all of them boarded, the ships slowly set sail towards the sea. Students of different races waved goodbye to each other, inviting each other to visit their hometowns. At that moment, a hawk's cry suddenly sounded in the sky, and a griffin flew out from the top of the tower towards the orc's large ship. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised that griffin was going to pick up Gorn. It seemed to bid farewell. Chen Luo had given these griffins enough freedom, allowing them to do as they pleased without any constraints. Chen Luo smiled and directly passed a thought, follow Gorn, you are not needed here to guard. The griffin stopped in midair, turned to look in Chen Luo's direction, and slightly lowered its head. Thank you for your kindness. With a flip, the griffin quickly flew forward. In an instant, it caught up with the large ship, then swooped down, knocking Gorn, who was full of surprise and astonishment, to the ground. Zachary, why are you here? Are you here to see me off? The griffin named Zachary exclaimed excitedly, Great Creator. Great Dean, let me follow you to the orc territory. Really? Gorn exclaimed excitedly, hugging Zachary's neck in tears of excitement almost falling. Thank you, Master Lofis. After Gorn's excitement, he immediately shouted towards the direction of the Transcendent Academy. The other orc students were all envious, as griffins possessed the ability to control the wind, naturally able to use wind attribute magic, and had the strength of a 3rd rank when they reached adulthood, stronger than their current strength. Gorn was also about to break through to the 3rd rank. Once he awakened his fighting spirit, combined with the griffin's abilities, no one in the orc territory could match him except for the Beast King wielding the Judgment Sword. Chen Luo looked at the excited Gorn and, after some thought, directly used his mind to instruct the remaining 6 griffins, you are all free now, you can choose to follow these students to the mainland, go to the griffin settlement, or stay here, it's up to you. The remaining 6 griffins were all stunned, then quickly bowed towards Chen Luo's high tower direction, each making their own choice. Some chose to follow familiar students, some chose to go to the griffin territory, and in the blink of an eye, the Transcendent Academy was left with only Chen Luo and the sleeping Osiris. Chen Luo smiled, not feeling surprised at all. After all, although the scenery at the Transcendent Academy was good, without those students, it would become very desolate and boring. It was better to go out and see the world with the students, or return to their own tribes, rather than grow old and die here. Chen Luo glanced at Osiris in his arms. Dragons, with their unique advantages, could become stronger just by sleeping. With increasing strength and age, they automatically gained inherited memories and could use dragon language magic, surpassing most species in the Western fantasy world. Although Chen Luo had modified Osiris' body, it was still weak in terms of strength and intelligence, needing time to grow and better withstand the laws of time. Chen Luo placed Osiris on the bed and effortlessly created a new divine seat in the divine realm, waiting for this little guy to grow up, and that divine seat would belong to him. With a thought, Chen Luo returned to the real world and began to merge the 2nd-rank genes of orcs, elves, and dwarves. Chen Luo determined that these 3 2nd-rank genes were the limit for a lifetime. As for the 4 people like Chris, even if they advanced to the 3rd rank, Chen Luo would not merge them temporarily. Chen Luo's expectations for them were far beyond the 3rd rank. According to his estimate, as long as nothing went wrong, all 4 of them had the potential to break through to the 5th rank. With the fusion of the 3 2nd-rank genes, Chen Luo obtained 1.5% of divine lineage genes, adding up to a total of 3.9% divine lineage genes. He was just one step away from unlocking the 1st-rank gene lock. Feeling his physical qualities further enhanced, Chen Luo walked to the mirror in the room and couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at himself. His body was slim where it should be, muscular where it should be, presenting a perfect streamlined appearance. What was even more exaggerated was that his skin was completely like that of a newborn baby, fair and rosy with a healthy blush. His eyes became soft and lively, full of vitality, and his features delicate, like a handsome man stepping out of a painting. If Chen Luo was handsome before, now he was simply extraordinary. Chen Luo was a bit speechless. Although the person in the mirror still had his basic appearance, it was as if he had gone through countless retouches on a computer using photo editing software, refining his appearance to perfection. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, finding it hard to believe that the person in the mirror was himself. He suddenly remembered that when merging elf genes, the primordial pen had hinted that there was a chance to gain the appearance of an elf. Chen Luo was stunned. No wonder the face in the mirror looked somewhat familiar, bearing a striking resemblance to the elves in the Western fantasy world, with the only difference being the lack of pointed ears. Chen Luo suddenly felt as if he had traveled through time and space. Each time he returned to reality, this feeling became very strong. Now, inadvertently, even his face had changed, intensifying his sense of detachment from reality. Chen Luo quickly realized a problem. His current appearance had undergone a drastic change from the one on his ID card. Anyone holding his ID card would not believe it was the same person. As a result, although it did not affect his ability to take trains, traveling by plane, staying in hotels, and going abroad would all become troublesome, forcing him to interrupt his dream of traveling the world. It seemed that he had to completely abandon his current identity, adopt a new one, and then he would have the freedom to do whatever he wanted without any constraints. Moreover, this had a benefit. By completely cutting ties with the past Chen Luo, even if someone tried to investigate later, no one could link him to his current self. Anyway, his parents were no longer around, he had long severed ties with those relatives, and most of his friends and classmates were merely acquaintances, so there was nothing worth clinging to. Rubbing his chin, Chen Luo began to contemplate how to obtain a fake identity. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he quickly disappeared from the real world and arrived in the Marvel world. Physical objects from the secondary dimension could not be taken out, but knowledge did not have this limitation. This was the conclusion Chen Luo had reached when he first came to steal Iron Man's armor. After learning English in the Marvel world, he found that his English skills did not disappear when he returned to reality. At that time, Chen Luo did not think this was very important, so he did not pay much attention to it. Now, however, he could make use of this ability. With a thought, Chen Luo first learned all the languages on Earth, then began to replicate all the knowledge about computer technology. He imprinted the skills of all the top hackers in the Marvel universe into his mind before returning to the real world. Originally, Chen Luo had wanted to directly copy J.A.R.V.I.S. core code so that he could create this super artificial intelligence directly in reality. However, Chen Luo learned from the computer science knowledge he had just acquired that even with J.A.R.V.I.S. core code, it would require many super servers to load and run, which was something he could not afford or manage with his current financial and mental resources. The setting of the Marvel world was consistent with Earth, with the only difference being the existence of extraordinary powers. The technology Chen Luo replicated was also applicable on Earth, and even surpassed it in some aspects. After all, the overall technological level of the Marvel world was much more advanced than Earth, with inventions like the arc reactor, space motherships, and cloaking devices. Chen Luo opened the computer in his hotel room and swiftly operated it with his fingers, transforming the traditional operating system interface into a black operating interface. The interface had nothing but a browser icon, which Chen Luo immediately clicked on. The interface instantly refreshed with a complex and lengthy URL, automatically redirecting to a new web page. The entire computer screen turned black, with countless emerald flames dancing and quickly outlining a login panel. Chen Luo smiled and began typing rapidly on the keyboard, causing information to flow down the computer screen like a waterfall. In just a few minutes, Chen Luo had hacked into the website and logged in. This website was called Night Whisperer, the world's largest dark web trading platform. The dark web, as the name suggests, is a network hidden in the shadows and invisible to the public eye. Most people use networks that allow any user to access them, such as news and advertising pages, video websites, microblogs, and search engines. These are all surface-level data, with the remaining network data residing in the dark web, where access to such data requires specific permissions that ordinary people cannot reach. This has led to the dark web becoming a dark parallel world, where a variety of illegal activities such as drug trafficking, arms trading, and identity fraud can be found, making it a breeding ground for crime. Chen Luo quickly entered identity fraud into the search engine on the Night Whisperer website. Numerous pieces of information instantly appeared, but all in English, making it incomprehensible if one does not understand English. Chen Luo clicked on the first search result, which detailed the basic content of creating fake identities, similar to the interface of Taobao. After a brief browse, Chen Luo contacted the other party, leading to a dialog box popping up quickly. Please specify the country of the identity you need, along with the name, gender, and age. Chen Luo was surprised by the directness of the people there, who went straight to the point without any small talk. After some thought, Chen Luo quickly typed a message in the chat box. I need 4 identities, from the US, UK, South Korea, and Australia, all named Lofis, with any surname. Male, 22 years old. Chen Luo chose these 4 countries because they are from different continents and have a large number of Chinese people, making it ideal for concealing identities. As for South Korea, being an Asian country, he would have no problem with the language. 100,000 US dollars each, transaction in equivalent bitcoins, will take 1 week. Chen Luo naturally did not haggle, as money was no different from waste paper to him. Okay. Provide a photo and the address to receive the documents, pay half of the deposit to the website administrator first. No problem. The operation mode of the dark web black market is similar to Taobao. To ensure the security of buyer transactions, sellers need to pay a certain amount of deposit to sell items. Users pay for a product, and the money is transferred to the website administrator's account. If the buyer confirms the goods are fine, the payment is then transferred to the seller. Additionally, all purchases can only be made using bitcoins, a virtual currency with untraceable characteristics. The half deposit was approximately 1.4 million renminbi, which was not a problem for Chen Luo, who had around 5 million renminbi. He first purchased bitcoins worth 1.4 million renminbi, transferred them to the administrator's account, and then sent a high-definition photo of himself and the hotel address via his phone. Upon receiving the photo, the other party suddenly sent a message, "Are you sure you want to use this photo? If any issues arise due to differences between the photo and the person, we will not be responsible." Chen Luo smiled, knowing the other party probably thought the photo was photoshopped. This is not something you need to worry about. Okay, it will be delivered within a week. After receiving the confirmation, Chen Luo quickly exited the Night Whisperer platform and shut down the computer. Chen Luo turned off the computer and did not return to the Western fantasy world, as he had already spent over a decade there and needed to adapt to real life. It was supposed to be a world tour, with the travel destination set in the Himalayas, so he couldn't just end up staying in a hotel. Chen Luo packed his bags, immediately left the room, and went to the front desk to check out. However, all along the way, whether it was the hotel staff or other guests, everyone was staring at him. And regardless of gender or age, as long as they are normal human beings, everyone will stare at him, and some even secretly take photos with their phones. When he arrived in the hotel lobby, Chen Luo once again became the center of attention for everyone. Isn't he too handsome? Why do I see a man, but the words all-conquering beauty pop into my mind? Could he be a celebrity? So charismatic. Those eyes are so captivating. Oh no, I think I'm in love. There were still many guests in the lobby, and when they saw Chen Luo's appearance, they were all stunned, momentarily dumbfounded, and soon whispers broke out. However, Chen Luo's senses had been enhanced, and although they thought they were speaking very quietly, their words were crystal clear to him. Chen Luo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he felt he had become more attractive, he hadn't expected to be seen in such a terrifying light by others. When Chen Luo went to the hotel front desk to check out, the 2 receptionists stared at him for a full minute before reluctantly starting the checkout process at his urging. As they processed the checkout, they stole glances at him and tried various ways to strike up a conversation. Chen Luo casually responded a few times, then suddenly remembered the false identity he was using and asked, "I have a hotel front desk address for a package delivery, could you keep it for me when it arrives? I'll be back in a week." "Of course, no problem." One of the receptionists brightened up and immediately added, "Mr. Chen, could you leave me your phone number? I'll contact you when the package arrives." Seeing the 2 women looking at him eagerly, Chen Luo didn't dare to leave his number. He cleared his throat. "It's not necessary to go through all this trouble, I'll definitely be back in a week." "Oh, I see." The receptionist's face showed disappointment, but she didn't press further. Reluctantly, the checkout process was eventually completed. As Chen Luo turned to leave, one of the girls who had been whispering earlier in the lobby took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Hey, are you here for sightseeing?" A pretty girl approached boldly and asked. "Sorry, I'm not interested in women who are uglier than me." After saying that, Chen Luo left the bewildered girl behind and walked away with his luggage. There are special tours from Lhasa to Everest, with the destination being Everest Base Camp. However, Chen Luo didn't join a tour group because his current appearance would attract trouble wherever he went. Also, he had many secrets and could potentially enter the Western fantasy world at any time. So, he first bought sunglasses and a mask, then rented a car and drove there himself. The distance from Lhasa to Everest Base Camp is over 700 kilometers, taking about 10 hours by car. By the time Chen Luo arrived, it was already completely dark. Since a border pass was required to reach Everest Base Camp, Chen Luo had no way to obtain one. The difference between his current appearance and the one on his ID was too significant to pass the check. Chen Luo found a place to park outside the base camp and only wore a climbing mask as he got out of the car and headed towards the distant mountains. If an ordinary person saw Chen Luo's current attire, they would probably be shocked. Everest Base Camp is at an altitude of 5,200 meters, and even during the day, temperatures are below zero at night, requiring normal people to wear down jackets. But Chen Luo only wore a thin sports jacket and sneakers, seemingly unaffected by the cold, and ran quickly towards the distance. Chen Luo's body had been genetically modified to an extreme level by the divine descendants, and now he ran as fast as the wind, covering a distance of 100 meters in less than 5 seconds, twice as fast as the world champions. And maintaining such a fast pace, Chen Luo felt no fatigue at all. After running for more than 20 minutes, Chen Luo had arrived at a mountain range below the Everest Base Camp, starting to climb the mountain barehanded, or rather free climbing. Because Chen Luo had no climbing equipment at all, he had planned to climb to the top of Everest barehanded from the beginning. Besides being a childhood dream of Chen Luo, the most important thing was to test how strong his current physical fitness was. And Chen Luo was not afraid of danger. If he really couldn't hold on and fell, he could enter the Western fantasy world at any time. By the time he came out, although still falling, most of the impact had been alleviated. When he landed on the ground, he could enter the Western fantasy world again and the impact would be similar to jumping from the ground. Chen Luo looked up at the mountaintop, reached out and grabbed a protruding rock above, exerted a strong force with his feet, leaped up about 3 meters high, then reached out again and grabbed another protruding rock above to stabilize his body. Next, Chen Luo began to leap upward continuously and soon disappeared from the original spot. The straight-line distance between the Everest Base Camp and the summit of Everest is about 19 kilometers. Even with professional training, it would still take about a month. But the vertical distance is different, only over 3,600 meters, so it would take much less time. Time flew by, and soon it was dawn. At the same time, Zhang Haixiang, who had just passed the 7,500-meter third camp of Everest, felt very tormented, wanting to go back, but deep down extremely unwilling. Climbing Everest is not a one-time rush to the top, but a staged adaptive climb. There are 5 camps on Everest. In addition to the base camp, there are the 5,900-meter first camp, the 6,400-meter second camp, the 7,500-meter third camp, and the 7,950-meter fourth camp. When Zhang Haixiang set off, there were originally 21 people in the team, all experienced mountaineers. However, by the time they reached the third camp, 10 people were already experiencing severe physical discomfort, confusion, and even fever, not even knowing where they were. Can't even make it to the fourth camp? Zhang Haixiang sighed helplessly, looking at the majestic snow mountain ahead, his eyes filled with deep unwillingness. Zhang Haixiang sighed. Now that the situation was like this, he couldn't joke with his teammates' lives, so he had to let the climbing company's safety advisor escort these companions down the mountain first. Zhang Haixiang asked the remaining teammates for their opinions. Some were willing to continue forward, while others had already given up. They were at an altitude of 7,500 meters, where the oxygen was only 1/3 of that at sea level. Even when they slept at night wearing oxygen masks, they couldn't suppress the discomfort in their bodies. Zhang Haixiang's physical condition was actually very poor. His diarrhea had become more severe in recent days, his rhinitis was almost killing him in his dreams, his memory and reaction were declining. He even doubted if he could make it back as a human. After a few hours of rest, Zhang Haixiang, with the 3 remaining teammates willing to continue forward, set off again, and what awaited them ahead was the Kumbo Icefall. The Kumbo Icefall, known as the terrifying icefall by Everest climbers, experiences several ice avalanches every day, and there are hundreds of ice crevasses covered by snow and ice. Once fallen, not even the body can be found. 30% of the casualties on the way to the summit end up here, and to get from the third camp to the fourth camp, one must pass through the Kumbu Icefall. Every path here has been stepped out by the lives of countless climbers, with bodies buried in the snow and icefalls everywhere. Some paths are not even considered paths. One has to rely on experienced hands to secure ropes and slowly climb through nearly 90-degree cliffs. Zhang Haixiang and others saw these bodies. Their hearts couldn't help but surge with emotions. Since they had chosen the path of conquering nature, they knew they would either succeed or become a part of nature. After sighing, Zhang Haixiang and the others continued cautiously along the edge of the mountain road. At that moment, amidst the cold wind, he suddenly heard strange sounds coming from below. It was the sound of sand and stones colliding. Zhang Haixiang was startled. Could an avalanche be about to happen? Instinctively, he looked down and his eyes widened. However, due to lack of sleep, his eyes were swollen and his vision was blurry, but he seemed to see a figure far below. A figure. Below. Zhang Haixiang was shocked. He was now at the edge of the glacier, and below was a cliff thousands of feet deep. How could there be someone there? Haixiang, am I seeing things? There's someone coming up from below. A teammate shouted loudly at Zhang Haixiang ahead, his voice filled with astonishment and disbelief. It's really a person, he's climbing up barehanded. Now Zhang Haixiang was certain. It wasn't an illusion, there really was someone climbing the cliff barehanded. Shocked, Zhang Haixiang suddenly slipped under his feet, unexpectedly stepping into a hidden crevice in the glacier, getting stuck. Drawing on his extensive climbing experience, Zhang Haixiang quickly lay down in a direction perpendicular to the glacier's trend, increasing his contact area with the ground. Falling into a glacier crevice was something climbers often encountered. If one didn't react promptly, the next moment could mean falling in completely, leading to a dead end. Unfortunately, this time Zhang Haixiang was very unlucky. He fell particularly deep, with both legs completely trapped. The teammates behind him were all shocked to see this, but dared not move recklessly. If they intervened, not only would they not be able to save Zhang Haixiang, but they might trigger an avalanche, endangering everyone. Haixiang, grab on! Seeing Zhang Haixiang about to fall, a companion knew they couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly reached out with his ice axe, hoping Zhang Haixiang would grab hold. By now, Zhang Haixiang's heart was already half cold. As he reached out to grab the ice axe, he heard a crisp cracking sound beneath his feet, the sound of the glacier breaking. Zhang Haixiang was horrified, his heart sinking. He forced a bitter smile. Holding onto the ice axe at this moment would only endanger his companion, and even the remaining two people would not be spared. He immediately let go of the ice axe, allowing himself to fall into the crevice. The companion gasped in shock, but could only watch helplessly as Zhang Haixiang fell. Just when they thought Zhang Haixiang was doomed, the figure who had been climbing barehanded suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Haixiang's arm. Everyone was stunned. In the midst of the crisis, they had forgotten there was another person below. It was only then that they realized there was someone else clinging to the cliff. This person was only wearing thin sportswear and unbelievably, sports shoes on their feet. The three of them were dumbfounded, feeling as if they were hallucinating due to lack of oxygen. Without oxygen tanks, without following the mountain path, directly climbing Mount Everest barehanded, not wearing proper cold-resistant climbing gear, and even climbing in sports shoes. For every 1,000 meters in altitude, the temperature drops by 6 degrees. When they set off from the third camp, they measured the temperature at minus 30 degrees. Not to mention this temperature, even at minus 20 degrees, wet clothes would freeze in about 2 minutes, and wet hair would turn white within a minute. At minus 30 degrees, spitting saliva might not even last a second, turning into ice upon hitting the ground. A normal person wearing clothes as thin as the person on the cliff would not be able to maintain normal body temperature, and would experience rapid heat loss within 5 minutes, leading to suppressed breathing and heart rate, ultimately resulting in symptoms such as shivering, confusion, and cardiopulmonary failure, and would freeze to death in over an hour. Not to mention, he didn't even bring an oxygen tank. This is Mount Everest at an altitude of 7,500 meters, with only 1/3 of the oxygen content compared to ground level. Even without doing anything here, the body would feel dizzy and weak due to lack of oxygen, and no normal human being could survive at this altitude without an oxygen tank. Moreover, that person is climbing barehanded, which would consume even more oxygen. What's more exaggerated is his sports shoes. At this altitude, most rock walls are covered with glaciers, and even if there are exposed rocks, without professional climbing shoes, it is impossible for the body to adhere to them. But that person. He ignored all these things and effortlessly caught Zhang Haixiang, showing no signs of exertion. Is he still a normal human? The three mountaineers on the glacier were speechless and couldn't help but think this. I will lift you up, you lie on my back, understand? Zhang Haixiang was also speechless at this moment, the man in front of him wearing a climbing mask. He couldn't see his face clearly, the only thing he could judge was his voice. When the man asked again, Zhang Haixiang hurriedly nodded repeatedly. A white light appeared on Chen Luo's right hand, instantly piercing through the ice, grabbing the rocks inside. After stabilizing his body, Chen Luo slowly lifted Zhang Haixiang with one hand, and then placed him behind him. After Zhang Haixiang lay on Chen Luo's back, he opened his mouth in a panic and repeatedly said, "Thank you. Thank you." He thought he was doomed, but never expected to survive in such a situation. There is no place to land below, I will take you up together. Zhang Haixiang was really scared when he heard this. Chen Luo clearly meant to carry him to the top of Mount Everest. But Zhang Haixiang seemed to have no choice. Could he disagree and make Chen Luo leave him behind? Next, Zhang Haixiang's heart was really like riding a roller coaster. The excitement made him feel like his heart was about to burst. Because Chen Luo was not climbing normally at all, every time he climbed a distance, he would suddenly exert force with his feet, bouncing up 3 to 4 meters high, and then accurately grabbing the rocks above, stabilizing in mid-air. Then, he repeated this cycle. Zhang Haishan was really scared, fearing that Chen Luo would not be able to hold on, and then both would fall to their deaths. But in fact, Chen Luo seemed to have eyes on top of his head, always accurately knowing how many meters above there were rocks to grab. And even if Chen Luo saw a path to walk on, as long as it was not the shortest route, he would ignore it directly, then insert his hands into the crevices of the rocks with precision, and continue to fly up without stopping. At this moment, Zhang Haishan finally understood that Chen Luo was not an ordinary person at all. He could be said to be similar to a superhero. Zhang Haishan himself weighed 160 pounds, plus his climbing gear and oxygen tank. He weighed at least 300 pounds. In other words, Chen Luo carried a weight of 300 pounds. Without any auxiliary facilities, he could still jump 3 to 4 meters high with the power of his feet, while supporting the force of the fall with his hands. Can this still be considered a normal human being? Zhang Haishan was shocked and speechless for a long time. If someone had told him about a superhero before today, he would have scoffed at it, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but believe it. His 3 companions were equally shocked, their jaws almost dropping, so they all took out their prepared cameras and phones, and began taking photos and recording videos. Mount Everest can be climbed again, but a scene like this may be something they will never encounter again in their lifetime. They could even imagine the impact it would have once this scene spread. As Chen Luo continued to accelerate, the summit of Mount Everest quickly appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, Chen Luo's speed surged once again, starting a rapid sprint. Zhang Haishan felt his heart pounding with excitement, not because he was finally about to reach the summit, but because the superhuman in front of him not only saved his life, but also helped him achieve this incredible summit without wearing cold-weather gear or an oxygen tank, just in sports shoes, successfully leaping onto the 8,848-meter summit of Mount Everest. As Chen Luo soared into the sky and descended towards the mountain peak below, Zhang Haishan looked at the countless mountains and changing clouds beside the mountain peak, feeling like the whole world was beneath his feet. No, it should be beneath Chen Luo's feet. Chen Luo landed on the ground, gently placing Zhang Haishan down. Standing on the mountain top and looking around, a sense of tranquility washed over him. It took nearly 18 hours, with only about 3 hours of rest on a cliff along the way, for him to climb all the way up. Although it was challenging, he eventually made it to the top. Through this process, Chen Luo gained a more intuitive understanding of his physical fitness. Whether it was strength, reflexes, or speed, he surpassed ordinary people by at least 10 times. He had no fear of the extreme cold environment, and was not affected even in the oxygen-deprived atmosphere. At this rate, unlocking the first-level genetic lock, Chen Luo felt that he might truly become a superhero in reality. However, after his sigh of emotion, he quickly shifted his focus to the scenery at the mountaintop. The azure sky, the sea of clouds over the snow-capped mountains, the crystal-clear white and blue, always so pure and breathtaking at the highest point, the colors were so pure that they shook the soul. The snow-capped mountains under the golden sunlight were filled with a sacred radiance. No matter which direction Chen Luo looked from, the scenery before his eyes deeply touched his soul with its purity. It's no wonder so many people want to reach the summit, not just for the thrill of conquering, but also for the intoxicating scenery at such heights. Thank you for saving my life and bringing me to the summit. Zhang Haishan, who had just come to his senses, was about to step forward to thank Chen Luo. But at that moment, Zhang Haishan widened his eyes in horror. Because at that moment, Chen Luo was sprinting forward, leaping at least 7 to 8 meters ahead, and then plummeting straight down towards the abyss they had climbed up from. Zhang Haishan exclaimed in shock, hastily looking down the cliff. This was a height of 8,848 meters. Even if Chen Luo was a superhero, wouldn't he turn into a pulp by falling directly from such a height? Zhang Haishan felt his brain was not enough to process this. Did Chen Luo climb to the summit just to jump off and commit suicide? Just as Zhang Haishan couldn't figure it out, Chen Luo had already disappeared before his eyes. Chen Luo plummeted from the mountaintop, feeling like he was about to collide with the mountain wall or glacier, and then returned to the Western fantasy world. By this time, almost 2 days had passed in reality, and it was already 200 years later in the Western fantasy world. When Chen Luo returned to the Academy of the Extraordinary, Osiris was still in a deep sleep, but his size had changed from that of a basketball to that of an adult dog. Because he had been in reality all this time, he missed the re-enrollment at the Academy of the Extraordinary. However, Chen Luo didn't mind. If it was delayed, then so be it, he would deal with it when he had the time. So when Chen Luo checked out of the hotel, he set up a magic array outside the Extraordinary Academy to conceal the existence of the island. 10 years later, the first batch of recommended students arrived after overcoming numerous difficulties, only to find nothing in the sea area, leaving them dumbfounded. No one doubted the words of the first batch of students, as they had become prominent figures on the mainland after 10 years. Moreover, those recommended were their own relatives and friends, so there was no need to deceive them. The excited students who came to register left with disappointed faces. After hearing the reports from those who returned, many of the first batch of students couldn't believe it, and some even rushed over to confirm in person. When they couldn't find the extraordinary academy either, everyone felt a sense of loss, as if something important was suddenly missing. However, although they couldn't find the academy, no one was worried about Chenluo. Perhaps only deities could threaten the dean in this world. Chenluo originally intended to return to the real world from the Western fantasy world, but he suddenly made a sound of surprise as he felt someone was breaking the magic array. In an instant, Chenluo's figure disappeared and appeared above the endless sea. On the sea, an elf was standing on a large ship, holding a magic staff embedded with magic crystals and chanting magic spells quickly. Behind him stood 6 male and female elves, who appeared much younger than him. A brilliant blue light burst from the staff and shot towards the magic array in front. Soon after, a ripple appeared on the empty sea, revealing the extraordinary academy, which quickly disappeared. The elf's eyes lit up with joy. As he prepared to continue casting spells, a voice suddenly came from the sky. "Noel, it seems you haven't wasted your 200 years, actually able to detect the magic array I set up." This elf was one of the 101 students from back then. Noel looked up in surprise at Chenluo descending from the sky, his face filled with a smile. "Master Lofis, it's been 200 years, and you haven't changed a bit." Chenluo smiled back. "You, on the other hand, seem to have aged a lot." When the 6 elves behind Noel heard his words, they stared wide-eyed at Chenluo. This seemingly ordinary person with no magical aura was actually the teacher of Her Majesty the Queen and the Grand Elder? At this moment, Chenluo appeared as he did when he first met this group of students, looking plain and ordinary, without deliberately exuding any aura, except for the ability to fly, making him seem like an ordinary person. The elves have too much to worry about now, so let's leave it at that. Noel smiled, not paying much attention to his age. For elves, over 200 years old was still considered young. "You didn't come just to see me this time, did you?" Noel's expression turned serious. "Master, I've come to seek your help." Without waiting for Noel to speak, Chenluo already understood what had happened to the elves over the years. Since Chenluo had previously incarnated as the creator god to resolve the crisis of the elf race, the Grand Elder Diana led the elves to leave the Dalson forest in search of a new home to revive the life tree. The life tree was the spiritual pillar of the elf race, and Diana chose the new homeland with the safety of the life tree as the top priority. After wandering for half a year, Diana finally found a new suitable forest for the elves to live in, called the Forest of the Moon. Here is not only similar to the environment of the Darson forest, but more importantly, it is safe and hidden in location, making it difficult for ordinary people to find, which is very suitable for the life tree that needs a safe growing environment. As the life tree gradually grew, the Elven race also entered a period of rapid development. The Elven race once again faced no external dangers, and Diana also realized the issue of low Elven birth rates, starting to strongly encourage elves to reproduce, even resorting to issuing decrees. Under Diana's high-pressure policy, the population of the Elven race began to steadily increase, reaching over 500,000 by the time of the 3-race epic battle. However, new problems arose as the population increased tenfold, while resources did not increase. Originally, the Moon Forest could sustain 20,000 elves without issue, but the appearance of 500,000 elves rapidly depleted the resources of the Moon Forest. Furthermore, what troubled Diana was that the elves were all vegetarians, preferring fruits, grains, and some edible plants, further exacerbating the ecological imbalance of the Moon Forest. Diana, in desperation, had no choice but to lead by example and start eating meat. The result was a big uproar, causing strong backlash and protests. Elves are naturally close to nature, and animals in the forest are like friends to them. Even carnivorous animals are very friendly to the Elven race. Moreover, vegetarianism is a tradition of the Elven race for thousands of years, deeply ingrained and not something that can be changed overnight. Diana, with no other choice, had to lead by example and start eating meat. However, when Diana, in front of many elves, only ate a piece of rabbit meat, she immediately vomited profusely and couldn't eat another piece. Diana's attempt failed, and voices within the Elven race began to seek a new homeland. Despite this, Diana vetoed it, as the life tree was here, and the Elven race had to protect it. However, as time passed, when many elves began to go hungry, Diana could no longer suppress the situation. Because among the over 500,000 elves, only over 10,000 were born from the life tree, the rest were new elves. Although they knew their parents were born from the life tree, they were far less devout and willing to sacrifice their lives for the life tree. Furthermore, after the life tree grew in the Moon Forest, it not only lost its consciousness, but also the ability to give birth to new elves. Therefore, the new elves did not have the same feelings towards the life tree as the first-generation elves, who revered it as a deity and mother. The Elven Elder Council erupted in fierce arguments time and time again, splitting into two factions. One faction insisted on forever guarding the life tree and not leaving it. The other faction expressed a desire to explore the outside world and find a new homeland. Initially, Diana, with absolute authority, led the conservative faction to dominate, but as more and more elves suffered from hunger, the radical faction gradually gained mainstream support. Internal contradictions began to surface, leading to intense disputes within the elven race, almost resorting to the use of force. In order to avoid triggering a civil war, Diana reluctantly agreed to the proposal to seek a new homeland, marking the beginning of the division of the elven race. From that moment on, the elven race split into 4 groups, with Diana leading the conservative faction to guard the moon forest with 100,000 elves. The other 3 groups were radical factions, each leading tens of thousands of elves out of the moon forest and establishing different cities on the Elven continent. However, the cities built by the elves were not very large, and for the vast Elven continent, they did not even account for 1% of the area. Their combined population was still less than that of a human or orc metropolis, and being scattered across the entire continent made them even less significant. But because of this split, the elven race did not erupt into civil war, and once again entered a period of rapid development in the city-states. Although the moon forest had less survival pressure due to the departure of most elves, the original resources had long been depleted, forcing them to tighten their belts and wait for the ecosystem to rebalance. Diana, sensing the threat that democracy posed to the life tree, announced the dissolution of the Elven Council at this time. Their branch of elves became the Kingdom of the Moon, with her as the first Elven Queen. Diana was originally the first elf born from the life tree, holding high authority among the elven race. With all opposition gone, the remaining elves were her supporters and had no objections. It was precisely when the moon elves were most in need that griffins sent by Chen Luo arrived to deliver acceptance letters. Irelia was Diana's daughter, and when Diana saw the griffin speaking, she almost hesitated, but still let all selected elves follow the griffin to the Academy of the Extraordinary. When Irelia and Noel returned to the Moon Forest Kingdom, all elves marveled at the power of magic. Irelia not only brought back magic and warrior skills, but also a wealth of knowledge in arts, agriculture, architecture, and metallurgy from the human and orc kingdoms at the Academy of the Extraordinary. These were all collected and compiled by Chen Luo when he saw humans and orcs entering an era of great expansion, and stored in another high tower. When Irelia and Noel saw these books, they were immediately shocked, as they had never imagined such knowledge existed in the world. The elven race had not yet developed a mature civilization because they lacked these systematic elements. Without advanced agricultural techniques, they could not feed more people, and without knowledge of metallurgy, they could not forge weapons to defend their homeland. Irelia and Noel's horizons had already been opened by Chen Luo, and they immediately realized the importance of these things. So, in addition to their training, they spent almost all their time copying books in this tower of knowledge. Among the elven students, there were 3 other groups of students who had established city-state civilizations for the elves. When they saw these 2 people diving into the tower of knowledge like madmen every day, it immediately aroused their strong curiosity. Soon, when they entered the tower and saw this knowledge, they also realized its importance. Thus, in addition to the title of Magic Maniac for Chris, all elven students became book-copying maniacs. At graduation, the elves carried the most hand-copied books. If they couldn't take them, the elves memorized them by heart. When the elven students returned with these books, they had a huge impact on the elves who loved art and aesthetics. These returning students established their own academies and began recruiting students from the tribe to teach magic and warrior skills. And it was because of this knowledge that the elven race entered a new era, transitioning from extraordinary powers to productivity in art, entering a new era of comprehensive development. Upon returning to the Moon Forest, Irelia communicated with the Life Tree, which had never been able to communicate with anyone before, using her mental power to release a powerful life force, revitalizing the once barren land of the Moon Forest. In a short time, numerous fruit trees and edible plants grew, bearing mature fruit within a day. After resolving the food crisis of the Moon Elves, Irelia began to establish academies to teach magic and knowledge. The increase in productivity levels meant that the elves no longer had to worry about food, and the population began to grow rapidly, leading to a substantial improvement in overall strength. The racial talents of the elves allow many of them to be born with the talent of a mage. Although there are differences in aptitude, generally speaking, at least 3 to 4 out of 10 individuals can become mages. The remaining individuals who cannot become mages can still become excellent archers with the talent of Eagle Eye. Later, Irelia combined the mage and archer, creating a new profession called the magic archer. The magic archer possesses both the physical attacks of a warrior and the magical attacks of a mage, becoming the most powerful profession on the Elven continent, with the Moon Elves being the most powerful among the 4 elf branches. As time passed, after more than 200 years since the students of Irelia and other elves returned to the Elven continent, the populations of the 4 elf branches had increased by about 10 times, reaching a total population of 5 million. The branches of the 3 elf races also transitioned from the city-state era to the kingdom era, developing different social systems from the Moon Elves. The Moon Elf Kingdom, however, has always adhered to ancient traditions, guarding the Tree of Life and rarely leaving the Moon Forest. By this time, the population of the Moon Elf Kingdom had nearly reached 1 million, but there was no longer a problem of food scarcity. In addition to the production techniques brought back by Irelia, the Tree of Life had fully grown over hundreds of years. It began to exude a majestic life force, affecting all the plants in the Moon Forest. Trees, grass, and even animals began to thrive, causing the Moon Forest to expand more than 20 times its original size. The problem arose at this moment. 200 years ago, the monsters raised by Chen Luo on the Elven continent had steadily increased in number over 200 years and gradually began to move out of their original territories, spreading across the entire Elven continent. The life energy emitted by the Tree of Life was too strong, like a pearl in the dark, attracting certain creatures, especially flying monsters. They love to nest and reproduce in places with abundant life force, not only making their offspring stronger but also enhancing their own bodies under the nourishment of life force. In addition to flying monsters, many land monsters were also attracted, forcing the Moon Elves to face attacks from monsters from the sky and underground every day. Although the strength of the Moon Elves at this time was vastly different from their early days, these monsters were not to be underestimated. While their numbers were fewer than the elves, each individual was very powerful, with the weakest being 2nd tier and the strongest even 4th tier. 2nd and 3rd tier monsters were manageable, as the elves had produced many 2nd tier experts by now, but the 4th tier monsters could only be dealt with by the only 4th tier expert among the elves, Irelia. The Moon Elves found themselves in a situation where they were fighting on both fronts, from above and below, and it was precisely at this time that the trolls and goblins came to cause trouble. Hundreds of years ago, after the elves left the Darsen forest, the trolls and goblins fought again to seize survival resources, shattering their previous alliance. With their innate strength and witchcraft, the trolls easily overpowered the goblins from the beginning. In less than 10 years, the goblins became slaves to the trolls, forced to mine Gacia ore in the volcanic tunnels. This ore was used by the trolls in their witchcraft rituals to enhance their powers. After becoming the rulers of this region, they began to expand outward continuously, eventually discovering the vast Moon Forest Kingdom. The two races had been mortal enemies for hundreds of years, so they naturally started fighting without any hesitation, leaving the trolls bewildered. Among the Moon Elves' population of over 1 million, there were nearly 200,000 mages, with around 100,000 magic apprentices. Among them, there were 90,000 first-tier mages and over 10,000 second-tier mages. These wizards standing together, even without using other spells, each casting a fireball spell, the spectacular scene is enough to scare people to death. So the trolls were killed and fled in embarrassment from the first war with the Moon Elves, leaving behind more than 10,000 bodies. But the troll clan did not give up because after witnessing the power of magic they immediately developed a covetous heart and decided to obtain this power at all costs. Now, if they can't win, they have plenty of people. After 200 years of development, the number of trolls has reached tens of millions, coupled with the astonishing reproductive ability of goblins. Their numbers exceed the Moon Elves by 30 times. The Moon Elves used numbers to fight against the monsters, now the trolls are using numbers to fight against them. If it weren't for the Moon Elves now having a large number of wizards and archers, they would have long been overwhelmed by the trolls' numbers. Faced with so many enemies, Queen Irelia, who had just succeeded to the throne, was busy dealing with crises every day, but still lost large swaths of territory one after another. Seeing her people suffer heavy casualties and the enemy closing in, Irelia thought of Chen Luo. Although she knew that the Academy of the Extraordinary had disappeared, she still held out hope and sent Noel to search for it. Chen Luo learned about the situation but patiently listened to Noel recount it, as he had previously stated that he was not a god. I understand. You've come a long way and must be tired. Rest at the academy first before we talk. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo lifted all the elves on the boat and swiftly flew towards the Academy of the Extraordinary ahead. Noel's face lit up with joy, knowing that Chen Luo's words meant he would not stand idly by. The 6 young elves of the tribe, however, were all shocked. They didn't know what was happening, but they were already floating in the air, some even tumbling head over heels in a panic. Noel felt somewhat embarrassed at the sight and turned to reprimand them. Haven't I taught you before? No matter what happens, always remain calm. The elves blushed under the scolding but dared not retort, quickly adjusting their posture and stabilizing themselves in the air. Chenluo glanced back with a smile that seemed to hold a deeper meaning, and Noel blushed slightly because he knew what Chenluo was laughing at. When Noel first encountered such a situation, his reaction was not much better than the young elves before him. After flying them to the Academy of the Extraordinary, Chenluo pondered for a moment before saying, "This problem can be easily solved, but I have one condition." Noel couldn't help but feel overjoyed at the words, "Teacher, thank you so much. Please state your condition, and I will do my best to fulfill it." Chenluo smiled and looked at the elves behind him. "Are they the ones you brought to join the Academy of the Extraordinary?" Noel nodded repeatedly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, teacher. They are the most talented individuals of the Moon Elves, and the tribe is currently engaged in battles with monsters and trolls, which is very unsafe. Irelia asked me to bring them here to protect their safety and also in the hope that you could teach them." Chenluo had long sensed the exceptional talents of these 6 elves, no less than Irelia's at the beginning, so it was no wonder she sent them here. Irelia probably thought that if the Moon Elves couldn't hold on, these 6 elves would be their last hope. "My condition is simple. I have been busy exploring more worlds during this time, delaying the enrollment of the Academy of the Extraordinary. I will help you with the troubles of the Moon Elves, but you must stay to take care of the affairs of the Academy. You will be responsible for teaching these 6 individuals, and I will grant you higher access to the Magic Tower and Warrior Tower." Noel was stunned. He had never expected Chenluo to propose such a condition. Chenluo clearly meant for him to become the Dean of the Academy of Excellence. While Noel was shocked, he also felt extremely pleased, as this showed Chenluo's appreciation and trust in him. "Teacher, I'm afraid of letting down your trust." Chenluo shook his head. "Do you know why I chose you?" Without waiting for Noel to speak, Chenluo smiled and said, "Because the lifespan of elves is long enough, even if you make mistakes, there is enough time to make amends. So, there is no need to worry, but what I need from you is to treat everyone equally, whether they are elves or other races, no favoritism." Noel was speechless, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had thought that Chenluo had chosen him for his talent, not because of the long lifespan of elves. Noel had known before that Chenluo was someone who disliked trouble, and now selecting him, it was probably because he lived long enough to stay at the Academy of Excellence. Although Noel felt frustrated, what choice did he have now? "Teacher, I promise you." "Very well." Chenluo nodded slightly, then waved his hand, drawing the wand from Noel's hand towards him. "This wand is made quite roughly. I will modify it, and you will deliver it back to the Moon Forest to Aurelia." As soon as Chenluo finished speaking, a blue light burst from his hand and swiftly flowed onto the wand. Then, in the astonished eyes of Noel and the others, mysterious runes began to appear layer by layer from the base of the wand, then disappeared in an instant. The blue crystal at the top of the wand then emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding world. The light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Soon, they felt a vast and boundless surge of magical power. This magical power was so immense that it made them shudder from within. When Chenluo placed his hand on the blue crystal, the terrifying magical power all entered the blue crystal. When Chenluo withdrew his hand, the wand had completely transformed. It turned into a pale gray color, and the blue crystal at the top changed from light blue to deep blue, with strands of blue water light floating inside, like an incredibly magical deep sea. "Let's call it Deep Blue Elegy." Chenluo glanced at the modified wand and handed it to Noel. "It comes with a large magic barrier, Deep Blue Guardian, which can absorb magic to maintain the barrier. Remember the magic spells it activates." Chenluo quickly recited a magic spell, and when Noel hurriedly nodded to indicate he remembered, Chenluo continued, "Deep Blue Elegy is both a wand and the core of a magic array. The range it guards will adjust according to the user's strength. With Aurelia's current strength, it is enough to protect the life tree. Below the 7th rank, it is impossible to break through this magic barrier." Noel and the others were shocked and speechless for a while, staring at Deep Blue Elegy in amazement. Chenluo casually displayed a change in the wand, making it impregnable even to those below the 7th rank. Noel was shocked for a while, but soon came to his senses, as he had already witnessed many of Chenluo's terrifying feats, such as the appearance of the golden dragon Leoris during graduation. At that time, the students had some speculations, that someone who could make a 7th rank epic dragon bow down at his feet must have at least the strength of an 8th rank myth. "Thank you, teacher." After the shock, Noel immediately realized that Deep Blue Elegy could definitely solve the current dilemma of the Moon Elves. Their biggest problem now was the high-ranking monsters that had been trying to seize the life tree. With Deep Blue Lament in hand, the warcraft is no longer a concern, allowing the Moon Elves to fully deal with those trolls and goblins. With their current strength, those ugly trolls have only one way to go: death. "You take Deep Blue Lament back, the 6 of them will stay here for now." "Alright, Master Lofis," Noel excitedly bowed, then carried Deep Blue Lament and cast Windwalk to float towards the large ship outside. Chen Luo looked at the 6 elves with admiration on their faces, casually saying, "There are plenty of rooms here for you to stay, fruits can be picked on the island, the only place you can't go is my tower." Without waiting for the elves' reaction, Chen Luo flew up to the top of the tower and returned to his room. He then disappeared from the Western fantasy world and appeared on the towering cliff of Mount Everest. Chen Luo's figure paused slightly in the air, then continued to plummet downwards. This free fall lasted for a full 5 minutes. Just as he was about to touch the cliff wall, Chen Luo disappeared again and returned to the Western fantasy world. After a brief pause, Chen Luo's mind moved, and he descended from reality once again. At this point, only about 5 to 6 meters from the ground, Chen Luo fell heavily to the ground. Besides a slight numbness in his legs, he felt nothing. After walking around for a while, Chen Luo saw the location of the Everest base camp and immediately rushed in that direction. On the way back to Lhasa, Chen Luo adjusted the flow rate of the Western fantasy world to match that of reality. After driving for more than 10 hours, Chen Luo returned to the original hotel and re-registered for check-in. Learning from the previous lesson, Chen Luo wore sunglasses and a hat this time, covering most of his face. The receptionist didn't carefully check his ID and immediately processed the check-in procedure. In the hotel room, Chen Luo checked the time and realized there were still 3 hours before the Marvel world would open. At this time, the gaming forums and some live streaming rooms were already bustling. Thunder Chengyang, Shang Tang, Han Shan, and a total of 8 people had already logged into the game interface early, with a countdown timer of 3 hours displayed on the screen. Although they hadn't done anything yet, each of their live streaming rooms had over 5 million viewers. Especially for Thunder Chengyang and Shang Tang, thanks to the second epic battle, their popularity had further increased. At this moment, the number of viewers in their live streaming rooms had already exceeded tens of millions. Soon, some bored viewers calculated the total number of viewers in the 8 players' live streaming rooms. 60 million. The data in Second Life live streaming rooms was very real, unlike some live streaming platforms that would manipulate numbers to deceive people and create a false impression of high popularity. Second Life had no need to fake numbers because the game's popularity was already terrifying. Anything related to this game was always trending, becoming a hot topic of discussion among the public. For example, the second epic battle, VR devices selling out, and so on. In addition, Second Life was about to open the Marvel world, which immediately sparked discussions. So even though there were still 3 hours before the Marvel world would open, there were still tens of millions of viewers waiting to join. While waiting, they also browsed forums to see if there was anything interesting. Soon, everyone discovered something interesting. The Ant Emperor had also received a game reward. The Ant Emperor had previously vowed to bring down this game company. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to ruin the company during the public beta. How come he's playing again now? Not only does he want to bring down the gaming company, but he posts on forums every day, trying to find the address of the gaming company and the boss, planning to burn down the company and even decapitate the boss. The head of the dog is life-saving. Ant Emperor said, "It smells so good." No. Why did the Ant Emperor get the privilege of customization? I heard the Ant Emperor say it's for maintenance compensation. I think the gaming company is afraid he will really come knocking on their door. I think the gaming company is afraid he will go gnawing at the Western fantasy world again. Don't they fear that the Ant Emperor will now go gnawing at the Marvel world? Why not have someone post a threat to see if they can get an account? Please be bold and charge forward, we support you. At this moment, Zhang Juanhao was also excited on the login interface. He had been holding back his anger for the past few days, really trying to find out the address of Second Life and the boss's background. Of course, he found nothing. Even those major foreign forces could not find any information, forcing him to look for hackers in dark forums. Zhang Juanhao was tens of levels away from them, making it even more impossible. So Zhang Juanhao could only keep posting on the forum, relentlessly attacking the gaming company. As a result, the gaming company neither deleted his posts nor banned him, making him think the other party felt guilty and thus ignored him. Later, he realized that they simply couldn't be bothered with him. In the beginning, some people expressed sympathy, but later, almost no one bothered to read his posts because they knew the content without looking. Gradually, Zhang Juanhao became helpless and stopped this meaningless behavior. He uninstalled the game with gritted teeth, but couldn't help reinstalling it time and time again. Just as he was uninstalling the game for the 124th time, his forum account received an official notification. It stated that he was granted the privilege of customizing his life in the Marvel world as compensation for game maintenance. At that moment, Zhang Juanhao completely forgot his resentment towards the gaming company and eagerly re-downloaded the game. With 1 day left before the Marvel world opened, he excitedly waited on the login interface. Just as players were gossiping about the Ant Emperor getting the game qualification, another post was bumped up on the forum. Why don't I have the game qualification? The huge exclamation mark seemed to represent the poster's angry accusation. And the poster's name was, "If there's milk, it's a wolf." When everyone saw this forum name, they couldn't help but laugh. So, within less than a minute, this post received tens of thousands of replies. Cain, go back and grow some fur before coming. Cain little brother, don't you know, the gaming company has already banned minors from logging into the game. Sure, why did you reveal this secret to him? Cain, I'm 16 this year. You might not even get into the open beta, and you still want to enter the Marvel world? Do you think the gaming company is stupid, letting you in to turn everyone in the world into vampires? At such a young age, why not focus on studies instead of playing games? Cain, I'm 16 this year. Joey looked at the meme with a depressed expression, almost spitting blood. His name was now well known, all because of this damn meme. Joey originally wanted to reveal his identity, but when he saw that meme, he lost his temper. Now, this meme and that phrase had inexplicably become the annual hot words, and his classmates were all crazy about this meme. If Joey dared to say he was Cain, his parents would probably beat him first, and he would spend his high school days being mocked. He was even more depressed that he lost his gaming qualification. Why does Lei Changyang and Shangtang have it, but not him? Joey looked at the replies below. The more he looked, the angrier he became, but he could do nothing about it, only able to watch the countdown of the 8 people's game world with eager eyes, which quickly turned into a 10-second countdown. The forum quieted down at this moment. Everyone entered the live broadcast room, eagerly anticipating the opening of the Marvel world just like those players.